30 minutes left. The divine paragon's voice resounded once Yuan used up half of his time on the third floor. Ha. Yuan breathed heavily, his body covered in sweat. This is the first time that anyone has been able to compete against him so perfectly. No matter what he did, the demon general would always have a response to it. It was at this moment Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded, "Young master, would you like some assistance?" "Huh?" Yuan responded in a dumbfounded voice as he continued to block the demon general's attacks. He was so absorbed in his situation that he'd completely forgotten about their existence. "What do you mean by help?" "Well, I am your servant. If you wish, I can help you fight this demon. Of course, I won't be able to defeat it for you since I do not have the capability, but I can definitely stall it for you." "Can you even do that? Won't that be cheating?" Yuan asked. "Young master, do you truly know the relationship between a servant and master? You, young master, own our body and soul the moment we sign the servant contract. In other words, we are your possession. Therefore, we are no different than the soul weapons that you have been using this entire time." "What?" Yuan was left speechless by this information. This entire time, he could have had his servants help him. If that's the case, why couldn't you help me during the stairway to heaven? The stairway to heaven is a special place with special rules. This pagoda, however, doesn't appear to have such rules. There are no forces that prevents me from helping you, at least I don't feel them. And the fact that we were allowed to enter this place with you only further confirms it. After pondering for a moment, Yuan said, "Please help me distract the demon while I prepare for my attack." The next second, Feng Yuxiang came out of his body and flicked her sleeves, instantly engulfing the demon general in flames. However, she was not the only one who appeared, as Xiao Hua also decided to show up. She clearly didn't want Feng Yuxiang to get all of the spotlight. "Xiao Hua will help brother Yuan as well," she said. "Oh, okay." Yuan nodded. "Sorry, Yuan, but I most likely won't be of any help even if I come out," Lan Yingying said to him. She was only a spirit grandmaster, so she will most likely only hinder them instead of helping. "It's okay, Yingying. We got this." "Ha ha ha. What a surprise. This flame, Phoenix's flame. I have never tasted Phoenix blood before." The demon general laughed out loud even as its body was still engulfed in flames. "Distract it for me, I will prepare the heaven-splitting sword strike," Yuan said to them. "Understood." Feng Yuxiang's black hair suddenly turned red, and her eyes glowed golden. Meanwhile, Xiaohua's cultivation base exploded forward. "This is my first time seeing Xiaohua use all of her strength," Yuan thought to himself as Xiaohua summoned a huge sword. Even though she couldn't use sword qi, she could still wield the sword better than many swordmasters. While the demon general was still covered in flames, Xiaohua kicked her small feet and flew towards the demon without hesitation before swinging her sword, sending a massive sword light made out of spiritual energy at the demon. Whoosh! The sword light shattered the moment it struck the demon, but the demon wasn't unscathed either, as it clearly sustained some damage. However, Xiaohua didn't stop there and released a quick heaven-splitting sword strike at the demon. The ground shook as a massive beam of light swallowed the demon. Although Yuan is stronger than Xiaohua overall, he actually lagged behind Xiaohua in terms of techniques, especially when it came to the heaven-splitting sword strike. The heaven-splitting sword strike managed to destroy half of the demon general, but it quickly began recovering. It was at this moment that Feng Yuxiang released her technique. Burn in hell. With the flick of her sleeves, Feng Yuxiang summoned a large phoenix created from her flames, sending it flying at the demon. The heat from the flames were so intense that it slowed the demon's recovery, as the flames would quickly destroy the demon almost as quickly as it healed. "I am ready." It was at this moment that Yuan started swinging the Empyrean Overlord. When Xiaohua and Feng Yuxiang heard his voice, they returned to his body. The following second, Yuan released his heaven-splitting sword strike. Whoosh! Everything in front of Yuan was immediately erased from existence, including the demon general. Congratulations, you have passed the third floor, in 38 minutes. The divine paragon's voice resounded shortly after. Thank you, Feng Feng and Xiao Hua. I might not have defeated the demon general by myself if you didn't help. Yuan said to them afterward. Young master, we are your weapons and shield. You don't thank your weapons every time you use them, right? Yuan smiled, maybe I should. And don't lower yourself like that. You may be my servants, but you're also my valuable companions. I would never treat you like a tool. Sometime later, the golden orb appeared before Yuan, allowing him to absorb all of its spiritual energy. Ding! You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. You have reached 8th level Spirit Lord. Plus unknown stats. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. You have reached 9th level Spirit Lord. Plus unknown stats. 9th level. I will be able to enter Spirit King once I pass the next floor. Yuan mumbled to himself. It's only been an hour since he entered the demon ceiling pagoda and he's already increased his cultivation by almost an entire realm. He could only imagine how far his cultivation base will go after he finishes all 9 floors. However, with the increase in difficulty after every floor, he was a little worried about the future floors. After clearing the 3rd floor, Yuan proceeded to make his way to the 4th floor of the demon ceiling pagoda. I had to fight 2 demons at once on the last floor. Will I need to fight 3 at once this time? He wondered to himself as he walked the staircase. Upon entering the 4th floor, Yuan waited for the divine paragon's voice to resound. Welcome to the 4th floor. You have 15 minutes to defeat the demon. The divine paragon's voice resounded a moment later. Only 15 minutes? Yuan exclaimed. He did not expect such drastic changes, going from having an hour to defeat the demon to just 15 minutes. However, he wasn't that worried, especially since he knows that he can rely on Xiao Hua and Feng Yuxiang. The scenery suddenly changed from inside the pagoda to this hell-like scenery, where he was surrounded by lava. It looked like he was inside some kind of volcano, but he's never been to such a place before, so he wasn't certain. One thing that he is certain about is that it was immensely hot in that place with hot air blowing in his face constantly, almost like he was inside an oven. While Yuan looked around for the demon, he suddenly noticed a figure emerging from the lava. This demon had an appearance that Yuan hadn't seen before. Instead of its usual red skin, it had grayish skin this time, and it had a broken horn in its forehead that looked as though it had been cleanly sliced by a sword. As for its crystal, of course, it didn't have one. When you're prepared to start the challenge, say, "Ready," out loud. The divine paragon's voice resounded when the demon stepped onto the platform. However, before Yuan could even speak, the demon opened its mouth and spoke in a calm but indifferent voice, "You're not worthy." Yuan frowned, but not because of the demon's arrogance. There was something about this demon that sent shivers down his back, and his instincts were telling him to avoid it at all cost. But he couldn't just give up without fighting it. He had to at least try. I will be fine with Xiao Hua and Feng Feng by my side. Yuan calmed himself down with such words. The next moment, he summoned both of them before him. Young master, I am getting a dangerous feeling from that demon. Feng Yuxiang said to him the moment she appeared. Xiao Hua agreed with Feng Yuxiang by nodding her head. We got this. Yuan said. Once they were prepared, Yuan spoke out loud, "Ready." The instant he uttered that word, the demon disappeared from its location before any of them could even make their move. Young master. Brother Yuan. Watch out. Both Feng Yuxiang and Xiao Hua suddenly shouted out loud at the same time, their voices filled with despair. However, Yuan couldn't understand why they screamed, at least not until he felt pain in his body. Yuan looked down at his body, and to his absolute surprise, there was an arm sticking out of his body. He turned around to see the demon standing behind him with its arm extended through his body. How the... I told you. You're not worthy. The demon mumbled in a low voice before releasing a massive amount of spiritual energy into Yuan's body, causing his body to explode into countless pieces. When Xiaohua and Feng Yuxiang witnessed this scene, the scene of Yuan's death, their eyes widened with shock. How dare you kill Brother Yuan? Xiaohua suddenly roared, and an outburst of spiritual energy that surpassed the demon's aura erupted from her petite body. Her figure also grew a little taller, at least that was what Feng Yuxiang thought she saw before everything went black for both Xiaohua and Feng Yuxiang. Their vision returned almost instantly, and when it did, they realized that they were no longer inside the pagoda but outside, and Yuan was standing before them with a dazed expression on his face, almost as though his death never happened. Brother Yuan. Xiaohua immediately went to embrace him. Xiaohua. What happened? I thought I died just now. Yuan snapped out of his daze when he felt Xiaohua's arms wrapped around his waist. That's because you didn't actually die. Yan Hara's voice suddenly resounded. Yuan turned to look at her, and to his surprise, a crowd of people that wasn't there before he entered the pagoda was there now. When you die inside the demon's ceiling pagoda, you will simply be transported out of the pagoda. She continued. After hearing her words, Yuan recalled one of the rules that mentioned it. I see. So I died to that demon. Yuan mumbled in a dispirited voice. What floor did you die on? Yan Hara then asked. I died on the 4th floor by the hands of that weird-looking demon with gray skin. Yuan explained to her. It was so sudden. I couldn't even see its movements, and when I was aware of the situation, I was already dead. The 4th floor. Yan Hara mumbled in a voice of disbelief. Yuan had only been in the demon's ceiling pagoda for an hour, and he'd managed to reach the 4th floor. Even more unbelievable was that he'd actually reached the 4th floor on his first attempt, something that hasn't been done since ancient times. In fact, it took Yan Hara multiple attempts throughout the span of 1,000 years to reach the 4th floor. Just what in heaven's name was that gray demon? I have never encountered a demon like that one before. Yuan suddenly asked. Yan Hara sighed. That demon is a demon emperor, sort of. What do you mean, sort of? Yuan raised his eyebrows. I will tell you later. For now, let's leave this place and go somewhere more private. As you can see, it's a little crowded here. Yuan nodded. By the way, who are those two? They appeared at the same time you left the pagoda, but I didn't see them enter with you. Yan Hara pointed at Feng Yuxiang and Xiaohua, who was still hugging Yuan. They are my companions. I will explain later. Yuan said with a smile. Wait. Someone there stopped Yuan from leaving with Yan Hara. Yuan turned around to see a middle-aged man that he did not recognize, and he asked, What is it? Did anything unusual happen in the demon's ceiling pagoda while you were inside? The middle-aged man asked. Unusual? Yuan raised his eyebrows. How unusual? That was my first time entering the demon's ceiling pagoda, so I can't tell you if anything is out of the ordinary even if it happened. If you don't mind, can you give us a brief explanation on your experience inside the pagoda? The middle-aged man continued to ask. Can I ask why you want to know? The middle-aged man then said, Because the divine paragon showed up when you entered the demon's ceiling pagoda. That has never happened before. What? The divine paragon showed up? Yuan was shocked to hear this. He should be the divine paragon, so how did someone who is supposed to be dead and reincarnated show up? WL. Not the real divine paragon, but an illusion of him. He showed up after you entered the pagoda, even releasing this unfathomable demon ceiling aura. However, he disappeared after a few minutes, and only a handful of people were able to witness it. I see. So that's what happened. Unfortunately, I didn't see the divine paragon inside, but I did hear his voice. This is what happened inside. Yuan proceeded to give a brief recollection of his experience within the pagoda to the people there. After hearing Yuan's story, the people there no longer questioned him, as they did not find anything unusual with his experience inside the demon's ceiling pagoda. "Can I go now?" Yuan asked. "Why yes. Sorry for bothering you, little founder." The middle-aged man bowed to him in a respectful manner. Although slowly, the people within the demon ceiling clan's grand library were beginning to treat Yuan differently. Perhaps it was due to his uncanny resemblance to the divine paragon, or maybe they were just convinced by his overwhelming talents. These people were beginning to see Yuan as a potential leader of the demon ceiling clan in the future. Sometime later, Yuan followed Yen Hara to her personal living quarters. All official lecturers are granted residency within the grand library. "Are you okay? You seem off." Yen Hara asked him once they sat down. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile before speaking. "I experienced my first death today. Even though it wasn't real, it felt real, and the fact that I had been killed by a demon is also real. I have overestimated myself today and put my companions' lives at risk. Fortunately, the demon wasn't real. If we had been facing a real demon outside the pagoda, I would have not only gotten myself killed but my companions as well, and the thought of this really bothers me. Brother Yuan." Xiao Hua, who was still sticking to his body like a slug, mumbled in a low voice. Clearly, she was also affected by Yuan's death. Not only did she fail to protect him, but he also died right before her eyes. Xiao Hua promised to protect Brother Yuan, but she sighed with teary eyes. This is the first time that Yuan has seen Xiao Hua cry with such emotions, and it made his heart sting. "If we're all going to blame ourselves, then I blame myself for not being able to protect you, young master." Feng Yuxiang sighed as well. Seeing their depressed state and sensing the gloomy atmosphere, Yen Hara spoke out loud, "There's no need to blame yourself, all of you. You were up against a demon emperor, after all. Let me tell you something. Ever since the disappearance of the divine paragon and the decline of the demon ceiling clan, nobody has been able to pass the 4th floor of the demon ceiling pagoda, and only a handful of demon sealers were able to pass the 3rd floor." Yuan looked at her and asked, "You said that it was sort of a demon emperor before." "Ah, that's because the gray-skinned demon isn't truly a demon emperor, but it's so much more powerful than a demon general that we cannot call it a mere demon general. However, a real demon emperor is even more fearsome than the demon on the 4th floor. It's something like a cultivator who is half a step away from entering the next realm. It's at a level that far surpasses anything at the same rank, yet it's not truly at the next rank." Yen Hara explained. "I see. That makes a lot of sense. But for it to be that powerful when it's not even a true demon emperor. It makes me wonder about the real strength of a true demon emperor." Yuan sighed. "Trust me, you don't want to find out." Yen Hara smiled. Sometime later, Yen Hara focused her gaze on Xiao Hua and Feng Yuxiang. "By the way, can you explain who they are, and why the little one is emitting the aura of an exile?" Yuan's body shook when he heard Yen Hara's words. It was also at this moment that he recalled Senior Bai's words, that those from the upper heavens would recognize Xiao Hua to be an exile and that exiles are hunted in the upper heavens. "Wait. I can explain. Xiao Hua isn't a bad exile." Yuan immediately became defensive. Yen Hara smiled when she saw this, and she said, "Calm down. Although I am not someone who favors exiles, I am also not someone who would hunt them on sight. Honestly, I couldn't care less. While that may be true, what about all those people at the demon ceiling pagoda? If you can tell that she's an exile, they should also know." Yuan said. "Trust me, if they noticed, you wouldn't have been able to leave in one piece. Her exile aura is really weak right now for some reason, and I didn't notice it until we sat down," she explained. Yuan finally calmed down a little after hearing such words. Thankfully, Senior Yen isn't an unreasonable person. He sighed inwardly. "She is Xiao Hua, and this one over here is Feng Yuxiang." Yuan pointed at them and introduced them to Yen Hara. "Although they're my servants, I prefer to call them my companions." Yen Hara raised her eyebrows and asked, normal servants wouldn't be able to enter the demon sealing pagoda with you, so they must have signed a contract that binds their soul with your soul. In other words, they are no different than the soul weapons that you carry around with you in your body. That is correct. We are more than just servants. We are his most loyal servants, his weapon and shield. Feng Yuxiang said in a prideful voice. I see. And since she's in exile, you must be participating in the Supreme Heaven's legacy. How troublesome. Yen Hara sighed. And she continued, you do know what it means to accept the Supreme Heaven's legacy or the consequences of siding with an exile, right? I do. Yuan immediately nodded with a serious face. If others from the Demon Sealing Clan or the Demon Sealing Grotto learn that you're helping an exile, it will become immensely more difficult for you to become the next leader, and there's a good chance that you could even get kicked out of the clan. Yen Hara sighed. If you're asking me to choose between the Demon Sealing Clan or Xiaohua, I would choose the latter without any hesitation. Yuan quickly said with a resolute face. Let's not get ahead of yourself. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yen Hara's face. You might not care about the Demon Sealing Clan, but as your lecturer, I truly want you to become the next leader of the Demon Sealing Clan, and after what happened at the Demon Sealing Pagoda today, I believe that the Divine Paragon also saw something special within you, hence why he appeared when you entered the pagoda. Once the higher-ups learn of what happened today, they will definitely start paying more attention to you, and they might even outright approach you, so I suggest you keep your little friend hidden for as long as you're inside the Grand Library. I will keep that in mind. Yuan nodded. You should also keep in mind that even if she is hidden in your body, there are people out there that can still see her. If you truly want to keep her safe, you'll need a treasure that blocks all probing, but in order to acquire a treasure powerful enough to block even the most powerful cultivators, it won't be easy. I would help you, but I do not have the capabilities to acquire such a powerful treasure. It's okay, I will figure something out. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Yuan said to her. I am your lecturer, I am supposed to help you, even if the subject is a little unethical. Yen Hara smiled. And she continued while looking directly at Xiaohua, by the way, you should probably go back. Your exile aura. It's getting stronger. However, Xiaohua immediately refused by shaking her head, and her grasp on Yuan tightened. Seeing this, Yuan patted her head and said, It's okay, Xiaohua. I am safe in this place. What happened in the Demon Sealing Pagoda was due to my carelessness. It won't happen again. Damn right you are safe in this place. Who would dare to touch you, who has the face of the Divine Paragon, in this place filled with his admirers and fanatics? That would be a crime punishable by death. Yen Hara added. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua nodded her head and reluctantly returned inside Yuan's body. As for Feng Yuxiang, she decided to stay outside for a little longer since she wasn't worried about getting hunted. Yen Hara's attention turned to look at Feng Yuxiang now that Xiaohua's presence was gone, and she asked, You have a unique aura around you. It's like you're human but also not at the same time. What are you? In response to Yen Hara's question, Feng Yuxiang changed her hair to red and her eyes to golden. Yen Hara's eyes widened with shock when she realized what she was looking at. You're a phoenix. Yen Hara muttered in a voice of disbelief. Is there a problem with that? Feng Yuxiang said. Yen Hara swallowed nervously and said, Phoenixes are some of the most prideful creatures roaming in the 9 heavens alongside dragons. I cannot imagine a creature like that would be willing to become a human servant, bind it through your souls, much less. Feng Yuxiang coldly snorted and said, I am not just the servant of any human. The young master is special. I wouldn't even categorize him as human. He's different from the rest of you humans. Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, You don't see me as human. I don't mean it like that. You're human, but above a human at the same time, like a celestial being. Feng Yuxiang tried to explain herself. Yen Hara couldn't help but let out a chuckle after hearing Feng Yuxiang's words, and she said, "You know, according to some ancient document, after the divine paragon conquered the demonic realm, there were countless divine beasts that would offer themselves to serve him. And yes, this included phoenixes and even dragons. You're truly resembling the divine paragon more and more now, Yuan." The divine paragon was truly someone special. He was a human like the rest of us, but there was something about him that made him stand out from the rest of us, at least this is what some people during his era said. Sometime later, Yanhara asked Yuan, "Do you have any questions for me?" He nodded and spoke, "I want to challenge the demon on the 4th floor again, and I want to defeat it. Can you help me?" Yanhara then said, "If you want to challenge the pagoda again, you'll have to wait 30 days, and we'll have to pay for the resources by ourselves this time." "I am fine with that," Yuan said. "Then let me ask you another question, what do you think you need to defeat the demon?" She asked him. "Well, I'm one level away from reaching Spirit King. If I reach Spirit King, perhaps I can." However, Yanhara immediately scoffed at his response, "Increasing your cultivation will only help you slightly. In fact, it's the last thing you should worry about in the Demon Sealing Pagoda. Did you already forget? The Demon Sealing Pagoda scales to your cultivation strength, so if you grow stronger, so do the demons." After being reminded of this fact, Yuan frowned and asked, "Then what am I supposed to do?" Yanhara smiled and said, "Everything else. The Demon Sealing Pagoda takes into account your cultivation and your talents to a certain extent. However, your experience and techniques do not affect the pagoda. If you want to defeat the demon on the 4th floor and beyond, you'll need to increase your experience and improve on your techniques. Oh, your demon sealing aura will play a huge role as well. Experience. So I just need to fight more demons. Not just fight demons. You need to fight demons much stronger than yourself. I'm sure you can kill 1,000 lower demons at your level with ease, but that won't help you defeat a demon emperor. If you want to improve, you need to push yourself to your limits. Pushing the young master to his limits. It won't be easy." Feng Yuxiang said. Yanhara smiled and said, "I know, that's why I will personally train you. I may not be the strongest cultivator out there, but I am more than enough to show you true despair. Meet me at the Grand Library next week after the tournament." "Tournament?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Oh, right. I was going to tell you about it, but the situation with the Demon Sealing Pagoda had distracted me." Yanhara then continued, "In 3 days, there will be a tournament for Master Demon Sealers such as myself, and I want you to be there to witness it. You might learn a thing or two about fighting demons." Yuan nodded, "I will be there." "Where is it?" "It will be located at the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Colosseum. You won't be able to get there by yourself, so you'll need to be invited." Yanhara retrieved a red medallion and handed it to him afterward. "This will take you to the location. Activate it with your spiritual energy. However, I should warn you that it would be for the best if you don't bring the exile with you, as there will be many powerful cultivators in that place." "I understand. Anyways, do you have any more questions for me?" Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, "You told me to strengthen my demon sealing aura, but how does that work? Do I just need to learn as many demon sealing techniques as possible?" Yanhara nodded, and she spoke, "Not just learn them, you need to understand and fully master them. But how can I comprehend a technique that I cannot use? For example, I use the sword mostly, but there are demon sealing techniques for the bow and many other weapons that I have never used before." "You don't need to use a technique to master it. The most important thing when it comes to mastering a technique is comprehension. Of course, it would be much easier to comprehend something you understand, but it's not impossible to comprehend something you don't understand at first. It'll just take you much longer. As for using the technique, it would also help you to master a technique much quicker if you practice with it every day than someone who only reads the technique." Yuan then asked, "The fastest method to master a technique is to use it constantly, right?" "Yes." Yanhara nodded. And she continued, "In the Grand Library, there is an area that will let you practice your techniques as many times as you want, and there is even a formation in that place that increases your spiritual energy regeneration, allowing you to recover faster and practice more. However, that place is only accessible by elite demon sealers and above. Elite demon sealer. How far away is it from an advanced demon sealer? It's literally your next rank. Yuan Hara chuckled. Oh. Then can I take the examination right away? Well. You'll need at least 3 master demon sealers to witness the examination, but most of them are busy preparing for the tournament, so you'll have to wait until the tournament is over. If you want to start practicing now, there is an open area that is accessible by all demon sealers. You can practice there, but you are limited to what techniques you can use, mostly the destructive ones. What about the demon sealing strike? That is fine. Okay, then I want to start my training as soon as possible. Alright, follow me. Before Yuan followed Yuan Hara outside, Feng Yuxiang turned into a ball of flame and entered Yuan's body. Sometime later, they arrived at this spacious area where it was simply an open area where people could be seen practicing their techniques out in the open. Although this place is meant for demon sealers to practice their demon sealing techniques, it is also a place where demon sealers show off their talents and hope to be recruited into a group. What kind of group? Yuan asked. There are many small groups within the demon sealing clan and the demon sealing grotto. Most of these groups consist of 4 to 5 demon sealers, and they operate as a team to hunt demons. This is great for newcomers and even veteran demon sealers, as popular groups receive more attention and support by the upper echelons. And just for the record, I do not belong to any group, mostly because I like to operate alone. Yuan Hara said. I see. Anyways, you can practice here for as long as you like. Just make sure you don't forget about the tournament. If you don't show up and I lose, I will blame it on you. Yuan Hara said to him a moment later. Don't worry, I will definitely be there. Yuan said. Yuan Hara left the scene shortly after while Yuan found an empty spot in the area and began practicing the demon sealing strike by using it repeatedly, almost as though he'd become a robot with a single purpose. Demon sealing strike. Yuan swung the Empyrean Overlord with all of his might in the empty air before him, sweeping the area in front with an invisible ripple of demon sealing aura. After that, he pulled the sword back and went for another strike, and he would continue this for 2 whole hours until someone approached him. You're not doing it right. Yuan stopped swinging the sword and turned to look at the handsome man standing beside him. Senior Yuan. It was Yuan Yu, the lecturer that guided him around the Grand Library on his first day. Something came up, so I had to leave this place for a bit. Looks like a lot has happened since then. Yuan Yu said with a smile on his face. I cannot believe that I didn't notice it when I first met you, but you truly look like the founder. I also heard that you decided to join the Demon Sealing clan. Can I ask why you chose them instead of the Demon Sealing grotto? Sorry, but there is just something about the Demon Sealing clan that makes me feel at home. And it feels like it was only natural for me to join them. I see. You don't have to apologize. You're not wrong for choosing one over the other. I mean, it might have been the wrong decision, but you did nothing wrong. I understand why you feel the need to join the Demon Sealing clan. I was once in your shoes, but as I spent more time with them, I realized that the Demon Sealing clan is no longer the brilliance it once was. Without the Divine Paragon, the Demon Sealing clan is just another power, one of countless powers out there. You will realize that soon, and when you do, you know where to find me. I won't give up on you just because you joined them. Yuan Yu then pointed at the Empyrean Overlord and said, if your technique doesn't improve after every swing, you're doing something wrong. Don't just swing the sword. You need to understand and comprehend the technique, or your technique will remain the same even 1,000 swings later. Thank you for the advice, Senior. Yuan said to him. We may belong to different powers, but I am still an official lecturer here. Regardless if you are from the Demon Sealing clan or the Demon Sealing grotto, I have a responsibility to guide you properly. Anyways, good luck. Ah, good work at the demon ceiling pagoda. I heard you managed to reach the 4th floor on your first attempt. One you said to Yuan before leaving the place. After Yuan was alone again, Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded, "That man is right, young master. You shouldn't swing your sword just for the sake of swinging it. You must try to understand the technique and improve it as you swing it. Close your eyes and swing the sword. Try to feel it. Once you can feel it, you can start understanding it." Yuan nodded and closed his eyes. After taking a deep but calm breath, he released the demon ceiling strike. "I see. It really feels different than swinging it casually," Yuan thought to himself. "Now try to see if you can improve the technique before you swing it again," Feng Yuxiang said. Yuan nodded. A few minutes later, Yuan moved again, swinging the Empyrean Overlord. Although it was only slightly, Feng Yuxiang noticed slight improvement in his movements. "That's perfect, young master. You're improving." "Thank you, Feng. I think I know what to do now," Yuan said to her, and he continued to practice the demon ceiling strike. While Yuan practiced his technique, Feng Yuxiang spoke to Xiaohua using spiritual sense. "Hey, Xiaohua, I have been dying to ask you. When we were inside the demon ceiling pagoda, I thought I saw you growing taller. What was that about?" "What are you talking about, Phoenix?" Xiaohua responded in a puzzled voice. "You know. When the young master died before us. You got angry, and I swear I noticed you growing taller. You must have been seeing things." Xiaohua has no idea what you're talking about. Xiaohua responded in a genuinely puzzled voice. "Probably." Feng Yuxiang also began to believe that she was just seeing things because of her shock at the time. A few hours later, Yuan manages to increase the demon ceiling strike's master level to 2. Your comprehension for demon ceiling strike has improved significantly through training. Your comprehension for demon ceiling strike has reached a new level. Demon ceiling strike master level, 1, up to 2. Demon ceiling strike. Rank, Heaven. Mastery level, 2. However, Yuan didn't stop his training even after his demon ceiling strike reached a new level. In fact, he continued training even harder. He would swing the Empyrean Overlord for the entire day until his arms were sore and his body was soaked in sweat. When the other demon sealers at the scene saw how hard he was training, their motivation also grew, allowing them to train harder. At the end of the day, Yuan's demon ceiling strike reached master level 3, and his demon ceiling aura also saw significant growth. "I will see you guys tomorrow." Yuan said goodbye to his companions before logging off the game. After logging off, Yuan got off the bed and made his way to the training field behind the mansion to continue his training. Of course, there were already people training in the field way before his arrival. "Hey, Yuan. How was your day?" Wang Ming asked him. "It was a difficult day for me. One filled with disappointment." Yuan responded with a bittersweet smile. "You want to talk about it?" Wang Ming did not expect such a response from him and asked. Yuan chuckled, "Don't worry, I already have it all sorted out with my lecturer." "Lecturer? I will introduce you guys to her in the future. She's an experienced demon sealer in Cultivation Online. By the way, how's your progress with the demon sealing technique?" Yuan asked. "My progress with the demon sealing strike has been great. I should be able to use it by the end of this week," Wang Ming said. He then pointed in a certain direction and said, "Li Jinxi, on the other hand, has been using the technique since yesterday. It won't be long before she masters it." Yuan used his divine sense to watch Li Jinxi, and sure enough, her sword would release demon sealing aura with every swing. However, the demon sealing aura is still very weak, too weak to actually seal any demons. "Good luck with your training," Yuan said to Wang Ming before walking over to Li Jinxi. "Can I help you a bit?" Yuan asked her. Li Jinxi stopped swinging the sword and nodded. Yuan walked beside her and gently grabbed her arms before adjusting their position. Once her arms were in the correct position, Yuan moved to adjust her hips, then her legs, and lastly, her feet. "Try swinging your sword now," he said to her. Li Jinsi nodded and swung the large sword in her hand. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind appeared from the swing, and it felt much easier and comfortable for Li Jinsi. "Thank you," she said to him afterward. "When you practice the technique, you should try to feel and understand it. Someone told me that your technique should improve with every strike, even if it's slightly." Yuan said. "I will keep that in mind." Yuan walked to the others and also gave them advice. Eventually, he reached Meishio, who was practicing with her bow. Whoosh! Using her black bow that she acquired from the 6 spiritual families, Meishio was able to hit her target 1,000 meters away, and the arrow even managed to hit the tiny red dot in the center. Meishio gracefully lowered her arms after releasing the arrow, and she turned to look at him. Hey, that was quite impressive," Yuan said with a smile. "I don't think I have any advice for you, nor am I qualified to lecture you. What do you think of my form?" Meishio then asked. "I think it was beautiful. What about the demon sealing aura? Is it strong enough to seal a demon?" "Unfortunately, you would need to shoot the demon 100 times if you want to seal it," Yuan said. "I see." Meishio looked slightly disappointed by the results. "Don't look so down. You're doing great for someone who just started learning demon sealing techniques." Yuan gave her some encouragement. "Thank you," Meishio said to him before returning to her training. Yuan decided to let her train in peace and check on Chu Liuxiang next. Ha! As he got close to her, Chu Liuxiang shot her palm forward, sending a wave of demon sealing aura into the air. "What do you think of my demon sealing pulse?" Chu Liuxiang turned to look at him afterward. "Your demon sealing aura is the strongest out of everyone at the moment. This means you have the deepest comprehension of your demon sealing technique. Good job." "Thanks, but I still feel a little lacking with one demon sealing technique," she sighed. "Don't worry, I will acquire more demon sealing techniques in a few days." "Okay." Sometime later, Yuan walked to an empty spot on the field and started his own training. Everyone would train without rest until it was time for dinner. Meishio left an hour earlier than everyone else to prepare for dinner. During dinner, they would talk about their progress with their techniques and things they did in Cultivation Online. "What about you, Yuan?" Shi Lang suddenly asked him. Yuan swallowed before responding with a bittersweet smile, "I died today." Clang. Everybody there dropped their utensils when they heard his words, and they turned to look at him with wide eyes. "Excuse me? Can you repeat that? I think I misheard you just now." Wang Ming stuttered in a voice of disbelief. "I experienced death today." "Don't worry, it wasn't real death, so it didn't affect me in the slightest, at least not physically." Yuan explained to them in more detail about his situation. "I fought a very powerful demon in the demon sealing pagoda, where demon sealers go to train in the Grand Library. If you die inside the pagoda, you won't actually die, and you will simply be teleported outside. I managed to reach the peak of Spirit Lord after passing 3 out of 9 floors. Good Lord, you're already almost a Spirit King. That's ridiculous." The others were simply speechless. While everyone else was still trying to climb Spirit Warrior, Yuan was already 1 level away from Spirit King. Will they ever close their distance? "I'm going to train some more tonight after dinner," Wang Bingbing muttered in a low voice. "Me too," Shi Lang agreed. Half of the room decided to continue their training after dinner within moments. Sometime after dinner, Yuan returned to his room with Chu Liuxiang. "Yuan, darling, now that we've returned home, let's, do it, dot." Chu Liuxiang said as she stared at him with an eager look on her pretty face. "Now? You still have energy after training for an entire day?" Yuan said in a dumbfounded voice. No matter how exhausted I am, I will always have energy to embrace my love. She chuckled. Yuan showed a slight smile before nodding, but let me clean myself first. My body is still sticky from training. Oka, wait. We can do this inside the bathroom. We can clean ourselves and embrace each other at the same time. That would be killing two birds with one stone. Chu Liuxiang suddenly suggested. Yuan was truly speechless this time. However, he didn't refuse and nodded in silence. Great. They removed their clothes and entered the bathroom together shortly after, spending much more time than usual inside. That was amazing, darling. Chu Liuxiang said to him on the bed about 3 hours later. Good night, Lulu. Yuan said to her with a smile before he walked to the balcony. You're not going to sleep tonight? Yuan summoned the Empyrean overlord before responding, I'm going to practice a little more tonight. You don't need to wait for me. Get some rest. He jumped onto the sword and flew away from their balcony. Good night, darling. Chu Liuxiang mumbled in a low voice after Yuan flew away. She laid on the bed a moment later and quickly fell asleep with a peaceful and satisfied smile on her face. Meanwhile, Yuan flew circles around the dragon spiral mountain on his flying sword in order to practice his chi manifestation. Of course, he would need to rest after every lap around the dragon spiral mountain. After his 9th lap around the dragon spiral mountain, Yuan noticed Meishio's figure from above, and she appeared to be training her movement technique. Yuan decided to stay in the air and watch Meishio dance around with elegance yet precision. A few minutes later, he descended in front of her and said, Don't overwork yourself again, Meishio. She smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't embarrass myself like that again. You know, I have never collapsed like that before, not even when I was worked to the bone by my mother. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, Let's take a break. Huh? Meishio raised her eyebrows. Yuan suddenly lowered his body, picked Meishio up and carried her like a princess. He then hopped onto the Empyrean overlord and flew into the air with Meishio still in his arms. Meishio subconsciously hugged Yuan's neck when they flew into the air, which reminded her of their first time flying together. What do you think? Yuan asked her as they hovered above the dragon spiral mountain. It's beautiful. She mumbled in a dazed voice. Meishio. Even if you're behind everyone, it's okay. In fact, you could be the weakest person in this world, I would still want you to be by my side, and that will never change no matter what happens. Meishio was in a daze after hearing Yuan's words, and after a moment of silence, she showed a bashful smile on her beautiful face. Yuan. You're becoming more cheeky. I fear what might happen in the future. Cheeky. Yuan was speechless. But I. Kiss me. Meishio suddenly interrupted. Yuan halted whatever he wanted to say and immediately kissed her on the lips. After their kiss, Meishio mumbled in a low voice, Yuan. Tonight. Can you stay with me? Okay. Yuan nodded without hesitation. He quickly finished his final lap around the dragon spiral mountain before flying Meishio back to her room. They entered her room through the balcony, and once inside, Meishio started kissing him again. After a few minutes of passionate kissing, Meishio removed her clothes and dragged Yuan to the bed, where they started to embrace each other shortly after. Sometime later, Meishio fell asleep in her bed without even bothering to clean up or wear her clothes. Yuan wanted to continue his training after embracing Meishio, but he was simply too tired after being squeezed dry by two beautiful women in the same night, so he just fell asleep in the same bed as Meishio. The following morning, Meishio woke up with her body feeling a little sore. She turned to look at Yuan, who was still sleeping peacefully beside her. After staring at his face for a few moments, she left the bed without waking him up and went to take a shower. Once she was fully dressed, she woke Yuan up. It's morning. Once Yuan was awake and dressed, Meishio said, I will go prepare breakfast. Okay. Yuan returned to his room, where Chu Liuxiang was still sound asleep. Lulu, It's morning. Yuan decided to wake her up. 5 more minutes. Chu Liuxiang said in a drowsy voice. Sometime later, once breakfast was finished and served, Yuan logged back into Cultivation Online for another day of training. At the end of the day, his demon sealing strike rose another 2 levels, reaching mastery level 5, becoming his highest level technique. Near the end of the 3rd day, Yuan suddenly stopped training and took a seat on the ground and closed his eyes. The demon sealers around him quickly noticed the odd aura he was giving off, and when they recognized what was happening, they all stopped their training. The little founder is experiencing enlightenment. When someone experiences enlightenment, it was common courtesy for those around that person to stop whatever they were doing so that they wouldn't distract the person having the enlightenment. Furthermore, it was the famous little founder who was experiencing enlightenment. Nobody there wanted to be responsible for distracting Yuan and invoking Yan Hara's fury. And for the next few hours, the entire training area was sealed off by the demon sealers so that Yuan could complete his enlightenment in peace. Your comprehension of demon sealing strike has improved tremendously through enlightenment. Your comprehension of demon sealing strike has reached a new level. Demon sealing strike mastery level, 9, up to, max. Demon sealing strike. Rank, heaven. Mastery level, max. Demon sealing strike has reached max mastery. Demon sealing strike's rank has increased to divine. Demon sealing strike. Rank, divine. Mastery rank, max. Right before Yuan came out of his enlightenment and opened his eyes, his body suddenly radiated with immense demon sealing aura that rippled throughout the demon sealing clan's grand library. Yuan opened his eyes a few moments later and stood up, feeling as though something within him had changed. The demon sealers waiting outside the training area stormed inside when they realized that Yuan had finished his enlightenment. They surrounded him and began throwing him praises. Congratulations, little founder, on your successful enlightenment. Thank you. Feeling overwhelmed by the people there, Yuan decided to run away, disappearing somewhere in the grand library. Of course, even if Yuan ran away, it did not stop the people there from spreading news of his enlightenment. Eventually, news of Yuan's enlightenment reached Yan Hara's ears. The little founder experienced enlightenment and finished it. A wide smile appeared on her face after hearing the news, and she couldn't stop smiling even many minutes later. My student is so amazing. As his lecturer, I cannot disgrace myself in tomorrow's tournament. I must prove to the others that I am worthy to be his lecturer. The following morning, Yuan woke up earlier than usual and left a note for Chu Liuxiang, telling her that he would not be able to eat breakfast with them today because he had important business within Cultivation Online. After putting the note on the table beside the bed, Yuan placed the helmet on his head and appeared inside Cultivation Online. When he logged on, he could see Min Li sitting at the table by the window inside their hotel. Good morning, she turned to look at him and said. Good morning. And she continued, Yuan, I have finally decided on what I want to do. Oh. What are your plans? The 7 spirit academies will be starting their disciple examination earlier this year because of the sudden influx of people coming from the lower heavens, and I plan on taking it. That sounds like a great idea. Do you know which sect you want to join yet? My number 1 option would definitely be the Heavenly Academy. They have been ranked 1 for the past 10,000 years, and they have produced over 10 spirit kings throughout those years. However, I would be satisfied with joining any of the 7 spiritual academies since they're the best of the best in the spirit heaven, and it's incredibly hard to get accepted into any of these places. Even the Universal Music Academy that focuses on music cultivation is better than many top cultivation sects out there. Do you know when the examinations will take place? I would like to be there for you till the end. It might be a very long time until we see each other again, after all. Yes, it will begin in 2 weeks. I see. I will definitely be there. What do you plan on doing until then? I am going to train near the examination area until then. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking, I will leave one of my companions with you just in case anything goes south during your training. Are you okay with that? Really? You don't have to do that for me. Min Li said. Yes, I am sure. Xiao Hua, can you stay with Min Li for the time being since it will be dangerous to take you with me to the tournament? Yuan said to her. Xiao Hua appeared beside him the next second with a reluctant look on her face. Xiao Hua doesn't want to leave brother Yuan alone. She said in a worried voice. He won't be alone. Did you forget about Lan Yingying and myself already? Feng Yuxiang appeared and said. We'll take care of the young master while you're away. But. Xiao Hua was still reluctant to leave Yuan's side. Listen here, Xiao Hua. If you stay with the young master, you'll put him at risk just with your presence alone. Do you want to cause trouble for the young master? Feng Yuxiang asked with a frown on her face. No. Xiao Hua lowered her head in a dejected manner. Then you should stop being so selfish and go with Min Li for now. We'll see you again as soon as possible. Seeing Xiao Hua's dejected mood, Yuan lowered his body and embraced her small body. I will be fine, Xiao Hua. Not only will Feng Feng and Yingying be there with me, Senior Yan and many powerful demon sealers will be there with me as well. I also want to take you with me, but as Senior Yan mentioned, there will be many powerful figures there that could expose you, and I don't want you to be in danger. In fact, I would even put your safety above my own, so can you stay with Min Li for the time being? When I return, we can play catch again like we used to. Xiao Hua immediately lifted her head and stared at him with her big round eyes that were filled with emotion, mostly excitement. Really? Yuan nodded, I promise. Okay, Xiao Hua will go with her. Great. Then we'll see you two later. After saying their goodbyes, Yuan left the hotel with Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying. They flew until they were a few miles away from the city. Senior Yan said I only need my spiritual energy to activate it. Yuan retrieved the red medallion Yan Hara had given him and started pouring his spiritual energy into it. Immediately, the red medallion began emitting a bright crimson light. A few seconds later, the red medallion shattered into countless pieces, dumbfounding Yuan. Did I break it? He swallowed nervously. No, it's activating right now, young master. Feng Yuxiang said to him. The very next moment, a beautiful red portal would appear before Yuan. Once the portal was fully activated, Feng Yuxiang said, You can go inside now, young master. I don't sense anything malicious from it, so it should be okay. Okay. Yuan nodded, but before he entered the portal, he retrieved a mask and wore it. Since he looked exactly like the divine paragon, there would be no doubt that someone there would recognize him, and he didn't want such a spotlight on him when he's surrounded by so many cultivators that were countless times stronger than him. After all, he didn't know if the divine paragon had any enemies before, nor did he want to find out, so he decided to play it safe. When he exited the portal, Yuan was greeted by a starry sky and a massive circular building a few miles in the distance. Just where are we? Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice as he looked around with great interest. It feels like we're in someone's dimension. Feng Yuxiang said. Like Senior Bai's own world? Yuan asked. Yes, just like that. While Yuan admired the scenery that made him feel like he was in space, other people would appear around him. These people would glance at Yuan for a brief moment before scoffing and flying away, treating his existence as though it was insignificant. Young master. You should definitely keep your head down here. Even spirit sovereigns would look like an ant before these people. Feng Yuxiang warned him afterward. He nodded silently. Once he had enough of the scenery, Yuan began making his way towards the large circular building in the distance. While everyone else flew, Yuan used his legs and walked toward his destination. Feng Feng, is there a reason why my spiritual energy isn't stable in this place? This happened when I was teleported to the fifth heaven, as well. Yuan decided to ask Feng Yuxiang. That's because you're not used to the atmosphere of this place, young master. The spiritual energy in this place far surpasses anything you've experienced before, and your body needs time to adjust to it, hence why you cannot use your spiritual energy, not to mention your low cultivation base. Low cultivation base? But I am almost a spirit king. Yuan raised his eyebrows. How can a spirit king be considered having a low cultivation? Being spirit king may be an impressive feat in the lower heavens, but in the upper heavens, it is worthless, and you're no different than a spirit warrior in the lower heaven as a spirit king in the upper heavens. Heavens! Why is the cultivation path so long? It's not just long, young master, it's never-ending. Even if you reach the highest known cultivation level, there will always be more levels above that. It is only a matter of who would discover it. Is that so? Just as Yuan was about to ask a question, he was interrupted by a gust of wind. Yuan looked up to see a beautiful woman floating right above him. Looks like you really came. Yen Hara said to him with a smile. Of course. Yuan nodded. I hope you'll enjoy the show. I should probably warn you before it starts, you should brace yourself. I wanted you to come here not only to watch the tournament but also to train you. Train me? Yuan asked. You'll understand soon. Don't lose consciousness, or you'll miss the whole thing. Yen Hara winked at him before flying towards the building in front of them. Yuan swallowed nervously after hearing Yen Hara's words, and he wondered what she was talking about as he approached the building. Once he reached the entrance, he was stopped by a middle-aged man casually sitting by the entrance, who asked him, Do you have a pass to get in? Huh? Yuan showed a puzzled face behind his mask. You know, the red medallion you used to come to this place. The middle-aged man explained. Yuan's eyes widened, and he quickly said, that was also a pass. But mine broke the moment I activated it. That's unfortunate. Looks like you cannot enter without a pass. The middle-aged man shook his head. Yuan was speechless. However, before he could say anything else, the middle-aged man suddenly burst out laughing and said, I am only joking with you, kiddo. Who brought you here? It's really uncommon for cultivators of your level to show up for this event. Really? Is there a reason why? Yuan then asked. Why? Obviously, because they cannot handle it. The demon's killing intent, of course. What else? I see. So. Who brought you here? That person must be a sadist, or confident in your abilities to bring you here. Senior Yen. Yuan said. Yen. Yen Hara. She actually brought you here. The middle-aged man expressed surprise after hearing her name. That woman is definitely a sadist. You should watch out, kiddo. He said after a moment of silence. I will. Yuan nodded in a dazed manner. Anyway, you can go take a seat. Since you're only a spirit lord, you should take the seat that's the furthest away from the arena, which would be the seats at the end of the Colosseum. I understand. Thank you for the advice. Yuan bowed to the middle-aged man before walking into the Grand Colosseum. His demon-sealing aura is quite ridiculous for someone at his cultivation. Where did Yen Hara pick up this monster? He would have been a valuable presence for the demon-sealing clan during the dark day, but alas, he was born in the wrong era. The middle-aged man mumbled to himself as he watched Yuan's figure disappear into the Colosseum. Grand Elder Soa, all of the participants have arrived. Someone appeared before the middle-aged man shortly after Yuan left. All right. The middle-aged man surnamed Soa stood up and disappeared with the other person. Meanwhile, Yuan followed the other demon sealers to the spectators' area. Once he arrived, he took a seat all the way towards the end of the Colosseum. This should be good enough, hopefully. I wouldn't be able to move any further back even if I need to. Yuan sighed inwardly. Sometime later, Yuan noticed 3 figures approaching him from his right. Excuse me, do you mind if we sit here? One of them asked Yuan in a polite voice. No, go ahead. Thank you. Yuan then watched as these three individuals sat down, and he couldn't take his eyes off them for some reason. One of them noticed Yuan staring at them and smiled at him in a friendly manner. Sorry. That was rude of me. Yuan quickly apologized once he realized that he'd been staring at them. Don't worry, we're used to it as triplets. Triplets. Yuan muttered in a low voice. Two of these three people were beautiful young ladies while the third person was a handsome young man, and while the two ladies looked almost identical to each other with the only difference being their hairstyle, the young man also looked very similar to the ladies. Is this your first time to the Grand Colosseum? The lady sitting beside Yuan suddenly asked him. Yes, it is. What about you guys? This is also our first time. We wanted to come last time, but we were only spirit kings at that time, so our family did not allow us to come here. Seeing you here as a spirit lord really makes me envious. The lady said. And she continued, oh, I am Lian Air. I'm Lian Li. The lady sitting beside her sister, Lian Air, said. Lian San, said the young man. Hello, I'm Yuan. Yuan introduced himself last. Yuan, huh? Hey, Yuan, can I ask you a question? Lian Air suddenly asked. Go ahead. He nodded. Then. Why are you wearing a mask? Yuan smiled behind his mask and said, I just enjoy wearing masks. It makes me feel safe for some reason. I see. Anyways, who are you cheering for this tournament? There will be 5 Master Demon Sealers participating today. I'm cheering for Senior Yen, he responded without hesitation. Senior Yen. She's a very powerful demon sealer, best of her generation, so I can see why you would cheer for her. However, I would cheer for Senior Soa, who is the grandson of Grand Elder Soa. Not only was he trained by one of the best demon sealers in the entire demon sealing clan, but rumor has it that he's been trained by the current leader as well. Grand Elder Soa? Who is that? Yuan asked. Why you don't know of the Grand Elders? They're the backbones of the demon sealing clan. Lian Li exclaimed in a shocked voice after hearing his words. Well. I am relatively new to the demon sealing clan, so I am not aware of this stuff yet. I'd appreciate it if you could broaden my views. Yuan explained. How'd you get in here if you're new? The triplets looked at him with raised eyebrows. I was invited by Senior Yen. Ah. Is that the real reason you're cheering for her? Yuan nodded, yes, but that's not the only reason. I don't know any of the other participants, so I can only cheer for her. Don't worry, you'll learn about the other participants very soon. Lian Air said. About 5 minutes later, the rowdy atmosphere suddenly came to a halt even though nothing seemed to have happened. However, a few moments later, Yuan could see 3 individuals appearing out of thin air, and they hovered above the Colosseum. When the spectators there saw these figures, they all stood up and bowed to them. Greetings, Leader Qian and Grand Elders. Leader? Yuan raised his eyebrows. He wondered if the current leader of the demon sealing clan was amongst these 3 individuals. That middle-aged man. Yuan also recognized the middle-aged man that teased him at the entrance. The handsome young man standing in the center of the group raised his hand and calmly waved it. Sit. Almost as though his words were backed by a magic force, everyone in the Colosseum sat down the next second. That's probably the leader of the demon sealing clan. Yuan thought to himself as he sat down. Once everyone was seated, these 3 people took a seat in a special area within the spectators' area. The handsome young man sat in the middle on a beautiful throne made out of some kind of red jade while the other 2 sat beside him. A few moments later, 5 more figures appeared on the platform in the middle of the Colosseum. Yen Hara was amongst them. Greetings, Leader Qian and Grand Elders. The 5 participants bowed to them in a respectful manner. The handsome man, who looked only to be in his mid-20s, stood up from his throne and spoke in a calm voice, welcome back to the demon sealing tournament. I, the eighth leader of the Demon Sealing Clan, Qian Chu, shall oversee this year's tournament alongside Grand Elder Soa of the Demon Sealing Clan, and Grand Elder Tsun of the Demon Sealing Grotto. Our participants this year will be. Qian Chu purposefully did not finish his sentence to allow the participants to introduce themselves. Soa Ringan of the Demon Sealing Clan. A handsome young man stepped forward and introduced himself in a clear and confident voice. Jiang Zia of the Demon Sealing Grotto. A middle-aged man introduced himself next. Yan Hara of the Demon Sealing Clan. Yan Hara stepped forward and gracefully bowed towards Qian Chu's direction. Zhu Ti of the Demon Sealing Grotto. An old man with a mixture of black and white hair said next. Shen Yu of the Demon Sealing Grotto. A beautiful woman with looks that almost rivaled Yan Hara's appearance was the last to introduce herself. Once all participants introduced themselves, Qian Chu continued to speak. Today, these 5 master demon sealers will participate in the demon sealing tournament and compete against each other to become the next supreme demon sealer. Within the Demon Sealing Clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto that has over 500,000 members, there are less than 20 supreme demon sealers combined, so you can imagine the prestige this title carries. However, only one of you will be able to become a supreme demon sealer at the end of this tournament. Are you guys ready? Qian Chu asked the 5 participants as his sharp gaze stared at them. Yes. They all responded simultaneously. Then let's get this event started. Qian Chu said before sitting back on his throne. The moment Qian Chu sat down, Grand Elder Soa stood up and shouted, "Activate the formations." Once the formation experts heard Grand Elder Soa's voice, they immediately activated the formation, creating a powerful barrier around the platform, protecting the spectators and preventing the participants from leaving at the same time. The formations are activated. A voice resounded a few moments later. Upon hearing this, Qian Chu suddenly flicked his sleeves, and a black flag with a red symbol on a golden pole flew out of his sleeves and landed in the middle of the platform. This flag was wrapped, and there appeared to be something restrained by the flag. When Yuan saw this flag, he felt a chill run down his spine, and his blood began boiling, almost as though it was reacting to the flag. The flag slowly unwrapped itself after landing, revealing to the spectators what it had been restricting, a demon. Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he saw the demon, as it did not give him the feeling of an artificial demon. The demon. It's a real demon. They're going to use a real demon for this event. This is insane. Yuan cried inwardly when he realized that they would be using a real demon for the tournament. Yuan nearly jumped out of his seat when he realized that they were going to use a real demon instead of an artificial demon during this event. This is pure insanity. What if something goes wrong and the demon escapes? That would be catastrophic. He cried inwardly. However, the other people there had a different response. Wow, what a strong-looking demon. What rank do you think it is? Lian Er mumbled to herself, clearly more intrigued than terrified of its existence. It should be at least a demon general, right? Lian Li said. It's hard to tell since the demon has its aura restrained by those red chains, but I doubt it would be anything lesser than a demon general. After all, this is also an exam for these master demon sealers. Lian San responded. Once the demon was revealed, Qian Chu spoke in a clear voice, the first one to seal or kill this demon will become the next supreme demon sealer. I will remove the final seals on the demon in 10 seconds. The 5 participants quickly spread out and surrounded the demon. Even though they were competing against each other, they also knew how risky it was to try and fight the demon alone. Their best option at the moment would be to fight the demon together and slowly seal the demon, saving their energy before trying to get the last hit. While everyone waited for the 10 seconds to pass, the demon used this time to analyze its surroundings and situation. A bunch of lowly humans dare to use this one for entertainment. I will tear all of your limbs and drink your blood for this offense. The demon showed a malicious smile on its face, and it did not seem worried even in the slightest despite its seemingly hopeless situation. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and Qian Chu waved his sleeves when the 10 seconds were up, removing the red chains that had been suppressing the demon's power this entire time. The second the red chains disappeared, the demon released a deafening roar, and an immensely powerful aura erupted from its body, sweeping the place with intense killing intent that immediately shocked the spectators. When Yuan felt the killing intent for the first time, his body froze from shock, and he even lost his ability to breathe. What is this killing intent? What is this bloodthirsty aura? I have never experienced anything like this before. Yuan cried inwardly, and he could feel his instincts screaming at him to run away from the scene as soon as possible. It felt like he was before the Grim Reaper itself, and that death was right in front of him. However, he resisted such urges and even bit on his lips until it began bleeding, using pain to keep himself sane. Are you okay? Lian Er noticed Yuan's condition and asked him despite being affected by the demon's killing intent herself, as her whole body was shivering non-stop. Yes. He responded in a mosquito-like voice. While under this intense stress that challenged him mentally and physically, pushing him to his limits, something began changing within Yuan. Meanwhile, the 5 participants immediately began their assault on the demon the second it was released from its bindings. They all released their demon sealing technique simultaneously at the demon, but the demon quickly reacted and used a movement technique to dodge it. However, it was unable to dodge all of the demon sealer's attack, only successfully dodging 3 of them. Demon Sealing Pulse. Yen Hara pushed her palm forward, sending a powerful wave of demon sealing aura at the demon, hitting it directly in its chest and blowing a hole in its body. The demon, of course, healed its wound almost immediately, and it didn't seem to be affected by the demon sealing aura. Yen Hara did not panic at the result and continued her assault on the demon with the other demon sealers. Before a minute has even passed, the 5 demon sealers managed to hit the demon with over a dozen demon sealing techniques, yet the demon continued to move around as though it was unaffected by demon sealing aura. This demon is definitely a demon emperor. Lian Er sighed. And she continued, if not for the leader's presence, I would be too scared to even stay here and watch this. This is the prowess of a real demon emperor. Yuan thought to himself, still struggling to keep calm while enduring the demon's intense aura. Although the demon's killing intent was very powerful, it was actually not something Yuan couldn't handle. Instead, it was the demon's cultivation aura that Yuan couldn't endure. He was only a spirit lord while the demon was most likely above spirit sovereign, it was at a level that he didn't even have knowledge of, and it could be considered a miracle that he was remaining conscious even under such intense pressure. Ahaha. I am not the one entertaining you humans, it's the other way around. Continue to entertain me, and I will allow you to live a little longer. The demon emperor laughed out loud as it continued to eat up demon sealing techniques without any fear in its eyes. A few minutes later, the demon emperor eventually got bored of being attacked, so it started attacking the demon sealers. Bloody impalement. The demon emperor's body suddenly shot out hundreds of arm-sized needles made out of its own blood like a grenade, sending these needles all over the place. The 5 demon sealers immediately halted their offense and went into defense, trying their best to deflect these needles, but they were not able to remain unscathed at the end, suffering above minor injuries. Is that all you've got? It appears to me that demon sealers have gotten much weaker since that bastard's death. The demon emperor laughed out loud. Shut up. The divine paragon was never confirmed dead. He's still missing. Yen Hara rebuked. Whatever makes you sleep at night, human. The demon emperor turned to look at her with a mocking grin on its face. The stench of demons, it never changes. Lian Er turned to look at Yuan when she heard him mumbling something. Huh? What did you just say? Although it might just be her, she felt that something was off about Yuan, like something about him had suddenly changed. Yuan turned to look at Lian Er and responded in a calm voice, it's nothing. Oh, can you tell me about the current leader of the demon sealing clan? The leader? Lian Er was slightly taken aback by his weird question that had nothing to do with the current event. Well. What do you want to know about him? Despite shivering all over her body, Lian Er wanted to remain respectful and decided to entertain him. Any information is fine. Just tell me everything you know about him. Yuan said. He's no longer trembling. Did he already adapt to the Demon Emperor's aura? No, that's not possible. He's only a spirit lord, and it has only been a few minutes since the event started. Just how is he doing it? Lianli wondered to herself as she watched their conversation. Yuan, who had been terrified out of his mind just moments ago, suddenly appeared to be completely fine under the Demon Emperor's aura. Lianli looked around her at the other spectators, and sure enough, most of them were still trying to adapt to the Demon Emperor's ridiculous aura, so how is a spirit lord like Yuan completely fine? Lian San also noticed Yuan's odd state and thought to himself, he's not an ordinary demon sealer. No wonder why a spirit lord like him dared to come to this place. While her siblings wondered about Yuan's identity, Lian Er spoke, I don't actually know that much about the leader, so sorry in advance if I wasn't of any help. Anyways, the current leader is, as you already know, the 8th leader of the Demon Sealing Clan. He's been with the Demon Sealing Clan for over 100,000 years, and he took over the clan after the previous leader died in an accident. As for his qualifications, he has sealed over 20 demons and killed 7 demons, making him the most experienced demon sealer in the clan. He became a master demon sealer after spending just a little over 1,000 years in the Demon Sealing Clan, a supreme demon sealer 5,000 years later, and he went on to become the leader of the clan about 10,000 years later, becoming the youngest leader of the Demon Sealing Clan in history. Because of him, the declining Demon Sealing Clan also regained some of its strength, so the Grand Elders rewarded him with the Demon Sealing Flag, one of the most powerful demon sealing treasures out there that was once used by the Divine Paragon himself. Do you see that black and red flag by his side? That's the Demon Sealing Flag, one of 3 demon sealing treasures that was once owned by the Divine Paragon. Rumor has it that the Divine Paragon has sealed over 1,000 demons with it. The Demon Sealing Flag, huh? A mysterious smile appeared on Yuan's face as he looked at the majestic flag standing proudly beside Qian Chu. Where are the other 2 treasures? Yuan asked next. I'm not really sure since they always keep its whereabouts a secret, but rumor has it that the Demon Sealing Grotto has them. Lian Er said. The Demon Sealing Grotto? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Lian Er nodded. When some of the most trusted demon sealers left the Demon Sealing Clan and created the Demon Sealing Grotto, they took with them one of the Divine Paragon's treasures. As for the second one, I was told that the Demon Sealing Clan had to surrender it to the Demon Sealing Grotto during its lowest point when it was on the brink of destruction in order to save the clan. However, these are just rumors without any solid evidence to support it, so you shouldn't consider them to be true. Yuan released a low sigh after hearing such information, how the Demon Sealing Clan has fallen. Although I didn't really care about the Demon Sealing Clan even up to my death, it still leaves a bitter taste in my mouth knowing that something I personally built is slowly being destroyed. Yuan sighed inwardly. After being pressured past his limits by the Demon Emperor's aura, Yuan's memories as the Divine Paragon resurfaced, as did his personality as the Divine Paragon, so one can say that it was the Divine Paragon's consciousness that is currently awake in Yuan's body. The Demon Sealing Clan is no longer what it once was, so why did you decide to join the clan? You would have been better off joining the Demon Sealing Grotto that is much stronger nowadays. Yuan suddenly asked her. Lian Er smiled and quickly responded without hesitation, that's simple. Like most demon sealers nowadays, I joined the Demon Sealing Clan not for its strength but for its legacy and history. The Demon Sealing Clan is neither a faction nor a sect, so its prowess really doesn't matter to me. I am satisfied with being part of something that made a difference in the world. Without the Demon Sealing Clan and the Divine Paragon, I doubt we would be living so peacefully right now, much less using a Demon Emperor for entertainment. A gentle smile appeared behind his mask after hearing Lian Er's words, and he no longer asked her any more questions. Instead, he turned his attention to the Demon Emperor that appeared to be toying with the 5 master demon sealers. They won't win against this Demon Emperor. Yuan suddenly mumbled in a low voice that could only be heard by the triplets. Huh? What do you mean? They all turned to look at him with raised eyebrows. If they continue like this, they're all going to die, all 5 of them. Yuan said. How is that possible? All of the demon sealers in the arena are master demon sealers, they're the best of the best within their rank. There's no way they'd all lose to a single demon, right? Lian Li asked. You guys are underestimating the prowess of a demon emperor. That thing. It's just toying with them right now. Once it gets serious, only the Grand Elders and the 8th leader can handle it. Yuan said to them. We're underestimating the demon emperor. You sound like you have encountered one before. They looked at Yuan with raised eyebrows. I guess you can say that. A smile appeared behind his mask. Well, I believe in them. They will definitely defeat the demon. Lian Er said. However, just as she said those words, the demon emperor suddenly released a deafening roar that shook the entire Colosseum. Yuan and the triplets immediately turned to look at the scene, and the demon emperor had suddenly grown a pair of bloody wings. Furthermore, the demon emperor grew in size, becoming twice as large compared to just mere moments ago. Of course, its size was not the only thing that grew, as its killing intent and bloodthirsty aura also increased exponentially. This shocked not only the spectators but the fighters as well. None of them had expected the demon emperor to hide this much strength for so long. What's wrong, humans? Cold feet? How about I warm them up for you? The demon emperor suddenly flew into the sky and began channeling its energy at a rapid rate. When the fighters saw how much energy it was gathering, they immediately began preparing their defenses, as there was no way that they'd be able to stop the demon emperor in time. Hell rain. The demon emperor laughed out loud as it created countless weapons in the sky before sending them at the fighters. The 5 demon sealers in the arena immediately used their treasures to defend against the strike, and some of them even prepared their life-saving treasures just in case their defenses failed. The spectators gasped in shock as they watched countless weapons rain upon the 5 fighters, enveloping their entire figures. They all turned to look at Qian Chu, who had a calm expression on his face, and when they saw his expression, the spectators also calmed down. Sure enough, the fighters broke through the sea of weapons and flew into the air shortly after, but they appeared to be heavily injured, and their bodies were filled with holes and cuts. However, despite their seemingly awful conditions, these injuries were not even close to life-threatening for these powerful cultivators. Although they didn't have the demon's ridiculous ability to regenerate a whole body in seconds, they could easily heal these minor injuries with their spiritual energy. After recovering from the demon emperor's assault, the 5 fighters continued their assault on the demon. This time, the 5 master demon sealers stopped trying to be selfish and started using all of their tricks and resources to deal with the demon emperor, allowing them to push it back. See? They are fine. Lian Er said after witnessing this. Yuan didn't respond and continued to watch them. However, he lost interest after a while and turned to look at Qian Chu, who was still sitting on his throne with a calm expression. There was just something about Qian Chu that didn't feel right to him, but he couldn't pinpoint the reason, mostly because he doesn't know Qian Chu very well. A few minutes later, when it seemed like the master demon sealers were on the verge of sealing the demon emperor began laughing. Truly pathetic. I gave you 10 whole minutes, yet this is the best you can do. The demon emperor mocked the fighters with a look of disdain on its face. Afterward, it raised its right hand into the air. What is it trying to do now? Yan Hara wondered to herself as she watched the demon emperor. This is her first time seeing such an ability, and it was giving her an ominous feeling. The other master demon sealers felt the same way. We cannot let it finish whatever it is trying to do. Let's forget about the tournament and just kill it. Suo Ringan said to the other 4 fighters, who agreed with him. Once they were prepared, all 5 fighters surrounded the demon emperor before unleashing their strongest demon sealing technique. Too slow. The demon emperor suddenly shouted, and what appeared to be a ball of blood appeared on its palm. Blood sphere. The demon emperor muttered in a low voice, and before any of the demon sealers could even react, the ball of blood expanded in size countless times until it swallowed the entire arena and all of the fighters inside, blocking the spectators from seeing the situation. What the hell did it just do? Lian Li exclaimed in a puzzled voice. Blood sphere. It's a containment technique that essentially creates an area that restricts anyone inside from leaving, and while inside this sphere, the demon's strength is increased several folds. This is a technique that can only be used by demon emperors, and they only use it when they are going to fight seriously. Yuan explained to them. And he continued, it's over for the demon sealers. They won't survive even a few minutes inside the blood sphere. No way. What about the leader? Shouldn't he stop the tournament and seal the demon before things get out of hand? Lian Air quickly became nervous for the 5 demon sealers. Who knows? Yuan shrugged. He then turned to look at the demon sealing flag that was still fluttering beside Qian Chu and narrowed his eyes. I will only be able to save one of you with this. The very next moment, the demon sealing flag that had been standing still this entire time suddenly began trembling. When Qian Chu noticed this anomaly, he turned to look at it with a puzzled gaze. However, before he could even do anything, the demon sealing flag suddenly flew out of his hands and towards the arena. It easily pierced a hole in the blood sphere and entered the demon emperor's territory. Qian Chu stood up with a look of surprise on his face after seeing this, and he immediately began looking around with a deep frown on his face. Who is commanding my demon sealing flag without my permission? He roared inwardly. After realizing that someone was using his demon sealing flag without permission, Qian Chu immediately began looking for the culprit. Qian Chu quickly noticed a particular figure amongst the spectators, as he was the only person in the entire Colosseum to be wearing a mask. However, when Qian Chu realized that Yuan was only a peak spirit lord, he immediately ruled Yuan out as the culprit. After all, there was no way that some random spirit lord would be able to command the demon sealing flag, much less control it so flawlessly. After he received the demon sealing flag, the time it took him to control the treasure was longer than the time it took him to become the 8th leader of the demon sealing clan since the moment he joined the clan. It took him almost 30,000 years of sweat and effort to control the demon sealing flag, which is twice as long as it took him to become the 8th leader, so it would only be natural for him to rule Yuan out as the culprit. If a mere spirit lord could control the demon sealing flag, it would make a mockery out of his 30,000 years of effort. Once Qian Chu ruled out Yuan as the culprit, he immediately returned to looking for the culprit, completely ignoring the situation between the demon emperor and the fighters. Meanwhile, inside the blood sphere, right after being trapped inside, Yanhara and the others tried to break the blood barrier but quickly realized that was impossible. None of you will be leaving my blood sphere alive today. The demon emperor laughed at their attempts to escape. Don't panic. The Grand Elders and the demon sealing clan's leader are still watching us. They won't let us die. Yanhara said to the others when she noticed the worried looks on their faces. Yanhara's words worked perfectly, as the others immediately calmed down after being reminded that they were not alone. You foolish demon. If we dared to release you, it means we are confident in sealing you away whenever we want. You demons might have ruled the 9 heavens before, but time has changed. Demons are no longer a threat, and cultivators nowadays are far stronger than before. You demons wouldn't survive this era even if the divine paragon isn't here. Sorengan said out loud. However, instead of being provoked, the demon emperor laughed out loud and said, the world may be different nowadays, but you demon sealers are definitely much weaker than before. Also, you should stop taking others' credit. Sorengan frowned and said, huh? The fuck are you talking about? How am I stealing others' credit? Do you really think humans defeated us, demons, back then? Negative. We didn't lose to humanity. We lost to a monster, the bane of demons, divine paragon. Although his demon sealing techniques are annoying and have the ability to seal us, the techniques alone would not be enough to defeat us. Sure, there were a few prominent human cultivators that managed to kill a couple of demons back then, but they were all insignificant when compared to the divine paragon's achievement. Alone, he slaughtered more demons than all of humanity combined. Therefore, you should stop acting like demons were defeated by humans. It was a monster that defeated us, a single one. The demon emperor's voice sounded a little shaky when speaking about the divine paragon. The demon sealers were left speechless by the demon emperor's words. And before they could respond, the demon emperor continued to speak with a mysterious smile on its face. However, now that the divine paragon is dead, it will only be a matter of time before demons rule the 9 heavens again. That will never happen. Demons are almost extinct. Even if you gathered all of the demons that are still alive in this world, the best you would be able to do is run. Jiang Xia exclaimed. The demon emperor started laughing again. Sure, there may only be a few demons left in this world, but let me ask you this. Where do we, demons, come from? None of the demon sealers were able to answer the demon emperor's question, so they remained silent. I will give you a hint. The demonic realm. Are you saying that more demons will come from the demonic realm? That's impossible. The divine paragon sealed it. Yan Hara exclaimed. The keyword is sealed. The demon emperor smiled. Once a demon is sealed, do they remain sealed forever? No, they will eventually break out of their seal. Even if it might take them 10 million years to do so, the seal is not permanent. If you truly want to get rid of a demon, you must destroy us. As for the demonic realm, it was only sealed, not destroyed, and even the divine paragon was not able to destroy it, so there will be a day when that seal goes away, and when that happens, the 9 heavens will be ruled by demons once again. Upon hearing the demon emperor's words, Yan Hara refuted, even if the demonic realm is unsealed one day, it won't matter. The divine paragon killed most of the demons within the demonic realm before sealing it, and as far as I'm aware, you demons cannot procreate, so there won't be more demons as time passes. Were you inside the demonic realm with the divine paragon? Did you witness him killing the demons inside? I don't think so. And while it's true that we cannot reproduce, the demon emperor suddenly showed them a chilling smile. There are actually ways for us to increase our numbers. What? Yan Hara and the others were terrified to hear such information. If what the demon emperor said was true, it would be catastrophic for the 9 heavens once the demonic realm is unsealed. The divine paragon sealed the demonic realm many millions years ago, so the demons would have plenty of time to increase their numbers. Don't think too much about it. You'll all be dead very shortly, after all. The demon emperor began approaching the 5 demon sealers with a bloodthirsty smile on its face. When the demon emperor began approaching them, Yan Hara and the other 4 demon sealings immediately readied their treasures to fight it. However, the demon emperor sealed their movements before they could even move with a sudden outburst of killing intent that surpassed anything it had released before. While killing intent normally paralyzes those affected by it most of the time, if strong enough, one could even kill another using purely just killing intent, as there's only so much stress and pressure one's heart could endure before something goes horribly wrong. When the 5 demon sealers experienced the demon emperor's intense killing intent, they all coughed up a mouthful of blood, and their instincts screamed for them to run away, but their bodies did not listen to their commands, almost as though their connections had been severed by their fear of the demon emperor. Today, I shall let you experience despair and death. The demon emperor said to them before taking a deep breath. Bloody carnage. After uttering these chilling words, the demon emperor suddenly exploded into a bloody mess, shocking the demon sealers. However, the demon emperor did not regenerate like it normally would. Instead, it would form into a ball of blood that hovered in the air. Although the demon sealers had no idea what the demon emperor was trying to do, they had a very bad feeling about it. It was at this moment a hole opened up in the blood sphere, and a red and black flag flew inside, landing right beside Yan Hara. Wah! Before she could even wonder what the demon sealing flag was doing there, the demon sealing flag wrapped its flag around her body. What's going on? Hey! Yan Hara subconsciously began struggling to break free, but it was no use, as the demon sealing flag had completely restrained her. The other 4 demon sealers were left dumbfounded by this sudden event, but they had no time to ponder about it, as the demon emperor would strike a moment later. The ball of blood that had been hovering about 25 meters away from the demon sealers suddenly began expanding exponentially. In just mere seconds, the ball of blood had expanded over 10 times until it covered almost the entire arena. The demon sealers beside Yan Hara immediately rushed to the end of the blood sphere and tried to break out. Whatever the demon emperor was up to, they did not want to be part of it, but the blood sphere was incredibly durable, and not even their strongest treasures could create a hole in the wall of blood that confined them. Leader! Help us! Leader Qian! Jiang Zia, who belonged to the demon sealing grotto, screamed out loud for help. I quit. Get me out of here. If any of us dies here today, the demon sealing grotto will not let this go. Zhu Ti, who was also part of the demon sealing grotto, also screamed for Qian Chu's help. However, there was no response from the Grand Elders or Qian Chu. Outside the blood sphere, Eldertson looked at Qian Chu with a frown and spoke, "There's something wrong. We should stop this event and restrain the demon emperor before someone gets hurt or worse, die." Qian Chu, who was still looking for the person who used the demon sealing flag, stopped and looked at Eldertson with a calm yet sharp gaze. Of course, we can stop the event. However, that would mean the demon sealing grotto is not confident in their own demon sealers. The frown on Eldertson's face grew deeper, and he responded, "And you believe that the demon sealing clan's demon sealer would be able to defeat that demon emperor?" Qian Chu smiled, "I wouldn't have allowed them to participate if I wasn't confident in their abilities." Eldertson continued to stare at Qian Chu for a few more seconds before turning to look at the blood sphere with a contemplating face. "I will stop the event," Qian Chu suddenly said. But as he began moving towards the blood sphere, Eldertson spoke, "Wait." And he continued, "Let's wait a little longer before we make any move. They have plenty of life-saving treasures, so they won't die even against a demon emperor." Qian Chu didn't say anything else and returned to his seat. Meanwhile, inside the blood sphere, the demon sealers were desperately crying for help. "Damn it! Why are none of my teleport talismans working?" Shenyu of the demon sealing grotto exclaimed in a stressed tone when her talismans failed to activate no matter how much spiritual energy she poured into them. "It must be due to this damn thing containing us. We need to get out of here as soon as possible," Jiang Zia said. "Continue attacking the wall. I don't believe that we cannot break through," So Rengan shouted. "Fuck. Qian Chu. What the fuck are you doing? Hurry up and save us." Zhu Ti cursed out loud. "This must be a trap the demon sealing clan has set for us. I knew we couldn't trust these bastards." Shenyu began shedding tears due to their situation. "That's bullshit. If this is a trap, then what am I doing here? There's also Yan Hara. And the leader wouldn't do such a thing." So Rengan refuted her claims and defended Qian Chu's honor. After all, why would the demon sealing clan sacrifice 2 of their most talented master demon sealers just to kill 3 people from the demon sealing grotto? Although the demon sealing clan and the demon sealing grotto's relationship has worsened lately, it wasn't at the point where the leader of the demon sealing clan would sacrifice his own people to get back at the demon sealing grotto, at least it shouldn't. "I don't care what you say. The demon sealing grotto will," before Shenyu could even finish her sentence, the ball of blood that was now the size of a small mountain suddenly exploded, sending millions of small but deadly projectiles all over the arena, with each of these projectiles deadly enough to kill a spirit king instantly. When the demon emperor suddenly exploded with countless deadly projectiles, the 4 demon sealers could only rely on their life-saving treasures to save their lives. Fortunately for them, their life-saving treasures did not require manual activation, and it would activate automatically when it senses danger for the holder. Right before the projectiles would hit the demon sealers, their life-saving treasures activated, shielding them from the projectiles. Tens of thousands of tiny yet sharp needle-shaped projectiles clashed with the demon sealers' life-saving treasures. The demon sealers released a sigh of relief when they realized that their life-saving treasures had activated just in time, but when they noticed cracks appearing on their life-saving treasures, they would suck in a breath of cold air, and they prayed inwardly that the life-saving treasures would endure the abuse. Ah! A painful cry suddenly resounded, causing the demon sealers to subconsciously look at the direction. To their shock, Zhu Ti's life-saving treasure had shattered, and his body was riddled with tiny holes. However, despite sustaining such a grievous injury, Zhu Ti's second life-saving treasure activated just in time, preventing him from instant death. Unfortunately, his second life-saving treasure would not last long, and the other demon sealers were too busy defending themselves to help him. In the end, Zhu Ti of the demon sealing grotto falls lifelessly onto the ground. Qian Chu. I swear to God. You will pay for this. Jiang Zia released a deafening roar after witnessing his friend's death. As for Yan Hara, she was completely unharmed due to the demon sealing flag protecting her. In fact, the demon emperor's attacks ignored her completely. Because of the demon sealing flag's presence and divine aura, the demon emperor feared that it would only harm itself by touching it, as the projectiles were essentially its own body. Once the demon emperor's assault ended and there were no more projectiles to shoot, the projectiles that had been released began gathering again, quickly returning to being a ball of blood. Soon, the demon emperor launched a second wave of bloody carnage, destroying the demon sealers' exhausted life-saving treasures. Though, just like Zhu Ti, they had more than one life-saving treasure, allowing them to survive once again. However, the demon emperor did not stop and continued to launch attacks on the demon sealers. The demon sealers were frustrated and filled with despair, but there was nothing they could do in this situation. They could barely protect their own lives, so it was impossible to try and stop the demon emperor. Even if they could attack the demon emperor, they were clearly not capable of defeating it. Therefore, these demon sealers could only wait for rescue while their life-saving treasures quickly disappear one after another. A minute later, Shenyu ran out of life-saving treasures after her fourth one broke. She turned to look at the other two with a pleading gaze. Please. Help me. That was my last life-saving treasure. Sorry, but this is also my last one. Jiang Zia turned his head to avoid eye contact. Suo Rengan didn't even say anything and acted like he didn't hear her. Seeing this, Shenyu turned around and began banging on the bloody wall with all of her strength. Help me. Eldertson. Please. I don't want to die here. Unfortunately, before she could even finish her sentence, the demon emperor launched its fifth attack. Shenyu's body would fall onto the ground the next moment, her body filled with holes. Fuck. 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 Why is this happening? Jiang Zia began cursing and crying at the same time. He could have never expected such a dreadful situation would occur when he signed up for this tournament. In fact, he didn't even know that he would be fighting a demon emperor until the moment it was revealed to him. The last tournament only required the previous participants to fight a demon general, so why did they have to fight a demon emperor? It didn't make any sense. When Jiang Zia saw that the demon emperor was preparing for its next attack, he released a low sigh, as his last life-saving treasure was on the verge of being destroyed. His hope for survival quickly diminished until there was none left, and he turned to look at Suo Rengan with a calm expression. Congratulations. The demon sealing clan has just secured the final nail in its own coffin. Once the demon sealing grotto learns of our death, they will finally have a reason to remove the demon sealing clan once and for all. Suo Rengan did not respond to Jiang Zia's words, mostly because he was too focused on the demon emperor to actually hear Jiang Zia's words properly. The next moment, Jiang Zia would also fall to the demon emperor's attack when his final life-saving treasure was destroyed. Meanwhile, outside the blood sphere, Grand Eldertson could no longer ignore the unpleasant feeling in his guts and said, "That's it. Stop the event. Something is clearly wrong here." "All right." Qian Chu did not refuse. They stood up the next moment and flew into the arena together. When Grand Elder saw this, he followed them. The spectators then watched as Qian Chu and the Grand Elders worked together to tear a hole in the blood sphere. While they worked on destroying the blood sphere, Qian Chu would try to command the demon sealing flag to return to him, but alas, it would not listen to him for some reason. Although he did not show it on his face, Qian Chu was incredibly frustrated by this. Scatter. Qian Chu used his anger to strike the blood sphere, instantly tearing it wide open, allowing everyone to see the situation inside again. However, when the spectators saw the scene and the corpses inside the arena, they all gasped in shock, clearly filled with disbelief. Grand Eldertson immediately fumed with anger when he realized that all 3 members of the demon sealing grotto were dead, but he didn't start pointing fingers just yet, as there was a bigger problem at hand, the demon emperor. Once this is over, I demand an explanation, Qian Chu. Grand Eldertson roared at him before flying straight at the demon emperor that was preparing its 6th strike. Qian Chu didn't show any reactions to Grand Eldertson's words, and he focused on the demon emperor that was ready to release its next attack. Demon Sealing Formation. Grand Elder Suo suddenly created a massive formation around the arena just in time, halting the demon emperor's attack for a brief moment. During this moment, Grand Eldertson retrieved his treasure that radiated with demon sealing aura. Bastard! How dare you kill my people? He shouted in anger as he unleashed a devastating attack that sliced the ball of blood in half. The next second, the demon emperor regenerated until it returned to its original state, and it lifted its head to look at Grand Eldertson and the others. I don't know what went through your heads that made you believe it would be a good idea to set me free, but I must thank you for releasing me. The demon emperor said to them with a calm smile on its face. If I restrained you once, I can do it again. Qian Chu responded. I'd like to see you try. The demon emperor released a powerful roar that shook the entire Colosseum, and its body began burning red, almost like it had just came out of a forge. Furthermore, its bloody wings made a complete transformation, turning into 2 large and long crystal shards. The demon emperor's bizarre transformation baffled the spectators, as they have never seen such a sight before. What in heaven's name is that appearance? I didn't know demons can do that. Lian Er muttered in a dazed voice, and her body that had recently calmed down started trembling in fear again. Yuan responded almost instantly, those 2 red shards in its back are its demon crystal. What? Why are they so huge? They are usually only the size of a fist-sized rock. Lian Li exclaimed. Demon emperors are almost an entirely different entity even when compared to other demons. I'm actually surprised that the 8th leader managed to restrain this demon with his power. Yuan said. In his mind, he was wondering if the demon emperor had allowed Qian Chu to restrain it on purpose for some reason. Pointless. Qian Chu spoke in a low voice before retrieving a black sword with red engravings on its blade. Demon Sealing Strike. Qian Chu's movements were so quick that nobody in the spectators had managed to see it with their eyes, and before anyone could even realize what had happened, the demon emperor's body disintegrated into countless pieces until there was nothing left. The people there were left speechless by how easily Qian Chu had managed to dispose of the demon emperor. As expected of the demon sealing clan's #1 genius. He killed the demon emperor so easily. The spectators began praising Qian Chu afterward. That was my first time seeing someone combine demon sealing aura with sword chi so efficiently. It's so powerful. Lian Er's face showed admiration for Qian Chu after witnessing his prowess. However, while everyone celebrated, Yuan shook his head inwardly. What an idiot. He then stood up and began leaving the Colosseum. Hey, where are you going? Lian Er asked him when she noticed him leaving. The event is done, so I have no reason to stay, and I am a little hungry. Yuan said to her before disappearing from their sights. Grand Eldertson descended in front of the deceased demon sealer from the demon sealing grotto after Qian Chu dealt with the demon emperor, and he would stare at their lifeless bodies and their destroyed life-saving treasures with a dazed face. If I had intervened sooner, perhaps you might still be alive. I should have listened to my guts earlier. It was at this moment the demon sealing flag released Yan Hara, who immediately began panicking. However, when she couldn't see the demon emperor anywhere and saw the situation, she sighed in relief. "Thank you, leader, for saving my life," Yan Hara said to him, as she was shocked to see 3 corpses right beside her, mistaking Qian Chu to be her savior, which was a logical thought, since he owned the demon sealing flag that protected her. As for Soarangan, he'd also managed to survive because of the superior life-saving treasures his family and Grand Elder Soa gave him. Although the other fighters had no idea that they would be fighting a demon emperor, Soarangan, who was Grand Elder Soa's grandson, had such information, allowing him to prepare in advance. Qian Chu didn't say anything and merely nodded his head. He suspected Yan Hara to be the culprit at first, but after seeing her condition, he ruled her out. Who would dare steal my demon sealing flag just to save her? Qian Chu wondered to himself afterward. Once the place calmed down, Grand Elder Tsun turned to look at Qian Chu and said, "You will be hearing from the demon sealing grotto soon." He disappeared from the Colosseum shortly after, taking with him the 3 demon sealers' corpses. Meanwhile, a couple of miles away from the Grand Colosseum, Yuan stopped walking when he sensed something. "Come out. You may be able to fool those idiots, but I can smell your stench from miles away," Yuan said out loud despite it being empty there. There was no response. Yuan sighed and tried again. "I know that you're extremely vulnerable right now because you just used blood separation, but as you can see, I am only a spirit lord. You can easily kill me if you want to. I just want to talk." After a moment of silence, Yuan shook his head. "Guess I'll just go ahead and let the others know that you're still alive." He turned around and began walking back to the Colosseum. But before he could even take 3 steps, Yuan suddenly tilted his head to the right, avoiding a red projectile that shot right through where his head had just been. He turned around to see a blob of blood sitting not far away from him, and he smiled. "Let's talk, shall we?" "Talk? I have nothing to say to a human." The demon emperor's voice suddenly resounded inside Yuan's head. "That's odd. You had plenty to say before when you were fighting the demon sealers." After a moment of silence, the demon emperor asked him in a puzzled voice, "You're not scared of me? You're just a mere spirit lord. I have killed tens of thousands of cultivators like you without breaking a sweat before. What are you thinking, approaching me? I may be weakened right now due to blood separation, but I still have more than enough strength to kill you even in my current state." The demon emperor was intrigued by Yuan's actions that did not make sense. "Like I said, I only wanted to talk. It's been a while since I last had a proper conversation with a demon like you," Yuan said. And he continued, "You know, when I first saw you in the arena, I had a feeling that I had seen you before. Now that I think about it, there was one demon back then that had the same characteristic as you. What was his name again?" "Demon Emperor, Carnage." The blob of blood visibly trembled after hearing its name come from Yuan's mouth. "You? Who are you? Why do you know my demon name?" the demon emperor exclaimed in a dazed voice. It has been countless years since it last heard of its own demon name. Yuan didn't answer the demon emperor's question and continued to speak. "There were 9 of you in the beginning, but most of the demon emperors perished during that big fight between the demon sealing clan and the demon clan. Near the end of that fight, 3 of you fled from the battlefield. The demon sealing clan searched for you demons for thousands of years, but their efforts were unfruitful, and even the divine paragon was unable to find you. However, after millions of years, you suddenly show up in the most awkward fashion. I know you're stronger than the current leader of the demon sealing clan, so I can only assume that you'd allowed yourself to be restrained for some reason. You even went through the efforts of faking your own death. Why? A pretty good topic, right? Let's begin with where you demons had hid after fleeing from the fight." The demon emperor was left speechless by Yuan's story, and it could not comprehend where Yuan could have heard such a thing from, as such information should have disappeared with the passage of time. After all, millions of years have passed since the fight. Even if the demon sealing clan had recorded the information somewhere, it would require a miracle for that record to last for so long. Where did you hear such a thing? It's clearly bullshit. The Demon Emperor decided to deny Yuan's claims. There's no point denying it, Demon Emperor Carnage. If you tell me where you hid, I will tell you how I learned such information. Yuan said. However, the Demon Emperor remained silent. Fine, if you don't want to answer this question, we can try another question. Yuan said, treating it almost like an interview of sorts. Are the other two Demon Emperors still alive? I know demons are truly immortal in the sense that they can live until the end of time if nobody tries to kill them, but nothing will last forever. Once again, the Demon Emperor remained quiet. Yuan didn't mind it and continued to ask the Demon Emperor questions. In the end, the Demon Emperor refused to answer any of his questions. Quite the uncooperative one, aren't you? Yuan chuckled casually, acting completely calm before the Demon Emperor that could attack him at any moment. Since you don't want to answer any of my questions, I will have to try and answer them by myself. After taking a deep breath, Yuan continued, after fleeing from that fight, you and the other two Demon Emperors probably fled to one of the forbidden zones since most cultivators avoid those places like it's a plague, and even peak cultivators don't dare to approach these zones due to its dangerous environment that can instantly kill even an immortal, but since you're demons, you don't have to worry about dying, making the forbidden zones the best sanctuary for demons. If I have to make a gamble on whether there are currently more demons in these forbidden zones or not, I would bet all of my money on the former. In fact, I would even dare to say that most of the demons that still exist can be found in these forbidden zones. If the Demon Sealing Clan, or any family with sufficient powers find out, they will surely do whatever it takes to get rid of demons once and for all. Now, let's talk about. Yuan suddenly halted his words and activated his movement technique, dodging a sudden sneak attack from the Demon Emperor. The blob of blood also started transforming, and the Demon Emperor returned to its original appearance the next moment. I don't know who you are or what you want, but I cannot allow you to live for another minute. The Demon Emperor glared at Yuan with serious killing intent in its gaze. Are you sure you want to do that? What will you do if the others notice your presence and find you? You'll definitely die this time, especially since you're in that pathetic state. Yuan asked. Even if I die today, I will make sure to take your life first. The Demon Emperor used Blood Sphere to contain Yuan the next moment. It was clearly prepared to sacrifice its life to make sure that Yuan wouldn't reveal the demon's sanctuary. Seeing the blood sphere around him, Yuan smiled behind his mask and spoke in a calm voice, to tell you the truth, I already knew that you demons were hiding within the forbidden zones. I was just too lazy to do anything about it, and my supply of demon cores was filled to the brim after that battle, so I didn't chase you lots. What? The Demon Emperor's eyes widened with shock after hearing Yuan's words, as he sounded like someone it knew, and feared. Yuan removed his mask a moment later, revealing his handsome face and the cold smile on it. Do you still think I am dead? Yuan suddenly asked the Demon Emperor, who was completely frozen from shock after the reveal. You. Impossible. Demon Emperor Carnage immediately recognized Yuan's face, as it saw the same face during the war between demons and the Demon Sealing Clan, and after almost dying to him, it fled to one of the forbidden lands within the 9 heavens. It was also confident that the divine paragon had long perished, hence why it finally decided to come out of hiding. However, to think that it'd encounter the divine paragon once again. The Demon Emperor eventually snapped out of its daze when it realized that the divine paragon looked slightly different than before. You may look like him, but you're not the divine paragon. I must say, you nearly gave me a heart attack. It has been tens of millions of years and many eras since the divine paragon's disappearance. No humans can live for that long. Even though cultivators can technically become immortal, they are not truly immortal. Only we, demons, are truly immortal. Yuan smiled at the Demon Emperor's words and said, You're right. I perished. However, it was my own decision to disappear, and now, I have returned. That's fucking bullshit. As if I believe that. The demon emperor refused to believe that Yuan was really the divine paragon. Valley of Blood. Yuan suddenly muttered in a low voice. What? The demon emperor froze again. Corpse Mountain. Blood Monastery. Tomb of the Ancients. Yuan ignored the demon emperor and continued to name these weird titles one by one. How do you know these names? The demon emperor suddenly roared in a confused tone. After all, these names were all places within the demonic realm. No humans should know of these places since no human has ever entered that place and managed to make it back out alive, except for one exception, the divine paragon. Isn't it obvious? I learned of these places when I went inside the demonic realm. It was a surprise when I first went there. If the rest of the world knew what I saw inside, they would be shocked. I still don't believe it. For all I know, the divine paragon could have revealed information about the demonic realm to the world after he sealed it. It's unfortunate that you don't believe me. If I could use my signature demon sealing technique to prove my identity, I would do it. However, my body and its cultivation would not be able to handle such a technique. Anyways, since you revealed yourself by using such a powerful technique, the others are alerted of your presence, and it will only be a matter of time before they arrive and dispose of you. While you are most certainly strong enough to handle the demon sealing clan in their current state, you're in no condition to do anything right now because of blood separation. Therefore, I shall give you a proposal. You can either let the demon sealing clan deal with you, or you can die in my hands. Which do you prefer? I promise that it will be a swift death if you choose the latter. Or I can kill you and leave this place before they arrive. The demon emperor instantly jumped into action and flew towards Yuan. Without even trying to dodge, Yuan casually pointed at the demon emperor and muttered in a low voice, "Demon sealing zone." Bang! The demon emperor slammed into the barrier that suddenly restrained it. To tell you the truth, in my current condition, I would have no chance to defeat you before you used blood separation, so I must thank you for giving me this chance. Once I take care of you, I will find the rest of the stray demons and take care of them as well, eventually. Damn you, divine paragon. Just like before, you appear out of the blue to threaten our existence. Unfortunately for you, things will be different this time. You may have defeated me today, but you will not defeat the demon clan. Soon, you will know the true power of demons, when a real ancient steps foot into this pathetic world. The demon emperor began laughing in a crazed manner. Yuan frowned slightly after hearing the demon emperor's words. He isn't normally bothered by demons' provocation, but it was different this time. An ancient, huh? I have never tasted a demon core belonging to an ancient before, so this will be my first. Ha ha ha. That's right. You will tremble before the ancient. The demon emperor continued to laugh even though it knew it was moments away from being killed by the divine paragon. However, to the demon emperor's absolute surprise, Yuan suddenly removed the demon sealing zone. What is the meaning of this? It looked at him with a look of disbelief. Nothing much. I have always wanted to fight an ancient, so I am going to let you go, as that would ensure I get to fight one in the future. Are you serious? You're willing to put the entire 9 heavens and every human in it at risk because of such a selfish reason? You're definitely not the divine paragon I know. Yuan showed a mysterious smile and said, then you don't really know me, but this is a statement that can be said for pretty much everyone. He then placed the mask back on his face, turned around, and walked out of the blood sphere, almost as though the blood wall didn't exist. Once Yuan was gone, the demon emperor no longer lingered and deactivated the blood sphere and used what little power it had left to run away from the scene right before the demon sealers arrived. Where's the demon? I swear I felt its presence coming from this location. A bunch of demon sealers including Grand Elder Soa showed up to the scene mere moments after the demon emperor's departure. As for Qian Chu, he'd long left the place, so he did not sense the demon emperor's presence. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to the demon sealing grand library, where he would remove his mask and stand before his statue, quietly staring at it for a long period of time, which puzzled the other demon sealers there that were wondering what he was doing. Because you allowed the demon emperor to get away, who knows how many innocent lives would be lost now. And you did this all for what? To fight this ancient thing? Yuan muttered in a low voice as he stared at the divine paragon statue. In his eyes, the statue suddenly turned into the real divine paragon, and he spoke, "Ancients are the peak of the demon race. Above demon emperors are ancient demons, but they are not true ancients. Ancients are the first demons to have ever existed, and they all possess something all lower demons desire, complete control over their emotions. In other words, they don't have these random destructive urges that force them to go crazy, just like us humans. A demon that can control their emotions and thoughts, they are so powerful that a single one of them could probably destroy the entire 9 heavens." Yuan frowned and said, "And you purposefully allowed the demon emperor to get away because you want to fight one of these ancients? This is insanity and incredibly selfish. I didn't know you were such a selfish individual until now." The divine paragon smiled, "What's wrong with being selfish? Everyone is selfish in their own ways, and my selfishness is also yours. Don't forget that we are one and the same." "I don't get it. You were the first person to start hunting demons, yet you allowed a dangerous demon like the demon emperor to get away today. What is your motive? Why did you start the demon sealing clan and start hunting demons in the first place?" The divine paragon smiled at Yuan's question and said, "If you want the answers, search for them in your memories. Defeat the 4th floor of the demon sealing pagoda and you will have your answers. One more thing. The 8th leader of the demon sealing clan, he's a nasty individual. He intended on letting everyone at the tournament die today. I highly recommend that you stay away from him until you're strong enough to confront him, and no matter what you do not reveal your true identity. I have a good feeling that he will do whatever it takes to remain as the leader of the demon sealing clan, so anything that threatens his position will be disposed of." The divine paragon returned to being a statue the next moment. Yuan sighed. There was nothing he could do right now besides to continue his training. Now that there is a demon emperor and 2 more potential demon emperors on the loose somewhere in the 9 heavens, he wants to be prepared before encountering them. Yuan went to the training area shortly after and began training his demon sealing techniques. Now that he's completely mastered the demon sealing strike, he will be moving on to other demon sealing techniques. The following day, Yanhara showed up at the training area to look for Yuan. Once she found him training alone, she approached him with a smile on her face. "Hey!" Yuan stopped training and turned to look at her. "Senior Yan. How are you feeling?" Yuan bowed to her before asking. "Alive," she said. And she continued, "I'm sorry that you had to witness such a pathetic fight. I was completely useless in that fight. If not for the leader, I would have also died to the demon emperor." Yuan shook his head, "Don't feel bad, senior. You went up against a demon emperor and survived. Not many people could say the same. I'm not sure if that makes me feel any better since I am only alive because of Leader Qian, but thank you." Yanhara showed a bittersweet smile. "Anyways, I have scheduled your next examination. It will be in 5 days. If you cannot make it, I can reschedule it for you." "I will make it." Yuan nodded. "By the way, who became the next supreme demon sealer?" he then asked her. Yanhara showed a bittersweet smile before responding, "Although nobody managed to kill or seal the demon emperor, they decided to give it to Suo Rengan because his overall performance was better. Some people also say it's because of his background as Grand Elder Suo's grandson that gave him an advantage, but if he doesn't qualify to become a supreme demon sealer, I also don't qualify. However, I won't let this defeat discourage me. I will definitely win the next tournament and become a supreme demon sealer." Yanhara spoke with her fist held tightly. "I have faith in you," Yuan said. "You cheeky little thing. I should be the one saying such words to you. Anyways, I won't stay here for long since I still have some important business to attend to. Before I leave, I should warn you that things might get a little crazy for a bit, so you should watch out." What do you mean? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Yanhara looked around to make sure nobody was near them, and then she said in a low voice, because of what happened to the Demon Sealing Grotto's 3 Demon Sealers, the Demon Sealing clan is anticipating some kind of altercation with them soon, which might lead to some fights between the Demon Sealers from each party, so you should be careful. What makes the situation even worse is that only the Demon Sealers from the Demon Sealing Grotto had died during the tournament, so there are people speculating that it was a trap set up by the Demon Sealing clan to lower the Demon Sealing Grotto's power. After all, losing 3 Master Demon Sealers in one day is very damaging even to a powerful place like the Demon Sealing Grotto. If any Demon Sealers from the Demon Sealing Grotto try to provoke you, ignore them. If they try to start a fight, try your best to ignore them. We don't need any more drama now. Yuan nodded, I understand. Good. If anything happens within the Grand Library, you can contact me through my communication jade slip. If you are outside. Well. Good luck. Yanhara left the scene shortly after warning Yuan about potential disputes between the Demon Sealing clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto in the future. Although everything appeared to be normal now, it was only because not everybody had heard of the situation yet, which would undoubtedly change within the next few days. After Yanhara left, Yuan returned to training his demon sealing techniques, increasing many mastery levels for a couple of the weaker techniques, but he could not stop thinking about the Demon Emperor and the Divine Paragon's reason for letting it escape. Even though he knew it was because the Divine Paragon wanted to fight the Ancient, he still couldn't fathom such a reasoning. Why would the Divine Paragon risk having the demons rule the 9 heavens again just so he could have a fight with an Ancient? Just because he is a selfish person who doesn't care about the lives of others. But the Divine Paragon wouldn't have started hunting demons in the first place if that was the case. It didn't make sense to Yuan no matter how much he pondered about it. I will have my answers once I defeat the 4th floor of the Demon Sealing Pagoda, but that is easier said than done. Yuan sighed inwardly. Even with his ridiculous talent, such a goal seemed unfathomably distant. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do for now except to practice. Yuan would increase the mastery level of multiple demon sealing techniques on that day, but they were all low-ranking techniques. He wanted to completely master all the weaker techniques before focusing on the stronger ones. At the end of the day, Yuan began making his way outside the Grand Library, but he stopped right before the exit, mostly because he was forced to stop, as there was a crowd of people that blocked the path there. What's going on? Yuan asked one of the people closest to him. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but there are people fighting at the entrance, blocking everyone. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Since he couldn't see the situation with his bare eyes, he decided to use his divine sense to look at the situation, and sure enough, he could see a large group of people blocking the path. There appeared to be 2 sides in this large group. One of them belonged to the Demon Sealing clan while the other group was from the Demon Sealing Grotto. Because of your Demon Sealing clan's leaders' incompetence, 3 of our Master Demon Sealers are dead. Your Grand Elder was there as well. You cannot put all the blame on us. Screw you. We all know the tournament was a malicious plot by the Demon Sealing clan to hurt our clan. Why else would they suddenly use a Demon Emperor when all previous tournaments used Demon Generals and lower-ranking demons? Once Yuan overheard these people arguing with each other, he immediately understood the context and why they were fighting. Soon, the verbal argument between these 2 groups escalated, turning into a full fight. The spectators there quickly scattered to give them room. Unfortunately, most of the lecturers in the Grand Library were absent due to the same important meeting Yanhara was attending, so there was basically nobody to stop the fighting between these 2 groups. Furthermore, the fight grew bigger because the other demon sealers would join in to assist their own companions. Very soon, half of the people within the Grand Library were fighting. Not wanting to participate in the fight, mostly because he was the weakest cultivator in this place, Yuan went to Yanhara's room and locked himself inside. Of course, he had the option to log off, or so he thought. You cannot log off while inside an active battlefield. Hopefully, the fighting doesn't last for too long. Yuan sighed as he took a seat in the empty room. After many minutes of pure silence, a voice suddenly resounded. Young master. Feng Yuxiang appeared before him a moment later with a perplexed look on her face. Feng. What's up? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzling manner when he saw her expression. Young master. I wanted to wait until you are willing to tell us by yourself, but I simply cannot endure my curiosity any longer, and I was hoping you could answer a few of my questions. Of course, you can refuse. What questions? Yuan asked. Well. There are times when you feel like an entirely different person. At first, I thought it was only my imagination, but after witnessing what happened today, it appears to me that you have a second personality in you. Feng Yuxiang expressed her worries. Oh. Yuan immediately realized what Feng Yuxiang was talking about. In fact, he'd completely forgotten that Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying were with him this entire time, so they saw everything when he turned into the divine paragon. Yuan quickly began trying to think of an excuse, but when nothing came up, he decided to tell them the truth. This is going to make me sound crazy, but it appears that I am the reincarnation of the divine paragon. Yuan revealed the truth to them for the first time. Feng Yuxiang's eyes widened, and she remained silent for the next few minutes, seemingly unable to find the proper words to respond to Yuan's claims. Seeing Feng Yuxiang's reaction, Yuan quickly said, just kidding. You see, I actually. It's okay, young master. I believe you. Feng Yuxiang suddenly interrupted. And she continued, I am just surprised, that's all. In case you forgot, I am a phoenix, and we symbolize immortality and resurrection, which is just another word for reincarnation. If I do not believe in reincarnation, I might as well stop being a phoenix. However, I must admit, I have never actually witnessed or experienced reincarnation for myself. Can you tell me why you believe that you are the reincarnation of the divine paragon, young master? You may look exactly like him, but that's not really concrete proof. Yuan nodded, and he said, sit down. This might be a long story. Once Feng Yuxiang sat beside him, Yuan began explaining about his situation to her. It all started with this weird dream, where I met someone who looked exactly like me, but he was much older. After spending many minutes explaining his situation to Feng Yuxiang, Yuan patiently waited for her response. Feng Yuxiang spoke after digesting all of the information. I understand why you think you are the reincarnation of the divine paragon now, but there's something I don't understand. You said there is someone besides the divine paragon who appears in your dreams? Yuan nodded, yes, and he said that I had reincarnated more than once. That is possible, right? As long as one's soul isn't destroyed, they should be able to reincarnate continuously, but like I'd already said, I am not really experienced in this matter. Also, while there have been many people in the past that claim to have memories of their past lives, they have never been able to prove it properly. Of course, that is not to say I don't believe you, but I think we should investigate your situation further before we come to any conclusions. Feng Yuxiang said. What do you suggest I do? First of all, we need to make sure that the memories in your head are real. After all, there are techniques out there that can feed into or alter one's memories, so there is a chance that something like that happened to you. How can I tell if my memories are real or fake? Yuan raised his eyebrows. There are treasures out there that can help you, but it's not going to be cheap, and even if we have enough money, I doubt we'll be able to find it in this world. So we just need to go to a higher heaven, right? I have been thinking about challenging the stairway to heaven again since I am already reaching the limits of this world. Yuan said. When do you intend on leaving? I want to leave after Min Li finishes her disciple examination, he said. That quickly? You don't want to explore this world anymore? Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows. Well, I have a lot of questions that I want to be answered, but I won't find the answers in the spirit heaven, so there's really no reason for me to stay there any longer. Fair enough. Feng Yuxiang didn't say anything else. However, after a moment of silence, she spoke again, by the way, young master, if your memories turn out to be true, that you're truly the reincarnation of the divine paragon, what are you going to do? Nothing. I am going to continue living my life as it is. The divine paragon's life ended with him. I have no reason to continue his legacy, nor do I want to. And even if I wanted to continue his legacy, I don't even know anything about him. I see. After another moment of silence, Feng Yuxiang said, Young master, once we return to spirit heaven, let's go visit the House of Riches to see if they have the treasure required for your memories. Sure. Yuan nodded. They still have 2 weeks until Min Li's disciple examination, anyway. About 3 hours later, Yuan was finally able to log off the game. You're late today. Dinner just ended. Chu Liuxiang said to him after he returned to the real world. Sorry, but I wasn't able to log off due to some unexpected circumstances. Oh. Tell me about it if you want to. Yuan nodded and told her about the situation between the Demon Sealing clan and the Demon Sealing grotto before they went to sleep. Meanwhile, somewhere in spirit heaven, Minli was wandering the wilderness in search of magical beasts to hunt. After spending many minutes searching, Minli finally encountered a first-level spirit warrior magical beast. However, before she could even get close to the magical beast, a powerful pressure appeared, instantly flattening the magical beast. The excitement on Min Li's face immediately disappeared when she saw this, and she turned around to look at the small figure following her. How am I supposed to train if you keep killing them before I can even do anything? This is the 3rd time already. Do you hold some kind of grudge against me? Min Li asked Xiao Hua. Brother Yuan told me to keep you safe. Xiao Hua said in a calm voice. I know he told you that, but I don't think he said anything about preventing me from training. I can handle myself, so can you just let me train properly, please? I will let you know when I need help. After a moment of silence, Xiao Hua quietly nodded her head. Thank you. Min Li returned to looking for magical beasts shortly after. Once she found one, she turned to glare at Xiao Hua to make sure she didn't forget about their agreement. Sometime later, she approached the magical beast and started fighting it while Xiao Hua watched from a distance. Seeing that she could finally have some practice, Min Li fought the magical beast to the best of her abilities, and after many minutes of going back and forth, the magical beast was slain by her. After her first kill, Min Li would spend the rest of the night hunting magical beasts, acquiring 2 monster cores that she would use for her cultivation once she went to the cultivator's haven in the nearest city. The following day, Yuan logged into Cultivation Online after breakfast. Who's there? The moment Yuan appeared in Cultivation Online, he was greeted by a sword that was only inches away from his neck. It's me. Yuan responded in a nervous voice. Little founder. You scared me just now. How did you come inside without making a sound? Yen Hara retrieved her sword after realizing that it was him. Well. But before Yuan could even explain, Yen Hara continued, anyways, are you okay? I hope you didn't participate in yesterday's fight. Yes, I am fine. I hid in here while everyone else fought. He nodded. What happened after the fight? He then asked. Yen Hara sighed, many demon sealers from both sides were injured, and someone from our side even died. In fact, the higher-ups have decided to close the Grand Library for all demon sealers until further notice. What? The Grand Library will be closed? What about the examination? Will it be cancelled as well? Yuan asked after learning about the situation. No, the examination will continue as scheduled. Although the Grand Library is closed, as official lecturers, we can still enter, and we can bring other demon sealers into the Grand Library as long as you're not alone. So I can still learn demon sealing techniques as long as I am with you? Yes. Seeing Yen Hara nod, Yuan sighed in relief. However, I will be very busy for a while, so my time in the Grand Library will be very limited. Yen Hara warned him a moment later. I understand. After speaking with Yen Hara, Yuan decided to leave the Grand Library and return to Spirit Heaven. But before he left, Yen Hara asked him, by the way, where are you coming to the Grand Library from? Myriad of techniques. Yuan responded in a questioning tone. I mean, where in the 9 heavens? Oh, I am currently in Spirit Heaven. What? Spirit Heaven? Yen Hara's eyes widened with surprise. It was quite shocking for someone of Yuan's talent to be in Spirit Heaven. In fact, Yen Hara expected Yuan to come from no lower than the 5th heaven, so one can imagine her surprise after learning the truth. If only she knew that he'd actually originated from the lower heavens. What about you, senior? Where are you from? Yuan broke the silence and asked her. I'm currently in the 7th heaven. She responded in a dazed voice. 7th heaven. It'll be a while before we can see each other outside of this place. Fortunately, we can see each other in this place. You don't need to reach the 7th heaven. As long as you reach the 6th heaven, I will be able to come to you. Yen Hara said. Are you sure? Won't it be expensive to go to a lower world? That is only the case if I want to go below the 6th heaven. Things work differently once you enter the 6th heaven. The lower heaven and spirit heaven are relatively the same. We call these 2 worlds the mortal realm. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th heaven aren't that much different from each other since their cultivators are all between Spirit King and Spirit Sovereigns, with the limit being Spirit Sovereigns. Once you reach the 6th heaven, that is where things change drastically, as there is no longer a limit to one's cultivation level, so it won't require as many resources for me to go down there. I see. Thank you for the explanation. I will let you know when I reach the 6th heaven. Yuan said to her afterward. Good luck. Yen Hara nodded. Once Yuan left the Grand Library, Yen Hara mumbled to herself, even with his talents, it'll probably take him a couple hundred years before he can reach the 6th heaven. Fortunately for her, who still has tens of thousands of years of longevity, a few hundred years won't mean too much to her, and if she enters seclusion, that amount of time might pass in a flash. After leaving the Grand Library, Yuan left the myriad of techniques and started making his way towards the House of Riches. A few hours later, he was standing before the auction house once again. I think it would make things smoother if I enter with you, young master. Feng Yuxiang said before appearing beside him. Yuan nodded without saying anything since he knew that she was an expert in these situations. The 2 of them approached the front door shortly after. Welcome to the House of Riches. How may I assist you too? A worker asked them when they entered the building. Since the auction house wasn't open for business, there was nobody outside, but guests could still go there to sell their treasures there. We're looking for a specific treasure, and we want the auction house to help us find it. Feng Yuxiang said. The worker looked a little dazed after hearing Feng Yuxiang's request. After snapping out of it, he spoke, I am sorry, but we don't offer that kind of service here. Right now, we're only buying treasures and accepting reservations for future auctions. Before the worker could even finish his sentence, a figure suddenly appeared behind him and pushed him to the side. Welcome back to our humble place, esteemed guest. Please ignore what this newcomer just said, he doesn't know what he's talking about. We'll be more than happy to assist you in finding your treasure. The person who just showed up said to them. Of course, this person recognized Feng Yuxiang from the Flood Dragon Scale auction. The male worker that had been interrupted suddenly said with a baffled look on his face, cut the crap. You're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about. I have worked here way before you started. The female worker frowned and said, and today will be your last day here if you continue to interrupt us. They are esteemed guests of the House of Riches, and they're friends of Senior Gu. The male worker's face immediately paled, and he turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and Yuan before lowering his head. I'm sorry. Can we just get this over with? Feng Yuxiang said with a nonchalant expression. Of course. Please, follow me. Senior Gu is absent today, so I will take care of you too. The female worker then said. Prepare the best tea for our guests. The female worker said to the male worker. Right away. Feng Yuxiang and Yuan proceeded to follow the female worker to the best guest room in the building. Once they sat down, the female worker asked them, "What kind of treasure are you looking for, esteemed guests?" "We're looking for the pill of truth. Do you know of it?" Feng Yuxiang asked the worker, but she didn't need a response to know the answer, as the worker had a puzzled face after hearing the pill. Indeed, the worker would shake her head the next moment and spoke, "I'm sorry, but I have never heard of the pill of truth before. You don't need to be knowledgeable about it to search for it. Honestly, I don't expect it to appear in spirit heaven, but I want to try." Feng Yuxiang said. The worker nodded, "Okay, I will let Senior Gu know as soon as she returns." "Oh, do you have a time limit?" "Yes. 2 weeks. If you cannot find it by then, you can forget about it." "I understand." Feng Yuxiang retrieved a small wooden box and placed it before the female worker. "If you can find the pill of truth, I will give this to the House of Riches to show my appreciation." "May I?" "Go ahead." The female worker picked up the box and opened it. Her eyes widened with shock when she saw what was inside. "This is royal-grade spirit jade." "Are you sure?" "A spirit jade of this size is worth over 100 million spirit stones. Only if you can find the pill of truth," Feng Yuxiang said before taking the spirit jade back. "We won't let you down," the worker said with a serious face. "Good luck," Feng Yuxiang said to her. "Young master, shall we leave now?" she asked him a moment later. "Yes." As they prepared to leave, the female worker bowed to them and said, "Once again, thank you for the FL." "Ahem." Feng Yuxiang cleared her throat in a loud and unnatural manner, interrupting the worker. When she looked up, she could see Feng Yuxiang staring at her with hidden killing intent in her gaze. The female worker swallowed nervously and didn't dare to finish her sentence after seeing this. Feng. What are you doing?" Yuan looked at her with raised eyebrows. "Nothing. Let's go," Feng Yuxiang quickly said. Once they left the House of Riches, Feng Yuxiang asked, "What should we do now, young master?" "I don't know, but we have plenty of time before the disciple examination." He shrugged. Feng Yuxiang pondered for a moment before speaking, "Then how about I take you to the person who can remove destiny seals? It might be a while before you can acquire techniques that allow you to destroy destiny seals, as they're quite rare." "Let's do that." Yuan nodded. "I don't actually know where this person is, but I know someone who does. Follow me." Feng Yuxiang took Yuan to the teleportation device. After traveling to a couple of different cities with the teleportation device, they arrived at Moonlight City. The Moonlight City is one of the smaller cities within Spirit Heaven, but they're one of the most popular ones due to their purpose. The Moonlight Brokers operate this entire city, and they're a group of people that sell or buy information for money or treasures. If you ever need information about something, you can just come here. Also, they exist in the other realms as well. Feng Yuxiang introduced the place to Yuan. Once they were inside the city, Yuan could see why Feng Yuxiang called this city small, as there were many stores cramped beside each other with barely any space between each other. "Are all of these stores brokers?" Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang as they walked the crowded street. "Not all of them. Some of them are just regular businesses. Look at that store over there. Do you see that crescent symbol hanging on the door? That indicates the store is part of the Moonlight Brokers. All brokers in this city must have the symbol to operate, or they are selling information illegally and aren't as credible." "I see. Why did we go to the auction house if we can just ask the people here about the pill of truth?" Yuan suddenly realized this. Although the information brokers in this place know almost everything about this world, they don't know everything, and there are resources the House of Riches have that this city may not and vice versa. That's why it's better to visit multiple sources. Anyways, do you see that tall building in the distance? That is Moonlight Broker's main building, as well as our destination. Many minutes later, they arrived at the front of the tall building. That's a lot of people. Yuan sighed when he saw the massive queue outside the place. At this rate, it might be hours before they can even enter the building. Don't worry, young master. I have a way for us to skip the line. Stay here for a moment. Feng Yuxiang said before she started walking towards the entrance, ignoring the entire queue. The line is back there. The guard at the entrance said to Feng Yuxiang. Feng Yuxiang didn't say anything and retrieved a piece of paper from her spatial ring before shoving it in the guard's face. The guard didn't know what he was looking at, but he recognized the crescent symbol on it. Please wait a moment. The guard went inside the building for a minute, returning with a middle-aged man. Can you show what you just showed me to him? The guard asked Feng Yuxiang. This is. The moment the middle-aged man saw the papers, his eyes widened with shock. Welcome back to Moonlight City, Benefactor Feng. The middle-aged man lowered his head and bowed to her, dumbfounding the guards there, as they have never seen the middle-aged man acting in such a manner before. I'm here to buy information, said Feng Yuxiang in a calm voice. Please, follow me inside. The boss will handle it. The middle-aged man said. The boss? The guards were truly shocked now. Feng Yuxiang nodded before turning to look at Yuan and gesturing for him to go to her. Is everything okay? Yuan asked. Yes, they have agreed to work with us. Feng Yuxiang said with a smile. Sometime later, the middle-aged man led the two of them to the top floor before entering a luxuriously decorated room. Please wait a moment while I call for the boss. The middle-aged man bowed to them before leaving the place. After leaving Feng Yuxiang and Yuan in the room, the middle-aged man rushed to the room that was only at the end of the hall. He banged on the door and shouted, Boss Yu. This is an emergency. The door flew open the next moment, and the middle-aged man rushed inside, standing before this beautiful woman with a cold expression on her face. What is it? Benefactor Feng has returned. The middle-aged man immediately said. Benefactor Feng? Who the heck is that? However, the boss didn't appear to recognize this person. The middle-aged man looked surprised for a second before snapping out of his daze and continuing, Benefactor Feng. She was the person who saved Madame Yu, your mother, when she was on the verge of death. Did you already forget? Madame Yu even told us to never forget this name even after her. The beautiful woman suddenly stood up with a look of realization on her face. Where is this person? She exclaimed. They're currently waiting in the guest room on this. Before the middle-aged man could even finish his sentence, the beautiful woman rushed outside and went to the room Feng Yuxiang and Yuan were staying in. After opening the door in an exaggerated manner, the beautiful woman turned to look at the two figures sitting inside the room, and her gaze immediately landed on Feng Yuxiang. Are you really Benefactor Feng? The beautiful woman asked Feng Yuxiang in a trembling voice. Who are you? I was expecting you Xian. Feng Yuxiang looked at the woman with raised eyebrows. I'm Yuan. Xian, my mother, is no longer here. She passed 900 years ago. The woman responded in a low voice. The room turned silent for a long moment before Feng Yuxiang broke the silence and spoke, You have my condolences. I heard a lot about you from my mother, Benefactor Feng. You saved my mother when she was attacked by a powerful magical beast, and you even helped the moonlight brokers flourish. On her deathbed, my mother told me to repay her debt to you since she was never able to. Yuan said. You don't need to repay any debts. It has been thousands of years since I left this place, and all of you Xian's debt has already been paid. What? Then why did she tell me to? Don't think too much about it. Anyways, I am here today with my young master to buy some information. Feng Yuxiang gestured for Yuan to take a seat. After a moment of silence, Yuan took a seat before them and spoke, What do you want to know? Don't worry about the payment. You have already contributed enough to the moonlight brokers with your generous donations before. Feng Yuxiang nodded and spoke, First of all, do you have any information on the pill of truth? We're looking for it. Pill of truth. Something that precious won't exist in this world, at least I'm not aware of it. Yuan shook her head. However, I will have my people look deeper into it just in case. You should have a real response by the end of the day. Feng Yuxiang nodded, and she continued, as for my next request. I want to know where I can find Jia Chong. Jia Chong. The wandering array master. Yuan held a complicated look on her face as she spoke. Yes. Feng Yuxiang calmly nodded. Yuan sighed, I knew things wouldn't be easy with you, but to think you want to look for Jia Chong. Do you know what happened the last time I sold information on his whereabouts? He slaughtered the people that went looking for him and destroyed nearly half of my city. Although Jia Chong is, without a doubt, the best array master in spirit heaven, he's also crazy. He believes that all of his encounters should be natural, and anybody that purposefully seeks out for him is trying to mess with his flow of nature, whatever that means. Feng Yuxiang showed a confident smile on her face as she spoke, don't worry, I can guarantee you that he won't do anything to us. What about my city? He said that he'd completely erase this city if we sell him again. Yuan sighed. We won't tell him that we found him through the moonlight brokers, so he won't do anything to you guys. If he does show up, you can simply deny it. After spending many moments pondering her answer, Yuan finally came to a conclusion. Alright, we'll tell you about his whereabouts. However, the location itself is also quite dangerous. It's a place only someone insane like Jia Chong would dare traverse. There's only one place in spirit heaven that could be considered quite dangerous. Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a low voice. It's the Demon's Valley. Yuan said, confirming Feng Yuxiang's thoughts. Demon's Valley? Yuan exclaimed when he heard such an ominous name. Are there demons in this place? He quickly asked. Yuan chuckled at Yuan's question and shook her head, of course not. Demons no longer exist. However, the Demon's Valley has a polluted environment that can cause people to go insane if they stay in there for too long, and the magical beasts in there are much more powerful than the ones you find everywhere else in spirit heaven. I see. Yuan then continued, I don't know of his exact location, but I do know that he's currently in Demon's Valley. If you want to find him, you should go there as soon as possible since I don't know when he'll leave, but then again, he's been in that place for over a year already, way longer than he usually stays in one place. Thank you for the information. Feng Yuxiang said, and she turned to look at Yuan. What do you think, young master? Do you want to go now or later? Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking, let's go after my examination in a few days. After that, we'll have an entire week to look for Jia Chong in Demon's Valley. I understand. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Yuan turned to look at Yuan and asked her, by the way, is there a myriad of techniques near the Demon's Valley? Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding her head, yes, there is a small town about 50 miles from the Demon's Valley. They have a myriad of techniques there. Thank you. However, I must warn you, that town is weird. Most people say it's due to the Demon's Valley that's leaking its chaotic energy outside, but there are many crazy people in that place. If you go there, try not to stay there for too long. I understand. Yuan nodded. Is there anything else you want to know about, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him. I have nothing else. We can leave, he said. You're leaving already? Yuan asked them. Yes, we have everything we need. But we'll return later for the pill of truth. Feng Yuxiang said. Unless you have something for us. Well. I want to buy information from you, benefactor Feng. Yuan said. Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows in a questioning manner. What kind of information? Information about my mother. I want to know about the time you spent with her. But I have to be with the young master. It's okay, Feng. Stay here and talk with her. Yuan quickly said. I'll look around the city by myself, and I still have Ying with me. You can come back after you're done here. If you say so, young master. Feng Yuxiang reluctantly nodded. Thus, Feng Yuxiang stayed behind with Yuan while Yuan left the building by himself. Trust me, there isn't that much to talk about. I just happened to stumble on Yuxian when she was in trouble and decided to save her. After that, I invested some money in the moonlight brokers so that I could also benefit from them. That's all. Feng Yuxiang said. Even then, I still want to hear about it, your time with my mother. Very well, but my time isn't cheap, especially when you're making me leave my young master's side. Yuan nodded her head with a resolute face. Feng Yuxiang sighed, and she began recalling her experience with Yuxian to the best of her abilities, as it has been thousands of years since it happened. Meanwhile, Yuan wandered Moonlight City aimlessly. Although it was a small city, it was incredibly active with shops left and right. After walking for a few minutes, Yuan stopped by this store that immediately caught his interest the moment he laid eyes on it, and it was one of the biggest buildings on the street. Magical Beast Store. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Ying, do you know anything about this kind of business? Yuan decided to ask her, who was a divine beast. Yes, there are people out there who make a living by capturing magical beasts to nurture and train before selling them to beast tamers. However, it wasn't that popular in the mythic realm, so it rarely happened. Lan Ying responded. Beast tamers. They are cultivators that fight with magical beasts as their companions, right? Does this make me a beast tamer? You're technically a beast tamer since you have tamed 2 divine beasts, but you're nothing like a beast tamer since you don't ask us to fight for you, and you see us as more than just servants, which is something most beast tamers don't do. I see. I haven't really come across any beast tamers since I started cultivating. Are they that rare? I'm not really sure about the beast tamers out here since I was born inside the mystic realm. However, they're not that popular within the mystic realm since it requires a lot of resources and effort to train a magical beast. Even if you form a contract with a magical beast, it doesn't necessarily mean that they'll listen to you. Furthermore, they still have to cultivate their own bodies even though their servants do most of the work. If you ask me, only wealthy cultivators would become beast tamers due to the amount of resources it requires. That makes sense. Yuan mumbled. In the end, Yuan's curiosity got the best of him, so he went inside the building to take a look. This isn't what I expected. It's quite clean in here. Yuan thought to himself when he saw the interiors of the building. For some reason, he expected the place to resemble an animal store, but he couldn't see any magical beasts on display. Hello, how may I help you? A tall middle-aged man approached Yuan shortly after he stepped inside the store. I'm just looking around, he said. I see. Are you interested in magical beasts? The man then asked. A little. Then have you ever thought about becoming a beast tamer? Beast tamers are cultivators that command magical beasts on the battlefield. No, I have never thought about becoming a beast tamer. Yuan shook his head. Perhaps you might start thinking about it after today. Follow me, I will show you the magical beasts that we have in stock. Yuan knew that the middle-aged man was trying to get him to buy a magical beast, but he didn't care and followed the man, as he was truly intrigued in the types of magical beasts that were being sold. After following the man to the counter, Yuan watched as the man retrieved 4 books and placed them before him. We have 4 main categories for our magical beasts. Power, agility, flight, and special. Those in the power category are magical beasts with naturally high strength, but they come with slower speed most of the time. Magical beasts in the agility category are the opposite with lower strength but higher speed. The flight category should be self-explanatory. They're all magical beasts that can fly. As for the special category, they're mostly rare magical beasts that are hard to acquire. Which category would you like to see first? The special category, I guess. Yuan responded after pondering for a few moments. Very well. The man pushed the other 3 books to the side before placing the special category in front of Yuan. Here you go, buddy. Take your time. Yuan opened the book and began flipping through the pages, and he could see names of magical beasts and painted pictures of them on each page. He didn't recognize any of these magical beasts, mostly because he hasn't really encountered any magical beasts since he arrived in Spirit Heaven. However, judging by their appearance and description, most of these magical beasts appeared to be quite powerful. By the way, I should let you know in advance that these magical beasts are all matured. If you wish to look for immature magical beasts, you'll have to visit our auction house. Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked, why does it matter if they're mature or not? The man chuckled and said, it matters a lot. Mature magical beasts are more difficult to control and train, while immature magical beasts will give you a much easier time. Also, if you properly nurture an immature magical beast until their maturity, they will be much more powerful than a magical beast that raised itself in the wild. This is why most people prefer immature magical beasts. A few minutes later, Yuan closed the book and shook his head, sorry, but I am not interested in these magical beasts. Don't worry, we have a lot more magical beasts in the other categories. In fact, the special category has the least choices due to their rarity. Also, just because they are rare doesn't make them more powerful. There are magical beasts in the other categories that are extremely powerful. Thank you for the offer, but I don't think my decision will change even if I look at the other categories. Yuan shook his head. I see. The man took back the books before putting them away. Anyways, if you ever change your mind, you know where to find us. We have new magical beasts almost every week. If you're looking for immature magical beasts, you should give our auction house a visit. It's only a couple of streets away. Okay. Yuan nodded. He left the place shortly after and began wandering the city again. Ying, I must ask, how do you feel about cultivators capturing magical beasts and selling them? Yuan suddenly asked her. He was worried that she might be feeling disgusted by such a business. After all, she is technically a magical beast as well, and it would be akin to watching her own people being sold. You don't have to worry about me, I don't feel anything about it. Lan Ying responded in a calm voice. Even though we are all technically magical beasts, we do not see each other like humans see other humans. For humans, regardless of your background, you are still considered as humans, and you are able to feel empathy towards other humans, but that is not the case for us magical beasts, as we see other races as a different species. In fact, we do not feel intimacy even towards our own race. The most important thing to magical beasts are their connections with one another, just like my connection with you. I wouldn't feel anything if a stranger died before my eyes, but I would feel pain if I saw you hurt. That's just how all magical beasts function, and that is precisely why we don't care if cultivators capture or hunt other magical beasts. In fact, magical beasts also hunt other magical beasts for their cultivation, so we have no right to judge humans for their actions. I see. Although Yuan was relieved that Lan Ying wasn't affected by the magical beast store, he also didn't know what to think about how magical beasts treat each other. Sometime later, Yuan stopped before a store that sold treasures. I don't really need any treasures, but the others would find them useful. However, I don't know what kind of treasures to get for them. Yuan pondered about what kind of treasures he should get for Wang Ming and the others. Eventually, he decided to just give them the resources to buy the treasures themselves. About 2 hours later, Feng Yuxiang returned to his side. I apologize for keeping you waiting, young master. She said to him the moment she got back. You don't need to apologize for everything, Feng. Yuan said with a smile. How was it? Was she satisfied? He then asked. I think so. She nodded. That's good. What should we do now, young master? Shall we start making our way towards the Demon's Valley? Not yet. I need to meet with my companions back at the hotel first, then we'll make our way to the Demon's Valley. Yuan said. I understand. Thus, they started their journey back to the original city. That night, Yuan said to the others, I have some things to give you all. Meet me at the square tonight. It won't take long. After dinner, everybody returned to their room and logged into Cultivation Online. They all gathered at the square and waited for Yuan to arrive. I will be busy for a while, so I want to give you these before I leave. Yuan handed each of them a storage pouch. Can we open it now? Wang Ming asked. Go ahead. Yuan nodded. They all opened the storage pouch to find 10,000 spirit stones inside. 10,000 spirit stones. That's worth 100 million gold coins. Are you sure you want to give this much money to us? Shi Lang was shocked. It's really not that much, but it should be more than enough to assist you in your cultivation until you reach Spirit Master. Also, I plan on ascending to the next realm soon, he suddenly said. What? Already? It hasn't even been that long since you came here. Wang Ming asked. I'm almost a Spirit King, my cultivation will improve very slowly if I remain in this realm, hence my decision. I see. Yuan, do you need me to come with you? Chu Liuxiang asked him shortly after he handed them spirit stones. It's going to be a dangerous journey, and I don't know what to expect, so it would be for the best if I went alone. Yuan shook his head. Dangerous? How dangerous? Li Jinsi asked, her eyes filled with curiosity. It's a place called Demon's Valley, and according to the person who gave me this information, it can make people go crazy if they go there. That doesn't sound good, at all. Meishio said with a worried frown on her face. I will be fine. Yuan showed her a confident smile. After talking with the others for a couple more minutes, Yuan left the square and began making his way towards the Demon's Valley. A few hours later, near sunrise, Feng Yuxiang said, Young master, this is the furthest we can go using the teleportation device. We'll have to travel by ourselves now. Will we make it before the examination begins? He asked. We should barely make it if we don't stop. Feng Yuxiang nodded. That's good enough. They began flying towards their destination after leaving the city. During their journey, Yuan would spend most of his time staring at the scenery that was mostly filled with mountains and vast empty lands. At times, he would fly over small villages that only had a dozen houses at most. Eventually, he realized something. Feng, is it just me or is there a lack of water in this world? Yuan asked her. A lack of water? Feng Yuxiang started laughing after hearing his words. Young master, the cultivation world is mostly made up of water. While it may seem like there is a lot of land, the truth is that compared to water, the 9 heavens is only 30% land. The spirit heaven is mostly land, but once you reach the upper heavens, most cities are separated by many seas, and it would require days if not weeks of traveling just to reach the next city if you do not have a good flying treasure. Speaking of flying treasures, where do I buy them? I don't personally need them, but I am thinking about giving them to my friends so that they can travel around more conveniently. Flying treasures are quite rare even in this world, and even if you find one, they're not that fast. You'll have to travel to the upper heavens if you want a good flying treasure, but if you still want some, I know of a place in this world that sells them. However, your schedule is a little tight right now. Yuan then said, it can wait until I finish my current appointments. A few hours later, Yuan descended and said, let's take a break. I will be back in 2 to 3 hours. Okay. Feng Yuxiang entered his body to rest, and Yuan logged off shortly after to have breakfast with the others. Guys, have you heard about the upcoming disciple examination? Apparently, some big sects are hosting this disciple examination about a week from now, and there are tens of thousands of players that will be participating. Wang Ming suddenly brought up the 7 Spirit Academy's disciple examination. Are you going to participate? Shi Lang asked him. I am thinking about it, but since Yuan will be ascending soon, that means we'll get to ascend as well, right? What's the point of joining a sect when I can join a much better sect in the next realm? Wang Ming said. Wang Bingbing raised her eyebrows and said, have you already forgotten about what happened recently? There are tens of thousands of players currently stuck in spirit heaven because they rushed to ascend without having sufficient strength, so they are forced to rely on stronger players to even leave the city. The next realm will surely be much harder than spirit heaven, and I doubt anyone but Yuan would be able to survive such a place. Now that you mention it. Wang Ming began reconsidering his decision. What do you think, Yuan? Should we join one of these sects? Hong Xiuquan suddenly asked him. Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding his head. Honestly, I think it would benefit all of you if you joined a sect. Wang Bingbing is right. Even if I ascend to the next realm, I don't think you should follow me, especially since we don't know what's up there. Furthermore, the sects in question are top sects in spirit heaven, and there are 7 of them. I'm sure there's a lot of new things you can learn from them. The others exchanged glances with each other. So who's going to participate? Wang Ming asked them. I'll do it. Shi Lang said. We cannot rely on Yuan for everything. I am going to join a sect and improve myself from there. Wu Zhao nodded and said, I will also participate. I don't have anything else to do, anyway. One by one, the demon sealing faction decided to join a sect. What about you, Li Jinxi? They turned to look at her. I'm fine by myself, she calmly responded. Really? How do you even train yourself nowadays? Shi Murong asked her. I hunt monsters, she quickly replied. That's it? Li Jinxi nodded. As expected from the tyrannical gorilla. She probably enjoys hunting monsters all day. Wang Ming mumbled in a low voice. I heard you. Li Jinxi narrowed her eyes at him, causing him to tremble. It's just a joke. Anyways, I do not intend on joining any sections. I am satisfied with my current routine, and I get a lot of monster cores from it as well, she said a moment later. If that's what you want to do, we won't try to convince you. Shi Lang said. The 2 of you will probably follow Yuan when he ascends, right? Wang Bingbing suddenly turned to look at Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. Of course. Chu Liuxiang immediately responded. Meishio also agreed by nodding her head. After talking with the others for a couple more minutes, everyone returned to their own schedule, which consisted of mostly morning practice, so everyone except Yuan went to the training field. As for Yuan, he returned to Cultivation Online so that he could continue making his journey to the Demon's Valley. Many hours later, Yuan could suddenly sense a chilly sensation on his skin, causing him to tremble slightly. However, it wasn't because of the weather, and a cultivator of his level wouldn't be affected by normal cold weather. What is this feeling? It's unpleasant. Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang, who didn't seem affected at all. It must be the Demon's Valley miasma, she said. You don't feel it? Yuan asked her with a raised eyebrow. No, it appears that the miasma doesn't affect divine beasts. However, this is truly unexpected. I didn't expect for the miasma to reach all the way here since we're still a few hours away from the town. It wasn't this bad the last time I was here. You came to the Demon's Valley before? Somewhat. I flew over it, but I never went inside, and that was thousands of years ago. I see. How was the place when you flew over it? It was desolate and had this grim atmosphere. That's all I can remember. Why is the place like this? Yuan continued to ask. Who knows? According to my knowledge, demons used to roam that land very frequently and even made it into some sort of stronghold, hence its name. However, after the demon clan was defeated by humans, they all seemingly disappeared, leaving behind this miasma that makes people crazy if they stay too long in it. Demons, huh? Honestly, I wanted to visit the Demon's Valley not entirely because of Jia Chong. I was intrigued by this place's name, so I wanted to see what it was like for myself. Yuan suddenly said. Do you think it's because of your memories as the divine paragon that made you interested in Demon's Valley? Feng Yuxiang then asked. Who knows, but it feels like I am always encountering demons, almost like we're fated to cross paths everywhere I go. Yuan sighed. A few hours later, Feng Yuxiang said, "We're almost there, young master. Are you okay with the miasma? Do you feel unwell?" Yuan shook his head. "I am fine. The miasma is unpleasant and makes my skin crawl, but I don't feel any differently than normal." "That's good to hear. But since we're going to the town first, I should talk a little about it. First of all, the town is a nameless place. It probably had a name before, but it was forgotten with time. I personally have never been to the town before, but I asked the moonlight brokers about it before I left, and Yuan told me that it's a town filled with crazy people, warning me that we shouldn't interact with them. According to her, many people go missing in that place, and its residents act like they're possessed by something. Due to its bad reputation, it rarely receives any guests. The only people that go to that place are cultivators who are interested in the Demon's Valley. There are rumors of hidden treasures within the Demon's Valley, so it's a hot spot for treasure hunters. Sounds like a complicated place. About an hour later, they arrived at the nameless town. The miasma inside this town is way stronger than anything I have felt outside. Yuan muttered in a low voice as he entered the town that didn't even have any guards. At first glance, the place looked very empty, almost as though it was a ghost town. However, he quickly realized that was not the case. "Young master, they're watching us from their houses," Feng Yuxiang suddenly said to him. He nodded. "Yes, I can see them with my divine sense. There is definitely something off about them." After walking around the town for about half an hour without seeing a single individual, Yuan sighed. "How are we supposed to find the myriad of techniques if there's nobody to guide us there? This is a relatively small town, so we'll probably find it just by walking around," Feng Yuxiang said. After a few more minutes of wandering, Yuan finally found someone in the street, a very skinny old woman standing in the street with a dazed look on her pale face. Yuan swallowed nervously when he saw this old woman that looked almost like a skeleton. Although he has never watched any horror movies before, Yuro used to tell him scary stories on special occasions, and in all of her stories, there would always be a creepy-looking old woman. Yuan's instincts told him to not approach this old woman, but he wanted to find the myriad of techniques as soon as possible or he would be late for the examination. "Calm down. There's nothing this old woman can do to harm you." Yuan told this to himself as he approached the old woman at a slow but steady pace. "Hello. Do you know where I can find the myriad of techniques?" Yuan asked in a nervous but clear voice. However, the old woman acted as though she didn't even hear him, and she continued to stare at the space in front of her with a blank expression. Figuring that she didn't hear him, Yuan decided to ask her again in a louder voice, "Do you know where I can find the myriad of techniques?" This time, the old woman turned to look at him with stiff movement. "Have you seen my son?" she asked him in a hoarse voice. Yuan was taken aback by the old woman's response. "No, I haven't," he eventually responded. The old woman then continued, "Do you know where my son is? He should have returned to me by now." "Sorry, but I don't know where your son is." Yuan shook his head. After a moment of silence, the old woman suddenly started screaming, You took my son, didn't you? Give my son back." It was at this moment the old woman revealed her hands that had been hiding underneath her clothes, and it was clutching onto a kitchen knife. "Die!" The old woman brandished the kitchen knife at Yuan without any hesitation. Yuan's eyes widened when he saw the old woman brandishing her kitchen knife at him out of the blue. However, before he could even react, Feng Yuxiang, who had been prepared to act at a moment's notice, waved her hand and released a blast of spiritual energy at the aggressor, sending the old woman flying to the next street. Yuan stared at the old woman that had fallen a street away with a baffled look on his face, and he turned to look at Feng Yuxiang. Feng, did you really have to do that? That woman wasn't a cultivator, so there was no way that kitchen knife could have hurt me. Mortal or not, she dared to attack young master, so she will be punished. Feng Yuxiang said with a firm look on her face. I hope you didn't kill her. Yuan sighed. However, when he turned back to look at the street, he could not see the old woman anywhere. Huh? Where did she go? Yuan looked around, but he couldn't see even a shadow. She probably got scared and ran away. I didn't even use that much strength just now, so she should be fine. Feng Yuxiang said. Since there's nobody we can ask for help, I guess we can only continue to look for the myriad of techniques by ourselves. Eventually, Yuan gave up on walking on foot and started flying around the town. After about 15 minutes of circling around the desolate town, they finally found the myriad of techniques, which was hidden in a narrow space between two ordinary-looking buildings. If it were not for the fact that he'd seen the same entrance multiple times by now, Yuan would have definitely missed it. Upon entering the myriad of techniques, they were greeted by the usual scenery that was filled with warmth and light, the polar opposite of the nameless town. The tingly sensation on his skin immediately disappeared the moment Yuan entered the myriad of techniques, allowing him to finally breathe normally. Sometime later, he made his way to the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library. After coming out of the portal in the Grand Library, Yuan approached the building in the distance, but it was completely empty there due to the drama between the Demon Sealing Clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto. You're the little founder. What are you doing here? Didn't you hear? The Grand Library is closed until further notice. The man that gave Yuan the badge when he first arrived was still there to guard the entrance even though it was closed. I'm here to take my demon sealing examination with Senior Yen, he explained the situation to him. Give me a moment to confirm this. The man retrieved a communication jade slip and contacted Yen Hara, who was somewhere within the Grand Library. Are you expecting the little founder? He asked her. Yes, please let him inside. Yen Hara quickly responded. The man turned to look at Yuan and silently nodded. Thank you. Yuan bowed to the man before making his way inside the Grand Library. Once inside, he walked straight to the area with the Divine Paragon statue. When he arrived, he could see 5 people standing in front of the statue. Yuan immediately recognized 3 of these people. They were Yen Hara, Tang Zheng, and surprisingly, Wan Yu. As for the last 2 individuals, they were a beautiful young lady and a handsome young man that Yuan did not recognize at all. The young lady was wearing the Demon Sealing Clan's uniform while the young man wore the Demon Sealing Grotto's uniform. You're late, little founder. Yen Hara said to him in a relaxed tone when she noticed his presence. Sorry, but something came up and I had to travel to another location. Yuan said with an apologetic smile. So that's the rumored little founder, huh? I must say, he really resembles the Divine Paragon, but his cultivation is too weak. Are you sure he should be participating in the examination? The handsome young man showed a provocative smile after seeing Yuan. The young lady merely glared at Yuan with a deep gaze, her thoughts unknown. Yuan glanced at the handsome young man before ignoring him. He looked around the place, showing a puzzled expression on his face when he couldn't see any artificial demons in the area. Are you looking for the artificial demons? Tang Zhang read his thoughts and asked with a smile. Yuan nodded. Ha ha ha. Don't tell me that you're participating in this examination without even knowing anything about it. I have never met anyone like you before. The young man started laughing when he realized the situation. Calm down, Wan Kaiki. Wan Yu narrowed his eyes on the handsome young man. Sorry, Uncle Wan, but this guy is too much for me. The young man, who turned out to be Wan Yu's nephew, spoke as he wiped his tears. It's my fault. I forgot to explain the examination to you. Yen Hara suddenly realized this fact and apologized to him. It's fine. The details don't really matter to me. I intend on passing the examination no matter what, after all. Yuan said with a confident smile on his face. Well spoken. Wan Yu smiled, and he continued, when I heard that you wanted to become an elite demon sealer, I immediately volunteered to become a judge. I missed it when you became an advanced demon sealer, but I won't miss this one. Anyways, now that everyone is here, let's go to the area where the examination will take place. Tang Jing said, and he suddenly began creating array symbols the next moment. A few moments later, Tang Jing combined the array symbols into a single powerful array before infusing the array with the divine paragon statue beside him. A few moments later, a red portal appeared before them, and Tang Jing entered it without hesitation. The others followed with Yuan entering last. After exiting from the portal, Yuan was greeted by the scenery of a mountain valley, but there was something ominous about it, and the sensation he felt from the nameless town could suddenly be felt again, but it was much more intensive this time. This feeling. It's almost as though I have returned to the nameless town with that crazy old lady. Yuan thought to himself as he stared at the mountain valley. In order to pass the examination and become an elite demon sealer, you must traverse this demon's valley and reach the end within 3 days. Yen Hara said to them sometime later. Demon's Valley. Yuan immediately raised his eyebrows upon hearing this familiar name, wondering if this is some kind of freaky coincidence or fate. Yes, this place used to be inhabited by mostly low-ranking demons in the lower heavens. Of course, this isn't the real location. It's just a recreation of the place. Yen Hara said. And she continued, the real Demon's Valley is much larger than this place since this is just a portion of the real thing. It's about 100 miles from here to the end, but you're not allowed to fly during the examination, and you'll encounter demons on your way there. Tang Jing then spoke, you can ignore the demons and finish the examination without sealing a single demon, but you acquire points for sealing demons, bonus points if you can kill them. At the end, depending on your points, you'll be able to receive a demon sealing treasure from the treasury. When you spoke next, demon sealing treasures are very rare, so I recommend that you try to acquire as many points as you can during this examination. Yen Hara approached Yuan and handed him a necklace. Wear this so we know your location at all times. The demons may not be real, but they can still inflict real injuries, so you should treat them as though you're fighting a real demon. Yuan accepted the necklace and wore it around his neck. He then watched as Yen Hara handed Wu Kaiki and the young lady the same necklace. They're also participating in this examination. Yuan thought they were there as judges at first, but that didn't seem to be the case. Now on to the rules for the examination. Yen Hara spoke, and she continued, as I'd already mentioned, you are not allowed to fly in the examination. You are allowed to use any treasures during the examination, but demon sealing treasures are forbidden. You have 72 hours to traverse the Demon's Valley and reach the end. You will know it's the end when you see the divine paragon statue. If you are lost, you can look at the sky and follow that red star. Yuan followed Yen Hara's finger that was pointed at the sky, and sure enough, there was a bright crimson star flickering in the yellow sky. You may forfeit the examination at any time by destroying the crystal on your necklace, but if you fail the examination, you will not be able to partake in it for another 10 years. 10 years? Yuan cried inwardly. Although 10 years may seem like nothing for these powerful cultivators that have lived for hundreds if not thousands of years, it was a significant amount of time for Yuan, who has only lived for 18 years. I cannot fail this examination no matter what. Yuan told himself as Yen Hara continued to speak. As mentioned already, you are not required to fight any demons you encounter during the examination, but you will receive points for doing so. You will receive 1 point for sealing any lower demons, 5 points for sealing elite demons, 10 points for superior demons, which will be the highest ranking demon available during the examination, and if you manage to kill the demon, you will receive double points. At the end of the examination, you may use your points to trade for demon sealing treasures. And before you ask, yes, you are allowed to trade for multiple demon sealing treasures as long as you have enough points, so good luck with that. Do you have any questions before we start this examination? Yuan raised his hands and asked, how do we know how much time we have left? We will let you know through the necklace every 24 hours for the first 2 days. On the final day, we will remind you every 4 hours, and during the last 4 hours, we will remind you every hour. Tang Jing responded. I understand. Yuan nodded. Do you two have any questions? One you asked the other 2 participants. They shook their heads. Then we will begin the examination now. We will begin the timer once you enter the Demon's Valley. Good luck. Yan Hara said to them before the judges flew away, disappearing from their sights. Once they were alone, Wan Kaiki turned to look at the young lady and said, Daoist Huan, let's have a friendly competition to see who receives the most points during the examination. If you win, I will give you all of my points, but if I win, you will go on a date with me. The young lady surnamed Huan turned to look at Wu Kaiki and spoke in a nonchalant voice, I don't like your smile. And without explaining any further, she turned around and disappeared into the Demon's Valley. Wan Kaiki turned to look at Yuan, who had been staring at them, and scoffed, what are you looking at? A spirit lord like you won't survive even a day inside the Demon's Valley. Do you want to gamble on that claim? If you win, I will give you all of my points, but if I win, you will give me your points. Yuan suddenly responded in a way that Wan Kaiki didn't expect. Wan Kaiki coldly snorted after snapping out of his daze, that's not fair at all. You can simply go into hiding for an entire day. Yuan then said, okay, let's use your rules instead. Whoever acquires the most points during the examination will take the loser's points. That's more like it. A confident smile appeared on Wan Kaiki's face. So you agree? Yuan asked for confirmation. Yes. Wan Kaiki nodded. Good. Then may the best one win. Yuan clasped his hands and bowed to Wan Kaiki before entering the Demon's Valley. Arrogant brat, you won't be acting so smug in 3 days. Wan Kaiki also entered the Demon's Valley shortly after. After entering the Demon's Valley, Yuan's vision blurred for a second, and when it cleared up, he found himself in a different area. He had been teleported somewhere, but he still appeared to be within the Demon's Valley. He turned around and waited to see if Wan Kaiki would show up, but when nobody showed up after a minute, he figured that Wan Kaiki had also been teleported somewhere. They probably did this to separate us. Yuan thought. He tilted his head until he was staring at the sky, and when he located the red star in the sky, he started walking towards that direction. We have 3 days to complete this examination, which is a lot of time even if we cannot fly. This is probably on purpose to encourage us to fight demons and earn points. Not only do I have to beat Wan Kaiki, but this is also good practice for me. Hopefully, there are enough demons in this place to satisfy me. Yuan decided to focus on hunting demons instead of just rushing to the finish line. Of course, the other 2 participants also had the same thoughts. They all believed that they would be able to reach the goal with ease and with plenty of time to spare, so they might as well use that spare time to hunt for points and acquire a demon-sealing treasure or 2. Meanwhile, in another location, Yan Hara and the other 2 judges watched the participants through a mirror. I know he's a talented young man, but don't you think it's a little too much to allow him to participate in this examination? After all, these demons don't scale to his strength, so they will all have a higher cultivation than him. Tang Jing asked Yan Hara. After a moment of silence, she responded in a calm voice, I want to see his limit. He might be lacking in terms of cultivation compared to the other 2, but his demon-sealing aura is by no means inferior. In fact, he might even surpass them. Also, he's going to be the future leader of the demon-sealing clan. He'll need some achievements under his belt before then. You seem very confident in his abilities. However, if you ask me, he's still far behind the current leader of the demon-sealing clan. One Yu suddenly said. And he continued, oh, I don't mean his talents. His talents are definitely terrifying, and he has the potential to surpass even the current leader. However, he will need more than talent to become the leader of the demon-sealing clan. His character is too soft and naive at this moment. You cannot expect a baby to suddenly start cultivating. He's still young and inexperienced, but he will eventually grow up, I will make sure of it. Yan Hara said. One Yu sighed, if he survives, that is. What a pity that he's with the demon-sealing clan. What's that supposed to mean? Yan Hara frowned. One Yu shrugged and said, the strife between the 2 clans is getting worse by the day. I'll be surprised if there's a demon sealing clan by the time he grows up. Are you implying that the demon sealing clan will not exist in the near future? The frown on Yen Hara's face deepened. Yu looked at her with raised eyebrows and spoke. Did the demon sealing clan not tell you guys about anything regarding the current situation? What the hell are you talking about? Tang Jing asked. Yu stared at them with a genuinely dumbfounded expression on his face. After a moment of silence, he suddenly burst out laughing. The demon sealing clan is truly something else. It's no wonder why you guys are declining faster than an anchor in water. Maybe they have a reason for keeping silent, I don't know, but things are not looking good for the demon sealing clan. After the recent disaster of an event, the higher-ups from both clans gathered to address the situation. The demon sealing grotto, is well aware that Qian Chu is deliberately trying to harm us. What? That's bullshit. Yen Hara immediately exclaimed. Bullshit? This isn't the first time our people have died by Qian Chu's hands. In fact, ever since he became the leader of the demon sealing clan, our demon sealing grotto have encountered many misfortunate situations where our top demon sealers are being killed in accidents that involve Qian Chu one way or another. However, this is the first time we have lost 3 master demon sealers in one day, and they all died in an event managed by Qian Chu. Even though Qian Chu denies all accusations, we all know that's just plain bullshit. What happened during the tournament was just an accident. In case you forgot, I was also part of it, and I nearly died if not for the leader. Why would the leader risk losing 2 master demon sealers just to harm the demon sealing grotto? That doesn't make any sense. Yen Hara said. Then let me ask you this. Why did the leader save you but allowed the others to die? Why did everyone from the demon sealing grotto die while the demon sealing clan received 0 casualties? A coincidence? I don't fucking think so. Are you accusing me of being part of this conspiracy now? I can't believe you. Yen Hara exclaimed in an angry voice. I'm not accusing you of anything. In fact, I wholeheartedly believe that Qian Chu would be willing to sacrifice his own people just to achieve his goals. He's just that kind of person. During interrogation, when the demon sealing grotto asked Qian Chu why he only saved you, he claimed that he did not do such a thing and that someone else had saved you by taking control of his demon sealing flag. Who the hell would believe that? Besides the divine paragon, nobody in the 9 heavens has the ability to hijack the demon sealing flag right under Qian Chu's nose. What? Yen Hara became speechless after hearing this information from Yu. Qian Chu didn't save her. Then who saved her? Anyways, that's all I have to say on the matter. The higher-ups will handle everything. Yu said before focusing on the participants again. Yen Hara and Tang Zheng looked at each other with perplexed expressions. Did Qian Chu really intentionally let the participants die? Was he really willing to sacrifice his own people to achieve his own goals? It was hard to swallow such a thought, especially since Qian Chu is admired by many people. Meanwhile, inside the Demon's Valley, Yuan encountered his first demon when it suddenly showed up out of the blue and attacked him. Feng Feng. What cultivation is that demon? I cannot sense it, so it must be fairly high. Yuan asked her after realizing this fact. It has a cultivation of Peak Spirit Emperor. Feng Yuxiang immediately responded. Yuan swallowed nervously after hearing this information. Peak Spirit Emperor. That is an entire realm above Spirit King and almost a Spirit Sovereign. How on earth is he supposed to fight such a monster as a Spirit Lord? I have underestimated this examination. Yuan sighed inwardly. He knew it was going to be harder than the last examination, but he didn't expect such a massive jump in difficulty. The last examination was so easy that it was basically free, so Yuan didn't think this examination would be so difficult even if they increased the difficulty several levels. Calm down. They may have a much higher cultivation than I'd anticipated, but they are still vulnerable to demon sealing aura. If my demon sealing aura is strong enough, I should be able to seal it. Yuan tried to calm himself. While he was doing that, the demon snickered. How dare a mere spirit lord step foot inside the demon's valley? Courting death. Young master, do you need my help? Feng Yuxiang asked him. No, I can handle this, and I'm not sure you're allowed to help me. He shook his head. I understand. Please be careful, young master. Yuan nodded and summoned the Empyrean Overlord. You're a bold one, human. I will give you that. The demon showed an ugly smile on its face. You talk too much. You may have a higher cultivation, but you're just a low-ranking demon. Yuan suddenly said. The demon was immediately enraged after hearing Yuan's provoking words. As a low-ranking demon, they have almost zero control over their emotions, especially anger, so they can be triggered easily. Die. The demon pounced at Yuan the next moment. Yuan did not retreat and confronted the demon head-on instead. Demon Sealing Strike. The Empyrean Overlord gushed with demon sealing aura as it slashed at the surprised demon. The demon was unable to react due to being surprised by the overwhelming amount of demon sealing aura released by Yuan, and it did not expect a spirit lord to be capable of releasing such a strong aura. Sha! The Empyrean Overlord sliced the demon in half. However, the demon did not immediately become sealed and quickly regenerated a moment later. And not bad. I underestimated you, human. The smile on the demon's face trembled slightly. It was obviously afraid of Yuan's demon sealing aura despite their cultivation differences. Although the demon had an advantage in cultivation, such an advantage could be negated if its opponent's demon sealing aura was strong enough. This is why demon sealers in ancient times took priority in their demon sealing aura over their cultivation. In this case, Yuan's demon sealing aura was strong enough to threaten the demon with a Spirit Emperor cultivation base, and if it were not for the demon's superior cultivation, it would have been sealed in a single strike. Seeing the demon's reaction to his demon sealing aura, Yuan's confidence increased tremendously, so he went for another strike. Demon Sealing Strike. This time, the demon did not dare to take his attack head-on and opted to dodge it instead. However, Yuan was relentless with his attacks and eventually landed another strike on the demon. The demon's movements became noticeably slower and stiffer after the second strike, and when Yuan noticed this, he increased the intensity of his attacks, not stopping until the demon was fully sealed. Once the demon was fully sealed, Yuan decided to kill it for the extra points. After taking all the time he needed to fully charge his attack, Yuan released a devastating attack named Heavenly Splitting Sword Strike, completely erasing the demon and the terrain behind it almost instantly. The destroyed terrain would return like nothing had happened after a couple of moments, but the demon never recovered. The entire demon's valley seemingly shook for a brief second after the attack, causing the other two participants to look around with caution. Meanwhile, the judges that had been spectating Yuan's first encounter were left speechless by what they had just witnessed. What kind of attack is that? He erased an entire mountain in a split second. Yen Hara exclaimed in a shocked voice. His demon sealing aura increased so much in such a short time. Wan Yu mumbled in a low voice filled with disbelief, his focus elsewhere. Unbelievable. I truly did not expect him to deal with the demon so effortlessly. It appears that my worries were unnecessary. Tang Jing sighed. Although the three of them were aware of Yuan's talent, they had no idea of his full potential, so it was quite shocking to see it for the first time. After killing the demon, Yuan released a relieved sigh, that went better than I anticipated. Looks like I don't need to be so worried about this examination, after all. However, he was not completely stress-free just yet. Although he'd killed the demon, it was only a low-ranking demon, and he wasn't confident that he would be able to achieve the same results fighting an elite or superior demon. After spending a few minutes recovering his spiritual energy, Yuan continued to look for more demons to kill, and after wandering for a couple of minutes, another demon would show up out of nowhere to attack him. Once again, it was a low-ranking demon with a peak Spirit Emperor cultivation, but Yuan didn't hesitate to attack it this time, quickly sealing it in just a few minutes. It's really unfortunate that these demons don't drop demon cores. Yuan sighed inwardly after killing his second demon in the examination. Sometime later, Yuan stopped walking when he noticed a statue in the distance. When he approached it, he realized that it was actually a demon that had already been sealed. Did one of the other two participants seal this demon? He wondered to himself. Regardless if it was sealed by someone else or not, Yuan did not intend on leaving behind free points and decided to erase the demon completely, taking the points for himself. After releasing the heaven-splitting sword strike, Yuan took a few minutes to recover his strength before making his move again. I hope I get points for finishing off someone else's demon, even if I don't receive the full credit. Meanwhile, Wan Yu laughed out loud after witnessing Yuan's actions. This is the first time that I have witnessed someone killing another person's sealed demon. He laughed out loud. Well, this is my first time seeing a spirit lord killing demons 2 realms above their own level. Tang Zheng said. Just what kind of technique is he using? I don't recognize it at all. Yan Hara mumbled in a pondering voice. Wan Yu then said, it resembles an ancient technique from a legend I heard before, but I doubt it's actually the same technique. Legend? The other two looked at him with raised eyebrows. Yes, it's called the heaven-splitting sword strike, and it's only part of another technique called the heaven's secret art. Have you heard of the sublime scriptures of heaven? He asked them. Tang Jing nodded and spoke, I have heard about them before. Legend has it that the mighty heaven itself created these techniques alongside the cultivation world during its creation, and they are the most powerful cultivation techniques to ever exist. There are 4 different techniques with heaven's secret art being one of them. Rumor also has it that they were gifted to the 4 most powerful families that served the first celestial emperor, but nobody has seen these techniques since ancient times, so people question if they even really exist. That's right, and the heaven-splitting sword art is part of heaven's secret art. Wan Yu nodded. And he continued, however, you are not entirely correct. Huh? What did I get wrong? Tang Zheng asked. The sublime scriptures of heaven truly exist and people have seen them before. In fact, the people that own these techniques currently reside in the supreme heaven. However, that is only the case for 3 of these 4 techniques. The 4th technique, Heaven's Secret Art, is said to be owned by the legendary Azura clan, but since they have been exiled for countless years now, nobody can confirm that information, hence why the technique is a legend. The Azura clan, huh? I heard a lot about them, but I never understood why they were exiled. I mean, I know the reason they were exiled, but I don't understand why they did what exiled them. Yan Hara sighed. And she continued, however, what puzzles me the most is how they refuse to participate in Supreme Heaven's legacy for their freedom. They must have their own reasons. Wan Yu shrugged. It was at this moment Yan Hara had a sudden realization. Huh? Wait a minute. The Supreme Heaven's legacy? After pondering for a moment, Yan Hara turned to look at Wan Yu and asked, the Azura clan. What is their surname? Give me a second. Wan Yu closed his eyes to think. A moment later, he opened his eyes and said, if my memories serve me correctly, the Azura clan should have the surname, Xiao. Yan Hara swallowed nervously after hearing this information. Xiao. Xiao Hua. It can't be. But there's no way it's just a coincidence. Why would the Azura clan suddenly decide to participate in the Supreme Heaven's legacy when they've avoided it for countless years? Either this is all just a freaky coincidence or there is something bigger at play here. A few hours later, when you looked at the scoreboard and smiled, Yuan is currently leading with 30 points while the other 2 are almost neck to neck with 22 points and 21 points. Despite his advantage, the little founder isn't as efficient in locating demons as the other 2, so he's not too far ahead. If he couldn't kill demons with his ridiculous technique, he would be last place right now. He's also only ran into low-ranking demons while the other 2 have already encountered an elite demon. Tang Jing added. It will only be a matter of time until he encounters an elite or superior demon. Yen Hara mumbled in a slightly nervous tone, as she wasn't confident that he could really deal with them at his current level. However, the very next moment, Yuan would encounter his first elite demon. Speaking of the devil. A smile filled with intrigue appeared on Wan Yu's face as he focused on Yuan's situation. Young master, this demon is different from the rest. You should be careful. Feng Yuxiang warned him when she sensed that something was off about this demon. It's an elite demon. Yuan immediately recognized its rank since he had fought one before. When the elite demon noticed Yuan, it didn't immediately attack him and actually took a moment to take a deep breath. Aya. Human, I can smell a chaotic energy hidden deep within you. Although the energy is almost non-existent right now, it will eventually bloom into something magnificent, and when it does, I can only imagine the chaos you'll cause to the cultivation world. It would definitely be a sight to behold. The elite demon said to him with a calm smile on its face. Although Yuan didn't take the demon's words to heart, he had a bad feeling about it, and it made him recall the madness that consumed his mind not long ago at the Qi family. Show me what you've got, human. Perhaps it was because of Yuan's lack of cultivation, but the elite demon did not seem to be worried at all by his presence. Then I won't be humble. Yuan started the assault with the demon's sealing sword strike. However, the elite demon quickly dodged it, not allowing Yuan's strike to connect, unlike the low-ranking demons before it that were so confident in their immortal bodies that they would disregard all attacks. Seeing this, Yuan summoned the starry abyss to sneak attack the elite demon. Pathetic little tricks. The elite demon summoned its blood weapon and parried the incoming attack from the back. I forgot that the starry abyss isn't effective against spirit kings and above. Yuan face-bombed inwardly. But this is fine. The invisibility effect isn't the reason I summoned it. 10,000 ghost blades. If one isn't enough, how about 1,000? 1,000 starry abyss suddenly appeared and surrounded the elite demon. Although the demon was definitely taken aback by such a menacing technique, it did not panic and tried its best to deflect all of them. However, such a feat quickly proved to be impossible for the elite demon, so it stopped focusing on the starry abyss and started launching its own attack at Yuan, who was just standing in the distance, silently controlling the starry abyss. Blood slash. The elite demon whisked its thin arms at Yuan, sending a crimson arc of energy at him. However, the attack didn't go far, as it was quickly intercepted by the 1,000 starry abyss that acted like a containment for the demon. What a fucking annoying technique. The elite demon could no longer control its emotions and became enraged. Its frame grew larger, and its chaotic aura surged to a new level. However, despite its transformation, it could not conquer the starry abyss, eventually getting sealed by it. Yuan sighed in relief afterward. I should be more confident in myself. Yuan told himself after finishing off the sealed demon with the heaven-splitting sword strike, acquiring 10 more points. This fellow is full of surprises. He controls not just a single soul weapon but 2 of them, and they're different types of weapons. I only know of one person that can wield 2 soul weapons at once, and that person is regarded as a top genius in the 7th heaven. Wan Yu's face was filled with awe after witnessing Yuan's fight with the elite demon. 2 soul weapons. Just how many more secrets are hiding inside that small figure? Yen Hara wondered to herself. After recovering his spiritual energy, Yuan continued his hunt. Many hours later, the necklace given to him before the examination suddenly trembled, and Yen Hara's voice resounded from it. It has been 24 hours since the start of the examination. You have 48 hours left. It's already been an entire day. Time sure passes by so quickly when I am focused on hunting demons. Luckily I told the others not to worry about me if I don't come out for a few days since I didn't know what to expect from this examination. He would normally take a break for Meishio's meals, but he was worried that he might lose his bet with Wan Kaiki if he rested even a little, as he was certain that the other 2 participants would spend every second during the examination hunting for more points. As Yuan spent more time hunting demons, he grew more confident in his abilities, and his aggressiveness intensified. This allowed him to swiftly deal with even elite demons, and his points grew more and more. I have encountered 4 elite demons now, but I have yet to encounter any superior demons. I wonder if they are closer to the goal. Yuan wondered inwardly as he finished off another demon. After pondering for a moment, he decided to see how close he was to the finish line, as he'd been wandering the demon's valley aimlessly. Yuan followed the direction of the red star and ran at his full speed, only stopping to deal with demons that would suddenly show up. A few hours later, Yuan stopped when he could see the divine paragon statue. I encountered 3 elite demons on my way here, which is almost as much as what I encountered after an entire day of roaming. Looks like my hypothesis was correct. I should encounter my first superior demon soon if I continue to wander around the statue. Not wanting to waste any more time, Yuan began running around the area around the statue, and sure enough, an hour and 3 dead demons later, he encountered his first superior demon. However, when Yuan saw this demon, he swallowed nervously, and all of the confidence that he'd built up over the course of the last 24 hours began dwindling. My lord! This is a demon. Yuan mumbled in a low voice as his gaze laid on a massive figure that was nearly 40 meters tall in the far distance. This demon was not only incredibly tall, it was also very round, almost like a balloon. However, that was not the most appalling feature of this demon, as it had an unfathomably hideous face that would scare anyone unfortunate to witness it. The demons before this one all had human-like appearance, but this demon looked more like a hideous monster than anything. What an ugly demon! Hurry up and kill it, young master! Feng Yuxiang exclaimed in a disgusted voice the moment she saw this demon. Even Lan Yingying trembled when she saw this demon, as it was unlike anything she had seen before. I think we should probably leave this one alone for now, Yuan said in a stiff voice. And without any hesitation, he turned around and walked away, acting as though he never even noticed the demon. Ha ha ha! Did you see the look on his face? I knew he'd run away. Nobody has ever confronted that hideous existence on their first encounter. They would always need some time to mentally prepare themselves, even if they knew of its existence beforehand. One Yu laughed out loud after seeing Yuan's natural reaction to this massive demon. I almost pissed myself when I first encountered it during my examination. Tang Jing shook his head with a bittersweet smile on his face as he recalled his first encounter with this demon. The abomination, huh? I still don't understand their existence and why they look so different from other demons. Yen Hara said. Some people believe they are the demon's true appearance. However, according to the demon sealing clan from ancient times, even demons hated these abominations. One Yu said. I'm just glad that they no longer exist. I cannot imagine going against these things nowadays. They are not only more violent than other demons but they also seem to have no mind of their own, acting merely on their destructive instincts. Tang Jing shook his head. That's not all. One Yu said, and he continued, they also have a higher tolerance to demon sealing aura, so they are much tougher to seal in general. Despite it only being a superior demon, I don't think anyone has ever sealed or killed the abomination in this examination. Not even Qian Chu, who fought it for an entire day, could defeat it. Perhaps the little founder will set a precedent. Yen Hara said with an anticipating smile on her face. Ying. What in heaven's name was that thing? There's no way that thing is a demon. Yuan asked her after running away from the hideous-looking demon. I have no idea. That was also my first time seeing that kind of demon. She said. What about your grandparents? Have they ever mentioned a demon like that before? No. What about you, Feng Feng? Do you know anything about that demon? Yuan continued to ask. Sorry, but I have also never heard of such a demon before. Yuan sighed, I cannot believe such a monster exists in this world. After a moment of silence, Lan Yingying asked him, are you going to fight it? Yuan hesitated on answering. Even though he could get a lot of points by killing the hideous demon, he wasn't sure it was worth the trouble, as it gave him a really dreadful feeling. Suddenly, Yen Hara's voice resounded from the necklace, "Little founder, if you can defeat the abomination, you'll get 1,000 points." The abomination? Is that what it's called? Just what is that thing? Is it really a demon? Yuan asked her. Honestly, I'm not really sure myself what the monster is, but it has red skin and emits chaotic energy like demons, so they are most likely another species of demons. Another species? Demons have different species. Yuan was speechless. Why hasn't he heard about this until now? Anyways, you only need to know that they are more dangerous than ordinary demons, and nobody has ever defeated it before, but maybe you can. Good luck. Yen Hara stopped talking after that. I get 1,000 points if I defeat it, which is definitely a lot of points and will secure my victory, but nobody has managed to do so in the past. Yuan began pondering. Young master, you only need to defeat it, right? That means you don't need to kill it, only seal it. If you continue hitting it with your demon sealing techniques, it'll eventually be sealed, right? Feng Yuxiang said. You're right. Since it has such a massive body, it will be easy to land hits on it. Okay, I will do it. Yuan decided to fight the abomination. After taking a deep breath, he turned around and returned to the location with the abomination. However, he didn't immediately start attacking the abomination. Instead, he sat down in an isolated area and started preparing himself for the fight. Fortunately for him, the abomination seemed to be asleep, as it was just sitting there with its eyes closed. A few minutes later, Yuan opened his eyes that were overflowing with fighting intent. He stood up and looked at the abomination with a resolute gaze. After taking a very deep breath, Yuan summoned the Starry Abyss and used 10,000 ghost blades on it, duplicating the Starry Abyss 2,000 times. Once he was ready, Yuan commanded all 2,000 Starry Abyss to attack the sleeping monster. The next moment, all 2,000 daggers stabbed into the sleeping monster's round body, turning it into a porcupine. However, the abomination remained still, almost as though it didn't even feel the attack. Seeing the lack of reaction from the abomination, Yuan decided to continue stabbing it, slowly filling it with demon sealing aura. Of course, since it was a demon, the holes on its body would immediately renegade the moment the daggers were removed from its body. What's going on? It's been 10 minutes since I started attacking it, yet it still hasn't woken up, nor does it appear to be sealed. Even a demon general would be sealed by now. Yuan scratched his head as he continued commanding the Starry Abyss to attack the abomination. I think you need something stronger. Lan Yingying's voice suddenly resounded. Huh? What do you mean? Although each attack doesn't inflict much demon sealing aura individually, it should add up, right? It worked on other demons. Yuan said. Yes, but that demon appears to have some sort of ability that prevents demon sealing aura from building up inside its body. I can sense your demon sealing aura entering the demon's body, but I can also sense it coming out of its body after some time. That's ridiculous. Yuan did not want to believe that a demon with such capabilities could possibly exist, as that would make it many times harder to seal the demon, perhaps even impossible. Eventually, Yuan created 10,000 copies of the Starry Abyss and attacked the sleeping abomination with them. How about now? Is it affecting the demon? Yuan asked Lan Yingying a few minutes later. It is, but not fast enough. At this rate, you'll need to continue this for a week before it shows any results, she said. A week? Yuan was speechless. His spiritual energy would most likely run out before a week could even pass. After trying for a few more minutes, Yuan recalled the Starry Abyss and gave up on attacking the abomination temporarily to recover his spiritual energy. What should I do now? My Starry Abyss is basically useless in this situation, and the heaven-splitting sword strike won't be able to kill it. Do I really have no means to defeat this monster? Yuan pondered for a way to defeat the abomination while he cultivated. Suddenly, he recalled a certain moment that he witnessed not long ago. During the Demon Sealing Tournament, the leader of the Demon Sealing clan infused his Demon Sealing aura with his sword aura, at least that's what the triplets said. If I can somehow replicate that, would I be able to defeat the abomination with it? But how do I even infuse my demon sealing aura with my sword aura? Hey, divine paragon, give me some guidance. I know you're in here somewhere. Yuan began calling for the divine paragon inside his head. Unfortunately, there was no response from the divine paragon. He said that he doesn't really exist and that he's only a fragment of my memories, so I should be able to draw out those memories, right? Maybe if I look deeper inside my consciousness. Yuan stopped cultivating after recovering enough spiritual energy, but he did not open his eyes. Young master. Are you okay? Feng Yuxiang asked him when she saw no movements from him. Please be quiet for a while, I am trying to focus. Yuan responded in a low voice. Sorry. Once it was completely silent, Yuan tried to enter deep within his consciousness to find the divine paragon. When he was still a cripple, in order to not go crazy from boredom since he couldn't move his body and was surrounded by darkness, Yuan learned how to peer deep into his mind so that he could relive his memories, in a time before he was a cripple. After doing it for many years, he got so good at it that he could essentially see any memories he wanted at will, and this included memories that were hidden deep within his consciousness with some limitations, such as memories from before he became an orphan, as he had zero memories of such a time inside his mind. Although he hasn't tried doing it after regaining his ability to move, he was still able to enter the depths of his consciousness with ease. Once he entered the deepest parts of his consciousness, Yuan could see 4 people standing beside each other. There was Tian Yang, the divine paragon, the evil god, and even the spear-wielding general that appeared in his dream once. Look who we have here. Their familiar voices resounded inside Yuan's head as he approached these figures that had the same face as him. So this is where you all have been hiding. I should have done this earlier. Yuan sighed when he saw these 4 people deep within his consciousness. What do you seek by coming here? Tian Yang asked him. I want. Yuan turned to look at the divine paragon and spoke, I want to learn how to infuse my demon sealing aura with my sword aura. I want to defeat that abomination. The abomination, huh? What a nostalgic name. The divine paragon closed his eyes with a profound smile on his face. You want my knowledge, my experience, my memories, but are you prepared to accept my existence? The divine paragon suddenly opened his eyes and stepped forward. We may be one and the same, but we are also different people, at least until you accept the fact that we're the same. If you are not prepared to accept my existence, then you are not prepared to receive my legacy. Yuan was speechless. He didn't think that he'd be rejected of his own memories unless he agreed with his own incarnation. What will happen if I accept you? Will you completely take over my existence? Will I return to being the divine paragon? Yuan asked him. The divine paragon smiled and said, remember, you're not just accepting my memories. If you truly want to see me, you'll need to be me. Of course, that doesn't mean you'll actually become me. And what will happen if I refuse to accept you? Yuan asked out of curiosity. Nothing really happens. You can reject all of our existence for now, but you'll eventually fully awaken your memories. You cannot run away forever, Yuan. There will be a time when you'll have to embrace your true identity, and you'll only make it harder on yourself the longer you delay the inevitable. Yuan silently stared at the 4 figures before him after hearing the divine paragon's words. A few moments later, he asked, What if you're not really my memories but memories that were planted inside my mind? The divine paragon exchanged glances with the others. Ha ha ha. All 4 of them suddenly burst out laughing. Do you really believe that? Is this because of what that phoenix said? Even without the pill of truth, you should know very well if we are real or fake. Tian Yang said. Yuan sighed inwardly. Even without Tian Yang mentioning it, he already knew that these were his true memories. Well? Have you come to a conclusion yet? The divine paragon asked him a moment later. After a moment of silence, Yuan nodded his head. Even if I accept you, I will still be myself. I will make sure of that, he said in a resolute voice. That's what I like to hear. A bright smile appeared on the divine paragon's face as he approached Yuan some more. Once they were standing right in front of each other, the divine paragon extended his hand out for a handshake. My legacy. I will leave it in your hands. Don't disappoint me. The divine paragon said. I will try not to. Yuan nodded before accepting the divine paragon's handshake. The divine paragon suddenly began glowing, shattering into countless tiny fragments a few seconds later. These tiny fragments were his memories, and they combined with Yuan. Memories began flowing inside Yuan's mind, his early memories as the divine paragon. However, these were still just a small fraction of the divine paragon's memories. Of course, even 1% of the divine paragon's memories contained a vast amount of experience and knowledge that could make a mortal into a godlike existence. Tears suddenly began flowing from Yuan's eyes as he reclaimed his earlier memories as the divine paragon, such as his childhood and the reason he started hunting demons. I see. So this is why I started hunting demons. Yuan mumbled in a low voice as a beautiful young lady suddenly materialized before him inside his head. I'm sorry. Even though I promised that I'd never forget about you. Yuan said to the young lady that stood before him. It's okay. Due to your unique circumstances, I will forgive you, only if you do me a favor. What is it? Say my name, she said. A gentle smile appeared on Yuan's face as he spoke, Ai Rong. The young lady showed him a beautiful smile that could make even dead flowers blossom after hearing her name. Since you have proven that you truly remember me, I will forgive you. However, more importantly, do you remember your own name? Yuan nodded, yes. I was called Tianqinyu before I became the divine paragon. That's right. But that doesn't matter anymore because I am not Tianqinyu. I am Yuan. He finished Ai Rong's sentence. The beautiful young lady gently nodded her head before disappearing into the void. Yuan turned to look at the other 3 incarnations of him. Do I have to accept you guys as well? He asked them. Eventually, but now is not the time. You will need time to fully digest Tianqinyu's memories before you absorb our memories as well. Don't bite more than you can chew, or you'll go insane. Tianyang said. And he continued, also, don't rush trying to recall all of your memories. The memories of an immortal that has lived for millions of years is not something to be taken lightly. Even a tiny fragment could be tens of thousands of years of experience, which is more than enough to overwhelm someone with just 18 years of experience. I understand. Yuan nodded. He opened his eyes a moment later to find that they were still flowing with tears. Are you okay, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him. Yes, I am fine. I just remembered something sad that happened really long ago. Feng Yuxiang didn't completely understand the meaning behind his words, but she decided to not ask him about it. Anyways, let's deal with this abomination and get back to farming more points, shall we? Yuan stood up and turned to look at the sleeping monster with a calm gaze, his demeanor completely different from just minutes ago. Even though only a few moments have passed since Yuan returned, both Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying noticed the change in Yuan's demeanor. He appeared more calm and nonchalant, but they could not pinpoint exactly what was so different about him. In their eyes, he was still the Yuan they knew, but at the same time, he appeared to be a different person. Meanwhile, Yuan summoned the Empyrean Overlord and began approaching the abomination. What's he doing? Why is he getting so close to the abomination? Tang Zheng asked out loud when he saw Yuan's action. Who knows? Maybe he has something up his sleeves. Yan Hara shrugged. Once Yuan was directly before the abomination, he looked up at the demon that was almost the size of a mountain and showed a profound smile on his face. Abominations, also known as mutated demons. They are not only harder to kill than normal demons but they are also extremely chaotic. Without a mind of their own, they act only upon their own instincts, which tells them to destroy everything in their path. They cannot discern between friends and foes, so they attack even other demons if they are within its path. A truly unforgiving existence that shouldn't be allowed to exist. Yuan slowly lifted the Empyrean Overlord until it was directly above his head. After taking a deep breath, he slashed the enormous sword that suddenly erupted with a massive amount of sword aura at the sleeping demon. Whoosh! The sword aura pierced straight inside the abomination's body before it began expanding and erasing everything that it touched. The abomination that had been sleeping peacefully suddenly snapped its eyes and mouth wide open before releasing an ear-piercing scream that shook the entire demon's valley. When Yuan and the other participant heard the abomination screaming, they immediately stopped whatever they were doing and turned to face the direction of the noise. Only the abomination would make a sound like that. Who is fighting it? Taoist Yuan. It must be her. There's no way it could be that pipsqueak. Yuan quickly started making his way towards the abomination's direction. The only other participant also started making her way towards the noise due to her curiosity. So someone else beside me also wanted to fight the abomination, huh? She thought to herself. Meanwhile, Yuan continued his assault on the abomination. After releasing his sword aura that was infused with demon sealing aura, it not only woke up the sleeping demon but it also wreaked havoc inside its body. However, even that was not enough to defeat the demon. Not enough, huh? Then let's weaken you some more. Swords of Eternal Torment. Golden lights shaped like swords began appearing above the abomination before plunging down, filling the demon's body with holes. This was the same technique the divine paragon used to remove demons' pain tolerance, which was as effective on the abomination as it would on any other demon. And sure enough, the abomination shrieked in pain, something it hasn't experienced before. The demon's valley shook again with even more intensity, and it would not stop, acting like a pig as it was being slaughtered. Impossible. Yuan cried out loud after seeing Yuan summon the golden swords. That can't be swords of eternal torment, right? Yan Hara refused to believe her eyes. I don't want to believe it, but it definitely looks like it. Tang Jing responded in a dazed voice. That's not possible. That technique had disappeared alongside the divine paragon. It must be another technique that looks similar. Yuan said. Swords of Eternal Torment was one of divine paragon's signature techniques, and it was one of very few techniques that he did not share with the demon sealing clan, so when he disappeared, so did these techniques. However, while these techniques no longer exist, records of their existence do, hence why Yuan and the others recognized the technique the moment they saw it. Whether they believe it to be swords of eternal torment is a different story. The abomination appears to be in pain. I have never seen it react like that. Tang Jing mumbled in a dazed voice. But demons can't feel pain. Yan Hara said. No, they can't, unless they are affected by swords of eternal torment. According to our ancestors, when the divine paragon used that technique, all demons affected by it would experience pain like normal. Yuan explained. However, that cannot be swords of eternal torment. The divine paragon never shared that technique with anyone in the demon sealing clan, not even with their most trusted members at that time. What if the divine paragon left behind his legacy before disappearing? What if he's really using swords of eternal torment? What if he found the divine paragon's legacy? Tang Jing spoke with a serious expression on his face. If that's the case and the others find out, there will be a war to acquire it. And it won't just be our clans fighting for it. The entire 9 heavens would be participating in this war. Yuan said. And he continued, but once again, I do not believe that's the case. The divine paragon doesn't strike me as the type of person to leave behind his legacy and disappear without a word. Then how do you explain the abomination's reaction? Tang Jing asked. It's most likely just agitated. I believe it was also like this when Qian Chu fought it, he said. What about the technique that looks exactly like swords of eternal torment? Do you know how many techniques exist in the 9 heavens? Countless. There are bound to be techniques that look similar to each other despite being two completely different techniques. I have seen a few of these techniques myself, too. I guess so. But you can't deny how freaky of a coincidence this is. Not only does he look like the divine paragon, even his techniques look like they belong to the divine paragon. Tang Zheng laughed out loud when he realized this fact. A coincidence, or is this fate? Yen Hara mumbled in a low voice as she stared at Yuan fighting the abomination with a profound gaze, her thoughts unknown. So freaking noisy. Let me help you quiet down. Yuan swung the Empyrean Overlord, unleashing another wave of sword aura at the abomination. This time, he aimed for the demon's head. The instant the sword aura touched the demon's head, it was cut until there was almost nothing left, and without a mouth or head, the demon was finally silenced. However, the silence only lasted for a few moments until the demon regenerated and started screaming again. Then how about this? Yuan summoned a couple more golden swords before using them to seal the demon's mouth shut by filling its mouth with these swords. This tactic worked wonders, as the demon was unable to remove the swords. Once it was quiet again, Yuan returned to attacking the abomination with his sword aura. Even though his attacks did not seem to work at first, Yuan eventually noticed that the abomination's recovery rate was beginning to lag. Eventually, the abomination gave up on trying to remove the golden swords and started thrashing around, and since its face was covered in golden swords, it could only blindly attack its surroundings like a broken machine. The landscape quickly began to change with the abomination's chaotic movements. The abomination's erratic movements also forced Yuan to slow down his attacks so that he doesn't get hit by its random attacks. Wan Kaiki eventually arrived at the scene, and when he saw that it was Yuan who had been fighting the abomination this entire time, he was left speechless and completely shocked. Impossible. What technique did he use to cover the abomination with those golden swords? Then he noticed that Yuan was attacking the abomination with sword aura that had been infused with demon sealing aura. He can not only use sword aura but also infuse it with demon sealing aura. Who is this guy? There's no way he's just a mere spirit lord. He must be hiding his true cultivation. Fuck. He tricked me. It was at this moment that Wan Kaiki realized the points he'd painstakingly acquired were at stake. However, no matter how much he wanted to return to hunting demons, he was just unable to leave. There was something about Yuan fighting with the abomination that is keeping him there. Daoist Wan showed up a few minutes after Wan Kaiki, and sure enough, she was just as shocked as Wan Kaiki after she saw the situation. Who is that? She asked Wan Kaiki without taking her eyes off the fight. I don't know, he responded in a confused voice. He was just as clueless as her. Eventually, the abomination began showing signs of being sealed, as one of its arms had turned into stone completely. When he saw this, Yuan briefly stopped his attacks and began gathering spiritual energy in his sword. After taking a deep but calm breath, Yuan released the heaven-splitting sword strike on the abomination. Of course, this heaven-splitting sword strike was infused with demon sealing aura just like his sword aura. The heaven-splitting sword strike easily blew a massive hole within the abomination's body like a sharp knife cutting paper before disappearing in the horizon. The abomination's body immediately began working on recovering the damage, but it realized that it was unable to heal the wound just as quickly. Its instincts told the abomination that it was in danger, and for the first time, it gave up on destruction and focused on running away. It's running away. No way. Wan Kaiki was bewildered by the abomination's actions. The others watching were just as baffled, as they have never witnessed such a scene before. Where do you think you're going? Yuan stopped attacking the demon and took a moment to create a massive golden sword that was almost as big as the abomination before sending it flying at the abomination. Boom! The entire world shook as the golden sword pinned the abomination into the ground, stopping it from running away. The abomination wanted to scream in pain, but since it couldn't make any noises, its body began squirming instead. If you stop struggling and become sealed, you won't have to endure any more pain. Yuan shouted at the demon as he unleashed some more sword aura at the pinned-down demon. Eventually, the abomination could no longer regenerate faster than it was being sealed and completely turned into stone. Seeing that he'd finally sealed the abomination, Yuan finally stopped attacking it and sat down to recover his spiritual energy that was almost exhausted. The place turned dead silent after Yuan sealed the abomination, and even the demons that had been in hiding did not dare to disturb him. Despite not being real, these demons were created to act and think like demons, so it was only natural for them to fear Yuan after witnessing his display of strength. He really did it. He sealed the abomination. Yanhara muttered in a dazed voice as she stared at the abomination's sealed frame. Even though she had a feeling that Yuan had the potential to defeat the abomination, she still couldn't believe it even after witnessing it happen with her own eyes. Shit. I really want to speak with him right now, but we are not allowed to approach them until the examination is over. Yu gritted his teeth with deep frustration. While Yuan recovered his spiritual energy, Wan Kaiki and Daoist Wan would just stand in place and stare at the sealed abomination as though they were in a trance. This cannot be happening. I must be dreaming. Wan Kaiki mumbled in a low voice after many minutes of silence. I really wish this was just a dream, but... Daoist Wan released a deep sigh. She turned around and began walking away. Where are you going? Wan Kaiki asked her. The abomination may have been defeated, but there are still plenty of demons to hunt, she said before disappearing from his sight. Wan Kaiki lingered around for a few more minutes before leaving the place as well. However, he did not return to hunting demons. Instead, he went straight to the finish line. He knew that his defeat was inevitable, so there was no reason for him to continue farming points, as he would only be helping Yuan gather more points. Phew, that took more effort than I'd expected. Yuan sighed in relief after he finished recovering his spiritual energy. Young Master. Are you still the young master, or are you? Feng Yuxiang had a feeling that his memories as the divine paragon had resurfaced again, affecting his behavior. Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry, Feng. It's still me, Yuan. Anyways, we still have plenty of time left before the end of the examination. Let's get as many points as we can. He then stood up and turned to look in a specific direction. Why are you hiding? Come out and play with me. Yuan suddenly said out loud. When the demons in hiding heard Yuan's words, they immediately turned around and began running away. They knew that they had no chance against a monster like Yuan, who single-handedly defeated the abomination without giving it the chance to really retaliate. Where do you think you're all going? You can run and hide, but you won't escape from me. I can smell you all from miles away. A wide smile appeared on Yuan's face as he chased after the demons, feeling better than ever before. After consuming the divine paragon's memories, his hidden fear towards demons disappeared, allowing his confidence to flow and becoming empowered by it. Although he's never really mentioned it to anyone, he was always fearful of demons inwardly. Perhaps even he was not aware of it, but now that fear is gone, it feels as though a massive amount of weight has been lifted off his back. Demon Sealing Strike. Yuan used this technique with sword aura, shredding the demon it struck until there was nothing left of it, killing it almost instantly. The way he uses his sword aura. It reminds me of the Lord's sword aura. Lan Yingying thought to herself as she watched Yuan kill one demon after another from his wrist. A few hours later, Yuan accumulated over 1,500 points. At this rate, he'll clear out all of the demons within the Demon's Valley. Tang Zheng said. He's going to have a field day inside the treasure room with the amount of points he'll have by the end of the examination. Yu smiled. And he still has another full day to acquire more points. Yanhara said. Oh well. Even if he empties out the treasure room, nobody can complain about it, as that is the rule of this examination. After another day of hunting demons, Yanhara's voice resounded from the necklace. You have 4 hours left before the examination comes to an end. 4 hours, huh? Might as well end things now since it appears that I have hunted all of the demons in the Demon's Valley. Yuan mumbled to himself, as it has been over an hour since he last encountered a demon. Thus, he began making his way towards the finish line. He reached the divine paragon statue 2 hours later to see Yuan Kaiki cultivating beside the statue. When Yuan Kaiki noticed Yuan's presence, he opened his eyes and proceeded to stare at Yuan with a perplexed expression on his face. Yuan glanced back at Yuan Kaiki and said, "I'm surprised to see you here before me. Did something happen?" "No particular reason. I just got bored of fighting demons, so I decided to end it early," Yuan Kaiki lied without any hesitation. And he continued, "Don't worry, I won't go back on my own words. If I lose, I will give you my points as promised." Yuan didn't really care about Yuan Kaiki's reasons for quitting early, so after hearing that Yuan Kaiki would honor their bet, he stopped bothering Yuan Kaiki and sat down to cultivate. About an hour after Yuan's arrival, Daoist Yuan also showed up at the finish line, but she appeared to be a little agitated for some reason. "What the heck is going on with the examination? I stopped encountering demons after the second day." She sighed inwardly. Although she knew that there was only a limited amount of demons to hunt for the examination, she could not have expected for Yuan to kill all of them within 2 days, hence her frustration and confusion. However, that confusion would disappear shortly later when the judges appeared to announce the results. Once all 3 participants arrived at the finish line, Yanhara and the other judges showed up to end the examination. "Congratulations on passing the examination. The 3 of you will be promoted to the rank of elite demon sealer. We would normally hold a ceremony for such an occasion, but due to the current situation, we will have to skip the ceremony and go straight to the promotion." Yuan said to them. "Anyways, let's announce the results of the examination. 3rd place, Yuan Kaiki with 155 points. 2nd place, wuxia with 289 points. 1st place, Yuan with 2056 points. 2000 points. Wuxia looked at Yuan with her eyes as wide as saucers. "No wonder why I couldn't find any demons. This guy killed them all. 2000 points. That's gotta be the record." Yuan Kaiki looked at Yuan with a bewildered face. Indeed, Yuan's 2000 points had beaten the previous record held by Qian Chu, even doubling it. "Do you guys have anything to say before we leave this place?" Yuan then asked. Yuan Kaiki raised his hands and said, "My points. Give them to him." "What?" Yuan raised his eyebrows in a questioning manner. "I lost a bet with him," Yuan Kaiki said, not explaining any further. "Very well. You have a total of 2211 points now," Yuan said to Yuan. They left the Demon's Valley shortly after and returned to the Grand Library, where Yanhara handed them their new badges. "Once again, congratulations," she said to them. "Thank you, Senior." They bowed to her before taking their leave. After the other 2 left, it was just Yuan and the 3 judges. They turned to look at him and proceeded to stare at him in silence. They had so many questions for him that neither of them knew where to start. "Is there something wrong?" Yuan decided to ask them after giving them plenty of time to speak. "Little Founder. That technique you use to restrict the abomination, what kind of technique is it?" Yanhara forcefully swallowed before asking him. "Oh, that was one of my family's techniques. It's called Swords of Binding Light. It's really good for restricting magical beasts and demons alike," he responded in a calm manner. "Swords of Binding Light. So it really wasn't Swords of Eternal Torment?" Tang Jing mumbled. "I told you it couldn't have been that technique." Yuan didn't seem surprised outside, but he was relieved inwardly. Of course, since Yuan had the Divine Paragon's memories, he was well aware that Swords of Eternal Torment was a technique that had never been shared with the Demon Sealing clan or anyone in that matter. He was also aware of the risk from using the technique, but he had no other choice, as that technique was required to defeat the abomination at his current level. "Anyways, that was a marvelous performance, Little Founder. I am now more confident than ever that you have what it takes to become the next leader of the Demon Sealing clan." Yen Hara said with a bright smile on her face. Screw the demon sealing clan. One Yu suddenly said. Huh? What did you just say? Yen Hara turned to look at him with a frown on her face. However, One Yu ignored her and continued to look at Yuan. I wouldn't normally do something this shameless, but you're worth it. Yuan, leave the demon sealing clan and join the demon sealing grotto. You're wasting your talents over there. Hey! How dare you try to convert the little founder right in front of me? Yen Hara was beginning to fume in anger. One Yu coldly snorted at her and said, have you already forgotten what I told you during the examination? The demon sealing clan is collapsing faster than ever before. It will only be a matter of time before it completely disappears. He then turned to look at Yuan and continued, listen here, Yuan. Because of Qian Chu, the current leader of the demon sealing clan, 3 master demon sealers from the demon sealing grotto were killed, and this isn't the first time he's indirectly killed our people. The demon sealing grotto can only endure it so much before they make the demon sealing clan pay for its leader's crimes. Therefore, I am advising you to leave it before things get too hectic. If you want to become a leader, you can become the leader of the demon sealing grotto instead. I believe you have the capabilities. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke, so what you're saying is. The demon sealing clan will suffer because of the current leader. In other words, as long as someone replaces his position, the demon sealing grotto won't bother us any further. Is that correct? I understand where you're coming from, but that's not how this works. Even if the demon sealing grotto is willing to forgive the demon sealing clan, it is highly unlikely that someone will replace him. Qian Chu, he won't let anyone take his position even if he has to fight to his last breath. Little founder, are you thinking about taking Qian Chu's spot as the leader of the demon sealing clan? Yen Hara suddenly asked him. No, not at all. However, I do intend on removing Qian Chu from his position. He doesn't qualify to be the leader of the demon sealing clan. Yuan said in a calm voice. Yen Hara and Tang Jing felt chills down their spine after hearing Yuan's words, and they immediately began looking around to make sure nobody else had heard him. You shouldn't say such things out loud. Do you have any idea how many people admire Qian Chu? Even worse, if Qian Chu gets word of it, he will personally take care of you. Yen Hara warned him. Ha ha ha. One Yu suddenly began laughing out loud. You are truly a wondrous and incomprehensible existence. Tell me, how are you going to remove him? You have piqued my interest. Don't tell him anything. For all we know, he could run off to tell Qian Chu afterward. Yen Hara sneered. I would never help Qian Chu. He's not only an egotistical bastard but also cold-hearted to the bone. He's someone that could sacrifice an entire city without batting an eye as long as he achieves his goal, almost like a demon in human skin. If I can assist in bringing him down, I would do so in a heartbeat. One Yu shook his head. And he continued, you know, I had a relationship with many of the demon sealers that had been killed by Qian Chu. They were my friends. Yuan then spoke, even if you ask me to tell you, I don't know how to remove him from his position, at least not right now. However, I will eventually think of something. Little founder. Are you serious? Yen Hara looked at him with a worried frown on her pretty face. It is one thing to fight for his position, but what you're doing sounds like an act of treachery. You will be killed for it if caught. Don't worry, Senior Yen. I won't do anything, for now. After all, I am still too weak to threaten anybody. Yuan said. That's not what I am worried about. You worry too much, Yen Hara. If you keep your mouth shut, nobody will find out about anything. In fact, the two of you are more of a risk to him than I am. After all, you're both from the demon sealing clan and work directly for Qian Chu. I, on the other hand, work for the side that wants to see him fall. That's it. I have had enough of your bullshit. How dare you suggest that I would do anything to hurt him? Just as Yan Hara prepared to confront Wan Yu, Tang Jing quickly reacted and stepped between them. That's enough from the both of you. Are you trying to worsen the already grave situation between our clans? If you don't trust each other, I have a suggestion. Make an oath with heaven as witness that you will not say anything. You want us to make a heavenly oath? They looked at Tang Jing with wide eyes. It's either that or you continue fighting each other. Tang Jing nodded. If it makes things better, I can go first. Tang Jing said when he noticed their hesitancy. However, they weren't hesitant because they had planned on telling Qian Chu about Yuan's plan to remove him from his position. They were hesitant because a heavenly oath would mark their soul, and anything that is related to the soul is an extreme risk for any cultivators. Unless it was absolutely necessary, nobody would dare to take such risks. I am willing to do a heavenly oath since I know that I won't say anything. Yan Hara said a moment later. If you do it, then I will do it as well. Wan Yu nodded. Yuan then said, you guys really don't need to do this. If I didn't trust you guys, I wouldn't have said anything out loud. Little founder, this is not just about you. This is also about our trust for each other. He clearly doesn't trust me, but I don't blame him since I don't trust him either. Yan Hara said. Wan Yu nodded, agreeing with Yan Hara's words. Then allow me to start. Tang Jing raised his hand above his head and spoke, with heaven as my witness, I swear that I will not tell anyone that isn't here right now about what just happened. If I break this oath, may the heavens shatter my soul as punishment. A golden light flickered on Tang Jing's forehead the next second, which meant that the heavenly oath was a success. Yan Hara and Wan Yu followed suit after Tang Jing by making their own oath. There. Are you happy now? Yan Hara glared at Wan Yu afterward. Yes, very happy. Wan Yu shrugged. He then turned to look at Yuan and said, anyways, if you truly intend on removing Qian Chu from his position, don't wait too long because the demon sealing grotto definitely won't be waiting for you. Yuan nodded, and he asked, do you know when the demon sealing grotto might act? Well, as heated as things are right now, I doubt anything significant would happen for a few more years. This is a very sensitive situation that could result in war between the two clans. However, I wouldn't bet on anything. We don't know what Qian Chu has planned, after all. I will figure something out. You guys can just continue your life as normal. Yuan said. Normal, huh? I think it's a little too late for that. Tang Jing sighed. What are you going to do now? Yan Hara asked him. I am going to focus on increasing my own strength, he said. If you need anything, you can contact me. I will. Anyways, do you want to visit the treasury now to redeem your points, or do you want to do it later? You have 1 year to use them before they are no longer valid. Wan Yu asked him sometime later. I want to do it now. Yuan said. All right. Follow us. Yuan nodded and proceeded to follow them to this secluded area behind the Grand Library, where a small pagoda was located. Sitting in front of this building was an old man, who appeared to be cultivating. Once they got close enough, the old man opened his eyes and spoke without opening his mouth, his calm voice resounding very clearly in their heads. What do you want? He's here to redeem his points. Wan Yu said. The old man narrowed his gaze at Yuan for a moment before gesturing for him. Go ahead. We'll wait for you out here. Yan Hara said to him. Yuan nodded and approached the old man. Show me your necklace. Yuan removed the necklace from the examination and handed it to the old man. The old man's eyes widened with surprise after seeing how many points Yuan had acquired. He turned to look at Yan Hara and the others with a look of disbelief on his face. It's real, senior. Wan Yu said with a smile on his face. There should only be enough demons within the Demon's Valley to acquire 1,500 points, but the fact that you have 2,211 points must mean that you have managed to defeat the abomination. The old man muttered in a low voice. He then placed the necklace on his forehead and closed his eyes. The necklace suddenly began glowing, and Yuan's fight with the abomination that it had recorded replayed inside the old man's head. The technique you used to create those golden swords. What is it called? The old man asked Yuan with a serious expression on his face. Swords of binding light. Yuan responded without hesitation. Are you sure it's not called swords of eternal torment? The old man narrowed his eyes. Swords of eternal torment? What's that? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner, looking like he'd genuinely never heard of such a technique before. Seeing Yuan's reaction, the old man shook his head. Forget it. Somebody probably took inspiration from swords of eternal torment for their own technique. It happens quite often. He sighed inwardly. All right, follow me. The old man stood up and led Yuan into the pagoda. Once inside the pagoda, Yuan was greeted by hundreds of treasures on display on the ground and even on the walls. You have an hour. Do not touch any of the treasures. They are protected by a powerful array. If you want a treasure, let me know, unless you want to experience the power of these arrays. The old man said to him. Yuan nodded and immediately began looking at the demon ceiling treasures. Most of the treasures there required between 100 to 500 points, so Yuan could potentially acquire 20 treasures from that place if he picked only the cheapest treasures. However, he didn't do that. In fact, he wasn't interested in any of the treasures there. After a quick walkthrough around the room, Yuan turned to look at the old man and said, None of these treasures interest me. I want to take a look at the treasures on the next floor. None of the treasures here interests you. You're a picky one, aren't you? The old man laughed out loud. This is his first time meeting someone who couldn't be swayed by the treasures on the first floor. Either the three outside didn't tell you or you just don't care, but you do not qualify to see the other floors. The old man then said. But. He closed his eyes to ponder. After a few moments of silence, he spoke, but since you managed to defeat the abomination and seem to have a bright future ahead of you, I will make this an exception and allow you to claim a treasure from the next floor. Thank you, Senior. Yuan clasped his hands and bowed to him in a respectful manner. Don't thank me just yet. I said, a treasure, so you will only be allowed to choose one treasure even if you have enough points for more. If you stay down here, you can buy as many treasures as you'd like. What is your decision? I would still like to see the next floor. Yuan immediately responded without hesitation. None of the treasures on this floor were good enough in his eyes, so it wouldn't matter if he could buy multiple of them. Very well. Follow me. The old man nodded, and he proceeded to walk to the next floor with Yuan following right behind him. A few moments later, Yuan stepped foot inside the second floor. Although there were far less treasures on this floor at glance, there was a powerful pressure on this floor that didn't exist on the first floor, and it made it harder to breathe for Yuan, as his cultivation level was too weak to stand beside these powerful treasures. However, he endured the intense pressure and began walking around the room. There were swords, spears, bows, daggers, all sorts of weapons on this floor, but none of them interested him. These treasures would have definitely been enough before I acquired the Divine Paragon's memories, but now, they just feel so lackluster. Yuan sighed inwardly. After reaching the end of the room, Yuan suddenly stopped before a red ring that had been resting inside a display case for an unknown amount of time. He didn't recognize this ring, but he had a feeling that he had seen it before. What is this treasure? Yuan decided to ask the old man. The old man approached him and the treasure before speaking. Nobody really knows the usage for this treasure or how to use it, but it used to belong to the Divine Paragon, at least according to the rumors. There is no concrete proof that it belongs to the Divine Paragon, but some people during his era claim that they have seen him with it. How much is it? Yuan then asked. He figured that the reason he felt like he had seen the ring before was because it belonged to the Divine Paragon. I probably don't recognize it because I don't have the memories for it yet, but I do believe that it belonged to the Divine Paragon. As for its purpose, I will find out once I regain those memories. Hopefully, it's worth it. He thought to himself. It's worth 2,000 points. The old man said. That expensive? Even though it doesn't have any usage? Yuan was surprised to hear this. Well, anything related to the divine paragon is extremely valuable even if it has no real uses. Even a wooden branch that had been touched by divine paragon for a brief moment can be worth more than actual treasures. There are some collectors out there that are obsessed with this kind of stuff. The old man explained. I understand that, but you just said it is just a rumor that it belonged to the divine paragon. What if it turns out to be some random ring? Yuan asked. Even if that is the case, this ring has some value, as it contains a massive amount of demon sealing aura within it. The only problem is, nobody knows how to extract it or use it. How about this? If you decide to buy this treasure, I will change the rules a little and let you buy another treasure from the first floor. Deal. Yuan immediately agreed. Then it's decided that you want this ring? The old man asked for confirmation. Yes, I want this ring. He confirmed. Very well. The old man then removed the array protecting the display case and retrieved the red ring from within before handing it to Yuan. Ding! You have acquired unknown sealed ring. Sealed ring. Grade, unknown. Description, a mysterious ring that is said to belong to the divine paragon, founder of the demon sealing clan. It contains a massive amount of demon sealing aura within. You have 211 more points. Yuan returned to the first floor with the old man. After looking through the treasures once more, Yuan pointed at a specific treasure that was priced at 200 points. I want this treasure. Very well. The old man handed the treasure Yuan picked to him shortly after removing the array. You have acquired Demon Warding Talisman. Demon Warding Talisman. Grade, Divine. Description, activating the Demon Warding Talisman will create a powerful barrier around the user, preventing most demons from approaching. It can also be used to contain demons. Requires 24 hours before it can be activated again. Since you have 11 points left that cannot be used to purchase anything, I will exchange them for spirit stones. Here you go. The old man handed Yuan a storage pouch that contained 11,000 spirit stones. Thank you. Yuan bowed to the old man afterward. I have a feeling that we will be seeing each other again soon. Good luck, young demon sealer. The old man sent Yuan away with a profound smile on his face. After leaving the pagoda, Yuan returned to the others that had been waiting outside this entire time. What did you get? Show me. Yan Hara asked him in a curious voice the moment he returned. I picked these two treasures. Yuan showed Yan Hara and the others his new treasures. Huh? Only 2 treasures? That's not right. You had over 2,000 points. Yan Hara said with a puzzled look on her face. That should be the demon sealing ward, and it was only 200 points the last time I saw it. However, I don't recognize that ring. I know that ring, but it belonged to the second floor. I'm surprised the old man allowed you to go upstairs since only master demon sealers qualify to go there. One you said. And he continued, but why did you choose that treasure out of everything you could have picked from that floor? I am going to be honest, you wasted your points on that ring. What kind of demon sealing treasure is that? Yan Hara asked. It's not really a demon sealing treasure. It is rumored to belong to the divine paragon, but there is no real evidence to back up such a rumor. That ring also has a massive amount of demon sealing aura stored within it, but nobody knows how to extract it from the ring. In fact, nobody even knows how to use the ring or what it's used for. How many points did you spend on this ring? Yan Hara asked Yuan in a nervous voice. 2,000 points. He said. 2,000. Yan Hara exclaimed. Heavens! Little founder, how could you waste so many points on such a worthless ring? That shrewd old man must have tricked you into buying it with some bullshit, right? Come with me. We are going to ask for a refund. Calm down, senior. I was not tricked. I know about the rumors and that nobody knows how to use it. Yuan quickly said. And you still purchased it? Why would you do such a thing? Yen Hara asked with a bewildered look on her face. 2,000 points is no small amount. In fact, this is the first time that someone has acquired this many points, yet he wasted it on a useless ring that has no real practical uses when he could have claimed a powerful demon sealing treasure instead. It didn't make any sense. To be completely honest, I don't know why I got it. I just had a feeling that I needed it. You got it because of a gut feeling. Unbelievable. Yen Hara was truly speechless now. You know what they say. The more talented they are, the more eccentric. That is why ordinary people can never understand geniuses. Yu shrugged. Whatever. Yen Hara rubbed her temples and sighed. Anyways, if it's your choice to pick that ring, then I won't say anything else. I really hope you don't regret it. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Yuan walked outside the Grand Library with the other three. Senior, I am going to return in a month to challenge the demon sealing pagoda again. I have a feeling that I am going to defeat the fourth floor this time. Yuan said. A month, right? I understand. You have my communication jade slip, anyway. See you later, Yuan. After saying their goodbyes, Yuan left the Grand Library and returned to Spirit Heaven. Do you really think he has what it takes to remove Qian Chu from his position? Yu asked the other two afterward. And he continued, I have my own hopes, but I don't have any expectations. He will, without doubt, become the next leader. I will make sure of it. That has been my goal even before today. Yen Hara calmly responded. Tang Jing then spoke, he definitely has the talent, but I don't know if he'll have the time. In the end, we can only hope that fate will guide him towards the right path. After returning to the myriad of techniques, Yuan sighed inwardly, the demon sealing clan and the demon sealing grotto. How troublesome. Even though he said that he will remove Qian Chu from his position, it was much easier said than done. In the end, he can only put that thought behind his mind for now and focus on getting stronger. Upon leaving the myriad of techniques, Yuan was greeted by a dark sky and the same chilling sensation from the Demon's Valley during the examination. As he left the narrow alleyway and entered the street, Yuan could hear joyful laughter resounding from the street. Did the people of this city finally decide to leave their houses? Yuan muttered to himself. Feng Yuxiang appeared beside him and said, Please be careful, young master. I sense something off about them. Yuan nodded as he entered the street with Feng Yuxiang following close behind him. He looked around to see many masked people dancing and singing on the street, almost as though there was an active festival, but the atmosphere did not feel normal, like there was something eerie about it. Young master, let's just go straight to the Demon's Valley. Feng Yuxiang said to him. Yuan nodded, yes, let's go. However, right as he was prepared to leave, the people there suddenly stopped dancing, and they all turned to look at him in silence. Yuan swallowed nervously, and he quickly said, Feng, let's just fly out of here. And before the people there could even react, Yuan flew into the sky and disappeared from their view. Once in the air, Yuan and Feng Yuxiang began flying towards the Demon's Valley. We should be able to see the Demon's Valley very soon. Feng Yuxiang said. Half an hour later, deformed mountains started popping up in the horizon. Once Yuan could see the Demon's Valley more clearly, he said, this place looks nothing like the Demon's Valley from the examination. Compared to the Demon's Valley in the Grand Library that had normal-looking mountains, the mountains in this place were mostly deformed, like they had been crushed by giants, and some of them were even riddled with holes. There was also not a single living tree or blade of grass to be seen, and the miasma was so thick that one could see it with their bare eyes in the form of a red fog that shrouded the Demon's Valley. This red fog is probably the reason the people in the nameless town are losing their minds. Yuan mumbled in a low voice. How are you feeling, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him. My legs feel a little cold, but that's about it. Young master, can you hold my hands for a moment? She suddenly extended her hand for him. Yuan didn't think too much about it and held her hand. The very next moment, Yuan could feel a burning yet comfortable sensation flowing throughout his body, and the cold feeling in his legs quickly disappeared. What was that? Yuan asked her. I just used my phoenix flames to warm up your body. Your veins are burning with my phoenix flames right now, which is warding off the miasma. Burning? Yuan's eyes widened. He wasn't worried that it could hurt him. It was just terrifying to think that his body was literally burning on the inside. Don't worry, young master. It won't hurt you. Feng Yuxiang chuckled at his reaction. I know. But it still feels weird. Yuan said. Ying, are you okay with the miasma? He asked her. Yes, I am fine. Just like Miss Feng, I am not affected by it. In fact, the miasma is actually trying to avoid me. It's probably because of my sacred flame. Sacred flames. According to the divine paragon's memories, besides demon sealing aura, there exists another element in this world that can effectively destroy demons, and that element exists within Lan Yingying's sacred flames, divine attribute. Not much is known about divine attributes since it is a power that cannot be wielded by human cultivators. In fact, only divine beasts have ever wielded such powers before. Young master. Feng Yuxiang suddenly called for him. There is a person ahead. She pointed at a middle-aged woman who was pacing back and forth the entrance of the Demon's Valley, and she appeared to be very distraught. When Yuan saw her expression, he couldn't help but feel pity for her. Let's see what happened. Be careful. She might be from the nameless town. Feng Yuxiang quickly warned him. I don't sense anything wrong with her. It should be fine. Yuan nodded. He descended before the woman a moment later and asked her, Excuse me, are you okay? The middle-aged woman was startled by Yuan's sudden appearance, but when she realized that he was a cultivator, she immediately approached him and asked, Immortal cultivator. Are you heading inside the Demon's Valley? Yes, I am. Please. Can you please help me? My son went inside the Demon's Valley a week ago to hunt magical beasts with his friends, and he promised that he would be home 2 days ago, but he still hasn't returned. I tried looking for his friends, but they are also missing. I am worried to death that something might have happened to him. The woman pleaded with him. Ah. As cruel as it may sound, Yuan had a feeling that her son was no longer in this world. However, he didn't want to say it to the already grieving mother, so he asked, Do you know where he usually hunts? I can take a look around that area, and if I find him, I will bring him back to you. Oh. Thank you. Thank you very much. My son usually hunts near the Red Pond. I will definitely repay this debt. Yuan nodded. This might take a while, so you can return home for now. It's okay, I will wait here just in case my son comes out by himself. She said. Are you sure? This place is very dangerous even for cultivators, much less a mortal like you. Yuan expressed his worries. The woman nodded and said, I have been here for 2 days now. I think I will be fine for another day or 2. If you say so. I will try to be back before sunrise. Be careful. Yuan said to her. I will. Once again, thank you. The woman bowed to him. Ding. You have accepted a quest. Quest, Grieving Mother's Plea. Location, Demon's Valley. Difficulty, Hard. Description, Search around the Red Pond for the grieving mother's missing son. A quest, huh? Been a while. Yuan thought to himself as he glanced over the quest details. Are you ready? Yuan turned to ask Feng Yuxiang, who was staring at the woman with a pondering face. Yes, I am ready. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Then let's help this woman before we look for our person. Okay. Yuan entered the Demon's Valley with Feng Yuxiang shortly after. Once they were inside the Demon's Valley and could no longer see the woman, Feng Yuxiang spoke, "Young master, there's definitely something very weird about that woman." "What?" Yuan asked. Despite being immortal, she could somehow stand so close to the Demon's Valley without being affected by the miasma. "That's not possible," Feng Yuxiang explained. "Ah, that? I also noticed it, but I didn't sense any bad vibes from her, so I decided to help her anyway," Yuan said. "Huh. You are still willing to help her even though there's a very good chance that she might be setting a trap for you? That's very reckless of you, young master." Feng Yuxiang was dumbfounded. "Reckless? Maybe. But I really hope it's actually a trap so that I can put an end to it. If I ignore it, this trap will continue to exist and harm others," Yuan said, explaining why he agreed to help the woman. "Young master." Feng Yuxiang did not expect this to be the real reason why Yuan decided to help this suspicious woman. "Anyways, the red pond isn't that far away, so we should arrive soon." "Huh? How do you know where this place is? Did you acquire a map of this place?" Feng Yuxiang asked. "Not a map, but it's even better than it." Yuan pointed at his head and smiled, "The divine paragon's memories, he's been to this place before, so I also know this place like it's at the back of my hand now." Feng Yuxiang's mouth dropped wide open. "Are you sure we can trust those memories?" "I guess we'll find out after we arrive at the location." Yuan chuckled. "We have arrived at Red Pond, at least what's left of it," Yuan said as they approached this massive, dried-up hole in the ground from the sky. "This is the Red Pond. There's nothing red about this, and a pond should have water." Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows when she saw the scene. "Well, that was millions of years ago. That circle used to be a pond filled with red water. Rumors say the red water was actually human blood, and demons used to bathe and drink from it." Yuan sighed. "Anyways, this proves that my memories can be trusted. What do you think?" He looked at Feng Yuxiang. "I think so too." She nodded. "Let's take a look around." Yuan descended from the sky a moment later, landing right beside the empty pond. However, upon closer inspection, the red pond wasn't completely empty, as there appeared to be human remains in the form of bones at the bottom of the pond. He proceeded to stare at it with a dazed expression on his face. Inside his mind, memories of the red pond flowed. The pond was filled to the brim with crimson liquid that resembled blood, and there were hundreds of demons bathing within the water while the divine paragon spied on them from the sky. No. The rumor was true. The red water was human blood, and the bottom of this pond was filled with human remains. He could still feel the burning emotions the divine paragon felt when he first saw the scene of demons bathing in human blood and the horrendous scent that assaulted his nose. In order to keep this red pond filled, demons killed thousands of people every single day. After recalling these highly unpleasant memories, Yuan suddenly felt an urge to puke. "Young master, are you okay?" Feng Yuxiang asked him when she noticed his face becoming paler. "Yes. I just recalled some unpleasant memories, that's all," he said. Feng Yuxiang held a worried look on her face. Although she doesn't know what kind of memoirs Yuan was seeing, she knew that it wasn't good for his mental health. "Anyways, let's look around for that woman's son." Yuan used his divine sense to search for any clues. "I couldn't find anything, not even a footprint." "What about you, Feng Feng?" Yuan asked her a moment later. She shook her head and said, "I didn't find anything either." This either means the woman was lying about her son, or her son never came to this area. "Let's expand our search a little more before we come to any conclusions," Yuan said. "Okay." They returned to the air shortly after and began flying around the red pond. About half an hour later, they gave up on the search when they found no clues and returned to the red pond. "Let's forget about that woman's missing son. If he even exists." Feng Yuxiang said. Yuan sighed, at the very least, we should let the mother know that we couldn't find him. Okay. Feng Yuxiang nodded. However, just as Yuan prepared to leave the scene, his body suddenly halted. Young master. What are you waiting for? Feng Yuxiang asked him from the sky. After a moment of silence, a slight smile appeared on Yuan's face, and he spoke in a calm voice, I can smell demons. What? Feng Yuxiang's eyes widened with surprise. Yuan turned to look in a certain direction and continued, 1, 2, 3. There are 3 demons nearby. Really? What should we do? Isn't it obvious? I am going to kill them. Yuan responded in a nonchalant manner. According to my memories, there is a cave that demons used as a stronghold not far from here. They are probably hiding within this cave. Now that he sensed these demons, Yuan immediately began flying towards the direction of their scent. How weird. Why didn't I smell their scent before? Yuan wondered to himself as he quickly approached the demon's scent. About 15 minutes later, Yuan stopped moving and gazed upon the cave entrance below him. The demons are inside this cave? Feng Yuxiang asked. Yuan nodded, and he said, yes, but for some reason, their scent is getting weaker. Lan Yingying suddenly appeared beside him and said, there must be something in the cave that conceals their presence and scent. Yingying. How are you feeling? Yuan asked her. I am feeling great. I just finished converting all of the magical beasts into spiritual energy, allowing me to break through and become a spirit lord. Congratulations. Yuan said. Thank you, but I am still miles behind Miss Feng and Xiaohua. With your talents, I'm sure you'll catch up to us in no time. Feng Yuxiang smiled. Lan Yingying nodded, and she turned to look at Yuan, allow me to help you with these demons. I want to see my progress. Okay. Yuan agreed without any hesitation. Thank you. They descended to the cave entrance a moment later. So dark. Yuan mumbled in a low voice when he couldn't see more than a few inches inside the cave with his bare eyes despite having enhanced senses. When she heard his words, Feng Yuxiang summoned a ball of flame that hovered above them to light the cave. Are you guys ready? Yuan asked them as he summoned the Empyrean Overlord. Ready. They nodded. And without any hesitation, Yuan walked inside this cave. Upon entering the cave, Yuan realized that it was filled with skeletons just like the Red Pond. After walking for a couple of minutes without seeing any signs of demons, they were forced to stop, as the path came to a dead end. A dead end? That's not possible. I clearly picked up their scent from this place. Yuan stood there and looked around with a pondering expression on his face. What if the demons had already left? Feng Yuxiang said. I would know if they had left, but their scent lingered in this place until it disappeared shortly after we entered this cave. Maybe there is a secret passage or something. Let's look around. Yuan said. Okay. They nodded. Although the cave was quite spacious and wide, it had a linear interior, meaning there was only a single path for Yuan and the others to traverse. However, even after walking back and forth this cave multiple rounds, they were unable to find any secret passages that the demons could have used to hide themselves. I don't see any formations in this place. If there's really a secret passage, it's not concealed by a formation, or it's concealed by a formation that's so powerful that even I cannot see it. However, demons don't have the power to create formations or arrays. Yuan said. I also don't see anything out of the ordinary with my divine sense. Feng Yuxiang said. And she continued in a worried voice, what if this is a trap? We should probably leave this cave for now. Wait. Lan Yingying suddenly said. What is it? Do you see something? Yuan turned to look at her. I'm not sure, but that area feels off for some reason, the ground. Lan Yingying pointed at the ground right before the dead end. The ground? Yuan walked over to where Lan Yingying pointed and inspected the ground. When he couldn't find anything wrong with it, he decided to stomp on the ground. Yuan raised his eyebrows when he felt a hollow feedback from the stomp. It's empty here, he said to them before stabbing into the ground with the Empyrean Overlord. The ground immediately collapsed, revealing a hidden staircase that led underground. Furthermore, the scent of demons that had disappeared suddenly appeared again. I can smell them again. Demons. They're below us. Yuan quickly said. How did we miss such an obvious passage? This must be the work of a treasure that can misdirect our senses. We should be careful, young master. Feng Yuxiang warned him. Good idea, especially since I can smell more than 3 demons now. Yuan suddenly said. Huh? How many demons can you smell? Feng Yuxiang asked. After taking a few deep breaths, Yuan replied, about 7 or 8. 7 or 8. That many? Lan Yingying was speechless. Don't worry, they don't seem very strong. The strongest one appears to be a peak spirit king, but it's only a low-ranking demon. If you say so. She nodded. Young master, allow me to go first. Feng Yuxiang said. Yuan nodded, but before walking the staircase, Yuan wore his mask. Why the mask? Feng Yuxiang asked. It won't be fun if the demons recognize me, he chuckled. Feng Yuxiang was speechless. He's treating this like a game. She sighed inwardly. Sometime later, they began descending the narrow staircase. Many minutes later, at the end of the staircase, they entered a spacious room with multiple paths to choose from. Which way? Feng Yuxiang turned to look at Yuan, who was already pointing to a path. I understand. Feng Yuxiang, without hesitation, began walking towards the path picked by Yuan. I'm surprised you can smell the demons from so far away. How do you do it? Lan Yingying asked him. I don't know. I just instinctively know their location when I smell them, and they have this very distinctive scent that's hard to miss. Yuan shrugged, even though he was unable to smell demons before acquiring the Divine Paragon's memories and experience. Lan Yingying tried to smell this distinctive scent that Yuan spoke of, but she was not successful. After walking for 10 minutes straight, Feng Yuxiang came to a stop when she arrived at a dead end in the form of a cliff. However, once they were actually standing on this cliff, they were amazed by the scenery before them. This is a city. Yuan mumbled in a low voice as he gazed upon a city that had already been reduced to ruins. Although the city wasn't so large that he couldn't see the end, it was still quite shocking to find a city of this size beneath the Demon's Valley. This place isn't in the Divine Paragon's memories, but since I only have a small fraction of his memories, I wouldn't be surprised if he found this place later. Yuan thought to himself. After all, if nobody knew about this place, it would still be populated by demons right now. What now, young master? Should we hunt them one by one, at least until they notice our presence? Feng Yuxiang asked him. No, that would take too much time. We'll gather and deal with all of them at once. Yuan said with an excited smile on his face. How are we going to do that? Feng Yuxiang asked. Like this. Yuan suddenly released his demon sealing aura, instantly filling the entire underground city with his presence. The very next moment, 8 different auras appeared in response to Yuan's provocation. They're coming. Yuan warned them. Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying immediately prepared for battle while Yuan continued to stand there in a calm manner, and they watched as 8 red-skinned demons emerged from the city before flying towards them. In less than 10 seconds after Yuan announced their presence, all 8 demons stood before them. How did you find this place, human? The demon emitting the aura of a peak spirit king asked. Yuan pointed at his own face and said, I followed your scent. Our scent? What are you, a dog? No, not even a dog would be able to do that. And it continued, whatever. It doesn't matter how you found this place. It was foolish of you to come here with just the three of you. Ha ha ha. It's been thousands of years since I've tasted human flesh and blood. I call dibs on that woman with the smooth-looking skin beside him. She looks incredibly delicious. One of the demons suddenly pointed at Lan Yingying. Then I want that big-breasted woman. I bet her meat is incredibly tender and juicy. Another demon laughed as it pointed at Feng Yuxiang. Unlike that masked person, they don't smell human. They must be magical beasts disguised as humans. Who cares if they are humans or magical beasts? All it matters is how they taste, and I am starving. Let's get them. However, before the demons could even move 2 steps, Yuan released his demon sealing aura. Demon sealing zone. With a wave of his sleeve, Yuan confined all 8 demons in the demon sealing zone, taking them by surprise. What the fuck is this? This feeling. It's the demon sealing zone. What? The demon sealing zone? Impossible. The demons were confused and terrified at the same time. After all, only very few people within the demon sealing clan can use the demon sealing zone, and they are mostly high-ranking demon sealers. However, Yuan's cultivation level was too weak to be a high-ranking demon sealer, hence why they thought nothing about him, until now. After capturing the demons, Yuan approached them and spoke in a calm voice, "I'm interested in something. If you answer my question, I will let you out of the demon sealing zone." Humph. As if we will believe you. The demons sneered. Yuan ignored their response and began questioning them anyway. Let's start with an easy one. How long have you lowly demons been hiding down here? The answer is, go fuck yourself. One of the 8 demons cursed out loud in response to Yuan's question. Yuan merely shook his head and said, I will ask you again. How long have you been hiding in this underground city? I might consider answering if you throw one of your friends in here. I'm too hungry to answer your questions, after all. Another demon answered. Ha ha ha. Good one. That's right. We'll answer your questions in exchange for those women behind you. How about a limb per question? Yuan sighed at their response. We can do this the easy way, or the hard way. Swords of eternal torment. With the snap of his fingers, 3 golden swords appeared above the demons. What the heck is that? The demons tilted their heads to look at the swords. I will not repeat myself. Yuan said to them with a solemn expression on his face. The demons swallowed nervously. Although the demons didn't recognize the technique, they instinctively feared it. And we will not repeat ourselves. Fuck yo. Yuan moved his finger in a downward motion, and before the demon could even finish its sentence, one of the golden swords fell from the sky and stabbed itself right in the center of the demon's chest. Ah! The demon suddenly roared in a painful voice, startling the other demons. Hey! What's wrong? The demons immediately knew that something was off. After all, they shouldn't feel pain as demons, yet their buddy that just got struck was definitely screaming in pain, and it appeared to be suffering excruciating pain. That technique removes your pain tolerance, so you'll feel pain just like the rest of us. Yuan explained to them the effects of the technique, which only terrified them even more. Regardless of their rank, demons greatly depend on their insane regenerating ability and lack of ability to feel pain, as these 2 talents allow demons to become fearless creatures. However, without even one of these techniques, the demons immediately become a flawed existence. Please. Get this thing off me. Ah! The demon pleaded as blood flowed from its eyes. However, Yuan merely stood there and silently watched with a nonchalant expression on his face. He clearly couldn't care less about the demon nor the pain it was feeling. After torturing the demon for a few more minutes while ignoring the other demons the entire time, Yuan finally spoke, My questions, do you feel like answering them now? Millions of years. We have been down here ever since the demon sealing clan defeated the demon clan. The demon with the golden sword stuck between its chest answered. Very good. Yuan removed the golden sword from the demon afterward, and he continued to ask, "So you stayed down here for millions of years without leaving this place even once? How do you stay sane?" "We hibernate." The demon quickly responded to his question again, and it continued, "We demons can hibernate for tens of thousands of years at once. However, that doesn't mean we can sleep for millions of years without any breaks. When we come out of our hibernation, we will leave this place briefly to hunt for food in the surrounding areas. Once we're full, we will hibernate again." Hibernation, huh? If I recall correctly, this is also how you demons increase your strength. Yuan said. "That's right, but we only resort to that when we cannot acquire enough resources to strengthen ourselves." The demon nodded. Yuan laughed out loud after hearing its words, and he said in a mocking tone, "The 8 of you have hibernated for millions of years, yet this is the level of your strength? Were you spirit apprentices before you decided to live here? How pitiful. I guess this is because of your immortality. After all, you can't be immortal and have a fast growth rate, or that would be utterly broken." The demons gritted their teeth in anger after hearing Yuan's words, but they couldn't rebuke his claims, as it was true. In exchange for their immortality and talents, demons are at the rock bottom when it comes to growth. For example, if an ordinary human cultivator at the first level spirit apprentice wanted to reach the second level, they would need at least a couple of weeks if not months. Meanwhile, demons at the same level would require 10 times the amount of time if not more to achieve the same results. Of course, this restriction only exists in low-ranking demons like these 8 demons. Higher-ranking demons would require much less time, and some of them even outright lack this restriction. Anyways, since you have answered my questions, I will now let you out of the demon sealing zone." Yuan suddenly said. "Really?" The demon was in disbelief. "Yes, but you're not completely free just yet," Yuan said, and he turned to look at Lan Yingying. "You wanted to test yourself, right? I will let you have this one. Are you sure?" He nodded at her before returning to the demon, "If you can defeat my friend, I will let you live. I also won't interfere with your fight, even if you kill her." A wide grin appeared on the demon's face after hearing Yuan's words. "Say no more." Yuan flicked his sleeves, pulling the demon out of the demon sealing zone. This demon was at the peak of Spirit Lord while Lan Yingying was only at the first level of Spirit Lord. However, Yuan wasn't feeling worried at all, as he was confident in Lan Yingying's ability. "Young master, are you sure this is a good idea?" Feng Yuxiang, on the other hand, didn't have the same confidence as him. Although she has seen Lan Yingying fight magical beasts before during their little journey in the lower heavens, that was not nearly enough to convince her that Lan Yingying will be okay in this fight. "She'll be fine. Have some faith in her." Yuan smiled. The divine paragon's memories are clearly affecting him. If this occurred a month ago, the young master would not have allowed her to be in such a risky situation. However, this is the kind of characteristic that is required to survive in the cultivation world, especially once he traverses the upper heavens. Feng Yuxiang sighed inwardly. On one hand, she was relieved that Yuan was finally growing up to be more like a cultivator just like how she always wanted, but on the other hand, she was worried that he might be changing too fast, as it could have negative effects on him. Lan Yingying calmly approached the demon after it was released from the demon sealing zone. "I wasn't able to help my parents or my grandparents in the mystic realm, but I have grown stronger. If I cannot even deal with a single demon, I am not fit to serve him." Lan Yingying held a solemn expression on her face. Her black hair suddenly turned white, and her azure eyes turned pink. "What kind of magical beast are you? You must be really special if you can transform into a human at that level of cultivation." The demon licked its lips as it glared at Lan Yingying. "Magical beast? Try divine beast." She calmly responded. "She's a divine beast." The demons were surprised to learn that Lan Yingying was actually a divine beast. "Ha ha ha. What luck! I have never tasted flesh or blood from a divine beast before. You'll be my first." The demon fighting her began laughing out loud. I cannot wait. The demon suddenly flew at Lan Yingying with its mouth wide open. Sacred fire. Lan Yingying lifted her arm and pointed her palm at the incoming demon before shooting a large ball of white flames at it. Due to its arrogance and confidence in its immortal body, the demon didn't even bother blocking or avoiding the flames and ran straight into it, allowing the flames to consume its body. Is this all you've got? Flames don't work against us demons. Despite its whole body being engulfed in flames, the demon did not appear even slightly worried about the flames and continued to rush at Lan Yingying, as it was confident that it could easily regenerate faster than the flames could destroy it. Eat this, bloody. The demon suddenly halted its movements when it was about to launch an attack on Lan Yingying. What's happening to my body? Why aren't my injuries recovering? The demon looked down at its body with a puzzled face. What is this? What the fuck did you do? The demon immediately started trying to put out the white flames burning its body, but its efforts were futile, as the flames continued to slowly destroy the demon's body. Lan Yingying watched the demon slowly being consumed by her sacred fire and said, My sacred fire is of divine attributes, which is really effective against demons. I hope you like it. Divine attributes? Don't fuck with me, you damn beast. The demon stopped trying to put out the flames and started attacking Lan Yingying, hoping that he'd kill her before the flames completely consumed it. Even though the demon could not feel any pain from the sacred fire, its movements were greatly affected by the injuries on its body, making it incredibly sluggish and easy to dodge for Lan Yingying. It's not dying fast enough. I need something stronger. Lan Yingying thought to herself as she distanced herself from the demon. Fiery lotus. Lan Yingying took a moment to create a beautiful lotus made out of her sacred fire before launching it at the demon. Boom! The entire underground shook briefly when the fiery lotus exploded in front of the demon. The demon released one last deafening roar before Lan Yingying's sacred flames completely erased it from existence. After killing the demon, Lan Yingying went to collect its demon core. Unbelievable. She actually took care of that demon with relative ease. Feng Yuxiang thought to herself after witnessing Lan Yingying's prowess. Yingying, your sacred fire has improved tremendously since I last saw it. Yuan said to her with a smile on his face. Thank you, but I am not satisfied. Compared to my grandparents, my sacred fire is still too weak. The only reason I won so quickly is because that demon had underestimated my flames. Lan Yingying said. Then would you like to fight another demon? Yuan asked. Lan Yingying nodded her head without any hesitation. Alright, give me a moment. He turned to look at the 7 demons remaining, and they all held a solemn expression on their faces. Let's continue with the questioning. Whoever answers my questions will get to fight my friend. He said to them. My next question is. What trick did you use to conceal your scent and the hidden passage? The demons hesitated to answer his question. I won't ask again. Yuan raised his hand, causing the golden swords to tremble. A treasure. One of the demons suddenly said. Oh. Tell me about this treasure. Yuan turned to look at this demon that was also a peak spirit lord. It's a treasure that can create realistic illusions and conceals presences to a certain extent. We used it to conceal the hidden passage and erase our presence and smell. Where is this treasure now? Yuan continued asking. The demon turned to look at a certain house in the city below and pointed to it. It's in that building. Allow me, young master. Feng Yuxiang said to him before going down to the city and searching the building with the treasure. She returned a few minutes later with what appeared to be an incense holder made out of jade. Here you go, young master. Feng Yuxiang handed him the treasure. Oh. So this is the treasure, huh? I wasn't expecting it to have such an appearance. False incense. Grade, ancient. Quality, peak. Description, allows the user to create realistic illusions and conceal presences. Can only have one illusion active at a time. Wow, this is a really useful treasure. Yuan inspected the treasure with a smile on his face before storing it inside his spatial ring. Alright, you can fight my friend now. He turned to look at Lan Yingying. Whenever you're ready. I am ready. She nodded. Yuan removed the demon from the demon sealing zone a moment later. Lan Yingying and the demon began fighting each other shortly after. Sacred fire. However, as expected, the demon didn't dare to touch her sacred fire and dodged it instead. You only defeated the previous demon because of its arrogance. I won't make the same mistake. The demon laughed as it launched a counterattack. Bloodshot. Hundreds of red projectiles flew at Lan Yingying. Sacred fire. Lan Yingying created a wall of fire before her, instantly burning all of the projectiles that touched it. Looks like I have to go all out if I want to defeat this demon. Lan Yingying said to herself before transforming into her beast form. Wow. Not only did her strength grow but even her size grew a substantial amount. Yuan mumbled in a low voice when he stared at Lan Yingying, who was now a massive serpent. Compared to her size in the mystic realm, Lan Yingying's serpent body is now doubled in size, so she was about 100 meters long, and her body was twice as thick. Do all divine beasts grow this big? Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang while his attention remained fixated on Lan Yingying. Yes, most divine beasts have very large frames. If I can transform into my phoenix form, I could easily cover an entire town with just one of my wings. An entire town. Now that is something I really want to see. After transforming into her serpent form, Lan Yingying began attacking the demon aggressively. Sacred fire. Lan Yingying suddenly breathed fire from her mouth, covering a large area. Shit. The demon was not prepared for Lan Yingying's attack and barely avoided her sacred fire. However, Lan Yingying was not done yet, and she immediately flew at the demon afterward. When she was close enough, Lan Yingying opened her mouth wide open before slamming it shut on the demon. Once she caught the demon with her mouth, Lan Yingying released another breath of sacred fire, incinerating the demon until it was reduced to nothing but its demon core. After killing the second demon with seemingly even less effort than the first, Lan Yingying returned to Yuan's side. I'm speechless, Yingying. You've really grown so much stronger. I think you can even deal with the rest of these demons by yourself if you wish. Yuan said to her. You flatter me, Yuan. I am nothing compared to you. Lan Yingying smiled. Well, do you want to fight the other demons too? He asked a moment later. Lan Yingying turned to look at the remaining 6 demons before shaking her head. Unfortunately, I don't think I can fight a spirit king yet. The demons Lan Yingying fought were both spirit lords, but the rest of these demons were all spirit king. The difference between spirit lord and spirit king is very vast even if it's just a single level from peak spirit lord to first level spirit king. That's fine. I won't force you to fight them if you don't want to. Yuan said. And he turned to look at Feng Yuxiang. What about you, Feng? Do you want to try fighting one? A bittersweet smile appeared on Feng Yuxiang's face as she spoke. As much as I want to impress the young master, I know my own capabilities. I may have a higher cultivator than Yingying, but I do not have the means to defeat demons at my level. They'll just regenerate any damage I deal to them. And while I do have techniques that can completely obliterate them, I do not have the cultivation to use them. I see. Even though we're both divine beasts. I'm sorry for being useless. She sighed. Don't think like that. You're not at fault here, and you're definitely not useless. We all have something we can and cannot do. Yuan shook his head. Anyways, since this is the case, I guess I should finish this. Yuan approached the 6 demons. Let's change things up a bit. Instead of fighting my friends, you'll be playing with me now, and to make things fair, I will fight all 6 of you at once. He said to the demons, dumbfounding them. This humiliation, I will definitely make you regret it. The peak spirit king demon gritted its teeth in anger, as it had never been treated like a toy before. And without any hesitation, Yuan walked into the demon sealing zone to be with the rest of the demons. You arrogant bastard! Die for me! The demons wasted no time attacking him the moment he entered the demon sealing zone. Ha! After dodging their attacks, Yuan counterattacked with the Empyrean Overlord, slicing one of the demons there in half. And just as that demon expected to regenerate from its seemingly superficial wound, it realized that the other half of its body had turned into stone. Watch out for his sword. Don't let it hit you. The demon used what little time it had left to warn the others before turning into stone completely. However, even if they knew that Yuan's sword could seal them, there was very little they could do about it. Due to their enclosed area, there was simply nowhere they could run. Furthermore, they had to constantly worry about the golden swords above them, as Yuan could use them to strike at any moment. Many minutes later. This guy is playing with us. Just who is this human? The demons cried inwardly when they eventually realized that Yuan was going easy on them. What's wrong? Why are you stopping? Don't you want to taste my flesh? Drink my blood. Yuan calmly provoked the demons while being surrounded by them. If you want to die so much, let me help you. The Peak Spirit King demon suddenly exploded with chaotic energy. However, before it could really do anything, the two golden swords that had been on standby suddenly started moving again. The demon roared when the golden swords impaled its body. This is our chance. We don't have to worry about the golden swords anymore. The other demons realized this chance and attacked Yuan simultaneously. Suddenly, the other 4 demons started screaming in pain as well. You can summon more than 3 of these things. The demons were shocked to see more golden swords appear since they thought that he was limited to just 3. 3. Yuan raised his eyebrows. I don't know how you came to that conclusion, but... He pointed above them. The demons subconsciously lifted their heads to look, and to their absolute shock, hundreds of golden swords that were not there a moment ago is now there. You. Who are you? The Peak Spirit King demon suddenly shouted out loud. I'm just an ordinary demon sealer that happened to come across this place by pure chance. Yuan responded. He then removed his mask to show the demons his face. You. The demons' faces immediately drained of all colors when they saw Yuan's face. No matter how many millions of years have passed, they could never forget the face of their worst nightmare. Divine Paragon. Divine Paragon. Impossible. It can't be. No human cultivators could possibly live for so long. The demons were in disbelief after seeing Yuan's familiar face. After all, tens of millions of years have passed since the demon clan was defeated by the demon sealing clan. Even if a cultivator has achieved true immortality, it requires a miracle to live this long without encountering any mishaps, unless they were in seclusion for so long. Impossible. Even though I am standing right before you. Yuan said in a calm voice. You're a fake. A mere illusion. You may be able to disguise your appearance, but you can't hide your cultivation and smell. You're too young and weak to be the divine paragon. Is that so? Yuan suddenly turned to look at Lan Yingying and asked her, can I get one of the demon cores? Lan Yingying nodded her head and handed him one of the demon cores she just received. Once the demon core was in his grasp, Yuan opened his mouth and tossed it inside, shocking the demons. After swallowing the demon core, Yuan opened his mouth to show the demons that he'd really consumed the demon core. Do you still doubt my identity? He asked them a moment later. Divine Paragon. All 5 demons fell to their knees after coming to the conclusion that Yuan was truly the divine paragon, as there is only one person in the 9 heavens capable of consuming demon cores. And once they came to this conclusion, they lost all will to fight. In fact, they could only remain still and tremble in fear. The demons even subconsciously stopped breathing from fear. Seeing the condition of these demons, Yuan thought to himself, they should be plenty terrified now. This is the best time to kill them. And harvest their demon cores. And without hesitation, Yuan suddenly stretched his hand out, stabbing through one of the demon's chest and grabbing its crystal before destroying it. The demons were well aware that Yuan had just killed one of their companions, but none of them dared to move even a finger and acted like they didn't see it. In their minds, there was no point resisting before the divine paragon. In fact, they might risk offending the divine paragon by resisting him, who is famous for torturing demons before consuming their demon cores. At least it will be a swift death. The demons sighed inwardly and accepted their fate. They have witnessed the divine paragon torture and kill its companions in the middle of an active battlefield before, and they wanted to avoid such a fate at all cost, even if they have to silently lie there and wait for their execution. So they're just going to accept their fate, huh? Yuan realized this as he killed the second demon. Not including the divine paragon's memories, this is his first time seeing demons give up in such a fashion. Yuan pitied these demons for a brief moment, but then he recalled the scene of demons bathing in the red pond and many more terrible things that they have done to humans. A few moments later, Yuan approached the last demon alive, who was also the strongest demon in the group. "Before you kill me, can I ask you a question?" The demon suddenly spoke in a low voice. "What? Is it true that you wiped out the demons within the demonic realm?" The demon lifted its head and stared at Yuan with a profound expression. "What do you think?" Yuan responded with his own question. "You're definitely more than capable, but whether you actually killed them, I cannot say for sure." After a moment of silence, Yuan said, "I don't know." "You don't know? Or you don't want to answer?" "The former," Yuan said. And without elaborating any further, Yuan finished off the demon. After killing all of the demons, Yuan collected the demon cores and deactivated the demon sealing zone. "Good work, young master. Those demons trembled before your presence," Feng Yuxiang said to him afterward. "Thank you, but if I have to be honest, I'm a little disappointed by the results. It didn't feel good killing beings that have no will to fight, even if they are demons." He sighed. He then turned to look at Lan Yingying and said, "Here, take these demon cores. Why are you giving them to me?" She asked with a puzzled face. "I want you to use them to further strengthen yourself," he said. "Thank you, but I think you need them more than I do. If you consume these demon cores, you'll definitely become a spirit king," Lan Yingying said. "That might be true, but I want to become a spirit king through the demon sealing pagoda, and there is less than a month before I can challenge it again. You know, increasing my companion's prowess is just as important as raising my own. Then I won't be humble." Lan Yingying nodded and accepted the demon cores. "Thank you, Yuan. Anyways, with the demons gone, let's scout this place to make sure we don't leave anything useful behind. Who knows, we might find another treasure or two in here," Yuan said a moment later. And he continued, "I don't sense any other presence beside ours in this place, so it should be safe to split up to make the search quicker." Feng Yuxiang nodded and said, "I will take the north area. Then I will look around the south side." Lan Yingying said, "I will go west. Whenever you finish with your area, go to the east side and we'll group up there," Yuan said. "I understand." Sometime later, they split up and descended into the ruined city. "This place looks pretty beat up," Yuan thought to himself as he walked through the street with his divine sense activated, as that was more efficient and convenient than searching house by house. However, even after many minutes of searching, Yuan was unable to find anything that was remotely useful. After going through his area twice without finding anything, he started making his way towards the east side of the city. Lan Yingying and Feng Yuxiang also went to the east side of the city after searching their area with no results. "Did you guys find anything special?" "My side was empty," Yuan asked them. "Nothing, but I'm not surprised. This place hasn't been visited by anyone beside the demons for millions of years. I'd be shocked if anything but spiritual treasures lasted that long. Then let's take a quick look at this last area before we leave this place." Yuan said, and they began walking through the east side of the city. After walking for about 10 minutes, Feng Yuxiang suddenly stopped and frowned. "What's the matter, Feng Feng? Did you find something?" Yuan asked her. "Not something. Someone. Although faint, I can sense a presence up ahead." "Someone? Who could it be?" "I don't smell any demons," Yuan said. "I think it's a human cultivator." Yuan frowned and said, "Let's go." Feng Yuxiang nodded and picked up her pace, leading the others to this unknown presence. Once they were close enough to see the person behind this presence with their divine sense, they stopped to analyze the situation. A human cultivator. He doesn't seem to be conscious. But what's he doing down here? Feng Yuxiang said. Do you think this person could be that woman's missing son? Maybe the demons captured him and brought him here. Yuan speculated. That's possible, but we won't know for sure until we speak with him. Please wait here while I make sure it isn't a trap, young master. Feng Yuxiang said. Yuan nodded and allowed Feng Yuxiang to go first. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang approached this man and nudged him with her feet, almost like she was seeing if he was a corpse. Hey, wake up. Ugh. My head hurts like hell. The man muttered in a low voice as he sat up and looked at his surroundings. Where am I? Who are you? The man asked Feng Yuxiang a moment later. You're currently underground, beneath the Demon's Valley. How did you get here? And who are you? Demon's Valley. The man looked puzzled for a moment before snapping out of his daze and jumping to his feet. That's right. I remember now. I came to the Demon's Valley with my friends, but just as we were leaving, this group of demons appeared out of the blue and captured us. They ate my friends and even forced me to watch. What happened to the demons? The man began panicking after recalling his memories. I see. So you're really that woman's missing son. Anyways, we have already dealt with the demons. You don't need to worry about it anymore. You dealt with the demons. The man stared at her with a dazed face. Not me. My young master. Feng Yuxiang said. Follow me. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang returned to Yuan with the man. Young master, this person really turned out to be that woman's missing son. According to him, he was captured by the demons. Feng Yuxiang explained the situation to Yuan. Wait. You know my mother? Yuan nodded and said, yes, we met her on the way here. She was worried sick that you didn't return home in time and stood in front of the Demon's Valley. We agreed to help her find you after hearing her story. I see. Thank you very much for coming here and saving my life. I would have been food for those demons if you'd arrived any later. I don't even want to imagine my mother grieving over my death. The man sighed. I wish I can repay this debt, but I have nothing on me. Don't worry about it. We didn't do this for any reward. Yuan shook his head. Still, I can't just leave without giving you anything. The man pondered for a moment before speaking, oh. I know. Although I cannot give you anything of value, I can lead you to something of value. You see, after being captured by the demons, I overheard them talking about a treasure that had recently appeared inside the blood-soaked mountain. I don't know what kind of treasure it is, but they seemed very excited about it. A treasure within blood-soaked mountain, huh? Yuan mumbled in a pondering voice. Where is this blood-soaked mountain? Feng Yuxiang asked. I'm not really sure, but it's within the Demon's Valley. The man said. I know where it is. Yuan suddenly said. It's a little far from here, but it's not too bad if we fly straight there. If you don't mind, I would like to return to my mother now. The man asked them a moment later. Yuan nodded, go ahead. The exit is over there. Once again, thank you for saving my life and sparing my mother from grief. The man bowed to them before leaving. Are you sure about this, young master? There are still many unanswered questions about his situation and his mother. Feng Yuxiang asked him after the man left. It's fine. I doubt we really need to know these answers, anyway. If you say so. Ding. You have completed the quest, Grieving Mother's Plea. Fame plus 10. Are we going to the blood-soaked mountain now? Feng Yuxiang asked as they left the underground area. Yes, I am really interested in this treasure. If we fly straight there, it should only take us half a day to get there. I understand. After leaving the underground area, Yuan and Feng Yuxiang began flying towards the blood-soaked mountain while Lan Yingying transformed back into a bracelet to rest. Truly an impressive lad. I didn't expect him to deal with the demons so quickly and effortlessly. And his growth. It's almost terrifying. Who could have predicted that we would find a monster like him in that small place? The man that had been captured by the demons watched Yuan and Feng Yuxiang disappear into the horizon with a profound smile on his face. Once he could no longer see their figure, the man's appearance began distorting, transforming into a handsome middle-aged man. If it's him. Perhaps he can defeat that man. The man created a portal and disappeared into it shortly after. After flying for half a day, Yuan could finally see the blood-soaked mountain in the distance. Although it looks like a regular mountain right now, it used to be soaked in blood from the top to bottom. However, if one looked closely, there were still some red colors left on this mountain. So this is blood-soaked mountain. I guess we should split up and look for the treasure. Feng Yuxiang suggested after they arrived. Wait. Yuan stopped her. He closed his eyes and took a couple of deep breaths. Okay, I don't smell any demons around here. Let's go look for the treasure. Yuan said a moment later. Lan Yingying also appeared to help search for the treasure. Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying searched the area surrounding the mountain while Yuan searched the mountain itself. The peak of the mountain was flat, almost like the Dragon Spiral Mountain, so Yuan went there first. This place still reeks of blood even after millions of years. Yuan sighed as he searched the top of the mountain that was also riddled with skeletons. Sometime later, Lan Yingying's voice resounded in Yuan's head, Yuan, I think I found something. I am currently inside the mountain. There is an entrance at the south. Okay, I am coming. Yuan immediately began making his way back down the mountain. At the south end of the mountain, there was a concealed cave that had been kept hidden by these red vines that covered the bottom of the mountain. I'm surprised that you found this cave. Yuan said to Lan Yingying after arriving and seeing the situation. It actually looked even more concealed before. I had to remove some vines just to get inside, she said. What did you find inside? Feng Yuxiang asked. Well. I think it would be better if you see it for yourselves. Let's go. Yuan said as he entered the cave. After following a narrow path, they entered this spacious area inside the mountain. At the end of this room was a beautiful tree with red leaves growing on a golden trunk, and this tree was growing in the middle of a small pond with glistening golden water. Wow! Is this the treasure that the demons mentioned? What do you think, Feng? Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang, who was the expert when it comes to treasures. However, Feng Yuxiang didn't respond. Yuan turned to look at her to see a dumbfounded expression on her face. Feng. He called her again. Eh. Feng Yuxiang snapped out of her daze and looked at Yuan. Sorry, young master. I was dozing off just now. Judging by the look you had, you know what kind of treasure this is? He asked. Feng Yuxiang nodded with a serious face. Young master, this treasure is called the Golden Celestial Tree. It's an incredibly rare treasure that requires thousands of years to grow, and judging by the size of this tree, it's millions of years old. This kind of treasure is hard to come by even in the upper heavens. Oh. What does it do? All sorts of things. The crimson leaves can be used in alchemy, the golden trunk can be used to create treasures, and the golden liquid can be used to temper one's body. Tempering my body? That's perfect. Yuan said. Seeing that Yuan was prepared to jump into the water, she quickly said, Wait a moment, young master. If you temper your body, your cultivation will, without a doubt, surpass Spirit King and perhaps even Spirit Emperor. Oh, if I do that, then I will be forced to ascend, huh? So what do you suggest? Can we store the liquid somewhere? Feng Yuxiang nodded, yes, I have the perfect treasure for it. She retrieved a large, transparent gourd a moment later and said, we can store the liquid in this gourd. It will keep the liquid clean and pure. Please. Yuan nodded. Feng Yuxiang proceeded to collect the water with the gourd, which didn't take too long. Once that was done, she handed him the gourd and said, the leaves and trunk will have to be collected separately. However, the leaves will quickly lose spiritual energy if we don't store them properly. She took out a couple of wooden boxes and said, we'll store the leaves in these boxes meant for pills. It will prevent the leaves from going bad or losing spiritual energy for 1,000 years. As for the trunk, it can be stored in any spatial ring. Yuan nodded, let's store the leaves first. They quickly began removing the crimson leaves from the tree. After storing the crimson leaves, Yuan yanked the golden trunk from the ground and stored it inside the dragon spatial ring. I still can't believe that we'd found a golden celestial tree in this place. Feng Yuxiang sighed afterward. How much do you think we'll be able to receive from this treasure if we were to sell it? Yuan suddenly asked. You want to sell the golden celestial tree? Feng Yuxiang looked at him with wide eyes. No, I'm just curious. Feng Yuxiang then said, well, just the leaves alone are worth a few 100 million spirit stones. A few 100 million spirit stones? Yuan exclaimed. Feng Yuxiang nodded and said, and that's the least expensive part from the golden celestial tree. The trunk can be sold for a few billion spirit stones while a small bottle of the liquid is worth as much as all of the leaves combined. Yuan swallowed nervously after realizing the value of the golden celestial tree. Who would have thought that they would come across such a fortuitous encounter in the Demon's Valley? I'm really glad we decided to visit Demon's Valley. Yuan chuckled. Sometime later, they left the cave after making sure there were no more hidden treasures. Now how are we going to find Jiachong? The Demon's Valley is not a small place. It'll take weeks to cover the place, but we only have a couple of days left before we must meet up with Xiao Hua and Minli. Yuan asked them for suggestions. Honestly, I don't think there is anything we can do besides hope for the best. Feng Yuxiang shrugged. It's not like we have to find him. I came here mostly because I was curious about the Demon's Valley. If we don't find him in the next few days, we can just leave. Yuan said. Okay. We should split up to make things faster. Feng Yuxiang suggested. Are you sure? Yuan asked, as he was worried that something might happen to them. Young master, we'll be fine. There are only magical beasts roaming in this place and there are rarely any that fly. If we encounter a demon, we'll notify you immediately. If you say so. Yuan nodded. Thus, Yuan and the others began wandering the Demon's Valley randomly in search of Jiachong. 2 days later, right as Yuan prepared to log off for breakfast, Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded inside his head, young master, I found him. That's great. Where are you? If you continue flying north for about 200 miles, you will reach us, she said. I understand. I will be there as soon as possible. Yuan logged off the game and notified Chu Liuxiang that he will be missing breakfast today before returning to the game and making his way towards Feng Yuxiang. A few hours later, Yuan met up with Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying, who had arrived shortly before him. Where's Jiachong? Yuan asked them. Feng Yuxiang pointed at a certain location on the ground. Yuan followed her direction until he could see an old man wearing rags about a mile away. Is it just me or is there something off about him? Yuan raised his eyebrows after seeing the dazed expression on the old man's face. He's giving me the same feeling as the residents at the nameless town. Feng Yuxiang said. So he's gone crazy as well? Yuan frowned slightly. Most likely. He probably spent a little too long in the Demon's Valley and got affected by the miasma. Now he's just aimlessly wandering this place. Is there anything we can do to help him? Yuan asked. Well. We can try cleansing the miasma from his body, but I won't be able to do it since my flames can only protect people from being affected by the miasma. Feng Yuxiang turned to look at Lan Yingying and continued, but perhaps Yingying can do it with her divine attribute sacred fire. Do you think you can do it? Yuan asked her. I can try. Alright, let's go down there and see if he's really lost his mind first. They descended a moment later and approached Jia Chong from behind. Excuse me. Are you okay? Yuan asked him. Jia Chong stopped moving and turned around to look at Yuan, still with a dazed look on his face. Oh. This must be fate. The old man suddenly snapped out of his daze and began staring at Yuan with a profound expression on his face. Huh? Fate? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Yes. I can sense it. Your fate is extremely strong. So strong that even I cannot fathom it. You have the strongest fate out of all my encounters. My name is Jia Chong, a servant of fate. Tell me, what do you desire? Yuan looked at Feng Yuxiang and said, he looks perfectly fine. I don't know. It's almost as though the miasma stopped affecting him after seeing you. Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. Anyways, I am looking for someone that can help me remove destiny seals. Yuan said to Jia Chong, acting like he didn't know what Jia Chong was capable of to make it seem like their encounter was purely by chance. Destiny seal, huh? Our encounter must definitely be due to fate. Jia Chong nodded to himself. On top of being a servant of fate, I happen to be an array master as well. I can help you remove the destiny seals if you want. Really? You'll do that for me? How much do you need? I will pay for your services. No need. I cannot possibly accept money from someone with such a powerful fate. Is that so? Then I won't be humble. Thank you, Senior Jia. Yuan immediately began dumping out all of the Gu family's treasures. He wasn't worried that Jia Chong might steal his treasures since Jia Chong is only a first-level spirit king and there were 3 of them. There's more treasures than I'd expected. Jia Chong smiled after seeing the small mountain of treasures before him. I won't complain even if you ask for a payment. Yuan said. No, it's fine. Jia Chong didn't say anything else and took a seat before the treasures. He then began creating array symbols at a fast pace. Yuan watched Jia Chong work with intensive focus, making sure to memorize all of the symbols that he'd used and the order he combined them. It took about 2 minutes for Jia Chong to remove a destiny seal, and after an hour of non-stop work, he'd managed to clean all of the treasures of their destiny seal. I am finished. Jia Chong said as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Thank you very much, Senior Jia. Yuan bowed to him afterward. No need. It was a pleasure to assist you, young man. You can call me Yuan. Jia Chong nodded, then Yuan, I have one last thing for you. He retrieved a scroll and offered it to Yuan. What is this? Yuan raised his eyebrow. This is the array combination for removing destiny seals. If you learn it, you will be able to remove destiny seals yourself. Are you sure? This is very valuable, right? Jia Chong nodded and said, you have already paid the price. How? I have traversed this world in search of someone like you, and after 2,000 years, I have finally found you. You have no idea what this encounter means to me, Yuan. Jia Chong said with a smile. Searching for someone like me? Why? Yuan asked. Jia Chong didn't immediately respond and instead retrieved a medallion with the word destiny on it. He then extended his hand and offered it to Yuan. What's this? Yuan accepted the medallion without thinking. This is the medallion of fate. If you return it to its owners, you will be given a chance to start a new life, or so I am told. Ever since I acquired this medallion, I have invested my life into returning it to the rightful owner, but it appears that my fate isn't powerful enough. However, I'm sure you'll be able to find its owners. Or so you're told. So you don't really know the real purpose of this medallion? Feng Yuxiang asked with raised eyebrows, as she cannot imagine investing her entire life chasing after some rumors. I may have no concrete proof, but I believe it truly is the purpose of this medallion. After all, I started being able to see other people's fate after acquiring this medallion. Jia Chong said. So you can see our fate, our future? Yuan asked with interest. No, my abilities are not strong enough to see your future, but I can tell if someone has a strong fate or not. Jia Chong shook his head. Feng Yuxiang wanted to say that it was a load of bullshit, but since Jia Chong helped Yuan with the destiny seals, she didn't want to be rude to him. Yuan thought to himself, sounds like the divine crystal of heavenly fortune. It can tell what kind of fate we have, too. Anyways, it is about time I leave and return to my journey. I have lingered around this place for a little too long. Jia Chong suddenly said. Yuan quickly said, once again, thank you for your help and for this array combination. Jia Chong silently nodded with a smile on his face before flying away. Yuan looked at the medallion of fate with a profound expression on his face. Do you really believe that crazy old man? All this nonsense about fate, I don't believe it. Feng Yuxiang said after Jia Chong left. I don't know, but I feel some sort of connection with this medallion, like I have seen it before. Yuan said. Really? Where? He shook his head, I don't know. Anyways, let's meet up with everyone before we reunite with Xiao Hua and Minli. He said after storing the medallion of fate into his spatial ring. Thus, Yuan began making his way back to the hotel to pick up Meishio and the others. That night at dinner, Yuan said to the others, I just finished my business, so I am heading back to the city. Are you guys prepared for the disciple examination? Yes. I just finished my preparations as well. Those spirit stones you gave us really came in handy. Wang Ming nodded. Right? It's actually worth much more than I'd expected. I still have a few thousand left even after going on a shopping spree. Wang Bingbing said. Once again, thank you for the spirit stones. Shi Lang said. I should arrive at the city by tomorrow night, but if you're already heading to the gathering site, you don't need to wait for us. Yuan said to them. All right. After dinner, Yuan returned to the game so he could continue returning to the city. Once he returned to the city the following day, Yuan met up with Meishio and the others. Is this everybody? Yuan asked Wang Ming, as there were only 5 people there, including Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. Yes, the others are either already at the gathering site or making their way there. Wang Ming nodded. Fortunately, the gathering site isn't too far away. We can get there in about 2 hours if we use the teleport devices, and the disciple examination won't start until tomorrow morning. Wang Bingbing said. Yuan nodded and said, then let's get some rest tonight and make our way to the gathering site early tomorrow. It wouldn't be a good idea to stay up for the night right before such a big event. You'll need all the energy you can get. All right. Let's meet up at sunrise tomorrow. Since it's been a while since he's gotten any proper rest, Yuan also decided to get some sleep. The following morning, Yuan and the others began making their way to the gathering site. Hey, Yuan, do you know anything about the examination? Like what we'll be doing? Shi Lang asked him as they moved. No, I don't. He shook his head. I heard that you used to be a disciple at the Dragon Essence Temple. What was the disciple examination like over there? Wang Ming asked. Yuan proceeded to recall his experience at the Dragon Essence Temple to the others. I see. So we should expect something similar, huh? Every sect is different. Yuan said. What should we do if we fail the examination? Shi Lang suddenly asked. I'm sure you'll all pass with your talents. Yuan smiled. But it's not guaranteed, right? If you're already thinking about failing before even starting, then you're fated to fail. Wang Bingbing shrugged. My sister's right, Shi Lang. Don't be so negative. What? I was just curious. I am not thinking about failing. He quickly said. Yeah. 2.5 hours later, Yuan and his group arrived at the gathering site for the 7 Spirit Academies, which was taking place in a massive square that was built specifically for the examination. Holy shit, there's got to be at least 100,000 people here right now. Wang Ming exclaimed when he saw the sea of people there. Is it always this crowded? Won't it take forever to finish the examination at this rate? Shi Lang sighed. While the others were surprised by the spectacle there, Yuan looked for Xiaohua. Once he sensed her presence, he called for her through their spiritual connection. Xiaohua, can you hear me? Brother Yuan. Xiaohua immediately responded with excitement. We're right outside the square. We'll wait for you here. Okay. Yuan. What are you waiting for? Wang Ming asked after noticing that he was just standing there. I'm waiting for a friend of mine, he said. 5 minutes after Yuan contacted Xiaohua, 2 figures could be seen soaring through the sky above the square for the disciple examination. Oh, there she is. Yuan looked up and watched as Xiaohua descended right beside him with Minli, who looked a little shocked. Brother Yuan. Xiaohua immediately went to hug him even before her feet touched the ground. Once again, sorry for leaving you behind, Xiaohua. Yuan said with a bittersweet smile. Who's that? Wang Ming asked with raised eyebrows. This is Xiaohua, she's the first friend I made in this world. Yuan introduced her to the others. Oh, how cute. Wang Bingbing stared at Xiaohua with glitters in her eyes. Anyways, where are the others? The examination should be starting soon. Yuan asked them. Who knows? There's too many people here to tell. Shi Lang shrugged. We'll probably see them during the examination. Wang Ming said. Sometime later, Yuan approached Minli and asked her, how are you feeling? I'm a little nervous if I have to be honest, she sighed. Really? I can tell that your cultivation has improved. You'll do fine. Thank you, but I cannot help it. It's been a very long time since I've felt such emotions. And this is the 7 Spirit Academies that we're talking about. I've heard of their reputation even when I was still in the lower heavens. The acceptance rate is also incredibly low. There will probably be less than 10,000 people who will pass the examination despite the amount of people here today. Even then, I still have faith in you. Yuan smiled. Minli began blushing. Sometime later, everybody at the square stopped talking when 7 figures descended from the sky and landed on a platform above the square, and all of them emitted the aura of a spirit lord. Welcome to the 7 Spirit Academies Disciple Examination, young cultivators. I am Elder Lang of the Heavenly Academy. Before we begin, allow me to introduce our judges for the examination. Elder Mon from the Universal Music Academy. Elder Jing from the Healing Spirit Academy. Elder Yi from the Lonely River Academy. After introducing the other 6 elders that hailed from one of the 7 Spirit Academies, Elder Lang continued, as you already know, the 7 Spirit Academies have decided to start our disciple examination early due to circumstances. However, this does not mean it will be any easier to join us. After giving a quick speech about the disciple examination and the history of the 7 Spirit Academies, Elder Lang sat down while another elder stood up. I will now speak of the rules for the examination. The elder said. First and foremost, there are 4 sections in the examination you must pass before you qualify to join us. Once you pass all 4 sections, we, representing the 7 Spirit Academies, will offer you a spot in our sect. Some of you may receive more than one offer while some of you may only receive one offer. If you have been offered to join more than one sect, you are allowed to choose which sect you wish to join. If your desired sect did not offer you a spot, do not panic, as it's not impossible to change sects later. As long as you join one of our sects, it is possible to transfer to another sect at a later date. Hell, you can even negotiate with us at the end of the examination if you so choose. Now let's talk about the rules for our examination. First rule, you are not allowed to deliberately kill other participants. If caught, you will automatically fail the examination and be banned from ever joining us for the rest of your life. However, this does not mean you cannot hinder others' progression or fight them. The cultivation path is filled with bumpy roads and uncertainty. You cannot expect it to be a walk in the park. Second rule, you are allowed to use any treasure you want as long as it doesn't disturb the examination or cause massive destruction to the area. Third rule, you are strictly prohibited from consuming any sort of pills that will enhance your body or spiritual energy. This includes recovery pills. The 7 spirit academies are looking for raw talents, people with real potential. Sure, one might argue that allowing the usage of powerful treasure is the opposite of such a statement, but it still requires some skill to control such a treasure, whereas consuming a pill that enhances your strength temporarily doesn't require any skill. Final rule. You should already know this, but if you are above the age of 40, you are not qualified to participate in the examination. However, if you still wish to join us, you may visit us at another time for an interview. The elder took a seat after announcing the last rule, and another elder stood up. Let's move on to the examination itself now. As you all heard, the examination will have 4 different sections. For the first part of the examination, you will have your talents evaluated. Your spiritual energy, your spiritual veins, your aptitude, everything. Allow me to be completely honest here. Less than 20% of you will pass the first examination. The nervous atmosphere amongst the participants became even heavier after hearing such words. For the second examination, we will analyze the extent of your talents. For the third examination, you will be given limited time to hunt magical beasts. And for the final examination, if you somehow make it this far, you will be interviewed by the 7 of us. Now, you will be given 15 minutes to prepare yourselves before we open the portals to the real examination area. The moment the elder sat back down, the participants began mumbling to each other about the examination. See, I told you that the examination will be quite similar to the one you took for the Dragon Essence Temple. Wang Ming said to Yuan during their 15-minute break. I guess so. He nodded. I think we can expect the same examinations for most sects in Cultivation Online. After all, one's talent and prowess are the most important to cultivators, so it's only natural for them to evaluate us in those aspects. Shi Lang said. Anyways, good luck, guys. Yuan said to them sometime later. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The 7 Spirit Academies disciple examination will officially begin now. Elder Lang stood up and waved his sleeves. The very next moment, multiple experts appeared and activated their treasures, creating a portal at the front of the square. This will lead you to the first examination, where you will be evaluated. There are 20 teleportations, each taking you to a separate area to make things faster. Go. The participants there immediately began walking into the portals, disappearing from the square. Meanwhile, 20 large projections appeared above the square, each displaying a separate area for the first examination. The square quickly became empty, and within mere minutes, only Yuan, Xiaohua, Meishio, and Chu Liuxiang remained. When Elder Lang saw this, he said, "What are you guys doing? If you don't hurry up, the portals will close, and you will automatically fail the examination." "Oh, sorry, we're not here to participate. We're here to cheer on our friends," Yuan said. "If you want to spectate, you're in the wrong place. There's another area for spectators," Elder Lang responded. "Is that so? If you don't mind, can you tell me where this place is?" Yuan asked. Elder Lang pointed towards the north and said, "It's quite far from here, so even if you run there now, you won't make it before the examination ends. It's fine. Thank you for telling us. Yuan said. He then looked at Meishio and the others. Let's go, shall we? I'll carry you with my spiritual energy. Okay. They nodded. The 7 elders then watched with gawking expressions as Yuan lifted Meishio and Chu Liuxiang into the air before flying away with them. Once they were no longer in view, Elder Lang mumbled in a dazed voice, that young man was a spirit grandmaster. How come I couldn't sense his cultivation base? Since these elders were all below the 3rd level spirit lord, they were unable to sense Yuan's cultivation base even though he wasn't deliberately hiding it. While Yuan and his group made their way to the spectators area, Wang Ming and the others waited for their turn inside this massive room that had multiple objects placed around the room. Of course, these objects were used to evaluate the participants' talents. After waiting for 2 hours, it was finally Wang Ming's turn. Place your hand on this crystal ball and pour as much spiritual energy as you can into it. The examiner said to him. Wang Ming nodded and placed his hands on the empty crystal ball. There's something resisting my spiritual energy. Is this part of the exam? Wang Ming wondered to himself as he poured his spiritual energy into the crystal ball, quickly filling it with glittering smoke that resembled fog. Although there was something resisting him, it only held him back slightly, and the more the crystal ball filled up with fog, the stronger the resistance became until he could no longer continue. Amazing! The examiner mumbled in a dazed voice, and his eyes were glued to the crystal ball. After snapping out of his daze a few moments later, the examiner said, "You can stop now." How did I do? Wang Ming asked. You passed. Here's your token. Make sure you don't lose it. The examiner handed him a red token. This token is a little different than what the others before me got. Why is that? Wang Ming noticed this and decided to ask the examiner. Because there are 3 different tokens that can be handed out depending on the participant's result. Those that barely passed will receive a white token, and those that passed with average results will receive a green token. As for the red token, those are only given to participants with excellent results such as yourself. In other words, they are given to geniuses and those with the highest potential. The examiner explained. I see. Thanks, I guess. Please go through that portal at the end of the room. You'll be taken directly to the next examination. Once there, show the examiner your token. I understand. Wang Ming nodded before leaving the place through the portal. What a talented young lad. He'll definitely become a powerful cultivator in the future if nurtured properly. The examiner thought to himself as the next participant stepped in front of the crystal ball. Place your hand on this crystal ball and pour as much spiritual energy as you can into it. The examiner repeated his sentence to Wang Bingbing, who was right behind Wang Ming. She nodded and placed her hand onto the crystal ball, pouring her spiritual energy into it. Wow! Another genius. She's almost on par with the last participant. 2 geniuses back to back. What are the chances? The examiner cried inwardly. Here you go. You passed. The examiner handed Wang Bingbing a red token as well. What's this? Why is it red? Wang Bingbing asked out of curiosity. The examiner smiled and explained everything to her. I see. Thanks. Wang Bingbing said before making her way to the next examination. Next. Once Wang Bingbing left, Shi Lang took her place. Place your hand on this crystal ball and pour as much spiritual energy as you can into it. The examiner repeated. Shi Lang nodded and placed his hand onto the crystal ball. When the examiner saw the results, he didn't dare to believe his eyes. Another genius? What the fuck? Where are all these geniuses coming from? He exclaimed inwardly. Here's your token. It's red because you've achieved excellent results. The examiner handed Shi Lang his token and explained the purpose of it without being asked. I see. Thank you. Shi Lang accepted the token and began making his way towards the portal. After exiting the portal, Shi Lang found himself standing in front of a massive lake. However, there was something special about this lake. The water is silver. What kind of lake is this? Shi Lang wondered to himself as he approached Wang Bingbing. I see that you also received a red token. Wang Ming said with a smile when he noticed Shi Lang's presence behind them. Yes. By the way, what is happening here? I'm not too sure, but it appears to be some kind of exercise where you have to walk on the water. Walking on water? Sounds like the same examination Yuan took at the Dragon Essence Temple when he had to approach a silver tree. Looks like it. After waiting for another 2 hours, it was finally Wang Ming's turn. You will need at least 40 steps to pass this part of the examination. The examiner said to him. Wang Ming nodded and took a deep breath before taking his first step into the silver lake. Feels like I am walking on something that's liquid yet solid at the same time. Wang Ming thought to himself as he took his second and third step. Half a minute later, he was already at the 30th step. Is this supposed to be hard? Wang Ming wondered as he approached the 50th step. On the 61st step, he finally began feeling some resistance, and it would become increasingly harder to move his leg with every step. By the 70th step, he was sweating profusely. Heavens, he's already taken 75 steps. We have a genius here. The other participants watched Wang Ming approach his 80th step with admiration in their eyes. Ah! I cannot go on. Wang Ming gave up after taking his 82nd step and collapsed on the water. One of the examiners there went to pick up Wang Ming before bringing him back to land. Congratulations, young man. You currently hold the top score for this examination. The examiner handed Wang Ming another red token before sending him to the next examination. Wang Bingbing was next. 2 minutes later. Wow! 78 steps. That's 2 high scores in a row. The other participants exclaimed. Does anybody know her name? She's such a fairy. No, I don't recognize her. Hey, do you think she's an NPC or a player? Who knows? She kinda gives me a feeling from both sides. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? It's hard to explain, but she gives me the feeling of an NPC but also the feeling of a player as well. How's that possible? Don't ask me. It's just a feeling. After Wang Bingbing received her red token, Shi Lang stepped onto the silver lake and began his test. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. 50 steps, 60 steps, 70 steps. 79 steps. 80 steps. 81 steps. 82 steps. He's rivaled the top score. The participants were ecstatic with the results even though they were not the one achieving such a result. Damn it. I cannot even lift my legs. Move, damn it. Move. Shi Lang shouted inwardly as he pushed himself to make that 83rd step. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was not able to make the step. After collapsing on the lake, one of the elders there carried him back to the land. Congratulations. Here's a red token for your excellent results. The examiner handed a red token to Shi Lang afterward. Thanks. Shi Lang accepted the token in a dispirited manner. Noticing this, the examiner asked him out of curiosity, what's with the long face? You achieved 82 steps, which is the highest score in this examination thus far. You mean one of the highest? I wanted to beat him, but alas. Shi Lang sighed. Him. Are you acquainted with the other participant who scored 82? Something like that, I guess. Anyways, I am going to head to the next examination. The examiner nodded and said, by the way, this examination and the next examination is treated as one examination, so you still have 2 more to go after the next one. Is that so? Good to know. Meanwhile, after flying for 4 hours straight, Yuan and his group finally arrived at the spectators area, which took place in a massive Colosseum. In the middle of the Colosseum was a treasure that projected the disciples' examination in real time, allowing the millions of spectators to enjoy the disciple examination while being far away. "Are you sure we should be watching them from up here?" Meishio asked Yuan as she sat on the Empyrean Overlord above the Colosseum with Chu Liuxiang beside her. "Why not? It's not like we're bothering anyone by spectating up here. And there's too many people down there." He calmly responded. "If you say so." Meishio looked down and swallowed nervously, as she could sense many gazes on them, which is only natural, as they were sticking out like a sore thumb in the sky. "Oh! Look at the screen on the far right. That's Wang Ming." Yuan pointed at one of the projections that was showing Wang Ming during the second examination. "A silver lake, huh? It sure brings back memories of my disciple examination at the Dragon Essence Temple. I see Min Li. She's at the bottom left corner." Meishio said. 89 steps, huh? That's the highest score so far. "Oh. I see Shi Murong and Hong Xiuquan. 81 steps and 83 steps. Chu Liuxiang said. As expected of the 6 spiritual elites. All of their top geniuses are so close to each other in terms of potential and talent, not including Li Jinsi. She's definitely on another level. Yuan mumbled to himself, feeling a little pity that he couldn't see Li Jinsi's evaluation. However, just as he had such thoughts, Meishio pointed at a certain projection and spoke in a puzzled voice, "Hey! That girl on the far right. That's Li Jinsi, right?" "What? Really? You're right. That's definitely Li Jinsi." Chu Liuxiang confirmed. "Huh? What's she doing at the examination? I thought she wasn't going to participate." Yuan muttered in a dazed voice. Li Jinsi, who had suddenly decided to participate in the examination for whatever reason, stepped onto the silver water once it was her turn to be evaluated. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. Li Jinsi walked the silver lake without any effort like Wang Ming and the others. Once she reached 60 steps, the spectators noticed her presence and began focusing more on her. 70 steps. 75 steps. 80 steps. The spectators and the examiner expected for Li Jinsi to stop soon, but to their absolute shock, she continued walking without any problems, almost as though she was not being restricted by the silver lake. 81 steps, 82 steps, 83 steps. Li Jinsi quickly passed Hong Xiuquan, who had the highest score amongst the others within their group. 87 steps, 88 steps, 89 steps, 90 steps. Li Jinsi surpassed Min Li's record shortly after and became the new highest scorer. However, Li Jinsi's brilliance did not stop there, and she continued to walk the silver water at the same calm and steady pace that she has been since the beginning. 95 steps. 97 steps. 100 steps. Li Jinsi eventually achieved 100 steps, shocking all spectators that had their eyes fixated on her. Heavens! Who is that girl? At this rate, she'll even surpass Senior Nie's record of 107 steps. The 7 elders were baffled by Li Jinsi's immense talents and mysterious background. And in their mind, they began pondering what they could offer Li Jinsi to entice her to join their sect. While the 7 elders pondered, Li Jinsi continued to increase her steps. 105 steps, 106 steps, 107 steps. Li Jinsi has matched Senior Nie's record, becoming the first person in the last 5,000 years to achieve such a feat. This genius. The Heavenly Academy must have her. Elder Lang thought to himself as he stared at Li Jinsi's beautiful yet tranquil face. The other 6 elders were thinking the same, and despite none of them saying it out loud, they were all fully aware of the others' thoughts. However, unbeknownst to these elders and the spectators, this was just the beginning of Li Jinsi's dominance. 110 steps, 120 steps, 130 steps. Li Jinsi's pure dominance for this examination was so shocking that it left all of her spectators completely silenced, and they could only quietly watch her walk the silver lake like a goddess. Once Li Jinsi reached 150 steps, she finally stopped moving. When the spectators saw this, they sighed in relief. If Li Jinsi were to continue any further, they might lose consciousness, as they had forgotten how to breathe while watching her. After stopping, Li Jinsi turned to look at the examiner and spoke out loud, "When do I stop?" Excuse me." The examiner didn't comprehend her question at first. "When do I stop? Or should I continue until I cannot?" Li Jinsi clarified, dumbfounding the examiner and the spectators alike. The examiner nodded his head in a dazed voice and responded in a shaky voice, "Why yes. You continue walking until you cannot move anymore." "Okay." And without saying another word, Li Jinsi continued walking. 155 steps, 160 steps, 165 steps. Li Jinsi. She's really built differently. Chu Liuxiang chuckled. Yuan smiled and said, "I don't want to look down on the 6 spiritual families, but Li Jinsi was born in the wrong world. If she had been born here instead. If Li Jinsi had been born in the real cultivation world, where there are plenty of resources to assist her growth, she would definitely flourish and be much more formidable than currently. How is this possible? She's already at 200 steps. I have never seen anything like this before." Elder Lang exclaimed in a shocked voice. "I really want to know where this genius, no, this monster came from." One of the elders there suddenly retrieved a communication. When the others noticed this, they immediately realized the reason and also took out their own communication jade slip. "Sect Master, this is urgent. Hurry and look at." "I know. I am already well aware of the young lady at the examination. We must secure this genius for our sect at all cost. In fact, I am heading to the examination site even as we speak. Leave everything to me." "I understand. Good luck, Sect Master." The other elders had similar conversations with their sect masters. "I assume that you all just spoke with your sect masters." Elder Lang spoke out loud after everyone finished their conversations. They all nodded silently. "Then I will also assume that they all decided to personally recruit her." Once again, the elders silently nodded. "I see. For all 7 sect masters to be involved in a disciple examination, this is truly an unprecedented event. However, it is definitely a justified one. Hey, you guys want to make a bet?" Elder E suddenly said. And he continued, "A bet on which sect will acquire that genius." "Sure, but I will obviously be cheering for my own sect." "Me too." "Same here." Then it's settled. Meanwhile. 250 steps. 260 steps. 270 steps. Li Jinsi was nearing 300 steps, and at the same time, she was approaching the other side of the lake that required 500 steps to reach. "Do you think she will make it to the other side of the lake?" Meishio asked out of curiosity. "Probably." Yuan nodded. "What makes you think so?" "The way she's walking. I cannot feel any resistance from it. As for the others, you can tell when they slow down. Now that you mention it, she doesn't even have a drop of sweat on her." Meishio mumbled. 350 steps. 375 steps. 400 steps. She's only 100 steps away from the end of the lake. I can't believe my eyes. Do you think she could be cheating with some treasure? That's possible. The spectators, especially the other participants there, began suspecting Li Jinsi to be cheating because of her performance that was too ridiculous to believe. That's it. She must be cheating. After all, 400 steps is simply too ridiculous. It's impossible. Examiner, that participant must be cheating. You need to do something about it. The participants in Li Jinsi's examination began complaining to the examiners there, some of them even urging the examiners to stop the examination. Of course, these examiners were also suspicious of Li Jinsi's performance, but none of them dared to call her a cheater outright. After all, what if Li Jinxi's performance turned out to be real and that she was a monster who could walk 400 steps? They did not dare to risk offending such a genius even if it's the last thing they do. Whether she is genuine or not, we do not have the qualifications to make any decisions. The elders overseeing this examination will make those decisions. One of the examiners said to the participants there. Wow. It's clear that she's cheating. I heard the highest score ever recorded was only 170 steps by the founder of the Heavenly Academy. Are you telling me that some unknown girl nobody recognizes can somehow double that number? This is utterly ridiculous. The examiner's eyebrow twitched upon hearing the participants' words. Indeed, the highest score ever recorded was 170 steps, and Li Jinxi just walked her 410th step. If one thought about it logically, there was no way such a situation could be possible. However, anything is possible in the cultivation world. I will not repeat myself. The elders will make the decisions. If you're not content with my answer, you may leave this examination. The participants no longer dared to talk back after hearing such words, and they returned to watching Li Jinxi in silence. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the spectators and even the examiners there, 7 figures suddenly appeared above the area where Li Jinxi was being evaluated. These 7 figures were sect masters of the 7 spirit academies, and they have all decided to personally oversee Li Jinxi's examination because of her unnatural performance. Think she's cheating? One of them asked out loud. I don't sense any treasures on her. Me neither. I heard from the examiner that did her first evaluation that she managed to make the crystal ball explode by pouring too much spiritual energy into it. One of them suddenly said. Just where did such a monster come from? She appears very young as well. Just so you all know, this girl will be joining my Universal Music Academy. Huh? Did you hit your head on your way here? Her talents will be wasted if we let her join your sect. She doesn't even play the instrument. And how do you know that? I can tell by her physique and demeanor. She's definitely the type to use a sword, so she should join my Formless Sword Academy. We can debate about this later. For now, let's just watch her. Sometime later, Li Jinxi made her 450th step. Li Jinxi's tranquil face slightly changed when she noticed some mysterious power restricting her movements, making it harder for her to move. Of course, it wasn't anything that could cripple her movements, and she could still move with relative ease. Looks like she's finally feeling it. Yuan said out loud while most people didn't notice anything different about Li Jinxi. Really? She still seems to be walking just fine. Chu Liuxiang said. It's not enough to really test her, but she is slowly approaching her limit. Of course, I still believe that she will make it out the lake. After taking her 460th step, the mysterious force intensified, making it much harder for her to move. When she tried to take her 476th step, Li Jinxi found it incredibly hard to even lift her leg, almost as though it was chained to an anchor that was already at the bottom of the lake. Humph. After taking a deep breath, Li Jinxi released her cultivation, and her eyes turned red. Furthermore, her body began emitting a bloodthirsty aura that would slowly become visible to the eyes, making it seem as though she was enveloped by a red aura. That appearance. Yuan, didn't she also look like that during her first fight with you? Meisho asked him. He nodded, yes. However, she looks a bit different now compared to back then, like she has more control over it. After activating her family's secret technique, Li Jinxi started walking again in her original pace, perhaps a little faster even, almost as though the mysterious force restraining her had disappeared. What kind of technique is she using? She's releasing such a tyrannical aura. I don't know, but I can tell that her body is growing increasingly stronger with every passing second. It reminds me of the forbidden technique Berserker's Bloodlust, which enhances one's body, granting them unrivaled strength at the cost of their sanity and control over their body and mind, turning them into mindless beasts. However, she doesn't appear to have gone mad, so it's probably a different technique. Her technique perfectly fits my Indomitable Flesh Academy's teaching, and it even resembles our most powerful cultivation technique. She must join our academy. Bullshit. She'll join my Formless Sword Academy. No, she will join my Universal Music Academy. We may mainly focus on instruments and the Tao of music, but we also have plenty of experts that can teach other things. While the 7 sect masters argued with each other, Li Jinsi took her 500th and final step, leaving the Silver Lake and returning to land. She really did it. She really crossed the lake. Pretty much every spectator had their wide eyes on Li Jinsi at this moment, all of them feeling as though they were witnessing the beginning of a new legend. After crossing the lake, Li Jinsi deactivated her technique and walked around the lake until she returned to the participants and the examiners. Why are you looking at me like that? Should I not have left the lake and just walked around until I cannot move anymore? Li Jinsi asked the examiner with a calm yet questioning face. Ah! The examiners there were speechless. No. You have done enough. Here's your token. The examiner said after snapping out of his daze. However, just as he was about to hand Li Jinsi her token, the examiner quickly took it back and said, "My mistake. I almost gave you the wrong one." The examiner took back the white token he was about to give Li Jinsi and handed her the red token instead. After accepting the token, Li Jinsi began making her way to the next examination. Should we introduce ourselves now, or should we wait? The sect masters asked each other. Let's wait until after the 3rd examination. I want to see the full extent of her talents. I agree. She clearly has heaven-sent talent, but the next examination will test a different aspect of her talents. Meanwhile, in the 3rd examination area that is still considered the 2nd examination, Wang Ming and the others waited for their turn. In the middle of the room was a massive crystal suspended in midair that contained an immense amount of spiritual energy. Once it was Wang Ming's turn, he was told to sit before the crystal and try to absorb as much spiritual energy as he could from the crystal. Wang Ming closed his eyes and took a deep breath before he started absorbing the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the crystal quickly depleted, but once he absorbed around 65% of the spiritual energy, his progress slowed down tremendously. After absorbing about 70% of the crystal's spiritual energy, Wang Ming gave up, as he was unable to store any more spiritual energy in his body. The moment Wang Ming stopped absorbing the spiritual energy, the crystal immediately began filling back up with spiritual energy until it was completely full again. 73% in about 3 minutes, huh? Very good. Here's your token. The examiner handed Wang Ming his 3rd red token. What kind of test is this? Wang Ming asked out of curiosity. It tests how fast you can absorb spiritual energy, which is basically your cultivation talent. The examiner said. What about the previous examination? The one where we had to walk on this lake. That tests your innate talent, your true potential, and it is undoubtedly the most important test in this whole examination. I see. Wang Bingbing sat in front of the crystal after Wang Ming left for the real 3rd examination. A few minutes later, Wang Bingbing achieved 75%. Congratulations. Here is your token. The examiner handed Wang Bingbing a red token. Shi Lang went next, and he also achieved 73% in 3 minutes. Seriously? Why am I always achieving the same result as him? Shi Lang sighed as he went to the next examination. Meanwhile, Li Jinsi showed up in a separate room and waited for her turn at the crystal. Many minutes later, Li Jinsi sat before the crystal and began absorbing its spiritual energy. What the hell is this speed? The examiner was shocked when he noticed how fast Li Jinsi was emptying the crystal. And in less than a minute, Li Jinsi managed to absorb all of the spiritual energy from the crystal, leaving the examiner speechless. Only 7 people have managed to completely absorb all spiritual energy since the founding of the 7 Spirit Academies. This will make her the 8th person. Here is your token. The examiner handed a red token to Li Jinsi with trembling hands. The next examination is where I get to hunt magical beasts, is that correct? Li Jinsi suddenly asked the examiner. Yes, that's correct. In order to pass the third examination, you must hunt magical beasts. How powerful are the magical beasts? She continued to ask. Well, they are mostly as powerful as a peak spirit apprentice, but there are some as strong as peak spirit warriors, and there is even a magical beast with the power of a spirit master. Is there something wrong? The examiner asked Li Jinsi when he noticed the disappointed look on her face. The strongest magical beast is only as strong as a spirit master. She asked. Yes. He nodded. Li Jinsi sighed, and without explaining anything, she made her way to the next examination. Did I waste my time by coming here? She wondered inwardly as she entered the portal to the next examination. Upon exiting the portal, Li Jinsi found herself in a camp somewhere inside the wilderness with a large group of participants gathered there. Welcome to the final examination, and congratulations on making it this far. For this examination, you will need to acquire points by hunting magical beasts, and in order to pass this examination, you will need at least 100 points. Not all magical beasts reward the same amount of points, and the stronger the magical beast, the more points you'll receive. During this examination, the participants are no longer separated from each other, and you can hinder others' progression. However, keep in mind that you're not allowed to kill other participants. Before I send you outside this camp, I will give you all something that will count your points. The examiner handed a jade slip and continued, Do you have any questions? One of the participants there raised his hand and asked, Do we have a time limit? The examiner nodded, You have until the disciple examination officially ends in 4 days. If you're too hurt to continue or just want to give up, you can return to the camp and let me or any examiner know. Although there are experts scattered around the examination area to lower the casualty rate, you are not completely safe from all danger, so death is still very possible. In fact, there is a 30% casualty rate for this part of the examination. You may leave now if you're scared. After answering all of the participants' questions, the examiner sent them into the wilderness. The moment Li Jinsi entered the wilderness, she retrieved a large great sword from her spatial ring and began running around the area hunting magical beasts like a maniac, even interfering with other participants by stealing their prey, which quickly caused an uproar amongst the participants. Hey! Who the fuck are you? How dare you steal my prey? One of Li Jinsi's many victims cried out loud after getting his magical beast stolen right before his very eyes. You're running away now. Get back here. The victim tried to catch Li Jinsi when she ran away, but he was unable to catch even her shadow and gave up shortly after. Not far away, Li Jinsi encountered another participant fighting with a magical beast and also stole those points. What the? How dare you steal from me? Do you know who I am? However, Li Jinsi ignored this participant and continued to hunt magical beasts. The sect masters watching this from the sky were amused by Li Jinsi's actions. Do you think she's deliberately hindering the others? One of them asked out loud. I don't think so, but if she is, I cannot think of any reasons why she would do such a thing. In less than 1 hour, Li Jinsi managed to acquire enough points for her to complete the examination. However, despite that, she continued to hunt magical beasts. Somewhere in the wilderness, Wang Ming was fighting a 4th-level spirit warrior magical beast by himself when a figure leaped out from behind him and killed the magical beast before he could land the last strike. Wang Ming immediately fumed, You dare steal my prey. However, he stopped when he saw the face of the perpetrator. Li Jinsi. What the hell are you doing here? Wang Ming stared at her with wide eyes. If I recall correctly, you said that you didn't want to participate in the examination. Seeing that it was Wang Ming, Li Jinsi didn't immediately run away like she normally would. I heard that you get to fight a lot of powerful magical beasts during this examination, so I came here, she calmly responded. Huh? You came here just to fight magical beasts? I expected nothing less from you. Wang Ming shook his head with a bittersweet smile. And he continued, Well, I don't really care about your reasons for being here, but can you not take away my points? I'd rather not stay here longer than needed if I can. I will think about it. Li Jinxi nodded, and she sped off without giving Wang Ming any chance to respond. Damn gorilla woman. All she cares about is fighting. After sighing, Wang Ming traveled the opposite direction of Li Jinxi and went a little further before he started hunting magical beasts again. Li Jinxi would eventually encounter the other members of the demon sealing faction, and she would steal their prey at least once. Of course, the others were as surprised as Wang Ming after realizing it was her. How long are you going to stay here? Hong Xiuquan asked her. Until I am satisfied, she calmly replied. You should leave some magical beasts behind for the other participants. I doubt there are unlimited magical beasts here. Wang Bingbing said to her during their meeting. Not my problem, she coldly said before returning to her hunt. Why even bother coming here? The magical beasts here cannot compare to the ones you find in the wild. If you're looking for strong magical beasts, you're in the wrong place. Wu Zhao said to her. I didn't think the magical beasts here were so weak, but since I am already here, I might as well enjoy myself. Hey! This is the third time you've stolen my kill. Aren't we from the same faction? Or do you have some sort of grudge against me? Shi Murong cried out loud. Li Jinxi merely shrugged before leaving the scene. Meanwhile, the sect masters began debating whether they should stop Li Jinxi before she kills all of the magical beasts there. We should probably stop her before she kills all of the magical beasts, right? She already has enough points for a red token, so there's no point in continuing. I agree. We also have more qualifying participants than ever this year. It would be a shame if we run out of magical beasts before they even get a chance to fight one. Alright, let's stop her. The 7 sect master quickly came to a decision. Sometime later, they appeared before Li Jinxi like ghosts and surrounded her. Of course, this startled Li Jinxi, who mistook it for an ambush and prepared herself for battle. Wait, we're not here to fight. One of the sect masters quickly raised his hands and said. We're sect masters of the 7 spirit academies. As much as we'd like to continue watching you dominate the examination, it would be problematic if you kill all of the magical beasts on the first day of the examination. Is that so? Li Jinxi did not argue with these 7 sect masters since they were much stronger than her. Then I will take my leave now. How do I leave this place? One of the sect masters created a portal and pointed at it. Li Jinxi did not hesitate and entered the portal. After entering the portal, Li Jinxi found herself in a large room with 7 chairs. The sect masters entered the room after Li Jinxi and took a seat in these chairs. This part is normally done by the elders in charge of the examination, but we will take their place for this special occasion. Meanwhile, the spectators were shocked when they saw the 7 sect masters' sudden appearance. Holy shit! Aren't they the sect masters of the 7 spirit academies? I have never seen all 7 of them gathered in the same place before. They must have shown up for that genius. I'm not surprised in the slightest if you consider the ridiculous talent of that fairy. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised even if their ancestors personally decide to show up. Imagine being interviewed by all 7 sect masters of the 7 spirit academies. This is so exciting. Inside the interview room. Can you introduce yourself for us? Li Jinxi, she calmly responded. After introducing her name, Li Jinxi returned to being silent. A few moments of awkward silence later, one of the sect masters spoke, Is that it? Li Jinxi nodded. The sect masters were taken aback by her response. Can such a short introduction even be considered one? What about your family? Can you tell us a little about your background? They must be a prominent power to give birth to a genius like you. It's nothing special. They are only an ordinary cultivation family. Li Jinxi calmly responded. She didn't want to waste her breath talking about her family. Ordinary family. There's no need to be humble. Which city are they located in? Li Jinxi decided to remain silent. The sect masters looked at each other. In their mind, the reason Li Jinxi didn't want to talk about her family is most likely due to her mysterious background. She must be from a hidden family. Li Jinxi suddenly spoke, "Why am I here, being questioned? I thought I had already finished the examination." Eh? You don't know? This is the last part of the examination, where we interview you. After the interview, each of us will decide if we want you to join our sect, and you will get to choose from the sect that wants you. Oh. Li Jinxi mumbled in a low voice. She didn't really pay much attention when the elders explained the examination to the participants, so she didn't know much about it. Anyways, let's move on from the introduction and get to the main topic. Can you tell us why you want to join our sect and which sect you hope to join today? The sect masters narrowed their eyes on Li Jinxi, patiently awaiting for her response. However, Li Jinxi's response would leave them speechless. "I don't want to join any sects," she calmly said, shocking the sect masters and the spectators alike. "What? Then why did you participate in the disciple examination?" The sect master of the Heavenly Academy couldn't help but stand up and ask her. "I only wanted to fight magical beasts. I came here because I heard that there would be powerful magical beasts here." Li Jinxi revealed the ridiculous reason why she participated in the examination. "So you have no intention of joining any of our sect?" One of the sect masters asked for confirmation. Li Jinxi silently nodded. The sect masters turned to look at each other with perplexed emotions on their faces. They have never been put in such a difficult and embarrassing situation before. "If you don't mind me asking, do you currently belong to another sect?" The sect master of the Heavenly Academy suddenly asked. "No." Li Jinxi shook her head. "Is there a particular reason why you're not in a sect?" "I don't like being bound to one place." Li Jinxi immediately responded. "I see. Then, if we do not restrict you to the sect and allow you to travel as you please, would you be more willing to join one of our sects?" The sect master of the Lonely River Academy asked. Ji Linshi pondered for a moment before nodding her head, "Maybe." The sect masters smiled inwardly when they realized that there is still a chance to recruit Li Jinxi. Even if she doesn't join their own sect, they need her to join at least one of the 7 spirit academies. After all, if other sects acquire Li Jinxi, it would be disastrous for the 7 spirit academies in the future, as their position within spirit heaven could be challenged with just Li Jinxi's existence alone. "Alright. I have decided. We're skipping the interview part. I will now offer you a spot in the Heavenly Academy, and it will not just be any ordinary spot." The sect master of the Heavenly Academy spoke. And he continued, "If you join my sect, I will immediately make you a prime disciple, allow you access to all of our techniques without any limitations, give you unlimited resources to assist your cultivation, and much more. If there is something you want that isn't stated, I will make it happen. Of course, you will also retain your freedom, so you can go out of the sect whenever you want and for however long you want. My Heavenly Academy is the #1 sect in the entirety of Spirit Heaven, so there is almost nothing that we cannot do for you." The other sect masters were shocked speechless by the sect master of the Heavenly Academy. They didn't think he would offer so much so quickly. Hell, he might as well offer her the entire Heavenly Academy. However, as ridiculous as the offer was, this made it almost impossible for the other sects to challenge the Heavenly Academy, who was superior in terms of techniques, prowess, and wealth. After a moment of silence, another sect master raised his hand and said, "My Formless Sword Academy will offer you the same deal." "You use the sword, right? Although we're not as wealthy and powerful as the Heavenly Academy, our sect has the most sword masters and sword techniques in all of Spirit Heaven. Join us and we'll nurture you into the greatest sword master this world has ever seen." The other sect masters also gave Li Jinxi an offer shortly after. While none of them could match the Heavenly Academy's offer, they had to try. "Do you think she will join them?" Chu Liuxiang suddenly asked. "Who knows? Li Jinxi is an eccentric woman. I can never tell what she's thinking." Yuan chuckled. "I don't think she'll join them." Mei Xiu said. "What makes you think so?" Yuan asked. It's just a feeling. Meanwhile, back at Li Jinxi's location, many minutes passed in complete silence while the sect masters patiently waited for her response. Eventually, Li Jinxi opened her mouth and said, "Thank you all for the generous offer, but I must decline." The sect masters sighed inwardly after hearing her response. "May I hear your reasoning?" The Heavenly Academy's sect master asked. Li Jinxi nodded and said, "I have a goal that I really want to achieve. If I could achieve my goal by joining your sect, then I would do so without hesitation, but I do not believe your sects will help me achieve my goal. Therefore, I will have to decline." "What is your goal?" Li Jinxi took a deep breath before responding, "There is a person I want to surpass." "Someone you want to surpass?" "With your talents, there isn't anyone in this realm that can possibly match you," Sect Master of the Heavenly Academy said. Li Jinxi sighed after hearing such words, "That confirms nobody here can help me achieve my goal. If you really think I am currently the most talented to walk this land, then you have no idea what's truly out there. Forget it. I have already made my decision. I won't be joining any of the sects here. Let me leave this place now." The sect masters exchanged frowned looks with each other. If Li Jinxi refuses to join them, she could become a huge threat to them in the future, and that future wouldn't be very far away either, not with her ridiculous talents. Suddenly, one of the sect masters there suddenly stood up and scoffed, "Enough of this bullshit. Sect Master Sun. You. Shut up." The sect master of the Universal Music Academy, Sun Hao, shouted. He then pointed at Li Jinxi and continued, "Who do you think you are, huh? I don't care which family you came from or how talented you are, but how dare you come here and mock us, the 7 Spirit Academies? How dare you come here and participate in our examination and then tell us that you had no intentions of joining from the start? I have never been mocked in such a manner before." The other sect masters remained silent after hearing Sun Hao's words, mostly because it made a lot of sense. The only reason Li Jinxi can be so relaxed right now is because of her talents that these sect masters covet. If it were anybody else, they would have probably been punished with death by now. However, now that it was clear to them that Li Jinxi does not plan on joining their sect, it would be for the best if they got rid of her so that nobody else could have her. "Yuan. This doesn't look good." Mei Xiu turned to look at him with a worried look on her face. He nodded, "I know." After a moment of silence, he said, "Mei Xiu, Lulu, the both of you stay here. Xiao Hua, we're going back." "What are you going to do?" As much as I hate to say this, Li Jinxi is half responsible for her situation. She could have worded herself better. Chu Liuxiang said. "I know she's in the wrong, but I can't just stand here and do nothing. I will, at the very least, make sure that she's safe. We can deal with the specifics afterward." After putting down Mei Xiu and Chu Liuxiang, Yuan flew back to the square with Xiao Hua following beside him. Since he was in a hurry, he flew at his highest possible speed, which was multiple times faster than before, and it would only be a matter of time before he returned to the square with the 7 elders. Meanwhile, the situation between Li Jinxi and the sect masters only got worse. "Say something. Did you purposefully come here just to piss us off or what? I don't care how talented you are, if you are not our ally, then I will deal with you accordingly." The sect master of the Universal Music Academy released his cultivation, overwhelming Li Jinxi with the intense pressure of a spirit king. Li Jinxi's body suddenly lowered until she was nearly on her knees, but she managed to react in time and barely prevented her knees from touching the floor. The sect masters were shocked to see a 3rd-level spirit master resist the aura of a spirit king, regardless of their talents. However, this only further convinced them that Li Jinxi is a threat that must be removed if she refuses to be on their side. "Sect Master Sun, calm down a bit. Regardless of her actions, she is still a junior, and we are being watched by millions of people right now." The Heavenly Academy's sect master said to Sun Hao using spiritual sense. "Humph, I wouldn't care even if we're being watched by the whole world. This junior needs to be taught a lesson for looking down on her seniors." Also, it would be dangerous to let an untamed monster like her wander this world. Heaven knows what she is capable of in the future. Sun Hao said. I know. Let's give her one more chance to join us before we decide on anything. Fine. Sun Hao stopped pressuring Li Jinsi the next moment. HAA. HAA. Li Jinsi breathed heavily with her body soaked in sweat. Even though she had to resist Sun Hao's pressure for a few moments, it was enough to drain almost all of her energy. These people are strong. Much stronger than Yuan when I first fought him. She cried inwardly. However, despite her body and instincts trembling in fear, her heart was actually burning with excitement. These people. I want to fight them. Do not be mistaken. This does not mean that I have forgiven you for your sins. Sun Hao said, snapping Li Jinsi out of her daze. Li Jinsi coldly snorted, if you're expecting me to apologize for my actions, it won't happen. You disrespectful little bit. Before Sun Hao could release his anger, the sect master of the Heavenly Academy stepped forward and said, what you did here today not only disrespected our 7 spirit academies, but it also mocked us, who came all the way out here to invite you to join our sect. So you're here to specifically recruit me? Li Jinsi suddenly asked. Yes, that's right. We, the sect masters, do not normally intervene in disciple examinations. Hearing such words, Li Jinsi could only snort coldly, really? But I don't recall asking for any of your presence. You came here on your own accord, and now you're blaming me for wasting your time. This bitch has zero respect for us. She may be talented, but she's clearly brainless. Sun Hao gritted his teeth in anger. Young child, I will give you one last chance. If you join us, we will forget about this incident and make you the strongest cultivator in spirit heaven. However, if you refuse, then I, and the others here no longer have any reason to continue protecting you. The sect master of the Heavenly Academy said to Li Jinsi, offering her a final chance to join their sects. I refuse. Li Jinsi immediately rejected his offer, and it was done so in a manner that did not have even the slightest bit of hesitation. The sect master trembled slightly from anger, but he quickly regained control over his emotions. Is that so? How regrettable. A talent of your level. We might never see it again. The sect master then sat down and closed his eyes. You may do as you please, Sect Master Sunday. I have been waiting for this. Sun Hao immediately released his cultivation base again, instantly flattening the chair behind him. However, this pressure was not as strong as before, so Li Jinsi was able to endure it without feeling helpless. He's going easy on me. Li Jinsi wondered inwardly. Sun Hao suddenly retrieved a beautiful zither and said, don't worry, I won't kill you so quickly. Disrespectful juniors like you need to be taught a proper lesson. He then pulled a single string on the zither, creating a beautiful yet crisp noise that echoed in the room. Hearing this music note, Li Jinsi subconsciously retrieved her great sword and placed it in front of her, and she could feel something collide with her sword the very next instant, sending her flying backwards. Li Jinsi proceeded to fly straight out of the building and into this empty and spacious area. Sun Hao calmly walked outside and said, if you can resist 3 of my strikes, I will let you live. How about it? Does that last hit count? Li Jinsi asked. Sun Hao smiled and said, you want to be a smartass as well. I too can play that game. And no, it doesn't count, since I only talked about it after releasing that strike, so you still need to block 3 more. Very well. I'll accept your challenge. Li Jinsi nodded. Sun Hao didn't say anything else and took a sitting position, but he did not sit on the floor. Instead, he hovered in the air with the zither on his lap. The other sect masters also came outside to spectate their challenge. Then here comes my first strike. After taking a deep breath, Sun Hao began playing the zither. Li Jinsi immediately prepared herself for the attack, but nothing happened even many moments later, and only music came from Sun Hao's zither. Furthermore, it was a very pleasant sounding music. This music. What is this nauseating feeling? Li Jinsi quickly realized that she could barely stand straight after listening to this music. First note, note of destruction. Ting. A very distinct and clear noise suddenly resounded, snapping Li Jinsi out of her daze. Bang! Li Jinsi suddenly felt something incredibly powerful struck her greatsword, which sent her flying back for another 50 meters before she finally touched the floor and began rolling like a metal can. However, she quickly stood back up with minor injuries. Not bad. Sun Hao chuckled. Then I will now begin my second strike. Sun Hao did not stop playing his zither this entire time, so music continued to fill the area. Shit. This music. It's making me lose consciousness. Li Jinsi had to bite her lips until it bled just to keep herself conscious. Second note, note of annihilation. Ting. Li Jinsi could feel an immense amount of spiritual energy flying towards her direction, and it was definitely enough to be fatal to even someone like her, but she couldn't avoid it. Ha! Li Jinsi suddenly roared, and her body became enveloped by a crimson aura that reeked with bloodlust. Li Jinsi could feel all of the muscles in her body being strengthened past their limits, making her feel more confident blocking the incoming attack. However, when the attack finally struck her greatsword, it not only knocked Li Jinsi 100 meters away, but it also shattered her greatsword into hundreds of pieces. Fortunately for Li Jinsi, the greatsword shattered after absorbing most of Sun Hao's attack, saving her life by a hair's width. However, this also meant that Li Jinsi would not have a weapon to defend against the next strike. If you don't have another weapon, you can use your body. Sun Hao said with a cold grin on his face. Li Jinsi looked down at her own body to see that it was covered in cuts from the previous attack, and her entire body was soaked in her own blood. I might die today. She mumbled inwardly, yet she wasn't feeling afraid of death even in the slightest. Meanwhile, outside the square with the 7 elders. Do you think Sect Master Sun's really going to kill someone as talented as her? If he's convinced that there's no chance to recruit her. Well. Do you think he's convinced? After a moment of silence, Elder Mon from the Universal Music Academy said, definitely. What a pity. Suddenly, the 7 elders stopped talking and turned to face north when they sensed 2 unfathomable presence approaching their direction. Who's that? What a powerful pressure. The elders were shocked. Isn't that? Once these 2 figures were close enough for the elders to see their faces, it shocked the elders even more. That's the kid from earlier today. Why is he coming back here? A few moments later, Yuan and Xiaohua stopped in front of the 7 elders. Take me to that place. Yuan pointed at the projection showing Li Jinsi and the sect masters. Huh? The elders showed puzzled looks on their faces. That girl is my friend, and I would like to stop them before things get out of hand. Yuan gave them a brief explanation. Your friend? Unfortunately, your friend just offended the 7 spirit academies and of all people, their sect masters. She's going to die, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Elder Mon sneered. Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, I don't recall asking for your commentary. Little bastard. I can see why you're that woman's friend. You both lack respect towards your seniors. Elder Mon roared at him. However, Yuan wasn't even paying attention to the elder. He was focused on the projection with Li Jinsi, as she just successfully blocked Sun Hao's second attack, but it was clear that she would not be able to block the next one. Xiaohua. Yuan mumbled in a low voice. Xiaohua did not need to hear anything else from Yuan to understand his intentions, and she released her cultivation base. Spirit King. The elders immediately recognized Xiaohua's pressure that was even stronger than their sect master's aura. Yuan approached these elders and stared at them with immense killing intent in his gaze. If you do not let me help my friend, I will trample the 7 spirit academies until there is nothing left. The elders trembled in fear before Yuan's killing intent. Although his killing intent is already plenty strong in the real world, it was on another level in Cultivation Online, and it was definitely more than enough to terrify the souls out of these Spirit Lord elders. I will open the portal to that place for you. The Heavenly Academy's elder was the first one to break, and he immediately created a portal for Yuan. Thanks. Yuan didn't say anything else and flew right into the portal with Xiaohua following him from behind. Meanwhile, Li Jinxi was prepared to block the final attack even if she had to use her own body. He's really going to kill her with his last strike. Are you sure this is the right choice? Some of the sect masters there were still hesitant to let a genius like Li Jinxi perish under such a situation, especially the Healing Spirit Academy's sect master. If she is not our ally then she can only be our enemy. And I doubt she will change her mind after all of this is done. Might as well get rid of her before she could harm us. The sect master of the Heavenly Academy sighed. The other sect masters didn't say anything else and watched as Sun Hao prepared to release his final strike. If you can survive this last strike, I will not only forgive you, I will even do anything you want. A massive grin appeared on Sun Hao's face as he pulled the strings on the zither in a chaotic rhythm. Final note, death note. Sun Hao released the attack with the strength of a spirit king behind it. There was simply no way for Li Jinxi to survive this attack, and she instinctively knew this the moment she felt the spiritual energy of the attack. Damn it! Li Jinxi sighed inwardly as the attack reached in front of her body. Heaven-severing zither arts. Suddenly, another zither note resounded in the area, and before anyone there could react, this zither note collided with Sun Hao's zither note, instantly destroying it. Who goes there? Sun Hao exclaimed in a shocked voice after witnessing what just happened. Two figures appeared before Li Jinxi the very next moment, standing between Li Jinxi and the sect masters, and one of them was holding onto a beautiful black zither in his grasp. Why Yuan? What are you doing here? Li Jinxi mumbled in a low voice. She knew it was him even without seeing his face, as she could recognize him just from looking at his back. I'm here to save you, obviously, he said with a calm smile on his face. Who the hell are you, and how did you get in here? Sun Hao asked Yuan with a frown on his face. He not only blocked my most powerful zither note, but he did so as a spirit lord. Sun Hao and the other sect masters were wary of Yuan's presence. My identity isn't of any importance, and I came here by asking those elders at the square. Yuan said. He didn't want to give them his identity since he was being watched by millions of people right now. Of course, it didn't really matter if his identity is exposed to the players watching, but he'd rather avoid it if possible. You bastard. There's no way they'd let you in here of their own free will. If you have harmed even a hair of their body, I will make you regret it. Sun Hao growled. Don't worry, I didn't touch them. Though, I did threaten them a little, but that was inevitable, as I wouldn't have been able to come here if I didn't. Yuan shrugged. So, what do you hope to achieve by coming here? The sect master of the Heavenly Academy suddenly spoke out loud. I am here to persuade you all to forgive my friend. No doubt, she was wrong for coming here without any intentions of joining your sects, and she was a little rude, but I don't think that warrants a death sentence. So you don't think that mocking the sect masters of the 7 spirit academies, the most powerful sects in this realm, should be punished with death? Sun Hao asked. Of course not. That's simply unreasonable. If you think that's punishable by death, then should I just kill all of you for trying to kill my friend, which is an even bigger offense in my eyes? Yuan narrowed his eyes at the sect masters. Arrogant little bastard. I can see why you're friends. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked if you were a couple. How Sun gritted his teeth in anger. Do you really think you can kill the 7 of us? You're just a mere spirit lord. The Heavenly Academy's sect master couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing Yuan's outrageous claims. Suddenly, a voice resounded inside his head, Sect Masterly, don't underestimate them. That little girl beside him is a spirit king. Elder Lang had just warned the sect master of the Heavenly Academy about Xiaohua's prowess. I see. The reason you're acting so arrogant is because of that little girl beside you, right? However, even if she's a spirit king, there is only one of her while there are 7 of us. Sect Master Li smiled. Xiaohua. No, I never planned on letting her fight for me. Although she is also more than enough to handle all 7 of you by herself, I don't want to trouble her with my problem. If you came here to piss us off even more, then you're doing a great job. However, if you're here to help your friend, then you should have never come here. The sect master of the Formless Sword Academy said. Then how about this? I will fight the 7 of you. If I win, you will let my friend go and forget everything that happened between us today. If any of you manage to beat me, I will give you this. Yuan retrieved a box before showing the contents inside to the sect masters. Inside this box was a bunch of beautiful crimson leaves, but none of the sect masters recognized it, except one. Leaves from a golden celestial tree. And judging from the intense scent, it's at least 100,000 years old. The sect master of the Healing Spirit Academy exclaimed after she picked up its unique scent. Although the other sect masters still aren't aware of its value, they could somehow take an educated guess from the shaken look on her face. I have never seen her this shocked before. Those crimson leaves must be extremely valuable. Sect Master Li thought to himself. There are 21 blades of crimson leaves in this box. Do we have a deal? Yuan suddenly asked them. We have a deal. The Healing Spirit Academy's sect master immediately responded without any hesitation, taking the others by surprise. Sect Master Xiao. How can you agree to fighting him without even asking for our approval? I don't agree to. However, before the sect master could even finish his sentence, Sect Master Xiao interrupted, with those 21 leaves, I can concoct 7 golden aptitude pills for the 7 of us. Do I need to further elaborate the meaning behind those words? Golden aptitude pills. And 7 of them? Are you sure about this, Sect Master Xiao? Sect Master Li asked her, seemingly in disbelief. The other sect masters also appeared to be filled with shock at this moment. What's a golden aptitude pill? Yuan turned to ask Xiaohua. It's an extremely valuable pill that can boost one's innate talent up to 50% depending on the quality of the pill, and it requires the leaves from a golden celestial tree to create such pills. When did you acquire such a treasure, Brother Yuan? She asked him after explaining about the pill. We found it within the Demon's Valley right before coming here. In fact, we have the entire golden celestial tree. Yuan said with a smile on his face. The whole thing. Xiaohua was dumbfounded to learn such information, as she was aware of the golden celestial tree's true value. Meanwhile, the 7 sect masters finished their conversation. Okay, we agree to play your little game. Sect Master Li said out loud. Great. Yuan nodded. Since I am already in the mood, I shall go first. Sun Hao said. You're going to fight me one by one. I had planned on fighting all 7 of you at once, though. Yuan said in a nonchalant voice. The sect masters were left speechless by such baffling arrogance behind Yuan's words. You wanted to fight all of us at once? Sect Master Li mumbled in a dazed voice. I have had enough of your arrogant bullshit. Die. Sun Hao could no longer endure his anger, as he was mocked by not just one junior but 2 juniors in a single day. Note of annihilation. Sun Hao began playing the zither, creating a powerful zither note that had about 70% of his power into it. In response, Yuan also started playing the zither. Heaven-severing zither arts. Yuan's zither note collided with Sun Hao's zither note once again. However, instead of just cancelling each other out like previously, Yuan's zither note overpowered Sun Hao's zither note and continued to fly at Sun Hao even after destroying his zither note. Scatter. Sun Hao hastily swept his fingers across all strings on his zither, creating this chaotic sound and barely defending himself against Yuan's zither note. This brat has some ability. He gritted his teeth from frustration. The other sect masters also realized that Yuan wasn't just all talk from that exchange alone. Two cultivation geniuses. How did it come to this? Sect Master Li frowned inwardly, as he was beginning to regret their decisions that ended up offending not one, but two cultivation geniuses. Don't underestimate me, brat. Sun Hao suddenly roared, and his aura skyrocketed as he pulled all of the strings on his zither in an aggressive manner. Note of 9 hells. An immense amount of spiritual energy that threatened to destroy everything it touched flew toward Yuan's direction. Yuan didn't even blink at the incoming attack and used heaven-severing zither arts once again. Impossible. Sun Hao's eyes widened with shock when Yuan's zither note severed his most powerful zither note with seemingly zero effort. Yuan's zither note continued to fly at Sun Hao after destroying his zither note, and before anyone could react, the zither note severed Sun Hao's left arm from his body. Ah! Sun Hao tumbled to the ground after losing his arm, and the strings on his zither even snapped. Sect Master Sun. The other sect masters quickly went to stand between Yuan and Sun Hao. You injured my friend, and you even tried to kill her, so I returned the debt by taking your arm. That's fair, right? You bastard. How dare you? Sun Hao gritted his teeth in anger. Now that he's lost an arm, it would be near impossible to play the zither with the same agility and stability as before. Hell, he might even have to give up the zither. Sect Master Sun, here. Quickly eat this. Sect Master Xiahou handed him a recovery pill that immediately stopped his bleeding and even closed up his wound within seconds. Do you feel like fighting me at once now? Yuan asked them after giving them some time to breathe. The sect masters narrowed their eyes at him. I will handle this. The sect master of the Formless Sword Academy suddenly stepped forward with a majestic green sword in his grasp. My name is Baiyinzhu, sect master of the Formless Sword Academy. I hereby challenge you to a life or death challenge. Baiyinzhu introduced himself as he pointed his sword at Yuan. Sect Master Bai. What are you doing? The other sect masters were shocked by his words. Don't say anything. This is my decision. Seeing this, Yuan also retrieved his sword and summoned the Empyrean Overlord. A soul weapon. He can wield both a sword and a zither. Baiyinzhu was inwardly shocked to see Yuan suddenly pull out a huge-ass sword. The other sect masters felt the same after seeing the Empyrean Overlord. After snapping out of his daze, Baiyinzhu made his move first. Formless Sword Art, Formless Edge. A blue arc of light followed Baiyinzhu's sword as it flew toward Yuan's neck. After taking a split second to analyze the attack, Yuan also released his own attack. However, it was not a technique. Instead, Yuan just swung his sword ordinarily while using his sword aura to support it. He can use sword aura. Baiyinzhu was shocked inwardly when he felt an exceedingly sharp aura coming from Yuan's sword. The two attacks collided the very next second. Yuan would be pushed back a couple of steps from the exchange, but Baiyinzhu was sent flying backwards. Impossible. Even Sect Master Bai cannot match him using a sword. He can already use sword aura at such a young age. The other sect masters were beginning to wonder if they'd offended an existence that they shouldn't have provoked. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Academy. Elder Nye. We have an emergency. A disciple rushed into his room without knocking. What happened? Senior Nye asked with a slight frown on his annoyed face. The sect masters. They are. The disciple didn't know how to explain the situation without making it sound too bad. Hurry up and speak. What happened to the sect masters? Senior Nye raised his voice. They are being beaten by some stranger. What? How is that even possible? Senior Nye immediately doubted this information. It's true. Watch the disciple examination broadcast. Senior Nye didn't say anything else and retrieved a treasure that allowed him to spectate the disciple examination. After changing the scene multiple times, he finally halted at a specific broadcast where all 7 sect masters of the 7 spirit academies was gathered, and they appeared to be in trouble. What happened to Sect Master Sun? Why is he missing an arm? And most importantly, why is he there? Senior Nye exclaimed after seeing Sun Hao's condition and Yuan's familiar face. This is what happened. The disciple proceeded to explain the whole situation to Senior Nye, who was speechless by the end of it. Fuck. This is disastrous. Senior Nye was so dumbfounded by the situation that he couldn't even think properly. Out of everyone in this world, they had to pick a fight with him. These idiots. Damn it. I need to stop them before things really get out of hand. Tell everybody in the sect to stand by. After giving the disciple this warning, Senior Nye rushed outside and disappeared from the sect. Meanwhile, the other 6 sects had already gathered many experts and started making their way towards the examination area to assist their sect masters that were clearly in trouble. Don't think you've won yet. I am just getting started. Bianju shouted as he got back to his feet and closed their distance again. You're also not the only one who can use sword aura. Bianju swung his sword that carried sword aura this time. However, it was clear that his sword aura was nowhere near as powerful and refined as Yuan's sword aura. Yuan didn't say anything and proceeded to block all of Bianju's attacks with ease. What should we do? At this rate, our reputation will. Is there even anything we can do at this point? If we attack him at once, that would be akin to admitting our defeat, that we cannot defeat him by ourselves. Who here thinks they can defeat him? The sect masters talked amongst themselves as Yuan and Bianju fought each other. Regardless if we defeat him or not today, our reputation has already suffered irreparable damage. Sect Master Li sighed in a dispirited manner. So you're saying we should just gang up on him and finish this? One of them asked. Sect Master Li narrowed his eyes at Yuan, who was casually fighting Bianju, even looking like he was fooling around. I'm not so sure that we would be able to defeat him even if all 7 of us fought him together. What? Are you seriously saying that? Sect Master Li nodded with a serious expression. This person must be the one she wants to surpass. His abilities are truly incomprehensible and unfathomable. However, as the sect masters of the 7 spirit academies, we cannot simply run away in such a situation, or we would become laughingstocks. Even if we lose our faces, we must take him down. The other sect masters silently nodded their heads. Bang! Ah! Bianju suddenly screamed, causing the other sect masters to turn their heads. Sect Master Bai. Are you okay? Sect Master Zaihu shouted in a concerned voice after seeing the blood flowing from his mouth. Yes. This is nothing. He said in a mumbling voice. The sect masters suddenly approached them and surrounded Yuan. Oh. Yuan stopped his movements and looked at the sect masters around him with a calm expression on his face. I told you guys to fight me together at the beginning, but you didn't want to listen. Now it looks like I am bullying you guys. Yuan smiled at their frowning faces. Are you really a spirit lord? Or are you hiding your real cultivation? Sect Master Li suddenly asked him. Of course this is my real cultivation. I don't even know how to hide my cultivation. Yuan casually shrugged. Then let me ask you another question. Why are you doing this? I don't believe that you came all the way here just to save your friend. You actually came here with the intentions to fight us, didn't you? I will be lying if I say that I am not enjoying our fight. However, I am not that bored to come here just to fight. I truly came here with the intentions to save my friend, but I got a little angry when I saw the state of my friend, so I wanted to punish you all a little. If you want, we can stop this nonsense right now. Of course, that means you will forfeit the challenge and forgive my friend. Sect Master Li snorted and said, this is no longer about the challenge. You came here and made a mockery out of us. Our reputation took a massive hit because of you and your friend. When someone slaps you in the face, it is only natural you kill them. Yuan sighed, is that so? What a pity. He suddenly lifted his sword and pointed it at them. Don't worry, I won't kill any of you, but expect to lose a limb or two today. The sect masters didn't say anything and took out their weapons and treasures. Kill him. Sect Master Li suddenly shouted in a resolved voice. Halt. A deafening voice suddenly resounded, immediately stopping their movements. This voice. Senior Nye. Sect Master Li recognized his voice the moment he heard it. Indeed, it was Senior Nye, and he could be seen coming out of a portal with an exhausted look on his face. Enough of this. All of you. Stop. Without any hesitation, Senior Nye walked right past the sect masters and stood beside Yuan. What are you doing, Senior Nye? Sun Hao asked him. I am trying to stop this farce before someone actually dies. What do you think will happen to the 7 spirit academies if multiple sect masters suddenly die? You actually think we'll lose to that brat, Senior Nye? It's not about losing or winning. If you continue to fight him, one or more of you will certainly die. Even if you manage to defeat him in the end, it will be at the cost of some of your lives, and that is not worth it. Senior Nye said. And he turned to look at Yuan with a perplexed face, as he wasn't sure what to say to Yuan at this moment. Before Senior Nye could say anything, Yuan smiled and said, I am not an unreasonable person. If they agree to stop, I won't pursue this matter any longer. Thank you, Yuan. Senior Nye nodded. Wait. Senior Nye. You know him? Sect Master Xiaoho stared at him with her eyes wide as saucers. Of course. Senior Nye nodded, and he continued, in fact, I met him not long ago when I went down to the lower heavens to oversee the mystic realm. Do you remember that genius I mentioned about after I returned? The one who refused to join us. That's him. The sect masters there stared at Yuan with baffled faces after realizing Yuan's identity, but none of them wanted to believe it. He's that prodigy who was rumored to have opened the mystic pagoda. Sect Master Li cried inwardly. The place fell completely silent once Senior Nye revealed Yuan's identity to the sect masters. Since none of the sect masters were directly involved in the mystic realm, none of them recognized Yuan. However, they were definitely intrigued by his existence, as he was able to open the mystic pagoda that had been sealed for countless years. They also didn't think that they would be meeting him anytime soon, as it hasn't been that long since the mystic realm ended. After many moments of silence, Sun Hao spoke, I'm sorry, Senior Nye, but I won't be able to back down, I can't. I simply can't forgive him, who severed my arm. He must pay for it. Bai Inju then said, I also won't stop now. I don't have any grudges against him, but I cannot put down my sword after fighting him, my pride won't allow it. Senior Nye sighed after hearing their words, but he didn't continue to persuade them. Although Senior Nye isn't a sect master, he has been part of the Heavenly Academy even before the current sect master, and his reputation and authority within the sect isn't any less than sect masterly. In fact, most people within the 7 spirit academies see Senior Nye as a retired sect master despite having never taken up that position. What about the rest of you? I won't tell you to not fight him, but I highly discourage it. Senior Nye turned to look at the others. I am out. Sect Master Xiaoho said out loud before taking a few steps back. As the sect master of the Healing Spirit Academy, she specializes in alchemy more than actual combat, and she didn't want to risk her life for something so pointless. I will fight, said the sect master of the Lonely River Academy, as he was very close with Formless Sword Academy's sect master. He would be filled with guilt if he didn't assist Bai Inju. With half of the sect masters willing to fight, 2 more sect masters also agreed to continue their fight. Sect Master Li from the Heavenly Academy is now the only person that hasn't come to a decision. Senior Nye narrowed his eyes at Sect Master Li. As the leading sect, it would be shameful of me to back down when the majority of the alliance has agreed to fight, said Sect Master Li with a resolute face. Senior Nye sighed. He then turned to look at Yuan with an apologetic look on his face, I'm sorry. I tried. It's fine. I was expecting it. Yuan said. You were? Yes. He smiled. Anyways, you should stand back. Things will get a little chaotic from here on out. Before leaving, Senior Nye said to him, I know I have no right to ask this of you, but, can you spare their lives at the very least? If you kill any of them, the 7 spirit academies will do everything in their power to destroy you. I won't make any promises. If they're too weak, I might accidentally kill them, after all. Yuan said. Senior Nye could only sigh inwardly after hearing such words, and he retreated from the battlefield with Sect Master Xiahou. Since you're down 1, I will let you attack first. Yuan said to the 6 sect masters with a provoking smile on his face. Che. Sun Hao snickered in disdain right before retrieving a flute. He then used Qi manifestation to hold the flute before his mouth, allowing him to play it with just a single hand. So he can play multiple instruments, huh? When Yuan heard the music, it made him feel a little nauseated. However, the technique was meant to knock out Yuan, and when Sun Hao saw this, he immediately changed songs. A moment later, the other 5 sect masters surrounded Yuan while feeling like their overall prowess had increased from listening to the music. Formless sword art, formless edge. Bianzhu was the first to attack Yuan, initiating a relentless assault that would not stop for many minutes. Strength enhancing array. The sect master of the Golden Array Academy further enhanced the other's strength before trying to slow down Yuan with restraining arrays. However, Yuan would easily break out of these arrays. This guy. He knows all of my array's weaknesses. Is he also an array master? Meanwhile, Sect Master Li would occasionally throw powerful techniques at Yuan whenever one of the other sect masters finished their attack in order to keep up the pressure. Of course, Yuan easily dodges all of these attacks with his movement technique. Fiery Lion Fist. The sect master of the Steel Lion Academy used his bare hands to attack Yuan from behind. Ha! Yuan immediately turned around in a kicking motion, blocking the fist attack with nothing but his bare legs. What a ridiculously sturdy body. Not even mountains can compare to this guy's body. He must have soaked in countless treasures to acquire such a refined physique. The sect master of the Steel Lion Academy was shocked after their clash. He was someone that would often claim to have the strongest and sturdiest body in spirit heaven, but after clashing with Yuan, he began to doubt his own strength. The 6 sect masters relentlessly attacked Yuan for many minutes without giving him any time to breathe, each using their own talents to assist the others. Their cooperation with each other was perfect, but despite that, none of them have been able to land a solid hit on Yuan, as he was easily blocking and dodging everything they sent his way. This is fucking impossible. He has an answer for all of our attacks, and there are 6 of us attacking him at once. Sect Master Li cried inwardly, his body soaked in cold sweat. What a monster. The other sect masters also noticed this, but they did not dare to stop attacking Yuan, fearing his retaliation. Meanwhile, Li Jinsi and the others watched Yuan fight with 6 spirit kings simultaneously while having a lower cultivation. He's even smiling. Li Jinsi mumbled in a voice of disbelief as she stared at Yuan's face that was filled with excitement and joy. So this is the prowess of the man who opened the mystic pagoda. He was only a spirit master at that time, too. Senior Nye thought to himself as he watched Yuan play with the 6 sect masters. Because the mystic realm did not show Yuan's movement and actions, nobody but those that were with him knew his potential. This included Senior Nye, who could only imagine Yuan's prowess until today. This is absurd, almost comically so. Sect Master Xiahou suddenly uttered in a dazed voice. How can someone like him exist in this world? Why are the heavens allowing this to happen? Hearing her words, Senior Nye responded without looking away from the fight, this is the heavens' way of messing with us cultivators for wanting to defy them by seeking eternal life. They will occasionally create geniuses that will surpass everyone with ease just to make the others fume with jealousy. Of course, if they're feeling extremely bored, they will very, very rarely give birth to monsters that will dominate an entire era, and these monsters are fated to do just that, so there is nothing we can do about it. We can beat them, oppress them, mock them, torture them, and even try to kill them, but they will always somehow manage to survive and continue their path of dominance. We call these monsters, heaven's favorite. So you're saying that he's heaven's favorite? Sect Master Xiahou asked. I hope so. Senior Nye said with a bittersweet smile on his face. Why? Sect Master Xiahou raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Because there actually exists an existence that surpasses even heaven's favorite. This kind of existence are independent souls that do not obey any rules, not even those made by the mighty heavens, nor are they affected by fate, so they can essentially do whatever they want while ignoring all rules of this universe. There isn't an official name for this kind of existence, but if I have to give them one, I would call them forbidden souls, as they are souls that should not be allowed to exist, for the sake of this world and everyone in it. Sect Master Xiahou was left speechless by Senior Nye's words, and she wondered if Yuan could be this kind of existence. Meanwhile, Yuan's battle with the 6 sect masters only got more heated with every passing moment, as the sect masters were beginning to get desperate. Most of them had been unconsciously using non-lethal techniques because they were ganging up on a young man that also has a lower cultivation base than them, but the sect masters eventually came to a realization that Yuan isn't human, so they shouldn't fight like they were fighting a fellow human cultivator. This bastard is clearly not human. And we won't defeat him until we stop considering him as a human. We need to treat this fight like we're fighting a magical beast, no, a divine beast. Let's stop holding back and fight with the intention to kill. Sun Hao suddenly said to the other sect masters. Although they were hesitant at first, it did not take long for them to agree with Sun Hao. Once the sect masters stopped seeing Yuan as a human, their attacks immediately became more aggressive and destructive. Ha! This is so fun. That's right. Fight me with the intention to kill me. Fight like your life depends on it. Yuan laughed out loud as he also increased his pace and strength. Formless blade, formless death. Bianju used his most powerful technique on Yuan. The other sect masters followed. Ancient Lion's Fury. Array of 4 elements. Heavenly Destruction. All of the sect masters suddenly released their most powerful and destructive technique on Yuan simultaneously. A massive explosion occurred shortly afterward, forcing the sect masters and even the spectators to retreat. Yuan. Li Jinsi swallowed nervously. Surely, he couldn't have survived that attack just now, right? While everyone there had their eyes focused on Yuan's direction, Senior Nye decided to focus on Xiaohua instead for some reason. She's not acting, nor does she seem worried even in the slightest. Senior Nye sighed inwardly after realizing why Xiaohua remained so calm. It's over. The sect masters are not capable of defeating this monster. Once the smoke disappeared enough, Yuan's figure appeared before the sect masters again, and he seemed to be completely unharmed, which left the sect masters completely baffled. After coming out of the smoke, Yuan cracked his fingers and said in a chilling voice, I would like to believe that I have given you all enough time for your head start. It's now my turn to go on the offensive. Yuan's words immediately snapped the sect masters back to reality. Shit! Stop him! Sect Master Li shouted in a panicked voice. However, before anyone there could even do anything, Yuan's eyes changed colors, turning into majestic gold. Dragon's Gaze. All 6 sect masters halted their movements the moment they stared into Yuan's glowing eyes. Where am I? Where did the others go? The sect masters suddenly found themselves alone in the void, where there was only darkness and this unfathomable presence that continuously grew more terrifying until it was strong enough to shake the very core of their souls. Once their fear was at its peak, the sect masters finally realized what was causing this terrifying presence. However, this entity was so massive that just one of its eyes could make them look like ants before a watermelon in comparison. Help! I give up. Please. Get me out of here, mother. Sun Hao was so shaken by the massive eye that he started crying for his mother. The other sect masters had similar reactions. Bianju dropped his sword and kowtowed before the entity in the void without uttering a single word. Sect Master Li and the others also did something similar. They had lost all will to fight and offered their unworthy lives to this unfathomable entity in the void. What happened? Why are they just standing there? Sect Master Xiahou mumbled in a dumbfounded voice as she stared at the sect masters with her eyes as wide as saucers. Because Yuan had his back facing her direction, she was unable to see his glowing eyes and understand the situation. Sect Master Xiahou decided to take a closer look with her divine sense, but Elder Nye suddenly exclaimed, "Don't look." Huh? Sect Master Xiahou subconsciously retrieved her divine sense from surprise and turned to look at him, only to see a terrified expression on his face. "Senior Nye? What's wrong?" she asked him in a nervous voice. "Whatever you do, don't look at his eyes right now. You'll regret it like I am now," he said with sweat dripping down his forehead. Even though Yuan's dragon's gaze wasn't directed towards him, it was still emitting an aura strong enough to shake Senior Nye's soul when he glanced at it with his divine sense. What a terrifying technique. It must be at least divine rank. Meanwhile, Yuan merely stood there with a calm expression as he watched the sect masters stand there with blank looks on their faces, looking like they were in a trance. If he wanted to defeat the sect masters, right now would be the best time. However, he didn't attack them and actually waited for them to break out of his technique by themselves, which is definitely a crueler punishment. When Senior Nye realized what Yuan was doing, he immediately said, "Why Yuan? Please have mercy. Their souls will crumble at this rate. That is a fate worse than death." Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, they won't receive any permanent damages. I am holding back, after all." He's holding back. Even though it's already this powerful? Senior Nye cried inwardly. After standing around for a couple more minutes, Yuan finally decided to act. However, the sect masters remained dazed even after Yuan deactivated his dragon's gaze. "It's time to wake up." Yuan slightly twisted his body before swinging his fist at Sect Master Li's face, hitting him square in the cheeks. A cracking noise resounded as Sect Master Li's jaw cracked from the impact. He then flew into the air with his body spinning in an impressive manner. After sending Sect Master Li flying, Yuan immediately moved to his next victim, sending Bai Zhu flying with a fist to the face as well. He then sent the Sect Master of the Golden Array Academy, the Sect Master of the Steel Lion Academy, and the Sect Master of the Lonely River Academy flying with a kick in their stomach, breaking some of their ribs in the process. It was just Sun Hao, Sect Master of the Universal Music Academy left, and Yuan had something special for him. After slapping Sun Hao in the face to wake him up from his daze, Yuan would batter him with over a dozen strikes, ruthlessly hitting him in the face and body until his entire face was deformed with bruises. Once all of the sect masters were lying on the ground and groaning in pain, Yuan took a deep breath, and said, "I am going to end your punishment here and spare your lives, but if you try to harm me or my friends again, I will not hesitate to come back and claim your lives." He turned to look at Senior Nye and continued, "Do you have anything to say?" A bittersweet smile appeared on Senior Nye's face as he spoke, "Just one thing. Thank you for sparing their lives." Yuan nodded, "I should also apologize for escalating the situation even though I came here with the intention to stop it, especially since there are millions of people watching this." "Oh, you don't have to worry about the spectators. We stopped broadcasting this place after your fight with Sect Master Sun, so everything that happened afterward is only between us," Senior Nye said. "What?" Sect Master Xiahou turned to look at Senior Nye with a shocked face. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I don't know about Sect Master Sun, but the others wouldn't have fought if they knew about that. They fought because they thought that their reputation was at stake." Well. We can talk about that after you heal them," Senior Nye said in an awkward voice. "Oh right." Sect Master Xiahou then fed the other sect masters recovery pills and other expensive medicine, healing all of their injuries within moments except the damage done to their pride and mind. "Senior Nye. Are you serious? About the broadcast?" Sect Master Li asked him afterward. "Yes, it's true. The only people that could see the broadcast are people with direct access to them like me. However, Sect Master Sun's fight with Yuan is public knowledge. Everybody turned to look at Sun Hao, who had a very bitter look on his face, but there was nothing they could do about it. Hey, can we leave now? Yuan suddenly approached them and asked. The sect masters subconsciously took a step back when Yuan got too close. You want to leave after beating us? Are you serious? Bainju frowned. What? Do you want me to take responsibility or something? Except for him, you're all unharmed. Yuan said while pointing to Sun Hao. Just so you know, hundreds of thousands of disciples from the 7 spirit academies are currently waiting for you outside. If we don't stop them, they will all attack you. Sect Master Li said. Is that so? Yuan began pondering for a moment before showing a cold smile, or I can just kill them all. You bastard. The sect masters glared at Yuan with killing intent. Yuan chuckled, I'm just joking, but if you leave me no choice. That joke might become a reality. Also, if you're worried that I might cause trouble for you in the future, then you don't have to worry, as I will be ascending to the next realm very soon. What? You're ascending again so soon? Senior Nya looked at him with wide eyes. I would like to stay around for a little longer, but it will only hinder my growth. Yuan said with a bittersweet smile. Anyways, since I will be leaving this realm soon, you can simply just forget about me. I'm sure you'll eventually forget about me sooner or later even if I don't mention it. After a moment of silence, Bainju spoke up, even if you're gone, what about her? What if she seeks revenge in the future? We cannot take that risk. Yuan chuckled at his words, no way. She won't do something like that. And we're supposed to just take your words for it. How about this then? Yuan turned to look at Li Jinsi before asking her, hey, want to come with me? We'll ascend together. The fact you came to this place for entertainment must mean that you're already bored of this realm. I can't say that I'm surprised though. You're really strong, after all. Li Jinsi's eyes widened slightly after hearing Yuan's suggestion. You, want me to follow you? Yes. I can guarantee you that there will be plenty of stronger magical beasts for you to fight up there. You'll be able to fight to your heart's content. Li Jinsi silently stared at Yuan for a few moments before nodding her head, okay, I will go with you. Then it's decided. Yuan returned to looking at the sect masters and continued, as you all just heard, she will be ascending with me. There should be no problems now, right? Do you really think? Sun Hao opened his mouth to speak. However, Yuan quickly interrupted, you should really think twice before you finish that sentence, sect master. I have been holding back long enough. If you continue testing my limits, I will stop being so nice. Seeing Yuan's serious and cold glare, Sun Hao swallowed nervously and forgot what he was going to say. He's serious. If we continue to push our luck, he might really slaughter his way out of here. Sect Master Li cried inwardly. If Yuan could easily handle all of them at once and with ease, he had no doubt that Yuan would also be capable of dealing with the disciples waiting for him outside. A sect master can easily be replaced since there is only one person for that role, but if a large population of disciples suddenly dies at once, it would deal almost irreversible damage to a sect that would take hundreds if not thousands of years to fix. Alright, we'll forget about today's incident. Sect Master Li said out loud. What? You can't be serious. Sun Hao snapped to look at him with a shocked face. If you want your disciples to die a pointless death, you're more than welcome to do so. However, I will not let my disciples be part of it even if it's the last thing I do. I just told my disciples to return to the sect. Sect Master Xiaohou suddenly stepped forward and announced while showing Yuan the communication jade slip. The disciples of the Heavenly Academy never left the sect, so we should not have any disciples here. Senior Nya said to Sect Master Li, who nodded his head in approval. I'll also call my guys off. The other sect masters eventually gave up. In the end, only Sun Hao remained indecisive. What is this nonsense? I thought we're supposed to help each other. That is the purpose of our alliance that has stood for thousands of years. Sun Hao yelled at the other sect masters. How dare you bring up such bullshit after we risked our lives to fight him with you, Sect Master Sun. You should know better than that. Sect Master Li immediately roared back. Sect Master Sun, while we are obligated to help each other during times of need, it does not mean we must sacrifice ourselves to do so. Sect Master Xiahou said. Sect Master Sun, you need some rest, as you're clearly not thinking straight right now. Bai Yinzhu sighed. When the rest of the sect masters rebuked Sun Hao's stubbornness, it infuriated him. However, there was nothing he could do. He knew that there was nothing he could do against Yuan by himself. In the end, Sun Hao raised his white flag and commanded his disciples to return to their sect. I'm leaving. Sun Hao also left the place immediately after, as he didn't want to stay in that place for another second. We'll contact you again later for a proper meeting, Sect Master Sunday. Sect Master Li said to him right before he entered the portal and disappeared from the place. It should be clear outside now. Senior Nye created a portal and said to Yuan. Let's leave now, shall we? Yuan turned to ask Li Jinsi, who nodded in a dazed manner. Yuan proceeded to leave the place with Li Jinsi and Xiaohua following behind him. Senior Nye, tell us everything you know about him. Sect Master Li said in a serious voice after they left. I don't mind, but I also don't really know much about them. However, there is one thing that I can say for sure. What's that? He's from an extraordinary background with connections to some very powerful people. Do you remember the Flood Dragon scale that I recently purchased? The owner and seller of that scale called him Young Master. What? The sect masters there were shocked to learn this information. You said that he came from the lower heavens, right? How can he possibly have such connections? Unless he's actually from the upper heavens but purposefully traveled to the lower heavens, that's impossible. However, why would he do such a thing? Bai Yinzhu said. Senior Nye shook his head, the more talented they are, the less we understand them. It'll be for the best if we don't question it and just accept things as they are. The bigger question now is, what should we do after all this? I'm also worried about Sect Master Sunday. He suffered the most today, after all. Sect Master Xiahou sighed. We can talk about that later. For now, we need to return to our own sects and explain the situation to our disciples. Sect Master Li said. The sect masters agreed, and they all left the scene shortly after. Sometime after Yuan and Li Jinsi left the disciple examination, they went to meet back up with Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. Sorry for the trouble, Yuan. Li Jinsi apologized to him as they journeyed. Don't even mention it. It's only natural that I help my friends out when they're in trouble, he said. Li Jinsi nodded, and she continued, by the way, I already knew this, but you're really strong in Cultivation Online. I want to spar with you later when we get the chance. Sure. He nodded. Brother Yuan. Xiaohua suddenly approached him. What's the matter? Brother Yuan, you seem a little different than usual today. Are you feeling unwell? She asked him in a worried voice, as she was unaware of Yuan's situation with the Divine Paragon. Yes, I am feeling perfectly fine. Sometime later. Yuan. Jinsi. Are you two okay? What happened? The broadcast suddenly stopped, so we couldn't see what transpired after you cut off that man's hand. Chu Liuxiang immediately asked. Nothing much. I had a fight with them and managed to convince them to forgive and forget about everything that happened today. Yuan said with a smile. Really? Even though you severed that man's arm? It took some effort, but yes, they won't cause us any more trouble. That's good to hear. What are we going to do now? Meishio then asked. The examination is still ongoing, so we'll continue watching until everyone we know has passed. Do you think it's a good idea to let them join the sect after everything that has happened? Chu Liuxiang suddenly asked. It should be fine. After all, they don't know about our associations with each other. And even if they did, I doubt they would bother the others just because of our association. If you say so. Thus, Yuan and the others continued to spectate the examination. Even though the disciple examination was scheduled to last for a couple of days, it did not mean the participants had to wait until the very end to finish their examination. After getting enough points to pass the third examination, the participants may immediately head to the final part of the examination and be interviewed by the 7 spirit academies. Of course, the interviewers were only of elder status. Therefore, after a couple more hours, Wang Ming and the others passed their examination with top results. Wang Ming had managed to receive offers from all 7 academies to become their disciple, which isn't surprising with his results that ranked top 10. In the end, Wang Ming chose the Formless Sword Academy, which specializes in sword art. Wang Bingbing also received offers from all 7 academies, but she joined the Heavenly Academy. Shi Lang received offers from all 7 academies, and he joined the Lonely River Academy, as they had enough spear experts to pique his interest. Hong Xiuquan decided to join the Steel Lion Academy, which specializes in tempering their physique in close combat, which is perfect for a gauntlet user. Wu Zhao had surprisingly decided to join the Golden Array Academy despite being a fan wielder and having never heard of arrays until today, but he was interested in their concept and wanted to see if he could become an array master. Shi Murong, who was an expert with daggers, decided to join the Heavenly Academy with Wang Bingbing. Last but not least, Min Li, who also ranked top 10 with everybody else, managed to receive an offer from the Heavenly Academy, which she gladly accepted. The Demon Sealing faction and Min Li had managed to occupy 7 of the top 10 spots in the disciple examination. Of course, if Li Jinxi's results were counted, that would make it 8 out of 10 spots, and she would also take rank 1 without any contenders. The 7 spirit academies were, without doubt, extremely elated to have so many top-scoring geniuses join their sects at once. Thank you, Senior, for allowing me to join the Heavenly Academy. And thank you, Seniors, for offering me a spot in your sects. I am really grateful to you all. Min Li bowed to interviewers after joining the Heavenly Academy. Our Heavenly Academy is honored to have a genius such as yourself amongst our ranks. Please arrive at the Heavenly Academy within 30 days to start your training. That's all. Yes. Min Li left the place shortly after and began making her way back to the hotel. Now that everyone has finished their examination, let's go meet them at the hotel like we'd planned. Yuan said to the ones with him. Okay. A few hours later, everyone arrived at the hotel. Congratulations, everyone, on passing the examination. I had faith that you would all pass. Yuan said. Honestly, the examination was much easier than I'd anticipated. Wang Ming said. Right? I worried for nothing. Shi Lang laughed. By the way, did you hear? Something big happened during the examination. Apparently, someone picked a fight with the sect masters of the 7 spirit academies. I heard it on the way back here. Wang Bingbing suddenly said. Oh. I heard about that too. Which idiot would do such a thing? Wang Ming said. About that. Yuan chuckled. Eh. Everybody there turned to look at him with raised eyebrows. You see. Yuan proceeded to explain his experience with everyone, leaving them speechless. Unbelievable. How dare they try to kill Li Jinxi over something so stupid? Do you think it's too late to leave the sect? Wang Ming expressed his anger afterward. Why would you do that? Although they may have overreacted, Li Jinxi isn't completely innocent either. Just forget about it and go to the sect. They may not be perfect, but you'll be able to obtain a lot of experience there. Yuan shook his head. By the way, as a result of this experience, Li Jinxi will be following me to the next realm. Honestly, I'm not surprised. Unlike the rest of us, she has the strength and talent to follow you. Good luck up there, all of you. Shi Lang said. When are you guys planning on leaving? We have a month before we must report to our new sections. Wang Bingbing asked them. We'll most likely leave before then. Yuan said. After talking for some time, Meishio and the others logged off Cultivation Online for dinner. Yuan, can I borrow you for a bit? It won't be long. Min Li suddenly approached him. Sure. Follow me. Min Li then brought Yuan to the balcony. What's up? Yuan decided to start the conversation when Min Li remained silent for many moments. I just wanted to thank you before going to the sect. I have decided to leave for the sect tonight. Min Li said with a slight smile on her face. Already? You have 30 days, right? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Yes, but I do not want to continue bothering you. Min Li's smile became bittersweet. Because of you, I acquired the courage to deny the Min family. Because of you, I have managed to break free from the Min family. Because of you, I have achieved my lifelong dream of leaving the lower heavens. Because of you, I can finally walk my cultivation path the way I want. I really cannot thank you enough, it's a debt that I will never be able to repay. Yuan smiled and said, You don't need to repay me. You're my friend, and it's only natural for friends to help each other out. I know I told you this before, too. You're right. Sorry I even brought it up. Min Li turned to look at the bright moon, and after a moment of silence, she spoke, Do you think we'll see each other again? I know you'll only continue to ascend the 9 heavens while I am stuck here. We'll see each other again. I will make sure to visit you when I get the chance in the future. Yuan smiled. However, Min Li shook her head and said, No, I will be the one to visit you. I will train hard and catch up to you no matter how long it will take me, and I will continue to ascend the 9 heavens until we meet again. If you don't mind, I have 2 more selfish requests for you. Please wait for me. Sure. Yuan nodded without hesitation. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke, You said you have 2 requests for me, right? That was just one. Min Li immediately blushed, Actually, forget about my second request. I will tell you about it during our next meeting. Instead, can you close your eyes for a moment? Yuan silently nodded and closed his eyes. The moment Yuan closed his eyes, Min Li tipped her toes and leaned forward, kissing Yuan on his soft lips. Please keep them closed for a little longer. I don't want you to see my face right now. Min Li quickly said after removing her lips. After a moment of awkward silence, Min Li said, I may not be worthy to be with you now, but I will train hard to become someone worthy. Until next time, Yuan. Yuan suddenly felt a gentle gust of wind caress his face. He opened his eyes to see that Min Li had disappeared from the balcony. He turned to look in a certain direction and touched his lips. Why do they always ask me to close my eyes? He wondered inwardly. Ding! A distinct noise suddenly snapped Yuan out of his daze. Min Li has been added to your bond. Min Li's bond level has increased to intimate. Congratulations! Your bond level with Min Li has reached intimate. You have gained the following effect from Min Li's bond level, Min Li's adoration. Min Li's adoration increases your charm by 40 and overall damage by 30%. Yuan logged off Cultivation Online shortly after and gathered in the dining room to eat dinner with the others. You guys can do whatever you want for the next few days. I still have some business to do before we can head to the stairway to heaven. Yuan said to Meishio and the others. Okay. The following day. Feng, let's return to the House of Riches. They're probably waiting for us. Yuan said to her. Oh, I nearly forgot that we'd ask for their help regarding the pill of truth. Let's go. On their way to the House of Riches, Xiaohua asked, Why are you looking for the pill of truth? It's a long story. Feng Yuxiang said. Then shorten it. Xiaohua frowned. Feng Yuxiang chuckled and proceeded to briefly explain the situation to Xiao Hua. Basically, we need the pill of truth to see if the young master's memories are real. Memories? Is there something wrong with your memories, Brother Yuan? Xiao Hua turned to look at him with a puzzled face. No, it's nothing of that sort. I haven't told you this yet because you were away with Minli, but I actually have memories of my past life as the divine paragon. What? Xiao Hua's eyes immediately widened. I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. I even recall my birthplace and my family during that life. In fact, I, the divine paragon, was born in the third heaven, our next destination. Reincarnation. Xiao Hua mumbled in a low voice, her thoughts unknown. Seeing Xiao Hua in deep thoughts, Yuan stopped talking so that she could think. Meanwhile, inside the Universal Music Academy, a man dressed in completely black stood before Sun Hao inside his quarters. Is this information real? Sun Hao turned to look at the man with a wide smile on his face. Yes, I have confirmed it myself. The Gu family is currently searching for a young man named Yuan. They seem to have some grievances with him. The man said. Ha ha ha. This is perfect. Let the Gu family know that I have information on this Yuan and that I want to meet with them. Immediately. Right away. The man immediately left the room. What a coincidence that the Gu family is looking for that bastard. This must be heaven's calling. They must want that bastard dead as much as I do. Ha! Sun Hao laughed inwardly. After arriving at the House of Riches, Yuan and his group walked into the building to find out that there was an ongoing auction. Welcome, how may I? The man at the counter suddenly stopped talking. It's you. Please wait for a moment, esteemed guests. I will immediately notify Senior Gu of your arrival. The man immediately rushed upstairs. Ever since his last encounter with Yuan and Feng Yuxiang, the man had engraved their faces into his mind, fearing that he might offend them again. Gu Xilan could be seen rushing downstairs a few moments later. Welcome back, esteemed guests. I have been anticipating your arrival. She said to them with a bright smile on her face. Clearly, she had some good news. Once they were inside the VIP room, Feng Yuxiang said, So? Did you find any information on the pill of truth? Judging by your demeanor, you found something, right? Yes. While I have to announce with regret that the pill of truth doesn't exist in this world, I have been told by a reliable source that someone in the third heaven has one. And she continued, his name is Jin Sang, and he's a renowned Tier 5 alchemy master at the Spirit Grass Mountain. Thank you for the information, but if you want the Spirit Jade, you'll need to give me some concrete proof. I can't just accept your words so quickly. What if I give you the Spirit Jade and it turns out the information is wrong? That would be foolish of me. Feng Yuxiang said. I assure you that this information is very trustworthy. Although I cannot give you any information about my sources, I am willing to put the House of Riches' name and reputation on my words. Feng Yuxiang silently stared at Gu Xilan for a moment before turning to look at Yuan. What do you think, young master? Should we trust her information? I don't see why we shouldn't. They're a reputable name, right? And we're the ones who asked them for help. I think it would be rude of us to not trust them after all that. If the young master trusts them, I will also trust them. Here. Feng Yuxiang took out the spirit jade from her spatial ring and tossed it at Gu Xilan, treating it as though it was only a piece of candy. Gu Xilan's heart skipped a beat when she saw this, and she hastily caught the spirit jade, sighing in relief afterward. Even though you don't really deserve this spirit jade because I told you to find the pill of truth, and you only found information about it, I am feeling generous today. Feng Yuxiang said. Thank you, esteemed guest. Although the House of Riches is incredibly wealthy and 100 million spirit stones isn't much to them, it doesn't mean Gu Xilan owns its wealth, as she is only a manager of this auction house. However, since this is a private deal between Feng Yuxiang and Gu Xilan, she would be able to pocket all of the money to herself after paying the people she asked for help. "Shall we go now, young master?" Feng Yuxiang asked him. "Yes, let's." Please wait." Gu Shilan suddenly stopped them. "What do you want?" Feng Yuxiang asked. "I know I shouldn't stick my nose into your business, and I have no intention to, but I have some additional information for you. Of course, this is on the house and you don't need to pay me for it." Feng Yuxiang narrowed her eyes and said, "So you withheld information about the pill of truth from us?" "And no. That's not it. This is a completely different matter." She immediately refuted such claims. "In case you don't already know about my background, I am actually from the 7 legacy families, the Gu family. According to what I've been told, the Gu family from the lower heavens had been robbed by someone named Yuan. Oh. Is that so?" Yuan remained calm even after hearing such information. "How did you know I was Yuan? I don't remember giving you my name." Feng Yuxiang narrowed her eyes at Gu Shilan, who swallowed nervously. "If I answer wrongly, I will be killed," she cried inwardly. "That's because the Gu family from the lower heavens also gave us descriptions of you. I noticed it at first during our first encounter, but I didn't think it was you at that time. After the Flood Dragon Scale auction, Senior Nye told me your name, and that's when I realized it." "Senior Nye? Oh, right. He was there as well." Yuan remembered seeing Senior Nye after the auction. "And you haven't told the Gu family about us?" "Why not?" Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked. "Honestly, I don't want to help those idiots from the lower heavens. I don't know why you decided to rob them when you can easily hand out 100 million spirit stones without any hesitation, but that's none of my business. They probably even deserved it." "I see. And how is their search going?" Feng Yuxiang then asked. "They're still looking. It's not easy looking for people based on just their names and description, especially if they're not natives of this world, after all. In fact, it would be easier to find a needle in a haystack the size of a mountain. Thank you for this information, but I must clear up something. We didn't rob them," Yuan said. "Huh? You didn't? So they lied?" Gu Shilan was left speechless by this information. "It was a donation. They donated their treasures to me after I punished them a little for trying to take my friend by force. That's all there is to it," Yuan said with a smile. "I see. In that case, they definitely deserved it. I apologize for sticking my nose into your business. Once again, thank you for the spirit jade in trusting me. I hope to do business again with you in the future." Gu Shilan bowed to them. Yuan and Feng Yuxiang left the House of Riches shortly after, returning to the hotel. "What should we do about the Gu family, young master?" Feng Yuxiang asked him after they left the House of Riches. "It's simple. We will do nothing," Yuan said. "First of all, they don't even know about our location or our identity. We're also leaving this world soon, so unless they somehow manage to find us before then, there's no point to even think about it. If they somehow manage to find us, we'll deal with it then." "I understand." Feng Yuxiang nodded and said nothing else. After returning to the hotel, Yuan logged off. "I'll see you guys later. I have some business that I need to take care of, so I won't appear for a while." "Don't worry, it won't be longer than a few days," Yuan said to Xiao Hua and the others before logging off. Once he returned to his world, Yuan picked up his phone and dialed a certain number. "Hello. Manager? This is Yuan. I'd like to speak with the Lord. Please schedule an appointment for me," Yuan said. "No. The Lord doesn't do appointments. He will call you when he needs you." The manager coldly refused. "Don't be so cold. This is about the demons in the mountain. Of course, if you want somebody else to deal with them, I will stop bothering you." The manager was dead silent for a good moment before she spoke, I will speak with the Lord. D. She immediately hung up afterward. She really hates me, huh? Yuan chuckled inwardly. What should I do now while I wait for a response? However, before he could even think of anything, his phone began ringing again. Hello. Get ready. I am coming to pick you up now. The manager said. You already spoke to the Lord. It hasn't even been a minute since our last conversation. D. The manager closed the connection before he could even finish his sentence. Yuan quickly got dressed and went outside to wait for the manager after leaving behind a note for Chu Liuxiang, who was diligently cultivating in the balcony. About 10 minutes after their phone call, the manager showed up in front of Yuan's living quarters. Let's go. She said. You know, you don't have to pick me up every time. I know the way by now. Yuan suddenly said to her. The manager stopped walking and turned to look at him with a serious face. Do you really know the way? Of course. He nodded. Then you can take the lead, she said, even gesturing for him to walk ahead of her. Yuan merely smiled and began walking in front of her. About half an hour later, Yuan stopped walking, and he looked at the road in front of him with a pondering face. What's the matter? Why did you stop? The manager asked him. We should have arrived at the peak of the mountain by now, but I cannot see the peak nearby even with my divine sense. Ridiculous. The manager scoffed. Wait. Yuan suddenly said. After a moment of silence, he smiled, I see. No wonder why you told me to lead you. There's a powerful formation that keeps others from ever reaching the peak, am I right? The manager narrowed her eyes slightly. Not bad. Now you know why I have to take you there. Besides the Lord and myself, the formation will keep all existence away from the peak. I understand now, but I still want to try to reach the peak. Yuan said, dumbfounding the manager. Did you not hear what I just said? She frowned afterward. I heard you loud and clear. Now that I understand it, I can deal with it. As long as I can figure out the trick to this formation, should be able to reach the peak without your help. I would love to see you try, but we don't have the time for that. The Lord is waiting for you. If you make him wait too long. Don't worry, this won't take too long. Yuan said as he took a seat on the street. Even though the manager was confident that Yuan would not be able to bypass the formation, she couldn't help but stare at him with interest. Meanwhile, Yuan studied the formation with his divine sense. This formation is well hidden. It's no wonder why I didn't see it at first. Unless you're actively looking for it, you will most likely miss it. No, it actively tries to disguise itself, so you won't find it even if you know about its existence. Formations. Although they are not considered arrays due to their size and complexity, they function about the same. 5 minutes later, Yuan stood up and turned to look at the manager with a smile on his face. No way. Did he really manage to crack the formation? And in such a short time? She wondered inwardly, even feeling a little excited. However, what came out of Yuan's mouth a second later made her fume in anger. You were right, I couldn't crack it. Sorry. Yuan said with a playful smile on his face. You little bastard. The manager's eyebrows twitched aggressively, and her face twisted in anger. How dare you mess with me? If the Lord wasn't waiting for you, I wouldn't hesitate to beat you up right now. Humph. The manager snorted before stomping ahead of him. Yuan shrugged and said, I'm not trying to make any excuses for myself by saying this, but the reason I couldn't crack the formation is because I don't recognize half of the array symbols that make up the formation. If I understood the symbols, I would have been able to crack it. Judging by the complexity of these symbols, they're probably level 4 or 5 array symbols. I only know up to level 3 and a little of level 4 array symbols. Once I learn level 4 and level 5 array symbols, I will try again. Whatever. The manager said. Even though Yuan wasn't able to crack the formation on his first attempt, the manager was still impressed that he'd even managed to see the formation in the first place. Of course, she would never admit that she was impressed by him, even if she was threatened with death. 5 minutes after the manager took back the lead, they arrived at the peak of the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Yuan immediately walked to the cave and stood in front of it. "Did something happen on your way here? You're late." The Lord's voice resounded from deep within the cave a moment later. "Not really. I wanted to try cracking the formation that is protecting this place," Yuan said with a calm smile. The Lord was surprised by his words and couldn't find any words for a good moment. "Ha ha ha." He suddenly started laughing. "So you found the formation, huh? Not bad. Not bad at all." After getting a good laugh, the Lord continued, "So, what business do you have with me, with the demons? It's nothing that important, but it's about time I deal with those pests. It doesn't feel good knowing that you're living so close to demons, you know. It's like living in a house with the knowledge that there are insects dwelling in your basement. It makes my skin crawl just thinking about it," Yuan said. The Lord didn't immediately respond, but he could tell that something had changed about Yuan, who appeared to be a totally different person right now. "You say you want to deal with them, but how are you going to achieve that?" the Lord asked a moment later. "It's simple. I will drag them out of the mountain and deal with them one by one. After all, there's no reason why we should wait for them to break out of their seal. The best time to strike is when they're sealed and unable to defend themselves. That is an interesting but reckless plan. How confident are you? Can you say with certainty that you can defeat the demons at your current state without any troubles?" "Yes, I can, and I won't be fighting them myself. The demon sealing faction will also be there." "How daring, and risky," the Lord said in a pondering voice. "They will eventually break out of their seals, and that day is not far in the future. We can train until we collapse every day until they break out of their seal, but I doubt it would make that much of a difference. While there is truth in your words, I don't know if I can completely trust you. What if you fail to kill the demons and they destroy my precious mountain? If you don't trust my abilities, then why did you even ask me to deal with your demon problem?" Yuan said as he calmly stared into the pitch-black cave. "This and that are two different matters. You're being impatient right now, and you're acting differently than usual. I don't know if I can trust you in your current state," the Lord said. Yuan sighed after hearing the Lord's words. "Fine. Then you can find someone else to deal with the demons. The demon sealing faction will move out of the Dragon Spiral Mountain as soon as possible since I won't be able to fulfill your request." And without waiting for the Lord's response, Yuan turned around and began walking away. "You insolent brat!" the manager shouted at him. However, Yuan ignored her and continued walking. "Where do you think you're going?" An immense pressure suddenly appeared from the Lord's cave, halting Yuan's movements. "Did you already forget about the formation? It works both ways, so you won't be able to leave here by yourself," the Lord said in a cold voice. Yuan turned to look at the cave in a stiff manner with the pressure making it hard for him to move. "Judging by your aura, you're probably a spirit emperor. Perhaps even a spirit sovereign. However, that should be impossible with the quality of spiritual energy in this world even if you cultivate it for millions of years, that is if you cultivate it in this world. You're not from this world, are you? Let me guess. You're from Cultivation Online, or should I call it the Nine Heavens?" The Lord's pressure suddenly disappeared, and the place became dead silent. The manager was also staring at Yuan with a profound frown on her face, seemingly trying to come to a conclusion. Yuan turned to look at the manager after sensing killing intent from her. "I know you hate me, but I didn't think you hate me enough to want to kill me. However, are you sure you really want to do that? I am no match for a spirit emperor with my current strength, much less a spirit sovereign, so I am currently at your mercy. However, if you kill me, you can kiss the Dragon Spiral Mountain goodbye when the demons come out of their seals." Yuan suddenly laid on the ground and spread his limbs out like he was stretching. Go ahead. Kill me. I won't defend myself. Stand down, Leah. The Lord's voice resounded, breaking the awkward silence. And he continued, You. Who are you? You're not the Yuan I know. Yuan smiled and said, It's rude to ask for one's identity while being in a place where they cannot even see you, much less identify you. I have my circumstances. The Lord said. What a coincidence. I also have my circumstances. However, I can tell you that I am indeed Yuan. Whether you believe me or not. I don't care. After another long moment of silence, the Lord spoke, I will ask you again. How confident are you? Can you promise me that you won't mess this up? The Dragon Spiral Mountain is much more important than you can ever imagine. If the demons destroy it, it will be the end of this world. Yuan raised his eyebrows after hearing the Lord's seemingly outrageous claims. I won't make any promises, but I can say with confidence that I have never lost to a demon before. Yuan said, not counting his defeat in the demon's ceiling pagoda. A defeated sigh echoed from the cave a moment later. Very well. Do as you please. However, if you screw up, I will personally kill you even if it's the last thing I do. The Lord said. Good. Now that it's been decided, I want to see the demons right now. Yuan said. Bring him to the demons. And don't do anything funny, Leah. The Lord said to the manager. I won't. She said in a nonchalant voice. Follow me. Yuan nodded and silently followed the manager to the area with the 11 demons. Once they arrived, Yuan began analyzing the demons one by putting his hand onto it and checking their prowess. Some minutes later, Yuan pointed at a specific demon and said to the manager, I want this demon. Can you deliver it to the back of my house by this afternoon? The manager frowned and said, Are you insane? What do you think this place is? A convenience store where you can buy demons and have them delivered? Well. I don't mind taking care of the demons here, but are you sure you want that? It's going to get messy, and we could accidentally break the other demons out of their seal in the process. Although I don't care if the Dragon Spiral Mountain is destroyed or not, I don't think the Lord will like that very much. Che. The manager coldly snorted. Fine, we will deliver it to you by this afternoon. What else do you want? Yuan suddenly summoned the Empyrean Overlord and began writing on the ground in front of the sealed demons, numbering them from 1 to 11 in addition to dates. The numbers dictate the order these demons will break out of their seal, and the date is the exact day they will break out of their seal. I want you to deliver the demons 3 days prior to their dates. Simple, right? The manager didn't say anything at first and walked around to look at the dates. The first demon to break out of their seal is in 5 days, and the last demon will break out of their seal in 26 days. We have less than a month to deal with all 11 demons. The manager mumbled, sounding slightly worried. She turned to look at Yuan and asked, How accurate are your assessments? Although I can't tell the exact second the demons will break out of their seal until the very last few hours, I am confident that they will break out on those days. However, just in case, I want you to bring them to me 3 days prior to their dates. Yuan said. And what are you going to do once I deliver these demons to you? The manager continued to ask. Yuan smiled and said, You're free to stay behind and experience it with your very own eyes. I will be doing that even without needing you to tell me. Great. Then I will see you in a few hours. Yuan said as he walked towards the exit. Once they returned to the Lord, Yuan said, I am going to return home for now to prepare. You can ask for the details from her. He pointed at the manager. Leah, show him the exit. The Lord said. The manager then led Yuan until they left the formation. See you later, Leah. Yuan chuckled. I don't recall giving you the permission to use my name. The manager frowned. What's the harm? I have a feeling that we'll become friends in the near future, so we might as well start now. In your dreams. The manager sneered before leaving him to return to the peak of the mountain. Once she returned to the Lord's side, she explained the situation to him. I see. So we have 26 days to deal with the demons. The manager then asked in a concerned voice, can we really trust him? After a moment of silence, the Lord spoke, although I don't know what had happened to him to cause such a drastic change in personality, he's definitely more formidable than before. And we're in no position to be picky. We have no choice but to trust him for now. The manager then said in a low voice, when he was with the demons earlier, I could smell anger and hatred in his scent. I don't want to trust him, but I believe that he truly despises demons for some reason. That's good enough for me. The Lord said. Meanwhile, after returning to his home, Yuan called for everyone in the demon sealing faction. Once everyone was gathered, Yuan said to them, this is a little sudden, but I need you all to prepare yourselves. What happened? Wu Zhao asked. We're going to be fighting a demon soon, he replied in a calm voice. What? A demon? They all exclaimed. This is certainly very sudden. Where are we going to fight the demon? Wang Ming asked. Here. In our backyard. What? Their eyes widened with shock after hearing such words. The manager will be delivering a demon to our backyard later this afternoon, and I am going to let you all fight it. Yuan revealed another piece of shocking information. W8. You're going to make us fight the demon. Shi Lang swallowed nervously. Yes. You can't expect me to fight all of the demons by myself, right? Although I can certainly kill all of the demons by myself, that would make your efforts pointless. You all learned demon sealing techniques for a reason, or am I wrong? No, you're right. Wang Bingbing said with a resolute expression on her face. Don't worry, I won't force you to fight if you don't want to. I will fight. Wang Ming immediately said. Me too. Shi Murong raised his hand. Once everyone there agreed to fight, Yuan nodded and said, good, then meet me in the backyard this afternoon. The others immediately stormed off to prepare for the fight. Are you two okay? Yuan asked Meishio and Chu Liuxiang afterward. I would be lying if I said that I'm perfectly fine, but I am not afraid. After all, you're going to be there, right? Chu Liuxiang said. Of course. Yuan nodded. Then there's nothing for me to be worried about. I am going to prepare. Chu Liuxiang said before she left to prepare. What about you? Are you feeling okay? Yuan asked Meishio, who was the only one left there. Just a little nervous, she said. Don't worry, you'll be fine. You might be startled by the demon's appearance and aura at first, but remember, you have trained under my killing intent. Yuan smiled. She nodded. Once Meishio also left to prepare, Yuan returned to his room and sat on the balcony with a zither in his lap, and for the next few hours, until it was time to gather at the backyard, he would play with the zither that once belonged to Azure. 2. I have already lost 2 people that were precious to me to demons. There will not be another. I will do everything in my power to kill all demons. Yuan sighed inwardly as he recalled his memories as Tian Qinyu. Sitting atop a small green hill were 2 figures, a young man and a young lady, both seemingly around 16 years old. The young man had a scroll in his grasp and appeared to be studying its contents with great focus. Meanwhile, sitting right beside him, the young lady appeared to be fiddling with flowers. Qinyu. Look. A sweet but clear voice resounded. What is it? Tian Qinyu responded without looking away from the scroll. I said look, not listen. Come on. You won't die if you stop studying for a day. Tian Qinyu sighed and placed his scroll down before turning to look at the beautiful young lady sitting beside him. You know the scholar examination is next week. You even promised that you wouldn't bother me if I came out here with you. If I fail this examination, I will have to wait another 4 years before I can retake it. Don't be so stingy. Do you know how many people would die to spend time with me? You should consider yourself lucky that I chose you. And with your intelligence, I'm sure you can pass the examination even without studying. You chose me? Or do you mean our families chose each other? Tian Qinyu shook his head. Indeed, he was engaged to this young lady, but that was a decision made by their families. While that is true, I still have control over my own feelings, and I personally want to be with you, she said with a slightly rosy face. Tian Qinyu also began blushing, and the two of them would silently and awkwardly stare at each other for the next few seconds. Anyways. Look at this wreath I just finished. I made it using the flowers in this area. Isn't it beautiful? Tian Qinyu looked at the headdress made of white flowers in her hands and shrugged. Here, let me help you put it on. Who said I want to wear? Before Tian Qinyu could even finish his sentence, the young lady placed the wreath on his head. Hee hee. You look even weaker than usual now. She chuckled. So annoying. Tian Qinyu mumbled to himself. However, despite his annoyance with her, he didn't remove the crown of flowers on his head. Instead, he picked up his scroll and went right back to reading it. The young lady smiled at his reaction, and then she positioned her body before laying her head on Tian Qinyu's legs. Tian Qinyu acted as though he didn't even notice it and continued reading his scroll. The two of them remained in that position for the next few hours until the sun was beginning to set. It's about time I go home. I won't be able to see you for another month because of my cultivation lessons, but I will come see you as soon as that is over. So I will have a month of peace, huh? It's been a while. Tian Qinyu said as he packed his scrolls and stood up. How horrible. Do you really hate being around me that much? The young lady said with a puffed face as she tried to act angry. What do you think? Tian Qinyu said. She pondered for a moment before responding with a cheeky smile, I think you love me but you're just too shy to admit it. Whatever. Tian Qinyu nonchalantly said, and he began walking down the hill. Wait for me. The young lady quickly grabbed her stuff before chasing after him. After walking for about 20 minutes, the two of them returned to the city. Qinyu, I know it'll only be a month, but promise me that you won't forget about me. The young lady suddenly said. Really? Tian Qinyu looked at her with a weird face. The young lady didn't respond and merely stared at him intently. Tian Qinyu sighed and said, I promise I won't forget you. The young lady immediately smiled, then I will see you next month, darling. Tian Qinyu's entire body trembled when the young lady called him, darling, but before he could even say anything, the young lady turned around and ran away with a flushed face. After returning home, Tian Qinyu's father approached him and asked, How was your day with Lady Ai Rong? It was horrible, and I couldn't get any studying done. Why did you even agree to let me go out with her when you know my examination is next week? How could I refuse such a beautiful young lady asking to spend time with my own son? I would lose my qualifications as a father if I refused. Whatever. I'm going back to my room to study. You don't have to cook my share for dinner tonight. Tian Qinyu said before disappearing into the house. He's still having difficulties expressing his emotions, huh? A beautiful woman suddenly appeared inside. He's already finished his studies 2 months ago, yet he still pretends to be studying. Why can't he just be honest and accept his feelings for Lady Ai Rong? Tian Qinyu's father sighed. Lady Ai Rong, on the other hand, is very expressive and honest about her feelings for him. It feels like their role as a man and woman are flipped. What a troubled young man my son is. The woman sighed as well. After returning to his room, Tian Qinyu dropped the scrolls on the floor and went straight to his bed. He laid down and proceeded to stare at the ceiling with a blank look on his face. Why can't I be honest whenever I am with her? What's wrong with me? He sighed inwardly as Ai Rong's face appeared inside his head. He eventually fell asleep on his bed thinking about his day with Ai Rong, and while he slept, he would continue to dream of their time together. A week later, Tian Qinyu left his house early to take the scholar examination. While Ai Rong wanted to become a cultivator, Tian Qinyu wanted to follow his father's path as a scholar. Of course, Ai Rong has tried to convince Tian Qinyu to become a cultivator with her, but he did not like violence, and with cultivators being symbolic of violence in his era, it was near impossible to convince him to become a cultivator. Once he arrived at the site of the examination, Tian Qinyu went inside and immediately began his examination. The examination consisted of many complicated and philosophical questions that could take 6 hours to complete even for talented individuals. However, when Tian Qinyu took the examination, it took him less than an hour to finish, shocking everyone there. That was Tian Aowei's son, Tian Qinyu, right? I have heard about his talents, but I didn't think he would be this crazy. Looks like his father will finally have a rival. Tian Qinyu immediately returned home after finishing his examinations. You're back already? Tian Aowei, his father, was surprised to see him back so soon. Yes, the examination was much easier than anticipated. Now that you're done with the examination, you'll have plenty of time to spend with Lady Ai Rong. His mother began to tease him. I don't even like. Who do you think you're trying to fool? My 16 years of experience as your mother isn't for naught, Qinyu. Anyway, Lady Ai Rong is currently busy with her cultivation, but when she is finished, I want you to go see her. It's always Lady Ai Rong who visits you, so you're going to be the one to visit her this time, and I won't take no for an answer. Do you understand what I just said? I understand. Tian Qinyu nodded while sighing inwardly. Good. Tian Qinyu returned to his room shortly after, but he quickly became bored. Although it can get quite annoying with her around, it's also incredibly boring without her. He sighed. What am I going to do for the next 3 weeks? The examinations are over, and I don't feel like studying anymore. He suddenly turned to look at a certain object hanging behind his door. That object was a sword. It was given to him by his parents just in case he needed to protect himself, but he has never used it before. Why would she want to become a cultivator? Cultivators are violent in nature, and they are at higher risk of being targeted by demons because their bodies absorb spiritual energy, so they are tastier than mortals who are without any spiritual energy to demons. I really don't understand her. Fortunately for us, demons rarely come to this area, and when they do, they will eat a few dozen people before leaving us alone. Sometime later, Tian Qinyu sat before his study table and began flipping through pages of a book. However, this book doesn't contain information that he would normally study. So this is what a demon looks like. I have never seen one before. Tian Qinyu mumbled to himself as he read about demons. They are immortal beings that cannot be killed even if their heads and brains are crushed. You can cut their bodies in half and tear off all their limbs, but they will regenerate everything like nothing had even happened. Heavens! How do you even fight these monsters if they're so powerful? The more Tian Qinyu studied about demons, the more intrigued and fascinated he became about their species, and it would quickly become his hobby to study about demons. For the next 3 weeks, Tian Qinyu would study non-stop about demons until he read every book and scroll that existed within the city, and when he had nothing new to read, he would read through everything for a second and even third time. After studying so much about demons, Tian Qinyu felt like he knew everything about demons. However, no matter how much he read about them, there was one thing that he could not understand. What is it like to encounter a demon? He wondered. Regardless how knowledgeable he was on demons, he could not understand what it would feel like to encounter a real demon. Knock knock. Qinyu, are you awake? His mother suddenly knocked on the door. Yes, I am. I just received news from the AI family that Lady Ai Rong will finish her cultivation lessons today. Do you remember what I told you 3 weeks ago? Yes, I remember. Tian Qinyu responded with a bittersweet smile on his face. Good, then go and fulfill your duties as her fiancé and as a man. I will. Tian Qinyu said, and he left his room after cleaning his desk. Right as he reached the doors, his mother showed up again and handed him a wooden basket. "Enjoy this food with the AI family." Okay. One more thing. Rumor has it that someone had spotted a demon near our city 3 days ago, so don't stay out too late. After all, if you encounter a demon, you are almost guaranteed to die. I know. Tian Xinyu accepted the basket and began making his way towards the AI family that was about an hour walk from his house. About halfway there, Tian Xinyu stopped walking when he heard someone shouting in a hysterical voice, "Run! A demon has appeared on the east side of the city, and it is going through houses, eating the families inside." The east side. That's where the AI family is located. AI wrong. Upon realizing this fact, Tian Xinyu dropped the basket in his grasp and began running, but he was not going back home. Instead, he continued to make his way towards the AI family. "Please be safe, AI wrong." He constantly prayed in his heart as he ran, tumbling to the ground multiple times on his way there. "Please be safe, AI wrong. Please be safe. I promise that I will start being honest to you with my feelings." Tian Xinyu continued to run towards the east side of the city even though he was already out of breath. "Hide! A demon has appeared on the east side of the city." The pedestrians shouted as they ran. "Young man, where are you going?" "That's the direction of the demon." Some of the pedestrians tried to stop Tian Xinyu, but he ignored all of their warnings and continued running. A few minutes later, which felt like an eternity for Tian Xinyu, he finally arrived in the area where the AI family was located. However, the place was awfully quiet, a stark contrast to the atmosphere on the other side of the city. Tian Xinyu eventually arrived at the AI family's household, and he could even see their entrance. However, he couldn't approach the household for some reason and could only stand a couple of houses away. He eventually snapped out of his daze and proceeded walking towards the AI family's household. But then he came to another halt when he noticed a figure appearing from within the household, and this person appeared to be running away from something. When Tian Xinyu saw the pretty face of this person, a smile immediately appeared on his face. AI wrong. Indeed, it was AI wrong, his love since childhood and fiancé. Tian Xinyu felt all of the weight on his shoulders disappear the moment he saw that AI Rome was still alive. Even though she looked terrified and completely hysterical at this moment, that didn't matter to him. However, before he could even sigh a breath of relief, and before the smile on his face could fully be formed, something red and long appeared behind AI Rome, and it was flying towards her direction like a spear. Before Tian Xinyu could even fully comprehend what he was seeing, the red spear reached AI Rong and pierced her body from the back. AI Rong fell to the ground the very next moment and laid there, but she was still alive. Seeing this, Tian Xinyu immediately began running towards her. However, before he could even take 2 steps, he noticed a red figure appearing behind AI Rong. This figure had dark red skin, and it had the frame of a tall human adult. There was also a very distinct-looking horn poking from the right side of its head. The moment Tian Xinyu saw this demon, his body froze, almost as though he turned into a stone statue. "What are you doing, Tian Xinyu? Move! Move, damn it!" he roared inwardly. But no matter how much he tried to command his body to move, it simply refused to listen to him, so he could only stand there and watch as the demon slowly approached AI Rong, who was squirming on the ground in a puddle of her own blood. "No. Don't. Stop it. Stop it." Tian Xinyu wanted to shout at the demon to stop, but no voices came out of his mouth. Tears flowed from Tian Xinyu's eyes as he watched the demon open its grotesque mouth and clamp down on AI Rong's legs before tearing it right off her body. AI Rong immediately screamed in pain, and her sharp and painful voice felt like daggers piercing his heart when it reached Tian Xinyu. Meanwhile, the demon chewed on her leg and swallowed it within seconds. Delicious. The demon began laughing afterward, and it immediately went for another bite, taking another chunk of AI Rong's flesh from her body. However, Tian Qinyu could do nothing but watch in horror and fear. Eventually, Ai Rong could no longer scream, so she just laid there as the demon continued to eat her body. Once half of Ai Rong's body was consumed, Tian Qinyu noticed that Ai Rong was looking in his direction, and her lips appeared to be moving. Tian Qinyu subconsciously read her lips, which said, Chen, Yu. R, U, N. After reading her lips, Tian Qinyu regained enough strength to move his arms, and he lifted his arms towards Ai Rong's direction, seemingly trying to reach for her. Seeing Tian Qinyu's motion, a slight smile appeared on Ai Rong's face, and her lips continued to move. I love you. Goodbye. After saying her last words, the light in Ai Rong's eyes faded, and at the same moment, her life ended. However, that didn't stop the demon from consuming the rest of her body. In the end, the demon consumed even the last drop of her blood from the ground. After the demon finished eating Ai Rong, it turned around and went back inside the household. Once the demon was no longer in his view, Tian Qinyu fell to his knees, and he would spend many minutes staring at the stained ground in front of the Ai family's household. The demon would end up eating everybody in the Ai family and many other families before leaving the city unharmed. Tian Qinyu wouldn't return home until it was past midnight, and when he did, his worried parents were there to greet him. Qinyu. Where have you been? A demon had appeared in the city. We've been worried to death about you. His mother immediately went to embrace him. However, she stopped when there was no reaction from Tian Qinyu. Qinyu. What happened to you, dear? She gasped in shock when she saw the blank look on Tian Qinyu's face. Even though he was clearly alive, he also appeared to be dead at the same time, almost like a soulless vessel. Tian Aowei then spoke in a low voice, I had a bad feeling when I heard that the demon had appeared in the east side of the city. Don't tell me. The Ai family. Realizing the truth, Tian Qinyu's mother embraced him even harder while crying at the same time. I'm sorry, Qinyu. I'm really sorry. Tian Qinyu eventually fell unconscious in his mother's embrace. When that happened, his family carried him to his bed so that he could rest, and they would call a doctor for him the following morning. How is my son, doctor? Tian Aowei asked after the doctor they hired to check on Tian Qinyu. Although there is nothing wrong with him physically, I am afraid that his mind is lost. What is that supposed to mean? What will happen to my son? His mother immediately began crying again. He must have experienced something extremely traumatic very recently. That event has stressed his mind to its limits, putting him into a coma. I don't know when he'll wake up, if he'll even wake up. We can only hope for a miracle from the heavens at this moment. The doctor sighed. How can that be? His mother began crying even harder. Even though Tian Qinyu was in a coma, his mind was actually conscious, so he was able to hear the doctor's words and his mother crying. What's the point of waking up if Ai Rong won't be there when I wake up? Tian Qinyu sighed inwardly as he fell deeper into his consciousness. Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months, but there were still no signs of Tian Qinyu waking up from his coma. Eventually, a whole year would pass without Tian Qinyu waking up even once. However, despite that, his family never gave up on him and took care of him daily. 1 year turned into 2 years, and within the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed since Ai Rong's death. How long do you plan on sleeping? One day, an unfamiliar voice resounded inside Tian Qinyu's head, waking his consciousness a little. Who's there? My identity isn't important. What's truly important here is you. Your future. Do you really plan on rotting away in your room as a nobody? The voice returned. So what if I rot away? It's not like I have anything to live for anymore. Tian Qinyu sighed. How pathetic. You lose a woman and you give up life. Shut up. Ai Rong wasn't just any woman. She was my woman. My childhood friend. My fiancé. My love. Is that why you merely stood there when your love was slowly being consumed by that demon? Is that really why you couldn't even utter a single word? Is that why you didn't even try to help her? There was nothing I could have done in that situation. I am a mortal. I am powerless. If I had the power. So you're telling me that if you had the power that you would have saved her? I don't believe it. You may have been powerless, but you didn't even attempt to help her. You weren't just powerless. You were also spineless, a coward, and utterly useless. Tian Qinyu couldn't refute the voice's ridicule and could only silently accept the mockery. The voice would continue to mock Tian Qinyu for the next few minutes before disappearing. However, the voice would return shortly after. I will ask you again. If you truly had the power to defeat demons, what would you do then? If I had the power to defeat demons. Tian Qinyu repeated. After a moment of silence, he would respond in a furious voice, if I had the power, I would erase all demons from existence. I would become their worst nightmare. I would make them regret ever being born. Is that so? I still don't believe you, but I will give you a chance to prove it. Wake up, Tian Qinyu. The voice disappeared after saying such words, and Tian Qinyu could suddenly feel a warm sensation coming from somewhere deep within his body, quickly enveloping his entire entity. And before he was aware, his eyes that had been closed shut for over 3 years would suddenly open, revealing the world to him once again. Tian Qinyu sat up on his bed and turned to look at the sword that was still hanging on his door. He then got off the bed and walked to the sword, picking it up. Despite having not moved his body for over 3 years, Tian Qinyu did not feel any fatigue in his body at all. In fact, he's never felt any better, even stronger than ever. After staring at the sword for a moment, he walked to the center of the room and started swinging it around. At first, his movements were completely amateurish, and his swings had no experience behind them. However, he would quickly improve. His family eventually realized that their son had woken up from his coma when the servants passing through his room would hear noises coming from within. Qinyu. I have been so worried. Thank the heavens that you finally woke up. You have been in a coma for 3 years. His mother was the first to barge into his room, and she cried for many minutes while hugging him. Anyways, why are you swinging that sword around when you just woke up? You should rest some more. I will immediately call for a doctor. Rest? I have rested enough. Tian Qinyu said in a nonchalant voice. Please leave me alone. He then forced everyone out of his room before continuing to swing his sword. Qinyu. What's the matter? Give him some time. He may have woken, but his heart and mind is still. Tian Aowei sighed. All right. However, neither Tian Qinyu's father or mother could have anticipated that some time would actually last much longer than his coma. Days turned into months, and months turned into years. Within the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed since Tian Qinyu's awakening. During this time, Tian Qinyu would remain inside his room doing heaven knows what for the majority of the time, and the only times he could be seen outside his room are during times when he needed to clean his body because the stench from his body became too unbearable. As for his parents, they would continue to support him however they could even when they barely saw or spoke to each other. When Tian Qinyu began requesting for information on demons, they went out of their way to collect books and scrolls about demons from other cities. They would gather so many books and scrolls that they had to build multiple storage units around their house just to keep the books from cluttering the house. How long do we have to continue this lifestyle? It's been 20 years since that incident, and I have barely seen my son since then. Although I am happy that he's no longer in a coma, this isn't that much different. I can even count the amount of times we've talked to each other during the past 20 years. Tian Qinyu's mother sighed out loud, complaining to her husband, Tian Aowei. It can take years if not decades for a broken heart to heal. We must be patient, he said. What if he never recovers? We're not cultivators. We don't have hundreds of years to spend with each other. Then what do you suggest? We cannot force his heart to heal. Or what, do you want another son? Although you're past that age, it's not impossible. What? No. I don't want another son. How can you even suggest that? If you're suggesting that we replace Chinyu with another son, how is that any different than abandoning Chinyu? Calm down, I was just being sarcastic. But there is truly nothing we can do now but be patient. It might seem like he's not recovering, but that is not true. Things are much better now than 20 years ago. Nowadays, he leaves his room once a week, but back then, it would be a miracle to see him outside his room even once a month. At this rate, I will be an old lady before we can become a real family again. Better late than never, right? I guess so. By the way, it's almost that time of the year again. Do you think he'll visit their graves this year? Tian Aowei suddenly asked. Unlikely. She sighed. Do you think he'll ever fall in love again? That's another problem we must worry about, our grandchildren. Who knows? Tian Aowei shook his head. Anyways, it's getting late. Good night, dear. Good night. A week later, right as the Tian family prepared to visit the AI family's gravesites, they received dreadful news that changed their plans. What? Demons have entered the city? When did this happen? How many? Tian Aowei asked the servant who told him the news. About an hour ago. And there are 3 demons. They are rampaging the city even as we speak. Shit. Why did they have to show up today on all days? Tian Aowei cursed out loud. And he continued, let everyone in the household know about the situation. We will hide underground for the next 3 days. Yes. While the servants in the household began scrambling towards the underground area beneath the Tian family's household that was created to hide from demons, Tian Aowei and his wife went to warn Tian Chinyu of the situation. Chinyu. Hurry up and open the door. Demons have invaded our city, and there are 3 of them. We must hurry and hide underground until they leave. His mother banged on his door that was locked shut. However, there was no response from Tian Chinyu, almost as though he wasn't inside his room. Chinyu. Are you asleep? Wake up. His mother continued banging on his door. Where's Chinyu? Tian Aowei showed up shortly after and asked her. I don't know. He should be in his room, but he's not responding. What if something had happened to him? Shit. We don't have much time left. Move. I am going to break down his door. Tian Aowei said as he approached Tian Chinyu's room. However, right as he stood in front of the door, the ground suddenly shook, and a loud noise resounded behind them simultaneously. Tian Aowei and his wife slowly turned around to see a tall shadow standing in a cloud of dust about 20 meters from them. Once the dust cloud disappeared, the figure within became visible. A demon? We're dead. Tian Aowei cried inwardly as his body trembled in fear from the demon's aura that radiated with killing intent. No. Not like this. His wife directly fell to her knees and began crying the moment she saw the demon. Once the demon noticed their presence, it began walking towards their direction. Mortals, huh? I would have preferred cultivators, but I guess you'll do just fine as an appetizer before my main meal. The demon licked its lips as it closed their distance within seconds. Tian Aowei and his wife remained frozen as the demon stood right before them, as they were too terrified to even run away. I love you, darling. Tian Aowei mumbled in a low voice as the demon opened its mouth. However, just as the demon tried to take a bite of Tian Aowei's face, a cold voice resounded from the room behind them. The stench of a demon. How unpleasant. The door behind Tian Aowei and his wife suddenly flew open, and Tian Chinyu appeared from the room with a sword in his grasp, stabbing the demon right in its mouth. After sticking his sword in the demon's face, Tian Chinyu kicked the demon in its stomach, sending it flying. It's dangerous here. You two should leave. Tian Chinyu said to his parents without looking at them. Chinyu. They stared at him with shocked looks on their faces. Tian Aowei quickly snapped out of his daze and picked up his wife before running away. W8. We cannot leave him with the demon. He'll die. His wife shouted. However, Tian Aowei ignored his wife and continued to carry her away from the scene. The moment Tian Qinyu's parents left, the demon got back to its feet and stared at Tian Qinyu while baring its sharp teeth at him. A mere mortal. How dare you? The demon roared before running at him. Seeing the demon running at him, Tian Qinyu's hands and legs began to tremble uncontrollably. However, he quickly regained control over his body, swinging the sword in his grasp at the incoming demon. Due to its arrogance, the demon didn't even bother to block Tian Qinyu's strike and allowed him to sever its arm. Useless. It's useless. Even if you cut me into 1,000,000 pieces with that sword, I will fully recover within seconds like nothing ever happened. The demon laughed madly as Tian Qinyu severed its other arm. Why don't we put that to the test? Tian Qinyu said in a calm voice. He then severed the demon's legs. I told you, it's useless. The demon continued to laugh. However, it stopped laughing a few moments later when its limbs still hadn't recovered. What's going on? Why isn't my body recovering? The demon was puzzled, but it didn't panic, at least not yet. It turned to look at its severed arms and legs, and to its absolute shock, its limbs had suddenly turned into stone. What is the meaning of this? What did you do to me? The demon roared at Tian Qinyu, who was standing in front of it and looking down on it like it was trash. What did I do? Nothing much. I simply sealed your body, preventing it from regenerating. I think. This is actually my first time doing something like this, so I am really glad that it's working as I'd thought. You sealed my body and my ability to regenerate? Impossible. There's no way humans could have such power. Who are you? I am the one who will be hunting down every single demon in this world until there are none of you left. I am the one who will put an end to this era of demons terrorizing humans. I'm your demon's worst nightmare. I am Tian Qinyu. Tian Qinyu said with a cold expression on his face. The demon stared at Tian Qinyu with a stunned face after hearing his introduction. But after a moment of silence, it suddenly burst out laughing, ha ha ha. You will hunt us down. Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I have heard all century. After laughing for a good moment, it suddenly stopped laughing and proceeded to glare at Tian Qinyu with a threatening gaze. Who the fuck do you think you are, human? I don't know what trick you used to prevent my body from healing, but I doubt it'll last for long. And even if you take away our regeneration temporarily, you still won't be able to kill us. You're right. Tian Qinyu responded after a moment of silence. I don't have the means to kill you efficiently for now, but I will eventually find a way. Until then, I will just keep you sealed. Keep dreaming. Humans will forever be dominated by demons. You will forever remain as our livestock. It has been that way for thousands of years now. It won't suddenly change because you learn some new tricks. Ha ha ha. Tian Qinyu suddenly started laughing. What's so funny? The demon growled. I can't believe I used to be so afraid of demons. If only I had realized this earlier. Realized how truly pathetic demons are. Anyways, before I seal you for good, I have a question for you. Do you know of any one-horn demons? It has a black horn on the right side of its head, and the horn has this weird zigzagging structure. If you tell me, I just might spare you. Ha ha ha. Go fuck yourself, you damn livestock. The demon laughed in response. Is that so? Tian Qinyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I still haven't come up with a good name for this technique yet, but what's the point of overthinking it? Let's just call it Demon Sealing Strike. Once he opened his eyes, Tian Qinyu brandished the sword in his grasp at the demon, decapitating the demon's head from its limbless body. Shortly after the demon's head fell to the ground, its body and head turned into stone, coming fully sealed. After sealing the demon, Tian Qinyu fell to his knees, and his body began trembling again. He looked at his hands that were shaking non-stop. I did it. I have defeated a demon. I am no longer powerless. Tears flowed from his eyes, as he's been waiting for this moment for over 20 years. However, he wasn't satisfied just yet. In fact, he was far from satisfied. This is just the beginning. Tian Qinyu narrowed his eyes on the sealed demon. Now then. There should be 2 more demons rampaging in this city. After taking a deep breath, he stood back up and started making his way towards the exit. Qinyu. His mother suddenly appeared and embraced him. Are you okay? Are you hurt? What happened to the demon? She asked him. The demon? I took care of it. You took care of it? How is that possible? You're just a mortal. You have never cultivated before. No mortal can possibly fight a demon, much less defeat it. Tian Aowei appeared and said. You don't have to believe me. You can take a look at the demon yourself. It's right over there. Don't worry, it won't be able to harm you. In the meantime, I have 2 more demons to take care of, so if you don't mind, I'd like to excuse myself. What? You plan on fighting the other demons as well? That's too reckless. I won't let you go. His mother embraced him even harder, refusing to let him go. I'm sorry, mother, but I have to go. This is the only reason I woke up from my coma, after all. Tian Qinyu said as he escaped her grasp. Qinyu. After Tian Qinyu left, his parents went to look at the sealed demon. Heavens! Is this really the same demon that attacked us just now? It turned into stone. Tian Aowei stared at the demon that had all of its limbs and head severed with a shocked face. Did Qinyu really do this? How in heaven's name did he? His mother mumbled in a dazed voice. I guess he didn't spend 20 years in solitude for nothing. Tian Aowei sighed. After leaving his home, Tian Qinyu followed the demon's stench until he encountered the second demon. When he arrived, it was chewing on the leg of a child. The demon glanced at Tian Qinyu when it noticed his presence, and it spoke, I'll eat you next, so stand there and wait for me. If you dare run, I will make your death more painful. However, before it could even finish its sentence, Tian Qinyu kicked the rock beside his feet, sending it flying at the demon and hitting it right in the face. The demon stopped chewing for a moment before tossing away the half-eaten leg in its grasp and turning to look at Tian Qinyu. After swallowing, it spoke in a grim voice, How dare you, livestock? You're fucking dead. The demon started running at Tian Qinyu with its mouth wide open and dripping with saliva and blood. Seeing this, Tian Qinyu took a deep breath before confronting the demon with his sword. Ha ha ha. What do you hope to achieve with that cheap sword? The demon laughed as it clawed at Tian Qinyu with its sharp fingers while taking all of his sword strikes head-on with its body. What's going on? Why is my body feeling stiff? The demon wondered as it continued to attack Tian Qinyu. However, by the time the demon realized what was happening to its body, it was already too late. What is this? What did you do to my body? The demon roared at Tian Qinyu as it laid before him with most of its body turned into stone. But instead of answering its question, Tian Qinyu asked, Do you know any demons with a single zigzagging horn on the right side of its head? A demon with a zigzagging horn? The demon mumbled in a low voice. After a moment of silence, a wide grin appeared on its face, and it said, Now that you mention it, I might have seen a demon like that before. Why do you care? Oh, let me take a guess. Perhaps you lost someone valuable to this demon? Ha ha ha. I see. So you don't know anything about this demon. Well, not that it really matters. I will eventually find it as I wipe you demons from this world, one by one. Tian Qinyu flicked his arm the next moment, sending the demon's head into the air and completely sealing it with the demon's sealing strike. 2 down, 1 more to go. Sometime later, Tian Qinyu followed the last demon sent until he reached the other side of the city. However, by the time he'd arrived, the demon had already erased 6 families from the city and was preparing to leave. "Hey, where do you think you're going, you lowly demon?" Tian Qinyu approached the demon as it reached the city gates. "What the fuck did you just call me, livestock?" The demon halted its movements and turned to look at Tian Qinyu with a grim expression. "What's wrong? You don't like it? I think it's quite fitting. Die." The demon suddenly attacked him without any warning. Demon Sealing Strike. A powerful and threatening aura that the demon couldn't comprehend erupted from Tian Qinyu's body. "What is this feeling? My skin is crawling. Is it because of his aura? I don't like this feeling one bit." This is the demon's first time experiencing such an eerie feeling, but it didn't understand why. After all, it's never experienced the feeling of fear before. And because of its ignorance, the demon did not even bother to avoid Tian Qinyu's attacks. This feeling. It's becoming more intensive. Becoming more uncomfortable. The demon suddenly halted its movements. "I cannot move my body." When it looked down, the demon could see that its right leg had completely turned into stone. "What did you do to my body, livestock? What did you do?" The demon roared. "How annoying. This is the 3rd time I've heard such a question today." Tian Qinyu snorted. "The 3rd time?" The demon's eyes widened with shock upon realizing something. "You. Don't tell me that you had." A wide smile appeared on Tian Qinyu's face as he spoke. "Don't worry, I took care of them before coming to you." "You bastard. A mere livestock. How dare you defy us?" Tian Qinyu shoved his sword into the demon's mouth in the middle of its outcry. "Shut up, you're too loud." And without any hesitation, Tian Qinyu poured demon sealing aura into the demon's body through the sword stuck inside its throat. Once the demon was completely sealed, Tian Qinyu began making his way back home, where his parents were anxiously waiting for him. "Qinyu. You're fine." His mother immediately went to embrace him. "I'm sorry for making you worry. What happened to the other demons?" Tian Aowei asked him. "I took care of them. They won't be able to hurt anyone else for a long time. I hope." "You hope?" Tian Aowei raised his eyebrows. "Anyways, let's sit down and talk. I have something I need to tell you guys." "You want to talk? Right now? Why don't you get some rest first? You seem tired." His mother said. Tian Qinyu pondered for a moment before nodding, "Sure." He then returned to his room to rest for the remainder of the day. While Tian Qinyu rested, the entire city was in an uproar about the demon's invasion, and above all, they were confused by the outcome. The 3 demons that invaded their city had somehow turned into stone, something that has never happened before. Nobody saw what happened because they were all hiding inside their homes, but news of the demons turning into stone began spreading throughout the city like wildfire, and it would eventually make its way to the nearby cities. Once cultivators from outside the city heard of the rumors, they made their way to Tian Qinyu's city to see the sealed demons for themselves. Who did this to the demons? This question would become the most asked question in the city for the next few years. Eventually, peak experts from all over the world would visit the city to study the sealed demons and to find the person responsible for the demons, as they believed that this person could help them fight the demons and stop their terror. However, this would not happen until Tian Qinyu had long left the city. The following day after Tian Qinyu sealed the 3 demons, he approached his parents and said to them, "Mother, Father, thank you for everything that you've done for me." "What's wrong, Qinyu? Are you okay?" His mother asked him, feeling that something was wrong about his behavior. "I have made a decision that you might not support but must be done," Tian Qinyu said. And he continued, "I have decided to erase all demons from this world, and in order to do that, I must leave home and go on a long, long journey. I don't know how long it will take or if I will ever return, and I know that this will make you unhappy, but I must do this. Erase all demons from this world. Do you have any idea what you're saying, Qinyu? There's no way that's possible. His mother exclaimed. Whether it is possible or not, we won't know until I try. Even if it's impossible, I still have to try. Tian Qinyu remained firm on his decision. No. I won't allow it. This family is already crumbling as it is. If you leave, it will truly be destroyed. Dear. Tian Aowei placed his hand on her shoulder and shook his head. Qinyu is no longer a child. If he's decided on a path, it is our duty as his parents to support it, even if we cannot comprehend it. In fact, this might be the only way for his heart to heal. Even if you say that, he'll die. Are you really fine with letting him walk a path that's clear suicide? He won't die. I believe in him. He's already defeated 3 demons by himself, after all. If anyone can defeat the demon clan, it's him. Tian Aowei then turned to look at Tian Qinyu and said, "Can you leave us alone for a bit? I will talk it out with your mother." Okay. Tian Qinyu didn't say anything else and left his parents alone. Once they were alone, Tian Aowei began trying to convince his wife to let their son leave. Many hours later, they went to see Tian Qinyu, who was patiently waiting for them in his room. "We've come to a conclusion," Tian Aowei said. "Qinyu. Here, take this." His mother suddenly handed him a silver ring. Tian Qinyu didn't ask any questions and accepted it. It's a spatial ring. It's a treasure often used by cultivators to store their luggage while they travel. It'll make your traveling a lot more convenient. Does this mean? Yes, we both approve of your journey. His mother nodded with a gentle smile on her face. Thank you, father. Thank you, mother. I will not let you down. Tian Qinyu clenched the spatial ring in his grasp with teary eyes. Don't lose it, Qinyu. Since it was created for cultivators, it was extremely expensive. We'll probably have nothing but plain rice to eat for the rest of the month because of that ring. His father said in a joking tone. And he continued, also, you don't need to feel bad about leaving us behind. You're leaving for a great cause. Go out there and make a name for yourself so that we can brag about our son to our neighbors. Your father is right, Qinyu. I was only thinking about myself before and didn't consider your feelings, so you don't have to worry about me. Although I would be lying if I said that I won't be lonely and sad with you gone, it's nothing I cannot handle. Tian Qinyu nodded. I won't leave immediately, so until I leave, allow me to make up for the past 20 years as much as I can, he said a moment later. Thus, Tian Qinyu began spending all of his time with his parents until the fateful day of his departure. Have you heard? The entire city is going crazy over the demons you defeated. Tian Aowei laughed as they ate dinner that night. I have this incredible urge to tell everyone that it was my son who did it, but I doubt anyone would even believe me. Father, mother, I should have told you this earlier, but you shouldn't reveal the truth to anyone. It could bring you trouble. The demons will also start looking for the one who's responsible sooner or later. Tian Qinyu warned them with a serious expression. Don't worry, we won't say anything. We're not that dumb. A week later, Tian Qinyu finished packing for his journey and said his final goodbyes to his parents before leaving the city. Go make our ancestors proud, Qinyu. His father said after hugging him. We'll miss you very much. Make sure to send us letters whenever you can. His mother said as she hugged him. Goodbye, father. Goodbye, mother. He bid them farewell with teary eyes. After leaving the city, Tian Qinyu walked to this massive graveyard that was located about 10 miles away. Once he found the gravesite he was looking for, Tian Qinyu kneeled before it and placed a wreath made of white flowers onto the tombstone. I know I am a little late, but I couldn't bring myself to see you after what happened, until now. I hope you'll forgive me, Ai Rong. Tian Qinyu proceeded to spend many hours talking to Ai Rong at her gravesite, telling her about his plans for the future and everything that he wanted but couldn't tell her before. Hey, AI Rome, do you believe in reincarnation? I know this may sound silly, but I believe in it, and I believe that we will see each other again one day. I promise that no matter how long it takes that I will find you, and when I do, I will make you my wife, if you're willing to forgive me and still love me by then. And before I find you, there is something I must do. I must first cleanse this world of demons. I don't know how long it'll take or if it's even possible, but I will do my best. The next time we see each other, it will be in the flesh. I love you, AI Rome. Until next time. Once he was satisfied, Tian Xinyu stood up and took one last look at AI Rome's tombstone before turning around and leaving the graveyard to go on his journey. Unbeknownst to countless people, this was the beginning of an everlasting legend. And shortly after Tian Xinyu left his home, he would make a name for himself by sealing demons wherever he went, but nobody would actually know his true identity until many years later. Yuan. We're ready. Wang Ming's voice suddenly resounded from the backyard, waking Yuan from his daze. He stopped playing his zither and responded, I will be there in a minute. After wiping the tears that had been dripping down his face for a while now, Yuan stowed Azure's zither in the closet and made his way to the backyard where the others were gathered with their weapons. Besides Meishio and Chu Liuxiang, I believe this will be your first time seeing a demon. It's going to be horrifying at first, and you might even feel like running away, but remember, as long as I am here, you'll be safe. Yuan said to them. Run away. I doubt it. Wang Ming said. Don't underestimate demons, Wang Ming. You'll understand what I mean when you see one. Yuan shook his head. All right. He nodded. Sometime later, the manager arrived at their backyard while pushing a cart that was carrying a tall wooden box. Here's your demon. The manager began glaring at Yuan the moment she arrived. Thank you, Leah. I thought I already told you to not call me by my name. She frowned. Oh, really? I'm sorry, I must have forgotten. Yuan chuckled, which only irritated her even more. He approached the wooden box a moment later and retrieved the demon from it. That's a demon. Wang Ming swallowed nervously after seeing the demon's hideous appearance. If you're scared now, just wait until it is released from its seal. Yuan said with a smile. What are you going to do now? The manager asked him a moment later. Just watch. Yuan carried the sealed demon with his chi manifestation, placing it in the middle of the training field. Demon Sealing Zone. He then created a demon sealing zone that was around 75 meters in diameter with the demon at the center of it. Alright, everybody, I am going to give you a briefing on what's about to happen. Yuan gestured for the others to gather around him near the demon. They swallowed nervously and approached Yuan and the ominous-looking demon. Once everyone was gathered, Yuan began briefing them in a casual tone that made it seem like they were only going for a stroll in the park. Once I unseal the demon, the 9 of you will attack the demon and try to seal it again. The stronger your demon sealing aura, the quicker you will seal the demon. Once you're all confident in fighting the demon together, I will be splitting you all into smaller groups. Eventually, I want you guys to be able to fight the demons by yourself. Yuan said to them. By ourselves? Shi Lang swallowed nervously. One more thing. The demon will obviously be fighting back. As long as its attack won't cause any lethal damage, I won't stop it, so don't expect me to help you block every strike. I will give you all a couple more minutes to prepare before I unseal the demon. How are we going to do this? Wang Ming asked the others. Who knows? Let's just attack it whenever we get the chance. Shi Lang shrugged. Yuan, we're ready. Shi Murong said to him sometime later. All right. I am going to unseal the demon now. Brace yourselves. Right before he unsealed the demon, Yuan wore a mask over his face. This puzzled the others, but they didn't have the time to ask him any questions, as the demon was freed from its seal the next moment. I am finally free. Ahaha. The demon immediately began laughing the moment it left its seal. Fuck. Wang Ming and the others could feel all of their strength and the courage they'd built up leaving their body when they felt the demon's bloodthirsty aura and heard its chilling voice. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and their hearts throbbed erratically, like they were on the verge of having a heart attack. What are you all doing? Stop standing there and attack it. Someone suddenly shouted at them, but it wasn't Yuan. Instead, it was Chu Liuxiang, who was the first to make a move. After shouting at the others, she held her palms towards the demon and released a blast of demon-sealing aura at it. The demon stopped laughing after Chu Liuxiang's attack struck it right in its face, blowing half of its face away. Once it recovered the next second, the demon turned to look at her and narrowed its eyes. Humans? No. Demon sealers. As if I'd let you seal me again after I just broke out of my seal. The demon roared before running at Chu Liuxiang. An arrow that was enchanted with demon-sealing aura suddenly flew at the demon from behind and stabbed it right in the back of its head. However, the demon ignored Mei Xiu's attack and continued to run at Chu Liuxiang. Stand back. Li Jinxi suddenly appeared before the demon and fearlessly blocked its path to Chu Liuxiang. She swung her large sword at it, but the demon avoided it with ease. Wang Ming and the others also snapped out of their daze and began attacking the demon together. A bunch of weaklings. So damn annoying. The demon roared. However, there was not much it could do to fight back, as it was severely outnumbered 9-1. After 15 minutes of relentless attacking from the demon-sealing faction, the demon was finally sealed again. Seeing that the demon was finally sealed, Wang Ming and a few others immediately fell on their butt and began gasping for air. What do you think? Fighting a real demon? Yuan asked them afterward. I'm exhausted, mentally. I didn't think there would be such a vast difference between a sealed demon and an unsealed one. Shi Lang said. I did warn you. Yuan smiled. Anyways, take an hour to rest. I will split you all into 2 groups, and you'll fight the demon again then. While the others rested, the manager approached Yuan and began shouting at him, You're using the demon as a practice tool. Are you insane? You said that you'd take care of the demon as soon as possible. Calm down. I have the demon and the situation under control. It won't be able to leave my demon sealing zone. Also, this training is necessary for them. After all, what will happen to this world if I suddenly die? If I train them, this world won't be hopeless without me. Of course, I don't plan on dying before I erase all demons from this world, but you never know what fate has planned for you. Anyways, do you want to join them? I can teach you demon sealing techniques so that you can also fight demons. Yuan suddenly suggested. You want me to? The manager looked at him with wide eyes. What's wrong? The Lord asked for my help because neither of you can kill demons, right? If that's the case, it won't work. The manager suddenly interrupted. Huh? What do you mean? If I could learn demon sealing techniques, I would have learned them long ago. The manager said. So you tried to learn demon sealing techniques with the Qi family but failed, huh? Don't worry, I am different from the Qi family. If you study under my instructions, even a mortal can. I said it's impossible. The manager said, and without explaining further, she turned around and walked away. Yuan immediately began pondering in silence about the manager's words. There's only one reason why someone cannot learn demon sealing techniques. I see, so that's why. A profound smile appeared on his face when he realized the truth. The manager stared at Yuan with a frown on her face. Why is he smiling? Did he realize it? No, that's impossible. There's no way. She thought to herself. An hour later, Yuan split the demon sealing faction into 2 groups. First group will be Chu Liuxiang, Li Jinxi, Shi Murong, and Hong Xiuquan. The second group will be everyone else. Yuan said. The first group will go first. Everyone else, you can wait outside the demon sealing zone for your turn. Whenever you guys are ready. Once the first group was ready, Yuan unsealed the demon again. What is the meaning of this, humans? The demon roared when it was unsealed for the second time. Nothing much. I just figured you could assist me in training my friends. If you can defeat my friends, I will let you walk free. Yuan said. You think I will help livestocks like demon sealing pulse? Chu Liuxiang shot a wave of demon sealing aura at the demon, creating a hole in its chest. You fucking livestocks. How dare you mess with me? The demon released its loudest roar yet. Its body suddenly began growing larger, and its killing intent soared. It was enraged. The demon is enraged. It will now be much stronger than before, and it will also take more effort to seal. Yuan warned them. Demon sealing strike. Li Jinsi approached the demon and confronted it with her greatsword. Although there was still a hint of fear within her eyes, she was able to suppress it. While Li Jinsi fought the demon, keeping its attention on her, Hong Xiuquan and Shi Murong would support her by attacking the demon from its blind spots. As for Chu Liuxiang, she would attack whenever possible from afar. They have pretty good teamwork despite this being their first day fighting together. Yuan thought to himself as he watched them fight. But they will need more than that to defeat the demon this time around. Bang! Li Jinsi was suddenly sent flying by the demon's attack. Jinsi! Are you okay? Shi Murong shouted as he took over her spot. Yes, I am fine. I just wasn't expecting so much power from it. Looks like I will have to get a little serious as well. Li Jinsi's body suddenly began emitting a red aura. That technique. She's using it now. What if she goes on a rampage like before? Wang Ming exclaimed. She'll defeat both the demon and the others at this rate. Shi Lang cried out loud. Yuan, you need to stop her before she goes crazy. Wang Bingbing said to him. Huh? What's wrong with her? Yuan asked. You don't remember what happened at the tournament? She will go crazy if she uses that technique for too long. When that happens, all hell will break loose. At least that's what her family told us before we left. Really? It looked like she had complete control over it during the disciple examination. Yuan said. That's in a video game and this is real life. I'm sure you can do things in Cultivation Online that you can't do here, right? Alright, I will stop her if things get out of hand. For now, let's just see where this goes. Don't forget, I stopped her during the competition. Yuan smiled. Okay. Meanwhile, Li Jinsi continued to pressure the demon, deflecting all of its attack with her raw strength. Ah. What should we do? Hong Xiuquan turned to look at Shi Murong. Why are you asking me? There's nothing we can do when she's like that. We'll only get in her way. In fact, she might even attack us if we get too close. Shi Murong shrugged. Unbelievable. She's already fighting the demon all by herself. She's truly talented. Chu Liuxiang mumbled in a dazed voice. About 10 minutes later, the demon stopped moving, as it had turned into stone. Li Jinsi had managed to seal the demon all by herself. Wow, she really did it. Wang Ming mumbled in awe. However, Li Jinsi wasn't finished. Watch out! Chu Liuxiang suddenly shouted. Huh? Shi Murong turned around to see Li Jinsi running at him with her sword in the air, her eyes filled with bloodlust. I knew it. Yuan. Wang Bingbing turned to look at him, but he was already on the move. Clang. Yuan appeared before Shi Murong to block Li Jinsi with the Empyrean Overlord. Wake up. Yuan swung his sword, sending Li Jinsi flying out the demon's sealing zone. Ah! Li Jinsi roared, and her red aura started going even more out of control. However, before she could cause any more harm to herself, Yuan used his movement technique to appear in front of her and gave her a good punch in the stomach, instantly knocking her unconscious. After catching Li Jinxi's body, Yuan said to the others, "We'll stop here for today and continue our training tomorrow." Thank God. Wang Ming sighed in relief after hearing such words. "I'm going to bring Jinxi back to her room," Yuan said as he carried her like a princess. "You're going to leave the demon out here just like that? That's insane." The manager approached him as he tried to leave. "Don't worry, the demon won't go anywhere. It'll remain sealed for a week with the strength of Jinxi's demon sealing aura," Yuan said. "Absolutely not. I will not leave here until you kill that demon," the manager exclaimed. "Be my guest. We have plenty of empty rooms in our household." Yuan chuckled. "You. Unbelievable." The manager stomped her feet in anger. Sometime later, Yuan placed Li Jinxi on her bed so that she could rest. However, right as he prepared to leave, he started hearing noises coming from behind, and it sounded like someone was groaning in pain. "Jinxi? Are you okay? What's happening to you?" Yuan rushed back to her side when he noticed that she was soaked in sweat. "It hurts," she muttered in a low voice. Is this a backlash from using her technique? This didn't happen before. After pondering for a second, Yuan rushed out of the room to find someone from the 6 spiritual families. He quickly ran into Wang Bingbing. "Something's wrong with Jinxi. She's sweating buckets, and she appears to be in pain." "What?" "It must be due to the technique that she used earlier. Senior Li warned us about it. That she might experience some backlash if she used it. What should we do to calm her down?" Yuan then asked. "I don't know. Senior Li didn't mention it, but I will immediately call her family." "Hello? Senior Li. It's me, Wang Bingbing." "Oh, it's been. This is an emergency, Senior Li. Li Jinxi, she's currently experiencing a backlash from using her weird technique that you warned us about." "What? Why did that foolish child use that technique?" "It's a long story, but right now, I need you to tell me what we can do to calm her down." "Right. Her muscles right now should be pulsating, almost like there are worms wiggling inside her body." "Can you see it?" Senior Li asked. "Yes, I see it," Wang Bingbing said. "This is the result of Li Jinxi enhancing her muscles far past their limits. In order to calm her down, you must relax her muscles. Massage her body and then let her body simmer in hot water until she's fully recovered. If you have any medical leaves around, soak them in the hot water for a better effect." "Okay. Thank you, Senior Li. I will call you back once things calm down," Wang Bingbing said before closing the connection. "Did you hear all of that?" She turned to look at Yuan. "Yes, I heard him loud and clear. I will fill the bath with hot water. In the meantime, can you massage her body?" he asked her. "I don't know how to do massages, but I can try. You just squeeze their muscles with strength, right?" Wang Bingbing swallowed nervously before she started massaging Li Jinxi's arms that felt incredibly weird. "Yuan, I don't think this is helping. Her muscles feel incredibly stiff, like I am massaging rocks instead of muscles." Wang Bingbing called for help. Yuan said, "All right, switch with me. I will see what I can do." After switching places with Wang Bingbing, Yuan pondered as he inspected Li Jinxi's condition. "Her muscles feel like stones, huh? Let's try this." Yuan began massaging Li Jinxi's body starting with her arms. "How do you feel?" Yuan asked her a few moments later. "Better," she uttered. "Good, then this is working." A few moments later, Wang Bingbing asked him from the bathroom, "Yuan, any results?" "Yes, it's working. She's getting better." "Really? I'll be with you in a minute." Once she was finished with filling the bathtub, Wang Bingbing returned to the bedroom to check on them. How are you doing this? I hope you're not using brute force. She swallowed nervously when she saw how causally Yuan made it seem like massaging Li Jinsi. Of course not. I am not really using my fingers to massage her muscles. I am using my spiritual energy to guide her muscles instead, to loosen it. Where did you learn how to do such a thing? Wang Bingbing asked him with great curiosity. Cultivation Online, he said with a smile. Sometime later, once Yuan finished massaging Li Jinsi's arm, he moved to other parts of her body until all of her limbs were relaxed. Alright, I think she's ready for the bath. Yuan said. Wait. Li Jinsi suddenly grabbed his hand. And she continued, massage, here, as well. Using her free hand, Li Jinsi ripped her shirt right off her body, revealing her bare chest to them. Ah! Yuan raised his eyebrows and turned to face Wang Bingbing. Don't worry, this is to relieve her pain. I will also be here, so there won't be any misunderstandings. Alright. Yuan said nothing else and started massaging Li Jinsi's body. About 10 minutes later, Wang Bingbing carried Li Jinsi into the bathroom to soak in hot water. I will wait outside. Yuan said as they entered the bathroom. Thank you. Li Jinsi mumbled in a low voice. Maybe you'll think twice before using that weird technique again. Wang Bingbing smiled. I don't understand. I was able to use it without any problems in Cultivation Online. I thought it would be fine if I started using it out here now, but don't worry too much about it. I'm sure you'll eventually be able to use that technique without any backlash. Wang Bingbing said. After spending about 2 hours soaking in the bathtub, Li Jinsi recovered from her backlash. How are you feeling? Yuan asked. I am feeling fine. Thank you for the massage, and I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I won't use that technique again. Actually, I want you to continue using that technique. I want you to practice your control with that technique. Yuan said, dumbfounding them. You want her to continue using that technique? But that would. Wang Bingbing stared at him with wide eyes. No, she will only experience a backlash if she goes overboard with the technique. As long as she maintains control over it, she will be fine. Why? Why do you want me to? Li Jinsi asked with a puzzled face. You don't want to. Oh, I am not forcing you. If you don't want to master that technique, which will, without doubt, make you much stronger. I will do it. Li Jinsi quickly said. I want to become stronger. I want to be able to use that technique without feeling pain afterward. Can you help me? Yuan nodded. I will help you to the best of my abilities, but it's not going to be easy. You might even experience more backlashes during your training. Are you prepared for that? Yes, I am prepared. If I experience any backlashes, you'll be there to massage me, right? Of course. He nodded. Wang Bingbing witnessed their casual conversation with her mouth wide open. How can they say such shameless things to each other without being embarrassed about it? She wondered inwardly. Get some rest. Yuan and Wang Bingbing left Li Jinsi alone shortly after. I'm going to call Senior Li to let him know that everything is fine now. Wang Bingbing said. Alright. You should get some rest too. Your group will be fighting the demon first thing tomorrow morning, after all. Yuan said with a smile. I completely forgot about that. I will see you later at dinner. Of course. Wang Bingbing nodded.